The campus belle has clearly awakened an S-level talent, the Ice Kingdom. Yet she willingly lets a martial arts loser like me ride on her. Only because I awakened a god-level beast master talent. Not only can I sign contracts with pets to gain their upgraded talents, but I also received a god-level bait that allows me to contract with any powerful creature. Unexpectedly, the god-level bait was mistakenly eaten by the campus belle, becoming my first king-level pet. At this moment, I carefully examined a beautifully crafted rice ball, which was the godly bait given by the system. Just as I was pondering how to use it, a knock sounded at the door. The visitor was none other than the coveted campus belle, Yumoing. Even I, who had seen countless beauties in my past life, couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. More importantly, she is a genuine martial arts genius. Once she awakens her talent tomorrow, she will undoubtedly become a rising star nationwide. At this moment, Yumoing entered the dormitory and said, Yuan, have you finished reading the notes you borrowed from me last time? But there are 2 points I don't quite understand. Could you explain them to me? I'm quite busy today. Let me find you 2 other notebooks to look at. You might understand them better. With that, I turned around to search the bookshelf, while Yumoing, sitting in a chair behind me, watched my back with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Ever since borrowing my notes, she felt like she had opened the door to a new world. The habits, weaknesses, and behavioral logic of various magical beasts, as well as the uses of different talents, were simply unheard of. It was even more useful than textbook content. Thinking of this, Yumoing showed a hint of regret. If her dancing talent were just a bit better, she would outshine me. Just then, she suddenly caught a whiff of a peculiar aroma. Turning her head, she discovered it was the rice ball in the wooden box beside her, instantly captivated by it. It was as if this rice ball was the only delicacy in the world. All she could think about was eating it. So she decisively picked up the rice ball and began to eat it voraciously. Holy crap, spit that out! I exclaimed, turning to see this scene, my eyes widening in shock. I rushed forward, grabbed her shoulders, and shook her frantically. But the next moment, a voice from the system echoed in my mind, contract signed. Congratulations, host, you have obtained your first pet. Hearing the system's notification in my mind, my face turned ashen, wanting to curse. Meanwhile, Yumoing, after consuming the divine chicken earring, suddenly became alert, feeling a strange change occurring in her body, and she surprisingly felt a desire to submit to me. What is that rice ball? Realizing her change, Yumoing's face turned pale. I watched her expression shift several times before finally sighing. I explained, I have awakened early. The talent earring is crafted through talent abilities. In a sense, you have already become my pet. Some changes are self-evident. You must have felt it too. At this moment, I can already sense that connection between myself and Yumoing. Through this connection, I could roughly sense what Yumoing was thinking and could also convey my orders through her. The pet, Yumoing, had her eyes wide open, staring at me blankly. She was a favored daughter of heaven with an unlimited bright future, yet she had become someone else's pet. Although all of this sounded so incredible, the changes in her body made him realize it. This is true, think of these, Yumoing as calm as possible. Yuan, you have a way to terminate this contract. I shook my head. I reluctantly replied, I wish this had never happened either, but once a contract is signed, it cannot be reversed. Upon hearing this, Yumoing felt as if she had been struck hard. I won't accept this. I will definitely find a way to it. Her mental defenses completely crumbled as she wiped her tears and fled the dormitory in panic. Watching her leave, I couldn't help but sigh. The divine spirit fell silent. Now, if I wanted to capture a new pet, it would have to be up to me. Just then, the system's notification sounded again. Host has successfully obtained the first pet. Strength has increased due to obtaining the pet. Hearing the notification in my mind, I was taken aback for a moment before opening the attributes panel. The entire panel had undergone a significant change. The talent level had jumped from 5 to Sss-Level, with the talent being the Ice Kingdom. Both my health and spirit had multiplied several times, and the Ice Kingdom talent naturally came from my mother. However, her talent was only an S-level frosty spread and was still in an unawakened state. As a god-level beast master, I would also upgrade my talents upon obtaining a pet's talent. Understanding this, I couldn't help but sigh. It seemed that Yumoing occupying a spot wasn't a waste after all. I just didn't know what kind of power I could unleash now. So, I left the dormitory and headed to the underground level of the training building. This was a dedicated talent training room. In the vast space, I stood alone in the center, arms wide open. In the next moment, a 10-meter radius around me instantly turned into a frozen zone. As the starlight moved, the thick ice layer on the ground began to change, and sharp ice spikes erupted from the surface. At the same time, an ice spear appeared in my hand. I flipped it and threw it, accurately piercing a target several meters away. After the spear punctured the target, it embedded itself half a meter deep into the wall before finally stopping. Seeing this, I nodded in satisfaction. After familiarizing myself for a while, I left the training building, but just as I stepped out, a few middle-aged men arrived at the training building, led by Principal Yang of the Trial High School. Tomorrow was the day of talent awakening, and this had become a yearly routine. Inspecting the talent training room had become a routine for the school. When the group arrived on the underground level, they instinctively adjusted their clothing. The principal frowned and asked, "Is it always this cold here?" Behind him, a person managing the training room suddenly tensed up. Perhaps it had been too long since anyone visited. The supervisor tried to change the subject, but the principal did not respond. Instead, he squinted at a wall in the training room. The others nearby also looked over curiously, and the next moment, their expressions changed dramatically as they saw a small hole appear in that wall. It looked as if something had pierced through it. The supervisor's face turned pale as he saw the hole in the wall. He was speechless and couldn't utter a word. "When did this hole appear?" the principal suddenly asked. "It wasn't there when we cleaned 2 days ago." Upon hearing this, the principal's lips curled into a slight smile. "Fix the hole, and I won't hold you responsible. Everyone, let's keep today's events under wraps, if nothing unexpected happens." Another extraordinary talent has emerged at Liyang High School. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned before quickly reacting. Awakening one's talent early and even creating a hole in the talent training room wall suggests that the opponent might have awakened a talent beyond S-level. However, the principal made a gesture for promotion to them, and we will pretend not to know. If what I say is true, his brilliance will soon be hard to conceal. Right now, we should consider what gift to give this little guy. A genius from Liyang High School can't appear too shabby. Meanwhile, I am unaware that my casual strike has drawn significant attention from the school leaders. The next morning, after asking the homeroom teacher for leave, I headed straight to the city's edge to prepare for the contract of my second pet. Meanwhile, a strange device was set up on the school playground, and everyone around was tense. Yumoing stood at the front of the class with dark circles under his eyes. Homeroom teacher Old Zheng approached Yumoing and said reassuringly, "With your martial arts aptitude, awakening a talent is inevitable. You don't need to be nervous." Hearing this, Yumoing forced a smile. He wasn't worried about awakening his talent. He couldn't accept the idea of becoming someone else's pet. He spent the whole night researching various materials but found no solution to this problem. He couldn't even find much information about awakening presale talents, so he couldn't help but look at Old Zhang. "Teacher Zhang, do you know about any presale talents?" Old Zhang recalled for a moment. He slowly said that historically, it seems only 2 people have awakened beast-controlling related talents. Upon hearing this, Yumoing's spirits lifted. With a face full of anticipation, he looked at Old Zhang and said that 200 years ago, a zoo staff member suddenly awakened the beast-controlling talent, allowing them to turn magical beasts into pets. It was the first time someone had managed to tame a magical beast. Relying on the tamed beast, he became one of the top combatants of his time. Unfortunately, he was later surrounded and killed by thousands of magical beasts. At this point, Old Zhang's tone turned somewhat regretful, while images of me kept flashing through Yumoing's mind. The second person to awaken the Jade Beast talent did so over 100 years ago, but due to overconfidence, he went hunting alone in the wilderness and ended up being killed by magical beasts, also surrounded by a group of them. It seemed that magical beasts did not allow such figures among humans. Once they appeared, the beasts would do everything possible to kill them. Hearing this, Yumoing's heart suddenly tightened, and a sense of worry for me arose involuntarily. He turned back to glance at the team behind him but did not see my figure. At that moment, a student ran up to Old Zhang and said, "Teacher Zhang, we've finished counting the number of people. Our class's Fang Yuan is not here." "I see. You can return to your team," Old Zhang sighed lightly. After Yumoing confirmed that I wasn't present, his sense of loss deepened. Meanwhile, I had already entered the wilderness. My ears perked up as I listened carefully to the sounds nearby when suddenly a voice echoed in my mind. The system detected a king-level potential magical beast and asked if I wanted to locate it. I decisively chose to locate it. After all, this was a genius magical beast on the same level as Yumoing. I immediately rushed toward the location. At the other end of the school, the talent awakening ceremony had begun. As each classmate awakened, it finally came time for Yumoing. At that moment, the eyes of all the teachers and students were on him. Almost simultaneously, all eyes fell on Yumoing. He took a deep breath and stepped into the awakening device. The next moment, a dazzling blue light burst forth from the machine. A few seconds later, the light faded, and everyone watched as Yumoing awakened to a significant SG, stirring up endless waves of excitement in their hearts. Yumoing had successfully awakened. The SG talent radiated frost, and a grand, resounding voice echoed from the awakening device, igniting all those below. Yumoing had indeed awakened. The SG talent broke records. Liang had never had an SG talent awakener before. Yumoing truly was a rare genius seen once in a century. At this moment, countless fervent gazes were fixed on Yumoing, and it seemed snowflakes were swirling around him. With his movements, the snowflakes dancing around him moved like fairies. Is this the power of talent? Yumoing's eyes brightened as he felt a force that allowed him to control everything. As his star thoughts stirred, the surrounding snowflakes began to spin rapidly around him, each one sharp as a blade. Witnessing this scene, the campus erupted in loud cheers. Everyone was shouting Yumoing's name, but his expression suddenly dimmed as memories of the homeroom teacher's earlier words flashed through his mind. Once you become a pet of a beast master, it cannot be undone. So what if you've awakened a talent? You're still Fong Yuan's. Yumoing bit his lip. He couldn't bring himself to say the word pet. Just as he awakened, I, far away in the wilderness, heard the system's prompt, "Congratulations, your pet Yumoing's strength has greatly increased." The host's health and spirit values both increased by 20. Hearing this, I was instantly overjoyed and became even more interested in my next goal. If I could find another king-level potential magical beast as a pet, my strength would increase even faster. Just then, I heard a faint sound of footsteps nearby and saw a completely snow-white little fox peeking out from behind a large tree. The little fox cautiously observed me, and the moment I saw this white fox, I knew it was the magical beast I was looking for. Sure enough, the next moment, its attribute panel appeared before me. Name, 9-tailed fox, talent, 9-turn spirit, Sss-Level, health, 66, spirit, 69, potential rating, king. I never expected this little white fox to have an Sss-Level 9-turn spirit talent. Unfortunately, the divine gills had already been consumed by Yumoing, so I could only take out a piece of chocolate from my pocket. However, the little white fox's eyes showed clear mockery and disdain. Seeing this, I wasn't angry at all. Instead, I found myself even more intrigued by its high spirit. Just then, the little white fox suddenly dropped its mocking gaze, its mouth curling up as if it were smiling, and then it trotted up to me. It lay down on the ground, exposing its white belly. I was taken aback by this display. Is my charm really this great? Watching me in a daze, the little white fox's eyes flashed with mockery again. The next moment, its golden pupils slightly narrowed as a wave of spiritual power shot toward me. My spirit power was higher than that of the little fox, so its enchanting skill had no effect. However, the little white fox seemed unaware. It flipped over and stood up, its expression turning proud. Human, take me away from this forest, a thought appeared in my mind. I couldn't help but feel delighted. What a stroke of luck. Suppressing a smile, I feigned confusion and softly asked, "Little fox, would you like to come with me?" Upon hearing this, the little white fox hesitated. Why was this person different from the others it had enchanted? Shouldn't he just take it away immediately? Though feeling a bit strange, the little white fox nodded without hesitation. As it did, the system's prompt sounded, "Congratulations, the host has successfully acquired a second pet." The contract was signed, and I immediately felt a connection established with the little white fox before me. At that moment, its proud expression suddenly stiffened. It realized that something was off. It seemed to have become this person's pet. Before it could react, it suddenly sensed something and promptly burrowed into my clothing through my sleeve. Just then, hurried footsteps approached, and a girl with a strong mature aura walked over. She had delicate features, tall stature, and appeared to be about the same age as me, with long, shiny black hair. Upon seeing her, I raised an eyebrow. She was wearing a specific outfit for slaying demons, which was meant for hunting powerful magical beasts. Only those that posed a significant threat and had exceptional strength would be targeted. Seeing me, the girl asked, "Hello, have you seen a terrifying fox magical beast nearby?" I shook my head lightly to indicate that I had not seen it. Upon seeing this, the girl took out a business card and said, "This is my card. If you find this magical beast, please contact me immediately." I nodded, and Yuan said no more, leaving in a hurry. After she left, the little white fox finally came out. With a hint of fear in its eyes, I smiled and said, "Little white, as long as you don't do anything bad, you don't need to fear anyone in this world." My firm voice made the little white fox tremble. God knows what kind of life it had led, being bullied by other magical beasts in the wilderness and hunted by various hunters in the city. Since it could remember, it was either fleeing or running away. Now, this human told it that it didn't have to run, which somehow felt quite reassuring. Seeing that it wasn't fleeing, I chuckled lightly. I opened the attribute panel, and it underwent significant changes again. In the talent section, a new 3S level talent, Spiritual Transformation, appeared, and both health and spirit also increased by 20 points. With my current health and spirit, I could be considered a master in a place like Liyang City. I then closed my eyes to feel the changes in my body, and after a moment, I finally understood the function of the Spiritual Transformation talent. It was a passive skill that would trigger a fission effect whenever my spirit reached a certain intensity, enhancing the quality of my spiritual power. At the same time, each time I underwent spiritual transformation, I would gain a skill related to spiritual power. So I immediately closed my eyes to sense my first spiritual skill. A few seconds later, my expression suddenly turned strange. What the heck? Observation hockey? Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. The spiritual skill he obtained certainly wasn't called observation hockey. It just had a somewhat similar effect. In reality, the core of this skill was perception, which could greatly enhance his awareness of the surrounding situation. Even the slightest movements could be sensed, and at critical moments, it could even predict what would happen in the next instant. Forget it, I'll just call it observation hockey. Fang Yuan seriously named his newly acquired spiritual skill. After all, no one in this world knew what observation hockey was, a rather practical ability. As his spiritual power increased, this ability could yield even better results. Fang Yuan was very pleased. Just this skill alone would be considered a rare talent in others. Moreover, this skill would continue to evolve as his spiritual power increased. How could he not be satisfied? Little White, we're going home. Fang Yuan patted the little white fox on his shoulder. Its smooth fur felt incredible. The little white fox squirmed a couple of times but couldn't escape Fang Yuan's grasp. Confirmed the little fox's gender. Little White, you can handle this magical beast, right? A wild boar blocked Fang Yuan's path in the wilderness. The boar had average attributes, with only about 50 health points. Even Fang Yuan could easily kill it by himself. However, Fang Yuan couldn't ride Yumoing into battle. But now that he had the little white fox, he had to act like a proper beast master and command his pet in combat. Little White, can you take care of this wild boar? Fang Yuan asked. However, the little white fox on his shoulder didn't even lift an eyelid, seeming a bit too lazy to follow Fang Yuan's command. If we take down this wild boar magical beast, we'll have ingredients for barbecue tonight, Fang Yuan muttered to himself. Tender meat slices coated in egg batter. Then sprinkle on some breadcrumbs, fry it in oil, and you'll have pork belly that's perfectly marbled. Put it over the fire to roast, and the fat will melt out. Then sprinkle on some cumin. Fang Yuan's description was suddenly interrupted by the sound of drooling. Upon closer inspection, the little white fox was practically drooling. Its ears perked up. Little White, are you asleep? Fang Yuan asked knowingly. Upon hearing this, the little white fox had to get up from Fang Yuan's shoulder. The nine-tailed fox never submits unless there's food involved. The nine-tailed fox never submits unless it's provided food and drink. Understanding this, the little white fox leaped off Fang Yuan's shoulder. Its body was originally only the size of Fang Yuan's forearm, but in the air, it suddenly grew larger. By the time it landed, its body was already about 2 meters long and nearly 1 meter high, significantly larger than the wild boar before it. A snow-white tail swayed in the air, and an invisible pressure radiated from its body. This scene almost stunned the wild boar across from it, which stared blankly at the massive snow-white fox and kept retreating. How could the little white fox let the barbecue slip away? It lunged forward and pinned the wild boar's head down. At that moment, the little white fox used pure strength to overpower the boar. With a single snap of its sharp fangs, it pierced the wild boar's artery. Within seconds, the wild boar lay motionless. The little white fox shook its head and tossed the wild boar's corpse a short distance in front of Fang Yuan. Then it transformed back to its forearm size and hopped back onto Fang Yuan's shoulder. However, it was no longer lying lazily as before. It sat up straight, its tail held high, seemingly waiting for praise. What a proud little thing! Fang Yuan patted the little white fox's head. At this moment, all he could think was what a delightful surprise this experience was. This was the surprise. He had initially thought that the little white fox's abilities were only spiritual. Its enchanting skill during their first encounter and its small size had led Fang Yuan to this misconception. Furthermore, the nine-tailed fox's talent, nine-turned spirit, doubled its spiritual power with each additional tail. When all 9 tails fully grew, its spiritual power would reach an unimaginably terrifying level. This was the Sss-Level talent, 9-turned spirit. However, the recent overwhelming battle showcased the little white fox's terrifying close combat abilities, rivaling any magical beast. Just its presence was enough to scare the wild boar into retreat. The nine-tailed fox had only one tail now. Fang Yuan wondered how to make it grow a second tail, and in his excitement, Fang Yuan had already begun to plan how to nurture the little white fox. Although the little white fox was a bit proud, it had a relatively simple mind. Fang Yuan believed that after spending some time together, the little white fox would become his best assistant. Moreover, as the little white fox's strength increased, he would also receive feedback. "You fought quite well, it's just a bit of a pity," Fang Yuan said. Upon hearing this, the little white fox turned its proud head toward him. With a puzzled look in its eyes, it glanced at Fang Yuan. He resolved the battle so decisively, what was there to regret? However, the commanding Fang Yuan continued. "I hadn't even said a word, and Little White had already finished the battle before my commands could begin. It was already over." At that moment, the little white fox let out a human-like giggle, clearly unfazed by this. If the future nine-tailed demon king took ages to defeat a wild boar, wouldn't that be a laughingstock? He walked home. Fang Yuan carried the wild boar's large belly as they headed toward the city. Soon, they exited the wilderness, and the little white fox that had been resting on Fang Yuan's shoulder looked nervously at the city not far away. Having been uprooted since birth, he wasn't quite accustomed to crowded places. Fang Yuan naturally sensed the little white's feelings. As a beast master, he had a deep connection with his pet. "If you're scared, just burrow into my clothes. No one can harm you," Fang Yuan said softly. He was a beast master but differed somewhat from ordinary beast masters. While others might have to rely solely on their pets in combat, and if their pets were bullied, they would be helpless due to their own weakness, Fang Yuan was different. His own combat power was stronger than any of his current pets. If someone tried to pick a fight, he wouldn't just be a whimpering weakling. Hearing this, the little white fox quickly burrowed back into Fang Yuan's clothes, seemingly seeking more security. Fang Yuan chuckled softly and said nothing more as he took out his phone. He dialed a number, and soon a taxi pulled up in front of him. The young man had finally arrived. The person who arrived was the driver uncle who had previously taken Fang Yuan into the wilderness. The corpse of the giant clawed eagle he had killed was still in the uncle's possession. Now, Fang Yuan needed to dispose of the wild boar's corpse as well. "Let's go, uncle. Head to the Dancer Trading Center. We need to sell these two magical beast corpses. Then I can pay you for the ride." In the wilderness, Fang Yuan had already arrived at the location of the little white fox's battle with the wild boar. It was undoubtedly the fox's paw prints. Fang Yuan squatted down, carefully examining the footprints on the ground and occasionally snapping photos. Could he now transform at will? With a serious expression, Fang Yuan assessed the improvements in strength. He knew that when he initially hunted this magical beast, it had only been capable of fleeing, but now it seemed the beast might have the strength to confront him. However, where had it gone? The tracking signal had also been interrupted. Fang Yuan felt somewhat frustrated. He was sure that the terrifying fox magical beast was somewhere in this wilderness, yet he couldn't find it. With the task time running out, he had no choice but to report the situation to Gugu. Reluctantly, Fang Yuan took out his phone, and it connected quickly. Fang Yuan reported every detail of his actions over the past 2 days to the person on the other end of the line. "I tracked it to this wilderness near Liyang City. The signal shows that the fox has indeed come here. But when I tried to pinpoint the location, the signal cut out. I encountered a boy who looked about 2 years younger than me, but he didn't see it either. Later, I found traces of the fox fighting here but still couldn't spot it." After listening to Fang Yuan's report, there was silence on the other end, followed by what sounded like a sigh. After a while, a very pleasant voice came from the other end of the phone. "You said you encountered a boy younger than you in the depths of the wilderness of Liyang City. At such a young age, alone in the depths of the wilderness without a care, don't you feel something is off?" The voice on the phone? It gives a mature and intellectual feeling, yet has a charming flavor that instinctively evokes thoughts of red lips and flames. On the qipao, there were dragon patterns embroidered with golden thread, accentuating the exaggerated curves of her body, exuding an unparalleled dominance. Amidst her golden curls was a face of exquisite beauty. Unlike the pure aura of Yumoing, this woman, with her feet propped up on the desk, radiated a mature charm. That fiery red lip color spoke volumes. In this place revered as a holy land by martial artists across the nation, she was the only one bold enough to rest her feet on the table. However, she truly had the qualifications to do so. Her name was Sikong Luiying, the current director of the Demon Slayer Bureau, a globally recognized genius. A woman whose name alone could silence demon kings. Her resume was terrifyingly impressive. At 13, she awakened her SS-level talent. At 15, she traversed the wilderness between 2 cities on foot, slaying countless demons. At 16, she joined the Demon Slayer Bureau. At 20, she single-handedly broke through a small void gate, shocking the world. At 25, amidst an assault by 10 demon kings, she retrieved the body of the former director of the Demon Slayer Bureau. At 26, she was elected as the director of the Demon Slayer Bureau with unanimous support. This woman, at the age of 29, had commanded all demon slayers for 4 years. Yet, no one dared to question her authority. At this moment, this extraordinarily talented and exceptional woman wore an expression of helplessness. So foolish, how can she possibly join the Demon Slayer Bureau like this? Such an obvious anomaly, and it took me to remind her before she noticed. Sigh. Sikong Luiying put down her phone and sighed. She had just spoken with her niece, Sikong Yuan, who was far away in Liang City. One could only say that her niece had quite a good talent and appearance, but she was just a bit too foolish. A little fox that couldn't even be considered a second-tier demon beast had been caught for so many days without success. Such a fool was actually her niece. Thinking of this made Sikong Luiying's head ache. Just then, there was a knock on the door. A woman in a business suit, looking about the same age as Sikong Luiying, walked into the office holding some documents. What could possibly trouble you, Sikong Luiying? Tell me about it. As soon as the woman entered, it was as if she had discovered something significant. What else could it be? It's Yuan. She actually let someone take the task demon beast right under her nose. So foolish. Sikong Luiying sighed deeply. She didn't mind venting about her niece in front of this woman. After all, even though she was the director of the Demon Slayer Bureau, she preferred battling demon beasts rather than dealing with various official matters. Almost everything was pushed onto this woman named Fong Wenxian. They had grown up together and joined the Demon Slayer Bureau together, being the most trusted of friends. After all, Yuan is still young and lacks experience. Fong Wenxian comforted her. Give her some time, and she will definitely become a qualified demon slayer. But you, just look at yourself, what have you become? Fong Wenxian changed the subject and said, how many times have I told you not to put your feet on the table? Do you still want to get married? Hearing this, Sikong Luiying chuckled. Get married? The man who can conquer me probably hasn't been born yet. Sikong Luiying's expression was charming yet proud. Fong Wenxian clicked her tongue, looking at her proud friend, and couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Even as a woman herself, every time she saw her friend with a devilish figure and an angelic face, she couldn't help but feel a flutter. Yet this woman had never even been in a relationship. Just as Sikong Luiying had said, the man who could conquer her probably hadn't been born yet. Just then, the phone on the desk rang with a notification sound. Here it is. I had Yuan draw the boy who took the demon beast right under her nose, to investigate a bit. If his talent isn't too bad, I'm planning to recruit him into the Demon Slayer department. Sikong Luiying said while picking up her phone. Yuan isn't completely foolish. To have done this without her noticing, he must be quite something. Hearing this, Fong Wenxian also became interested. Their gazes fell on the phone. The Demon Slayer department loves geniuses the most. Otherwise, how could they bear such a heavy responsibility? And once they have this person's portrait, they can check all the information about him through the internal system. Height, weight, combat power, talent, even the scores from every school exam can be seen. The privileges of the Demon Slayer department are unimaginable to other departments. The image loaded quickly. However, upon seeing the portrait, both Sikong Luiying and Fong Wenxian frowned simultaneously. On the phone was an incredibly rough sketch. A few black lines represented short hair, and 2 strange circles appeared where the eyes should be. The entire face was represented by an inverted triangle. That was all. There were no extra strokes on the image. No features could be discerned, and no face could be imagined in their minds. Rather than a portrait, it looked more like a triangle that had come to life. Looking at this image, the office fell into silence for several minutes. My blood pressure is a bit high. Me too, my head is buzzing. I admit, you were right, she is a bit dull. Should we call her back? I don't think she's suited to be a demon slayer. Sigh. How did she pass the training test? On Fong Yuan's side, he had successfully returned to school. The corpses of the 2 demon beasts had sold for a total of 40,000. This was the most money he had made since crossing over. Oh, this is. As he approached the dormitory building, Fong Yuan saw a beautiful figure standing at the entrance. This beautiful figure was Yumoing. She stood there, seemingly waiting for someone. Is Yumoing waiting for me? Fong Yuan felt a bit curious. Since Yumoing had collapsed and run away after eating the bait in the dorm yesterday, they hadn't seen each other. Now, a day had passed. Yumoing had awakened her talent. Her mindset must have changed as well. At this moment, the little white fox hidden in his clothes also curiously poked its head out. It looked at Yumoing in the distance, then at Fong Yuan, its eyes becoming playful. Are you waiting for me? As he got closer to the dormitory, Fong Yuan took the initiative to greet her. Yumoing looked at Fong Yuan, and before she could speak, her eyelashes began to tremble, revealing her unsettled heart. I just came to tell you, I will definitely find a way to. Yumuching's pleasant voice trembled slightly. Hearing this, Fang Yuan smiled gently. That's fine, as long as you find a way to. But, Fang Yuan changed his tone. I hope you understand that until you find a way, you are my pet. When I need you, you'd better cooperate with me. Otherwise, I won't rule out the possibility of forcing you to obey. Fang Yuan said in a calm tone. He was not some great benefactor. Since Yumuching had become his pet, she should have this awareness. He would never lower his strength out of consideration for Yumuching's feelings. Moreover, it was fundamentally impossible for Yumuching to. With the power of the system, once the contract was signed, it could not be broken by any force. Yumuching's face turned a bit pale again. The satisfaction she felt upon seeing Fang Yuan just moments ago vanished in an instant. She felt as if her pride, built over more than a decade, was once again trampled under Fang Yuan's feet. By the way, let me remind you of something, Fang Yuan said. If you can't find a way, there is a path you might want to try. That is to quickly improve your own strength. When your strength significantly surpasses mine, the power of the contract may become ineffective. His vitality had already reached over 80. The little white fox's vitality was also over 60. Yet, even with her awakened talent, Yumuching's vitality was only a little over 50. Although Yumuching's strength was already considered top tier among her peers, Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. If Yumuching's strength did not improve rapidly, it would truly be a waste of this opportunity. Hearing this, Yumuching's eyes brightened, as if she had found some hope. After a day and night of searching, she indeed had not found any method to approach the contract. Now, she felt that what Fang Yuan said made a lot of sense. Yumuching said no more and turned to walk towards the training building. Watching her leave, Fang Yuan smiled gently. TSK, how naive. At this rate, it won't be long before Yumuching lowers her proud little head. A pure genius school beauty, no matter how proud. How could she possibly compete with him, an old fox who had lived 2 lives? If Yumuching hadn't taken the bait, Fang Yuan probably wouldn't have given her a second glance. But now, the matter was settled. Fang Yuan had to completely handle Yumuching. Sigh, I don't want to manipulate others. I really just want to control beasts. After placing the little white fox in his dormitory and leaving it a pile of snacks, Fang Yuan prepared to find old Zhang. After all, today was the day of talent awakening, and he hadn't shown up all day, so he needed to give the homeroom teacher an explanation. Soon, Fang Yuan arrived at the teacher's office. In the office, the other teachers had already left, and only old Zhang, the balding old man, was still busy at his desk. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Yuan knocked on the office door. Upon seeing Fang Yuan, old Zhang's face broke into a friendly smile. Come in, come in. Old Zhang warmly welcomed Fang Yuan. I was just about to come find you. Old Zhang said, there's something I need to tell you. I have a friend who teaches at the Martial Arts University. Starting this year, that university will offer a purely theoretical research program. There are no requirements for martial arts strength, only a written test. Although it's not the best martial arts university, but you. Listening to old Zhang's words, Fang Yuan was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit moved. Old Zhang, I have awakened my talent, he said softly, and because it's the first year of enrollment, our school has a recommended spot. What did you say? Old Zhang's voice suddenly shot up. He widened his eyes at Fang Yuan, seemingly trying to confirm whether his ears had just malfunctioned. I have awakened my talent, Fang Yuan repeated. Last night, I sort of awakened my talent early, so I didn't participate in today's talent awakening ceremony. Old Zhang stared blankly at Fang Yuan, motionless, like a statue. A few minutes later, he finally exhaled with a smile, feeling completely relieved. Good, good, especially good. Awakening your talent early, I knew you could do it. At that moment, old Zhang's eyes even glistened with moisture. The regret that had weighed on his heart for 2 years was finally lifted. His most promising student is not a waste. Instead, he is a genius who has awakened his talent ahead of time. This little old man, who has lost all his hair, surprisingly appears somewhat endearing at this moment. By the way, what talent have you awakened? Old Zhang asked. Beast mastery talent, Fang Yuan said generously. Beast mastery? The homeroom teacher, old Zhang, was taken aback for a moment. Fang Yuan had awakened his beast mastery talent yesterday. Today, Yumuching had been chasing after him, asking a bunch of questions about beast masters. Old Zhang chuckled and secretly poked Fang Yuan with his finger. Come on, what is your relationship with Yumuching? As long as you've awakened your talent, that's good. The beast mastery talent is extremely rare, and you know the situation of beast masters, so I won't say much more. Old Zhang didn't dwell too much on his relationship with Yumoing. They were both about to graduate soon. At this point, as their homeroom teacher, he didn't want to meddle too much. If the two really had a relationship, they would be a perfect match, like a golden boy and a jade girl. It wasn't his place as a bald old man to comment on that. As long as Fang Yuan didn't go crazy and treat Yumoing like a beast to be tamed, there wouldn't be much of a problem. With that thought, old Zhang continued, since you've already awakened your talent, make sure you don't miss tomorrow's trial. However, you should also do your best. Your beast master talent is, after all, somewhat different from others, so don't overexert yourself. Choose a suitable void gate based on your own strength. Fang Yuan nodded with a smile. Every year, after the awakening of talents, the next step is to enter the trials of the void gates. This has become a tradition. 300 years ago, when the spiritual energy revived, a large number of void gates appeared on this planet. Each void gate contained numerous beasts. These beasts emerged from the void gates and caused tremendous destruction to Blue Star at that time. Now, so many years have passed. Humanity has also occupied quite a few void gates. Some of the void gates occupied by humans only have weaker beasts left, which have become trial grounds for students like them. The practice of martial arts has always aimed for real combat as the ultimate goal. Those like Fang Yuan, who have awakened their talents, must enter the void gates for trials. There is bound to be danger, but compared to the real battlefield, the danger level in these void gates, which have already been controlled by humans, is much lower. Compared to that little danger, there are far more benefits, because real combat is the best way to stimulate the potential of one's talent. Many people have developed their talents to a deeper level in just a few days of trials, with their strength changing dramatically. Many dream day and night for the day they can enter the void gates for trials. Not only that, all the gains from the void gates belong to the individual. The corpses of the beasts they slay, the rare materials they find, and even those lucky enough to obtain spiritual fruits that can enhance their vitality. These are all good things. Moreover, killing beasts during the trials will earn points. Points can be exchanged for various scarce resources to enhance one's strength. If the points are high enough, one might even receive an invitation from a top martial arts university. If awakening a good talent means you have one foot in the door of a martial arts university, then securing a position on the trial leaderboard is what truly solidifies your place. All martial arts universities pay attention to the trials of the void gates, because this is the most comprehensive and thorough test for martial artists. I understand, Teacher Zhang. Tomorrow, I will choose a suitable void gate. When Fang Yuan returned to the dormitory, he was shocked to find that the little white fox had eaten all the snacks. Now he was lying on his bed, sound asleep. What a foodie, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. Just then, a system prompt echoed in his mind. The host's pet strength has increased. The host gains +1 vitality. Vitality +1? Fang Yuan immediately opened his attribute panel. Soon, he understood where this increase in vitality came from. Yumoing. So it was feedback from Yumoing. Fang Yuan revealed a look of realization. He remembered that when Yumoing left, she headed towards the training building. Presumably, his words had taken effect, and Yumoing was probably training like crazy. The host has received feedback, vitality +1. Another prompt sounded. Is this the cultivation speed of a top genius? Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. In just a few minutes, he had already received feedback twice. It could only be said that after awakening her talent, Yumoing's martial arts training speed was even faster than before. This was naturally a good thing for Fang Yuan. The host has received feedback, vitality +1. Listening to the prompts in his mind, Fang Yuan almost couldn't help but throw the already sleeping little white fox into the training building. This feedback, this speed, it was simply too enticing. It should be noted that before the system awakened, Fang Yuan had trained like crazy for 3 years and only reached 13 points of vitality. Now, relying on Yumoing's feedback, he had already increased his vitality by 3 points in less than half an hour. If Yumoing trained for a whole night, his vitality value by tomorrow morning would probably break 100 points. Just as Fang Yuan was thinking about this, the prompt in his mind suddenly changed. The host has met the conditions. Beast Master trait has been activated. Please choose your Beast Master trait. Beast Master trait? Fang Yuan was somewhat puzzled. However, a semi-illusory interface soon appeared before him. There were 3 options on it. Co-growth, the host will receive more strength feedback from the pet, while the pet will achieve a faster growth rate and require fewer resources. Speed boost, the pet will gain higher mobility. Hunter's instinct, the host can share their combat skills with the pet. These 3 options were the Beast Master traits. Fang Yuan needed to choose one from these 3 to activate the Beast Master effect. Looking at the 3 options before him, Fang Yuan's heart raced. He slowly extended his finger and pointed to one of the options. Among these 3 Beast Master traits, Fang Yuan decisively chose co-growth. This allowed him to receive more strength feedback from the pet and reduced the resources needed for the pet, enhancing the pet's growth speed. For Fang Yuan at this moment, this was the most suitable trait. It should be noted that whether it was Yumoing or the little white fox, they were not considered strong in the global context. They were merely far ahead among their peers. They still had enormous room for growth. This trait could enhance their growth speed, and Fang Yuan could also gain more feedback from it. The host has chosen the co-growth trait, and the trait will take effect soon. The next trait selection will take place in 7 days. Hearing this, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. After inquiring, he learned that once a trait was activated, he would receive a new trait every week. That's something to look forward to, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. It should be noted that traits are vastly different from talents. These traits act on him and his pets. They strengthen them as a whole. The emergence of the Beast Master trait made him more like a qualified Beast Master. The host receives feedback, vitality +2. After activating the shared growth effect, Fang Yuan could clearly feel that the frequency of receiving strength feedback had increased. It seemed that Yumoing had already sensed the effect of the special ability, and the training results had improved. Moreover, each instance of strength feedback had doubled. Not only that, he even received 1 point of mental power feedback from the little white fox, which was sleeping soundly beside him. The effect was outstanding. Sleep, sleep, I still need to enter the void gate for trials tomorrow. Which void gate should I choose? With these thoughts, Fang Yuan finished washing up and lay down on the bed. The little white fox curled up next to his head. Although it was a fox, it had no strange odor. Instead, it emitted a faint, pleasant fragrance. Before long, Fang Yuan also fell into a deep sleep. A night without incident. When Fang Yuan woke up and opened his eyes, he saw the little white fox squatting on his chest, staring at him with wide eyes. Hungry? With the bond of a beast master, Fang Yuan immediately sensed the little white fox's thoughts. It's still early, I might as well cook the beast meat from yesterday. Fang Yuan decisively got out of bed. Although he had sold the corpses of 2 beasts yesterday, he had kept some of the best tasting meat. After all, the little white fox was a beast and couldn't be treated with inferior pet food. Eating beast meat would also greatly benefit the little white fox's strength. Sizzle, sizzle, the meat was in the pot, but it would take another 10 minutes or so to cook. Taking advantage of this time, Fang Yuan opened his attribute panel. After sleeping yesterday, he had vaguely heard the system's notification sounds ringing in his dreams. Yumoing had probably stayed in the training building until midnight before leaving. Name, Fang Yuan. Talent, Ice Kingdom. Ss-Level, Mental Transformation. Sss-Level, Characteristic, Shared Growth, Vitality, 103, +20, Mental Power, 93, +6, Pet, Yumoing, Nine-Tailed Fox. His attribute panel had undergone a significant change once again. Vitality had increased by 20 points. Mental power had also received a boost of 6 points. All of this was feedback from the strength improvements of Yumoing and the little white fox yesterday. With such a huge increase, did Yumoing go crazy yesterday? Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. He glanced at Yumoing's attribute panel and found that her vitality had already reached 70. From 53 to 70, her training overnight had raised her vitality by 17 points. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't even dare to dream of such a feat. One could only say that Yumoing was indeed a top-tier genius. However, Yumoing's vitality increased by 17 points, and I actually received 20 points of feedback. That's a bit outrageous, but I like it. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, thinking that Yumoing's wish to surpass him would probably never come true in this lifetime. At this moment, the meat in the pot was almost done. The little white fox had already been standing by the pot, drooling continuously. Time to eat. By 9 in the morning, all the senior students had gathered on the playground. The expressions on their faces were somewhat tense and serious. Unlike the talent awakening ceremony yesterday, today was the day to enter the void gate and embark on their trial journey. Each person needed to choose a void gate to enter, and they wouldn't return until 7 days later. During these 7 days, no one would protect them. Faced with beasts and various difficulties, they could only rely on themselves. It could be said that this was their final test of high school. Character, strength, knowledge, talent, ability. Everything will be reflected through the results of this trial. On the playground, there were 10 huge devices set up. These devices were the portals to the void gates. As long as one stepped into the device and connected the power, they could instantly reach the void gate linked to the device, saving a lot of travel hassle. After all, these void gates were scattered in various locations. Flame Hell, Ice Barrier, Mountain Peak. Fang Yuan looked at these devices, and the corresponding void gates flashed through his mind again. Each void gate led to a different small world, with varying environments, different monsters, and different levels of danger. For example, in Flame Hell, the temperature was extremely high, and many monsters possessed fire abilities, making it the most dangerous among the 10. Then there was the Ice Barrier, where everything was frozen for miles, fraught with peril. Even though such void gates had been occupied by humans, they were still too dangerous for those who had just awakened their talents. Of course, not all void gates were so perilous. The Mountain Peak Void Gate had a relatively ordinary environment, and the monsters within were not particularly special, making it the safest of the void gates. They needed to choose one of these 10 void gates that suited them to begin their trial. Just as Fang Yuan was looking at these 10 massive portals, the figure of the principal appeared on the high platform of the playground. He held a microphone in his hand. "Students, the 7-day trial journey is about to begin. I believe you have all made your choices." The principal's voice echoed across the campus. "In the void gates, you may encounter various dangers. There could be monster attacks, the possibility of running out of water and food, and complex, unfamiliar environments. But these are all challenges we must conquer. The learning and training in school cannot make you true warriors. A qualified warrior must emerge from battle. Of course, you don't have to force yourselves. If you truly encounter extreme difficulties, preserving your life is still the top priority. Alright, please proceed in an orderly manner to the supply point to collect your supplies. After collecting your supplies, you can enter the portal of your choice." The principal's speech was brief, yet it stirred many students' blood. Indeed, true warriors emerge from battle. At this moment, many students could hardly contain their urge to rush into the portals. At this very moment, Fang Yuan and the crowd felt a strange sensation. After gaining the talent of spiritual transformation, his mental strength had significantly increased, and he possessed abilities similar to observation haki. His intuition had become much sharper. He could sense that many people were watching him. Yumoing is one. She has been glancing at me since she arrived at the playground. Old Zhang is another. His eyes haven't left me, and he's grinning like a fool. Is my talent awakening that exciting? And there are. The gazes directed at him were far more than just these few. Fang Yuan looked up and scanned the area, finally identifying the sources of those gazes. It's actually the principal and those leaders on the high platform? Let them watch. Why are they hiding? Fang Yuan noticed that as he looked up at the school leaders on the high platform, they began to turn their heads away. Some looked at the sky, some fiddled with their hands, and some, despite not wearing a watch, still raised their wrists to check the time. Only the principal, a man who, even at 50, maintained his physique well, smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan immediately understood what was going on. Old Zhang has already told the principal about my awakened talent, hasn't he? Fang Yuan chuckled softly. This matter was entirely within his expectations. In fact, there was no need to hide his beast-taming talent. A genius in this world receives resources beyond people's imagination. Some people have already started entering the teleportation gates. Fang Yuan noticed the situation not far away. The students, after receiving some necessary supplies in order, entered the teleportation gates they had chosen. So far, the vast majority of students had chosen the Mountain Peak Small World. There was no other reason. It was the safest one among the void gates. Many students who had awakened D or C level talents had entered this small world. At that moment, a voice caught Fang Yuan's attention. "Yumoing, which void gate are you planning to choose?" Turning his head, he saw a well-dressed, handsome boy flirting with Yumoing. Fang Yuan recognized him. Yan Zhen, an A-level talent awakener. He was also considered a prominent figure in the school. He usually showed great affection for Yumoing. Now, asking this was clearly an attempt to enter the same void gate as Yumoing. At this moment, the surrounding students all perked up their ears in unison. Yumoing was the white moonlight in the hearts of all the boys in the school. How could they not be curious about such a thing? "I haven't decided yet," Yumoing replied politely, maintaining the same attitude towards everyone. Upon hearing this, Yenshin frowned. Although Yumoing's voice was still pleasant, it felt somewhat different from before. It seemed a bit colder. However, he didn't ask further and just stood next to Yumoing. He had already made up his mind. Wherever Yumoing entered, he would follow. Yenjin was confident enough that, as an A-level talent awakener, as long as it wasn't the Flame Hell, the most dangerous small world, he would be absolutely fine. Moreover, with Yumoing's frost permeation talent, she would definitely not choose Flame Hell. Thinking of this, Yenjin confidently looked around, as if to tell others that only he, Yenjin, was qualified to stand beside Yumoing. Seeing this scene, the surrounding male students felt a bit despondent. They also wanted to enter the same void gate as Yumoing, but reality did not allow it. The gap between Yumoing's S-level talent and their D and C-level talents was indeed vast. If before, Yumoing was just a bit more talented and had better grades, now she had fundamentally distanced herself from them. They were no longer on the same level. Feeling the desolation of his classmates, Yenjin's confidence grew, and his expression became somewhat proud. However, Yumoing completely ignored all of this. Her heart was a chaotic mess. Her eyes kept glancing in Fang Yuan's direction. At this moment, Fang Yuan had already received the basic supplies. It was a backpack with shallow spatial technology, capable of holding 1 cubic meter of items. It was filled with compressed biscuits and pure water, ensuring that the students entering the void gates wouldn't starve inside. After obtaining the supplies, Fang Yuan didn't linger and walked straight towards the 10 teleportation devices. Instantly, the gazes that had previously been on Fang Yuan were now firmly locked onto him. Yumoing, class teacher old Zhang, and a group of school leaders on the high platform. Of course, the meanings behind these gazes were not the same. Old Zhang and the principal were curious. As for Yumoing, she probably couldn't even articulate the complexity of her feelings. Under the scrutiny of these gazes, Fang Yuan walked directly to the teleportation portal he had chosen. The Flame Hell, the most dangerous void gate, a place that other students wouldn't even glance at. This action left everyone watching Fang Yuan stunned. The principal even jumped up from his seat. He wants to choose the Flame Hell. After obtaining the supplies, Fang Yuan headed straight to the teleportation portal of the Flame Hell. This was a choice he had made long ago. It wasn't for points or anything like that. It was because of the little white fox. The nine-tailed fox, a type of demon beast, was somewhat different from ordinary demon beasts. Each of its tails represented a different attribute. The second tail corresponded to the fire attribute. At the current stage of the little white fox, being in a place rich in fire energy would be more beneficial for it to grow its second tail. By then, the little white fox's strength would undergo a tremendous change. For a nine-tailed fox, each additional tail would double its power. The more tails, the more terrifying the strength. Among these 10 void gates, only the Flame Hell met the conditions for the nine-tailed fox to upgrade. As for the most dangerous void gate, Fang Yuan didn't care about that. With his current strength, these 10 void gates posed no danger. Danger is also relative. As Fang Yuan chose the Flame Hell, everyone who had been watching him became unsettled. He actually chose the Flame Hell. The principal jumped up from his chair. Even if he is a genius who awakened his talent early, that is a special beast taming talent. How dare he choose the Flame Hell? He doesn't even have a pet right now. As the head of the school, he had an extremely calm demeanor. Even when he discovered someone awakening their talent early in the talent training room, he remained composed. But now, his expression was out of control. The reason was simple. The Flame Hell was far too dangerous for students at this stage. Even if Fang Yuan was a genius who awakened his talent early, making such a decision seemed overly reckless to him. Moreover, Fang Yuan had awakened a beast taming talent. He was weak himself and needed to rely on pets to unleash powerful combat strength. Overall, it was a talent that would only show its advantages in the later stages. How could he enter such a dangerous little world like the Flame Hell right after awakening his talent? One must understand that in the Flame Hell, geniuses had died before. In earlier years, every year there were self-assured genius students who chose the Flame Hell. However, anyone who attempted to challenge the Flame Hell would deeply experience what cruel reality meant. Thinking of this, the principal genuinely felt a bit panicked. Not just the principal. The other school leaders on the platform also looked as if they had seen a ghost, completely unable to fathom why Fang Yuan would make such a choice. It was as if he was joking with his own life. They had jointly prepared a grand gift for Fang Yuan, this guy who had awakened his talent early. If the gift hadn't arrived and he were to disappear, it would become a huge joke. At this moment, the staff responsible for operating the equipment also noticed something was off. This seemingly delicate and handsome boy was actually standing in front of the teleportation portal representing the Flame Hell. He was the first student today to dare to choose the Flame Hell. Are you sure you want to choose the Flame Hell? He asked seriously. Absolutely, Fang Yuan replied. Receiving such a straightforward and certain answer, the staff member was momentarily taken aback. He looked earnestly at Fang Yuan and saw determination and composure in his eyes. The words of persuasion suddenly became impossible to utter, because he knew that the boy before him had already made his choice. Please wait a moment. If anyone else wants to enter the Flame Hell small world later, I will send you all together, the staff member said. Fang Yuan nodded, saying nothing more. After all, each time this portal opened, it consumed a large amount of energy. Other portals typically required a group of over a dozen students to activate. He actually chose the Flame Hell. In the crowd, Yumoing stared wide-eyed at the now stationary Fang Yuan, completely stunned. She had thought that Fang Yuan might choose the safest mountain peak, or perhaps the ice barrier like herself, relying on her to ensure his safety. After all, a beast master's combat power was not much stronger than that of an ordinary person. She had been conflicted. If Fang Yuan really chose the same void gate as her, what should she do? Ignore it? Or provide temporary protection? Not to mention her previous contract with Fang Yuan, just based on their 3 years of classmate relationship, she couldn't truly stand by and watch him face danger without helping. But if she protected Fang Yuan, wouldn't she really become? Who would have thought that Fang Yuan would choose the flame hell, which even she found somewhat dangerous? What is he thinking? With his strength, entering the flame hell is life-threatening. He shouldn't be doing this. If he dies, then Yumoing's heart was in complete turmoil. At this moment, the playground was already buzzing with discussions. Some students near the portal were the first to notice that Fang Yuan had chosen the flame hell. This quickly spread throughout the entire playground. Now, everyone knew about it and was eagerly discussing it. Fang Yuan actually chose the flame hell. Is he crazy? Did he awaken a talent? I didn't see him at the awakening ceremony yesterday, so he shouldn't have. Are you kidding? With his martial arts talent, how could he possibly awaken a talent? Then why choose the flame hell? I thought he was going to join us at the mountain peak. Crazy, he must be crazy. There's no such thing as suicide in this way. By the way, with his combat power, can he even survive in the flame hell? The buzzing discussions made Yumoing even more anxious. Standing next to her, Yanjin couldn't help but speak up. I think Fang Yuan is being foolish. Without martial arts talent, he should just obediently go to the safest mountain peak. What's with this special treatment, going to the flame hell? Does he think a miracle will happen? He's simply risking his life for attention. Yanjin's tone was filled with superiority. However, his words awakened Yumoing. Yeah, could there really be a miracle? How could Fang Yuan survive alone in the flame hell? I'm not trying to be his pet, I just want to save my own life. Even if Yumoing was reluctant, she finally realized that she had to protect Fang Yuan. If the contract was not yet dissolved, once Fang Yuan encountered danger, her life would also come to an end. She would never allow such a situation. Thinking of this, Yumoing no longer hesitated. She walked straight towards the place to collect initial supplies. Yumoing is moving. Which void gate is she going to? Yumoing's actions immediately drew a lot of attention. As the undisputed school beauty and a top genius awakened with S-level talent, every move of Yumoing attracted a great deal of attention. Even the school leaders on the high platform cast their gazes her way. Yanjin, a potential suitor of Yumoing, followed closely behind her, determined that as long as it wasn't the flame hell, he would make the same choice as her. Yumoing can't possibly choose the flame hell. That environment is precisely a counter to Yumoing's talent. Aside from the flame hell, I'm confident I can achieve good results. Being close to her, perhaps. Yanjin thought happily, a smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Yumoing had already collected her supplies and was walking towards the 10 teleportation gates. With many eyes watching, Yumoing walked towards the 10 teleportation gates. Which void gate would she choose sparked a lot of curiosity. However, to everyone's surprise, Yumoing walked straight to Fang Yuan, standing behind him. Her choice was indeed the flame hell, the most dangerous small world, an environment completely opposite to her awakened frost talent. At that moment, everyone on the playground was stunned. This choice shattered all expectations. The principal, who had just settled into his chair, jumped up again. Fang Yuan had chosen the flame hell, and now Yumoing had chosen it too. This year, 2 top geniuses have emerged, and they both chose the flame hell. How much did the flame hell give you? I'll double it. The principal was somewhat on the verge of a breakdown. The flame hell is a place where people can die. If anything happened to these 2 treasures, he might as well not be the principal anymore. The members of the school leadership were also dumbfounded, staring at Yumoing, completely unable to understand why it was like this. The playground fell silent. Everyone gaped in shock at the direction where Fang Yuan and Yumoing stood. Yumoing had awakened an S-level ice attribute talent. In the environment of the flame hell, her strength would undoubtedly be severely suppressed. No one could understand such a choice. Not far away, Yanjin's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten something terrible. The flame hell. How could it be the flame hell? The choice he deemed the least likely had now become a reality. Could it be because of Fang Yuan? That can't be. Yanjin had originally wanted to follow Yumoing into the same void gate, but now, holding his supplies, he didn't know where to go. The flame hell, that kind of dangerous small world, was not a place for an A-level talent awakener like him. At this moment, there was only one person's expression on the playground that was somewhat subtle. Old Zhang, Fang Yuan and Yumoing's homeroom teacher. His gaze shifted back and forth between Fang Yuan and Yumoing, and his wise eyes seemed to see through everything. I said, their relationship must be unusual. Yumoing knew about Fang Yuan's talent even earlier than I did. Sure enough, There's something fishy going on. Looks like I should prepare some money. Old Zhang's thought process had veered off into who knows where. Is there anyone else who wants to go to the flame hell? After confirming that Yumoing indeed wanted to go to the flame hell, the staff operating the equipment asked loudly. Generally speaking, having two students from one school choose the flame hell is already a rare occurrence. Most of the time, no one would choose the flame hell. The staff's voice sounded particularly clear in the quiet playground. At this moment, those who originally wanted to follow Yumoing into the same void gate all fell silent. The fiery hell was not a place they could go. Yanjin's gaze shifted several times as he recalled the dangerous legends about the fiery hell. The courage he had finally mustered completely dissipated. He gave up. He had no confidence in surviving in the fiery hell. Step into the device. You might feel a bit dizzy for a moment, but it will be fine, a staff member said to Fuan Yuan and Yumoing. The two walked into the teleportation gate just like that. Click. As the door of the device closed, the atmosphere between them became somewhat awkward. Since Yumoing had consumed the bait, they had not been alone together. And now, in such a small space, don't misunderstand. Yumoing spoke up. I'm not worried about you. I'm just protecting myself, Yumoing said somewhat hastily. As soon as the words left her mouth, she regretted it. Such an explanation was like saying there was no silver here. Hearing this, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. He had been somewhat puzzled about why Yumoing had come to the fiery hell as well. With her awakened frost-spreading talent, she would be severely restrained in an environment like the fiery hell. Yet, in the ice barrier, she would be strengthened. It turned out she was afraid that he was too weak and would die here, leading to her own death. However, such concern was purely unnecessary. Two Yumoings combined probably couldn't defeat one of him. Just take care of yourself and don't cause me any trouble, Fang Yuan said. Cause trouble? Yumoing widened her eyes at Fang Yuan, looking utterly bewildered. Just then, the little white fox that had been hiding in Fang Yuan's clothes due to the crowd finally poked its head out from the collar. It sensed a familiar aura. It seemed to share the same identity as her. Both had been taken as pets by this human male. The little white fox quickly locked onto Yumoing. At that moment, Yumoing also noticed the little white fox's presence. The two, one person and one fox, locked eyes. Yumoing was almost immediately conquered by the cuteness of the little white fox. Especially when she saw the little white fox, a sense of familiarity involuntarily arose in her heart. This is. Yumoing couldn't help but ask. Consider it your little sister, Fang Yuan replied in his usual calm tone. Little sister. Yumoing felt as if she had been struck hard, her face turning a bit pale. She wanted to escape the identity of a pet, but Fang Yuan kept reminding her in various ways, leaving her nowhere to run. After Fang Yuan and Yumoing's figures disappeared into the teleportation gate, the playground, which had been extremely quiet, suddenly became lively. Everyone was discussing the matter. How could Yumoing choose the fiery hell? Is it because of Fang Yuan? Impossible. Fang Yuan doesn't even have a bit of martial talent. They are not from the same world at all. Then why did Fang Yuan choose the fiery hell, and Yumoing followed him? Coincidence? It's completely a coincidence. Yumoing just wanted to stimulate her talent's potential as much as possible. The more pressure, the more potential can be unleashed. That makes sense. I wonder if that guy Fang Yuan can still come out of the fiery hell. I think it's a mystery. That place is dangerous for Yumoing herself. How could she have the mind to care for others? If Fang Yuan dares to enter the fiery hell, I want to see how he comes out in 7 days. Is this the fiery hell? After a brief moment of dizziness, Fang Yuan found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. The temperature here was very high. The earth is riddled with enormous cracks, from which flames occasionally burst forth. The name hell is truly fitting. The little white fox is still here, Yumoing. Have they been separated? Fang Yuan looked around but did not see Yumoing's figure. Clearly, during the teleportation process, they had been sent to different locations. It doesn't seem too far. Fang Yuan sensed Yumoing's position. It wasn't far, and Yumoing's condition seemed fine. I won't go looking for her. I'll focus on the task at hand first. With Yumoing's strength, she won't encounter any life-threatening danger. Fang Yuan patted the little white fox's head. At this moment, the little white fox was completely excited. In such an environment, it became lively and thrilled. We've come to the right place. I hope the little white fox can grow a second tail in these few days. With that thought, he raised his head and surveyed the surroundings. It was desolate. The ground was cracked, with various enormous fissures. If one fell in, not even a shadow would be found. Flames continuously erupted from many of the cracks. Looking around, it felt like the end of the world. Fang Yuan was not surprised. He had long understood the characteristics of this small world from various materials. The fiery hell was not just a name. The harshness of the environment was only part of the danger. In this small world, one could encounter strange beasts at any moment. The void gates that appear out of nowhere, each one leads to a different environment, with beasts of various characteristics. The changes in the world often exceed people's imagination. Although he was not surprised by the environment here, Fang Yuan still felt a sense of lament. 300 years ago, when spiritual energy revived, numerous void gates appeared all over the world. Each void gate spewed forth a large number of beasts. The fiery hell where he was located was one of them. Fang Yuan could imagine how desperate people must have felt when faced with such a disaster. Little White, do you know the origin of the void gates? Fang Yuan patted Little White's head. The little white fox shook its head in confusion. It was a native beast of Earth, born from the influence of the revival of spiritual energy, fundamentally different from those born from the void gates. Just then, Fang Yuan suddenly turned around. A fiery red figure brushed past him. It was a python with flame patterns on its body, attacking Fang Yuan from the crack in the ground behind him. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan, possessing observation haki, had already sensed the presence of this python. He easily dodged the sneak attack. System, check this beast's attribute panel, Fang Yuan said decisively. Name, Flame Snake. Talent, Fire Resistance, C grade, Health, 60, Spirit, 21, Potential Rating, Silver. Such an ordinary beast has a C grade talent? Seeing the Flame Snake's attribute panel, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Its health wasn't particularly high, but its potential rating was silver. Compared to the beasts in the wilderness of Liang City, this flame snake had C-grade fire resistance talent. Don't be fooled by its C-grade talent. It could make a world of difference for beasts with similar attributes. Go, Little White, take care of this beast, Fang Yuan said decisively. C-grade talent was no longer impressive to him. Hearing Fang Yuan's command, the little white fox, already poised to strike, dashed out. It didn't even transform, but with one paw, it pinned the flame snake's head down. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The flame snake struggled violently, hissing in protest, but it was utterly futile. The little white fox's paw pressed down as firmly as a mountain. The next moment, the little white fox bit down hard, directly tearing open the throat of the flame snake. In front of Fang Yuan, the little white fox was a cute pet, but when facing other demon beasts, the terrifying nature of the nine-tailed fox was fully revealed. With the death of the flame snake, a clinking sound came from Fang Yuan's supply backpack. Fang Yuan opened the backpack and took out a token-like object. This was a recorder. Every person who entered the Void Gate for trials had one. Its function was simple: to record the points earned from killing demon beasts. At that moment, a number appeared on the token. 10. This was the score obtained for killing the flame snake. Points were a crucial element in the trials. The results of the trials were entirely determined by points. Points equated to performance. Moreover, after the trials ended, he could use the points at the official martial artists center to exchange for some scarce resources that were hard to find in the market. These resources were important items for martial artists to enhance their strength. Furthermore, they were often in a state of being valuable yet unavailable in the market. Killing a flame snake grants 10 points? I remember that on Mount Yufeng, killing a demon beast only grants 1 point. Looking at the token, Fang Yuan nodded slightly. The points earned from killing a demon beast varied depending on the difficulty of the Void Gate. This ensured a certain level of fairness in the trials. It was quite friendly for a powerful contestant like Fang Yuan. After all, whether it was the demon beasts of Mount Yufeng or those from the Flame Hell, to Fang Yuan, there was no difference. They were all one-hit kills. At this moment, the actions of the little white fox caught Fang Yuan's attention. After killing the flame snake, the little white fox did not leave the scene immediately but kept tearing at the corpse of the flame snake with its teeth. Eventually, it dug out a fiery red crystal from the body. This is a flame crystal. Looking at the red crystal, Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. A flame crystal? Fang Yuan pried the red stone from the little white fox's mouth. He certainly recognized this item. The flame crystal contained a large amount of flame energy. For martial artists who had awakened a fire-type talent, it was extremely beneficial. However, such items were rare in the market and were frighteningly expensive. Ordinary martial artists wouldn't even dare to think about it. There was no other way. Such items could only be found in the corpses of demon beasts with fire talents. And demon beasts with fire talents were quite rare. Fang Yuan did not expect that the first demon beast he killed upon arriving in the Flame Hell would actually have a flame crystal within its body. It was simply an unexpected surprise. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, the little white fox ran to Fang Yuan's feet, anxiously jumping up and down, its eyes fixed on the flame crystal in Fang Yuan's hand, filled with desire. Do you need this? Fong Yuan instinctively asked. The little white fox decisively nodded. Without hesitation, Fong Yuan tossed the flame crystal to the little white fox. The little white fox jumped up and caught the red crystal in midair. The next moment, it bit down hard, directly shattering the crystal. Crack, crack. In just a few bites, the crystal was swallowed by the little white fox. The little white fox patted its belly, revealing a satisfied expression. So that's how it is. A look of realization appeared on Fong Yuan's face. He could feel that as the little white fox consumed the crystal, a miraculous change was occurring within its body. This change did not directly enhance the little white fox's vitality or spirit. It felt more like a transformation of its life essence. Thinking of this, Fong Yuan squatted down and said, "If you had a lot of these crystal stones to eat, would you be able to grow a second tail quickly?" The little white fox let out a satisfied burp and nodded leisurely. Fong Yuan smiled. He had indeed come to the right place. In the outside world, finding enough flame crystal stones was incredibly difficult. But now, in the flame hell, there were demon beasts with flame talents everywhere. Well, you're in luck. There might not be much else here, but flame crystal stones are definitely in abundance. Fong Yuan patted the little white fox's belly. Of course, you still have to work for it, Fong Yuan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the little white fox flipped over and stood up, running forward while frequently looking back at Fong Yuan, as if urging him to hurry up. Clearly, the little white fox was also filled with a desire to increase its power. On the other side, Yumoing was already caught in a fierce battle. In front of her was a massive creature resembling a gecko, staring at her with a predatory gaze. Around her, countless snowflakes swirled. Her S-class talent, Frost, had been pushed to its limits. However, in such a scorching environment, the power of the snowstorm was greatly diminished. At that moment, the gecko-like demon beast suddenly shot out its long tongue, aiming for Yumoing's heart. It was incredibly fast. Yumoing immediately dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. But it wasn't over. After evading the attack, Yumoing waved her small hand, and the snowflakes surrounding her instantly gathered together. They formed a long sword made of floating snowflakes. A chill radiated from it. Yumoing's expression was cold as she charged straight at the demon beast. A few minutes later, the massive gecko-like creature was finally slain by Yumoing. She let out a long breath, dispersing the snowflake sword in her hand. The consumption is too great. In this environment, my talent is indeed being suppressed. Yumoing panted slightly, a hint of fatigue appearing on her face. The danger here exceeded her expectations. Damn Fong Yuan, why did he have to come to the flame hell? Why hasn't he come to find me yet? Does he really want to wander around here alone? Yumoing felt a bit angry. As a pet, she could vaguely sense Fong Yuan's location. However, it seemed like he was getting further away from her. He showed no intention of coming to find her. Yumoing was almost going crazy. Given the danger here, if Fong Yuan casually encountered a demon beast, he would probably lose his life. There's no time to rest. I need to find Fong Yuan quickly. I can't let him really die. Yumoing didn't even bother to rest, sensing Fong Yuan's location again before setting off once more. On Fong Yuan's side, after easily killing a few demon beasts, he found a relatively cool spot and started a fire to cook. The little white fox lay beside Fong Yuan, looking as if it was drained of energy. The reason was that during this time, the little white fox had gone through several fierce battles. Although they were all easily defeated, the physical toll was still significant. Throughout the process, Fong Yuan did not intervene. However, he gained a clearer understanding of the little white fox's overall strength. The little white fox was stronger than he had imagined. "You look like you could star in a kidney treasure advertisement," Fong Yuan teased the little white fox while roasting meat. The little white fox stared eagerly at the meat on the fire, completely ignoring Fong Yuan's teasing. "I killed 7 demon beasts and earned a total of 90 points, and 4 pieces of flame crystal stones. The further south we go, the stronger the demon beasts we encounter." Although Fong Yuan did not engage in battle, he was not idle. He was constantly observing the environment around him. And there are human footprints. There must be others in this place. Along the way, Fong Yuan had discovered traces of human activity more than once. Some of the traces were quite fresh, clearly left not long ago. However, this was normal. The Flame Hell, as a void gate already controlled by humans, did not have many warriors residing here, but many people still came. Whether to hunt demon beasts or conduct tests, this was a good choice. Just then, the exhausted little white fox suddenly lifted its head. Fong Yuan sensed it too and looked into the distance. A graceful figure was walking towards them. Fong Yuan and the little white fox both turned their gaze to a nearby spot. There, a slender figure was approaching them. The figure was tall and slim, with a good physique, but it was unfamiliar. It was not Yumoing. "Little White, someone is coming," Fong Yuan said lightly. The little white fox clearly saw the figure in the distance, thought for a moment, and pointed to the smallest piece of roasted meat among several. Its meaning was obvious. If that person wanted to eat roasted meat, they could only have the smallest piece. Fong Yuan chuckled and nodded. The little white fox was still innocent. It was already thinking about dividing the roasted meat without knowing whether the other party was friend or foe. In a few minutes, the figure had walked closer. Fong Yuan could see the person's appearance clearly. With starry brows and sharp eyes, although she was a girl, there was a heroic spirit between her brows. A long knife over a meter long was slung at her waist. Although she was young, she gave off a very mature feeling. "Excuse me, can I have a piece of roasted meat?" This girl was completely unembarrassed. Fong Yuan fell silent. Who asks for roasted meat right off the bat? I can trade this for it. Seeing Fong Yuan not speaking, the girl pulled out a handful of red crystals from her pocket. It was indeed flame crystals. There were about 4 or 5 pieces, each the size of a walnut. They were twice the size of the flame crystals that Fong Yuan and the little white fox had obtained before. The sight of these flame crystals made the little white fox's eyes widen. Without waiting for Fong Yuan's consent, the little white fox raised its small paw and handed the largest piece of roasted meat to the girl. The girl smiled as she took the roasted meat and stuffed all the flame crystals into the little white fox's embrace. The little white fox's eyes squinted with joy. Then, clutching the flame crystals like a thief, it scampered back to Fong Yuan's side. It popped one into its mouth and handed the rest to Fong Yuan, gesturing for him to hold onto them first, as it couldn't eat so many at once. "What a useless thing," Fong Yuan couldn't help but say. Of course, his hands were deftly putting the flame crystals into his pocket. This deal was a huge profit. "My name is Chioshui. I'm a student at the Kyoto Martial Arts University." The girl introduced herself casually while eating the roasted meat. Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan also stated his name. He was not worried about any ill intentions from her. After all, students from Kyoto Martial Arts University could have anything they wanted and had no need to harbor bad intentions towards him. Kyoto Martial Arts University was one of the top martial arts universities in the country. Even top geniuses like Yumoing, who had awakened S-level talents, had to pass assessments to enter Kyoto Martial Arts University. Those who could enter were truly the pride of heaven. Fong Yuan did not expect to encounter a student from Kyoto Martial Arts University in the Hell of Flames. At this moment, a girl named Chioshui spoke again. "Do you know how to get to the Sunset Forest? I came out of the Sunset Forest, but now I can't find my way back. I seem to be lost." The Sunset Forest? Hearing this place, Fong Yuan frowned. He had some impression of it. Not long ago, he had seen a signpost built by humans, which indicated the Sunset Forest. However, the Sunset Forest was completely in the opposite direction, and it was very far from here. Could this woman really be so absurdly lost? Fong Yuan looked into Chioshui's eyes. Her eyes were very clear, showing no signs of lying at all. Fong Yuan's heart stirred, and he asked, "Those flame crystals you have, did you get them from the Sunset Forest?" For the little white fox, what it needed most right now was the flame crystals. The flame crystals Chioshui took out were of very high quality. However, the quantity was still too small. It was not enough for the little white fox to grow a second tail. As soon as Fong Yuan asked this, even the little white fox, who was focused on eating, perked up its ears. "Yes, the demon beasts in the Sunset Forest all have such crystals in their bodies," Chioshui said. Hearing this, Fong Yuan's heart raced. The little fox beside him also slowed down its eating. "All right, thank you for your hospitality. I need to continue looking for the Sunset Forest. If I don't return within the specified time, I'll be scolded." Chioshui had finished her roasted meat and stood up, preparing to set off again. "Do you know the direction?" Fong Yuan asked curiously. "Sort of. I remember. It seems to be in that direction." Chioshui hesitated for a moment and continued, "Whatever, the Hell of Flames isn't that big. If I look around a bit more, I'll definitely find it." Chioshui's tone was somewhat bold. Hearing this, Fong Yuan's expression became a bit strange. He finally believed that Chioshui was truly lost. The direction she pointed to was completely wrong. Moreover, to get lost from the Sunset Forest to here, she could really be considered a top-tier directionally challenged person. "The Sunset Forest is in that direction," Fong Yuan pointed based on his memory and said, "but it's very far from here. You'd better contact your companions and have them come find you." Given Chioshui's level of directionally challenged, Fong Yuan offered the best advice. "No need." Chioshui's eyes were filled with confidence. "As long as I know the direction, I can get there quickly. Thank you for your hospitality. I'm leaving." Chioshui strode away. However, after taking 2 steps, she turned back. "You are a beast master, right?" Chioshui looked at Fong Yuan and said, "Are you interested in coming to Kyoto Martial Arts University? Our teachers would definitely welcome you. As long as you want to come, you can be exempted from the entrance examination. Xiao Shui handed Fang Yuan a note with a contact number written on it. If you want to come to Kyoto Martial Arts University, you can just call this number. Hearing this, Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. Is being a beast master really that desirable? Kyoto Martial Arts University, a top martial arts institution that countless martial artists dream of entering, actually extended an invitation to him? Although Xiao Shui could not represent the official stance of Kyoto Martial Arts University, it did indicate something to a certain extent. I will consider it, Fang Yuan said flatly. In fact, he had not thought too carefully about which martial arts university to attend. Then I'm off, good luck to you, Xiao Shui said decisively and turned to leave. Fang Yuan silently watched Xiao Shui's back and then sighed, rubbing his forehead. Autumn Water is truly directionally challenged. Although her figure has become somewhat blurred, Fang Yuan can tell that she is straight off course. If she can still find the Sunset Forest, that would be a miracle. The little fox also looks a bit dumbfounded. As a creature naturally sensitive to direction, it cannot comprehend how a human could be like this. Forget it, she has grown up this much and managed to get into the Kyoto Martial Arts University, so she must have her own unique way of getting around. We don't need to worry about her, Fang Yuan said. The little fox nodded in agreement. Kyoto Martial Arts University, huh? Fang Yuan glanced at the note Autumn Water left him and tucked it into his pocket. Let's rest a bit longer, then we'll head to the Sunset Forest. On the vast land, Autumn Water's pace is incredibly fast. At this moment, a gigantic flame snake suddenly lunges out from a crack in the ground, opening its mouth wide to bite at Autumn Water's arm. Faced with this sudden attack, Autumn Water remains calm. She simply nudges the long knife at her waist out of its sheath by an inch with her thumb. A cold glint flashes. The cracks in the ground multiply. The flame snake, in an instant, is severed into several pieces. Autumn Water's terrifying strength is fully revealed at this moment. It seems I've forgotten something. After slaying the flame snake, Autumn Water stops. She scratches her head, a look of confusion on her face. What did I forget? Oh right. Autumn Water suddenly has a look of realization. I should tell that guy Fang Yuan. He must not go to the Sunset Forest. There's a joint examination for martial arts there, and if he goes, his little fox might be treated as a beast and eliminated by those people. That would be terrible. Thinking of this, Autumn Water decisively turns around. She needs to go back and tell Fang Yuan about this. However, after turning around, Autumn Water's face once again shows a blank expression. Which direction were they in again? A day later, Fang Yuan has already spotted the Sunset Forest from a distance. In the flame hell, even in a forest environment, the heat in the air remains unbearable. In fact, the large trees in the forest occasionally burst into flames, attacking passing creatures. Finally arrived. Throughout the day, they have been traveling while dealing with the encountered beasts. The number of beasts they have slain has exceeded 30. Fang Yuan's points have surpassed 500. Meanwhile, the little white fox has shown significant changes. Although it has not yet grown a second tail, there is already a faint flicker of flames in its pupils. The beasts in the flame hell are quite formidable. Some beasts even pose a challenge for the little white fox. However, the little white fox has never sought Fang Yuan's help. Its aura is growing stronger and stronger. Let's go. I hope that by the time we leave here, you will have grown your second tail. Fang Yuan leads the little white fox straight into the Sunset Forest. On the other side of the Sunset Forest, inside a temporarily constructed stone house, several middle-aged men are gathered around a pile of display screens. If someone well-informed were to see these middle-aged men, they would surely be astonished. There's no other reason. These men are all top-level figures, deans of martial arts universities in the country. Kyoto Martial Arts University, Magic City Martial Arts University, Thunder Martial Arts University. These three martial arts universities are the dream destinations for all martial artists. The reason these top martial arts university representatives have gathered here is for a joint examination, an assessment organized by the three top martial arts universities to evaluate the learning outcomes of the first-year students over the past year. They are the ones in charge of this joint examination. This joint examination has been going on for 3 days now, and the beasts in the Sunset Forest have been nearly wiped out. Next, it should be the students' turn to fight. A middle-aged man spoke up. The exciting part is about to come. Those beasts weren't really worth watching. These beasts aren't strong enough to showcase the true abilities of the students. It's the competition between the students that will reveal which school's teaching quality is higher. His words created a tense atmosphere, and the mood in the stonehouse instantly heated up. Kyoto Martial Arts University just has slightly better quality students. If we're talking about teaching quality, what do you have to compare? I hope your students from Thunderclap don't get beaten later. Let's see if you can still talk tough. Look, some students are starting to clash. Upon hearing this, the group of middle-aged men immediately focused their attention on the screens. The monitors displayed the situation in the Sunset Forest. At that moment, students from 2 different schools were already engaging in fierce combat over the flame crystals. After all, the beasts here had almost been exterminated. To obtain more flame crystals, defeating competitors from other schools and snatching their crystals became the better choice. Why have we been walking for so long without seeing a single beast? Fang Yuan felt puzzled in the Sunset Forest. He had been inside for almost half an hour. He had seen plenty of signs of battles, yet he hadn't encountered a single living beast. The little white fox also looked confused, even doubting whether they had taken a wrong turn. Xiao Shui clearly told me there are many beasts here. Fang Yuan scratched his head. Xiao Shui certainly hadn't lied to him. On the first day of the joint examination, there were still plenty of beasts in the Sunset Forest. However, half an hour after the examination began, Xiao Shui had gotten lost and run out of the Sunset Forest. Just then, a voice rang out above Fang Yuan. "What luck! You actually found a living beast." Fang Yuan looked up. A bald man was squatting on a high tree branch, looking down at them. Fang Yuan frowned. He keenly sensed that the man's gaze towards the little white fox was somewhat unfriendly. "Little white, come back," Fang Yuan gently called, and the little white fox immediately returned to his shoulder. Whoosh! The man on the tree jumped down directly. Although he was bald, he didn't look very old. He seemed to be around Fang Yuan's age, at most in his 20s. At this time, everyone is short on crystals, and you're making friends with beasts. If you don't want to kill it, just let me have this beast, and I won't steal your points later, the bald young man said. Fang Yuan looked at him, his mind racing. He couldn't understand a word of what the other was saying. He understood crystals and points, but when combined, he was lost. "If you don't speak, I'll take it as your agreement, so I won't hold back." The bald young man strode towards Fang Yuan, reaching out to grab the little white fox on his shoulder. However, Fang Yuan firmly grasped his hand, preventing him from advancing an inch. At the same time, a layer of ice instantly covered his arm, freezing it. "You really came at the right time. I have too many questions right now. Please help me answer them," Fang Yuan said coldly. At that moment, the confidence on the bald young man's face vanished, replaced by panic. His arm had been frozen in an instant. This kind of talent, this kind of strength, what else could he do but cooperate? 5 minutes later, Fang Yuan had understood everything. He finally realized that he had mistakenly entered the joint examination site of 3 top martial arts universities. However, he had no intention of leaving. His goal was the flame crystals. Now, these crystals had all gathered on the students participating in the joint examination. This saved him the trouble of hunting down the demon beasts one by one. Wouldn't it be better to just take all these students' crystals? It's been 3 days. How come you only got a dozen crystals? Fang Yuan said, holding a small bag with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Inside the bag were a dozen walnut-sized crystals, all obtained by the bald boy over the past 3 days. Now, they all belonged to Fang Yuan. The bald boy wanted to cry but had no tears. This guy, who appeared to be younger than him, was terrifyingly strong. He had tried to resist, but he simply couldn't win. Not only had all his crystals been taken, but his points had also been transferred to the other party. "Where are your other classmates?" Fang Yuan was in a good mood now. "I don't know, they're somewhere in the forest. You can go find them yourself," the bald boy said gloomily. He was starting to doubt his life choices. As a student of Thunder Martial Arts University, he wasn't the most talented, but among his peers, he was definitely outstanding. Yet, in front of this person, he had no ability to resist at all. How could he not feel frustrated? Moreover, all his crystals had been taken, and his points had been reset to 0, which meant he had already been eliminated from the joint examination. "These ice crystals will melt in just a few minutes. You don't need to worry. I'll send your classmates away soon." Fang Yuan turned and walked deeper into the forest, leaving the bald boy completely frozen in ice. In the stone house, several men of Dean level from top martial arts universities were arguing again. "How does your Thunder Martial Arts University still have a certified first-level warrior student? This is outrageous." Our Thunder students are just that strong. If you're not convinced, there's nothing you can do about it. This is cheating. How can it be considered cheating? If your Kyoto Martial Arts University has students who meet the first-level warrior standard, you can let them participate in the joint examination too. Don't you have any? The stone house was in chaos. Just then, there was a knock at the door. The middle-aged men immediately looked towards the entrance. A bald boy stood at the door, looking dejected. "Reino, why are you out? The assessment isn't over yet. How can you come out?" The bald boy at the door was the one who had just been robbed by Fang Yuan. "Teacher, I've been eliminated," the bald boy said helplessly. "All my crystals were taken, and my points were cleared. What? The person in charge of Thunder Martial Arts University was somewhat surprised. He was well aware of the student's strength. Although not the strongest, he shouldn't have been the first to be eliminated. Ha! Did you encounter a student from our Kyoto Martial Arts University? Our students are quite strong. It must have been a student from our Modu Martial Arts University who eliminated him. That's obvious. The other middle-aged men were all smiles. With so many students in the Sunset Forest, the first one to be eliminated being from Thunder Martial Arts University was quite satisfying. No, it was a strange guy. He looks younger than me, but he's very strong. He doesn't seem to be from any martial arts university. The bald Reino spoke up. Ha! Upon hearing this, the middle-aged men were momentarily stunned. Younger than Reino? Stronger than Reino? What kind of genius monster was this? It's him! It's him! At this moment, Reino noticed the figure on the monitor and immediately became excited. He saw Fong Yuan, the guy who had frozen him in ice for more than 10 minutes. Hearing this, several middle-aged men turned their heads to look at the monitor. On the screen, Fong Yuan was beating up a curly-haired student. Bang! In the forest, Fong Yuan punched a young man in the chest, sending him flying 2 or 3 meters away. With his blood value exceeding 100, even if these people had studied for a year at a top martial arts university, it would be difficult for them to withstand this punch. Do you want to keep fighting? If you keep going, you'll spit blood. Hurry up and hand over the crystals and transfer your points to me, Fong Yuan said disdainfully. The curly-haired boy, lying on the ground and unable to get up for a long time, sighed in frustration and directly threw out a small pouch. The pouch was bulging, filled with flame crystals, at least 20 pieces. Seeing this, the little white fox quickly ran over, grabbed the pouch, and ran back. In a short while, they had already obtained more than 30 walnut-sized crystals. The little white fox's eyes were squinted into crescent moons from smiling. Fong Yuan was also in a good mood. With the points from this curly-haired boy, his total was almost 2,000. This was a rather terrifying number. In the annual Void Gate trials, very few people had points exceeding 1,000. Which school are you from? The curly-haired boy shouted. His expression was quite gloomy. He had never thought he would be so easily defeated by someone in this joint examination. The boy in front of him was frighteningly strong. Even talent didn't help. After a few punches, he was already struggling to hold on. He found it hard to imagine how there could be such terrifying individuals among his peers. At least, at the Martial Arts University of Magic City, he had never heard of such a person. I'd rather not tell you, to spare you the heavy blow. Fong Yuan chuckled lightly and turned to leave. He had sensed another student not far away. In the stone house, the several middle-aged men fell silent. Whose student is this? After a long while, someone finally asked. However, no one answered. It can't be an outsider, right? That's a bit outrageous. Someone spoke up. The so-called outsider referred to someone who did not belong to any of their 3 martial arts universities but had accidentally wandered into their joint examination venue. Such things happened every year. After all, they couldn't completely seal off the area where the joint examination was held. However, there had never been a year as outrageous as this one. In previous years, outsiders who realized they had mistakenly entered the martial arts university's joint examination venue would leave as quickly as possible and would not affect the examination. A few who were too stubborn would be dealt with by the students at the examination site. After all, it was the joint examination of 3 of the country's top martial arts universities, and the students there were all geniuses among geniuses. But now, this outsider had eliminated 2 of their students in just 1 hour. This guy is a bit outrageous. He looks very young, but he's so strong, someone said. This statement received unanimous agreement. They had just seen the entire process of Fong Yuan beating up the curly-haired boy on the monitor. By the way, does he understand our joint examination rules pretty well? After fighting, he took all the crystals and points. How does he know the rules of the joint examination? Someone raised a question. The middle-aged men were momentarily stunned, then they all looked at the bald man Renault beside them. Seeing this scene, the bald-headed Renault felt extremely guilty, forcing himself to appear calm as he shrugged, indicating that he was also unclear about the situation. Fortunately, these directors did not make things difficult for Renault. Well, if it were older outsiders, we could take action, someone spoke up. But the opponent is younger than our students. If we intervene, it would just be a laughingstock. Interesting, why not let these students handle it themselves? It's been a while since we've encountered such an interesting situation. Besides, aren't you curious? This little guy is so young. What is his true strength limit? Hearing this, several of them nodded in agreement, all looking at the monitor. To be honest, how could they not be curious? This outsider, at such a young age, could easily defeat their genius students. So far, he had shown a demeanor of being completely at ease. Let's watch a bit longer and see what this little guy is really like. On Fang Yuan's side, he finally encountered a tough opponent, a girl who had awakened a fire-type talent. Flames blazed around her, forming a suit of armor. The scorching waves seemed to threaten to incinerate everything nearby. Her red hair danced in the wind, resembling a burning flame. Fire talent, looks like it's not low level. Fang Yuan became interested. Ever since he awakened the system, he hadn't fought anyone with a top-tier talent. Seeing the flame armor on her, Fang Yuan felt a bit eager to try. You're not from one of the 3 martial arts universities, are you? The girl who could condense flames into armor spoke up. That's not important. Since we've met, you can either take my fire crystal or leave yours behind, Fang Yuan said lightly. Upon hearing this, the girl chuckled softly. Sorry, the fire crystal is very important to me. I can't let you have it. We'll see. Fang Yuan became serious. Seeing this scene, the little white fox immediately wanted to jump out and fight, but Fang Yuan stopped it. You stay back and watch. You can't defeat this opponent. The little white fox looked at Fang Yuan with suspicion but ultimately obeyed his command. It ran to a large rock nearby, its eyes filled with worry. Although it had been somewhat reluctant at first, after these few days, it had completely come to appreciate its master. There was no need to run away anymore, nor to worry about food. It could also quickly improve its strength. However, the woman in front of them looked very formidable. Even it felt uncertain about winning. Could its master really do it? The little white fox couldn't help but feel anxious. Meanwhile, in the stone house, several middle-aged men, along with Renault, who had been eliminated by Fang Yuan, were all holding their breath, staring intently at the monitor. Hee, this guy has run into our academy's fire girl, one middle-aged man chuckled, his face filled with pride. A-level talent, fire armor. She's developed it very well and broken many records. This young outsider has no chance of winning, he said confidently. He can't possibly defeat the fire girl. The middle-aged man's expression was very self-assured. The others looked at the fire girl on the monitor, also showing expressions of admiration. Even through the monitor, they could feel the high temperature around her. Although this was an A-level talent, her development was already on par with S-level talents. Such a student, no matter where they were placed, would be a top talent. It seems this little guy is going to have a tough time. If there isn't any particularly strong talent, it's impossible to defeat the fire girl. The group relaxed a bit. If this outsider were to be defeated here, it would be quite a story. A young genius, accidentally entering their joint examination site, defeating 2 classmates, only to be ultimately defeated by a student from their academy. In this way, everyone would save face. With this thought, the middle-aged men leaned back in their chairs. However, one person's expression in the stone house was somewhat peculiar. That was Rainer. While others might not know, he was quite clear. That young outsider had talent, and it was quite formidable talent. Being frozen in ice for over 10 minutes, such talent could not be weak. He even suspected that Fang Yuan possessed S-level talent. He has talent. How could he not have talent? His talent is incredible. He just went bam and froze me. He's more abnormal than abnormal. Didn't I say it before? Didn't I say it? Rainer's heart was shouting. However, when he finally couldn't hold back and wanted to tell the teachers, he was stopped by his own teacher. It's starting, don't talk, just watch closely. See how the fire girl defeats him. Hearing this, Rainer immediately deflated. But he still couldn't help but look at the monitor. In the forest, Fang Yuan had already engaged with the fire girl. Fang Yuan was surprised to find that the opponent's flame armor was fluid. He had almost hit her just now, but the already condensed flame armor suddenly flowed, covering the area he was about to attack. That's quite a nice technique. Fang Yuan couldn't help but admire. However, developing such fluid armor must also be a last resort. Fang Yuan changed his tone and said, changing the coverage direction of the armor must consume a lot of mental energy. If it weren't for necessity, you definitely wouldn't do it this way. So there's only one reason. Your talent isn't enough to create armor that covers everywhere. So you can only use this method to achieve dynamic full coverage. Saying this, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. In the end, it's still a matter of not having enough control over the flames. Hearing this, the fire girl's expression became serious. What Fang Yuan said was all true. Her current strength indeed couldn't achieve full body coverage with the flame armor. That's why she used that flowing method to compensate for the defensive shortcomings. However, in just a few minutes of sparring, Fang Yuan was the first to see through all of this. Whether it was classmates from his own school or students from other top martial arts universities, none of them could react to this point after sparring with her. yet Fang Yuan did. The fire girl's expression became serious. She realized that her opponent had a quite profound understanding of talent. Even if you see through this, what can you do? No matter where you attack me, I can instantly cover with armor, and your strength won't break through my defense, the fire girl said calmly. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. What she said was not wrong. The armor's defensive power was indeed quite formidable. Moreover, it also had high temperatures. If he directly punched it, not only would he be unable to inflict damage, but he would probably also burn himself. Let me think. Fang Yuan stroked his chin. Let me think of a way to defeat you without causing you too serious an injury. He is an outsider who has barged into someone else's joint examination site. If he injures others too severely, even Fang Yuan would feel embarrassed. However, upon hearing this, the firewoman couldn't help but laugh in anger. She admitted that Fang Yuan's insight was indeed sharp, but his current posture was somewhat too arrogant. You better think of a way quickly, before you fail. As soon as she finished speaking, the firewoman moved. She charged directly at Fang Yuan, bringing with her a terrifying heat, like a bomb about to explode. Got it. Seeing the firewoman rushing towards him, Fang Yuan smiled slightly. He did not dodge but instead extended his hand towards her. A layer of frost appeared on his palm. In the next moment, Fang Yuan pressed his palm against the firewoman's body. Ice against fire. A sizzling sound immediately rang out, and a large amount of steam began to rise from the point of contact between the two. Their figures were almost instantly obscured by the steam. However, under the cover of the steam, neither Fang Yuan nor the firewoman moved. What's going on? Someone in front of the monitor in the stone house couldn't help but stand up. Under the cover of the steam, they could no longer see the battle between the two. Strangely, no sound was coming from it. Where did this steam come from? Is that guy's talent related to water? Why is there no movement? What's happening now? How would I know? This steam is blocking everything. At that moment, Reino, who was standing at the back, finally couldn't hold back. He spoke up, that guy's talent is ice type. As soon as he said this, the stone house fell into an unusual silence. Everyone turned to look at Reino, their expressions strange. When I was defeated by him, he completely encased me in ice. His ice-type talent is very, very strong. Under the gaze of a group of big shots, Reino's voice grew quieter. He clearly remembered that he had mentioned at the beginning that he had been frozen for a long time. Why did no one remember? The steam is dissipating. Another exclamation pulled everyone's attention back to the monitor. The image on the monitor showed the steam gradually dissipating. When Fang Yuan and the firewoman's figures became visible, everyone fell silent. The firewoman, whom they had high hopes for, was now covered in a thick layer of frost. Even her flame-congealed armor was frozen solid, like an ice sculpture. Inside the stone house, it was exceptionally quiet. Everyone stared blankly at the image on the monitor, their expressions shocked. The firewoman, whom they had high hopes for, had been turned into an ice sculpture in just a moment of confrontation. At that moment, everyone realized that in the previous battle with the firewoman, this young outsider had not even used his true power. They had originally thought that the firewoman could end this outsider's actions in the Sunset Forest, but now it seemed that this idea was nothing but a joke, especially since the firewoman's talent was in flames. Now she had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Defeated in what you excel at. This scene brought deep shock to the people in the stone house. Only Reino in the corner had a somewhat aggrieved expression. I told you long ago, he can't be beaten. That guy's freezing ability is very powerful. No one listened to me, no one took me seriously. At this moment, Reino in the corner began to emo alone. However, just as he said, no one in the stone house noticed his grievances and disappointment. Everyone was still reeling from the shock of this scene. What kind of talent is this? Is it S rank? Wow, this young man is incredible. What kind of background does he have? This talent, this power, where did this genius come from? The people in the stone house were unable to calm down for a long time. In the forest, the little white fox had a big mouth, its eyes nearly popping out. It seemed to have never thought that its master could possess such terrifying combat power. This freezing ability was completely different from what had been displayed before. When freezing Reno, the little white fox felt that even it could easily break through the ice layer condensed by Fang Yuan. But now, this cold ice had even frozen the armor condensed from flames, and it showed no sign of wanting to melt. This was simply outrageous. The little white fox looked at Fang Yuan not far away and instinctively shrank its head. It began to feel relieved that it had behaved well these past few days. Otherwise, it might have been the one frozen in the ice block. Actually, I didn't want to end the battle this way, Fang Yuan said, looking at the fire girl frozen in the ice block, somewhat helplessly. I can't even take your flame crystal if I freeze you like this. However, your strength is quite good. You were able to make me use half of my power. Besides this method, I couldn't easily control you, Fong Yuan said lightly. The fire girl in the ice block sighed upon hearing Fong Yuan's words. The gap was simply too large. Flames against ice. Her flames were utterly defeated. Now, she was frozen in the ice block, unable to even break free. She could only be at the mercy of others. Seeing the fire girl's gaze, Fong Yuan gently placed his hand on the ice sculpture. The next moment, all the ice melted away. The fire girl regained her freedom. However, she did not attack Fong Yuan again. She was very clear that with her abilities, continuing to fight would only be self-degrading. I lost. Can you tell me what your talent really is? The fire girl asked somewhat dejectedly while taking out all her flame crystals. My talent is. Fong Yuan smiled gently and waved to the little white fox. The little white fox immediately obediently ran onto Fong Yuan's shoulder. My talent is beast mastery. I am a beast master, Fong Yuan said seriously. Fire girl, I lost. Here are all the flame crystals for you, and all the points too. The fire girl felt somewhat down. She hadn't expected that just 3 days into this joint examination, she would already be eliminated. You don't have to be too discouraged, Fong Yuan suddenly said. If I'm not mistaken, your talent should be of A-level strength, but you have forcibly developed it to an S-level effect. Your direction is definitely correct, but you are a bit too reliant on the development of your talent. Instead, you have neglected your own abilities. Vitality and spirit, that is the most fundamental. If your vitality and spiritual power were to increase a bit more, I wouldn't have been able to defeat you so easily today. Fong Yuan admired the girl in front of him. Someone who could forcibly develop an A-level talent into an S-level effect must also be a person who does not accept defeat. It was so similar to how he was before the system awakened. Back then, even knowing he had no martial arts talent, Fong Yuan still trained tirelessly every day. It was because he had a heart that refused to give up. After saying this, Fong Yuan did not linger and turned to leave. He had already obtained the other party's crystals and points. More than 30 flame crystals and over 1,000 points. Up to now, Fong Yuan had more than 100 flame crystals in his hands. His points had also exceeded 3,000. It can be said to be a tremendous harvest. In place, when Fong Yuan had already walked far away, the fire girl finally recovered from the shock brought by his words. What Fong Yuan said struck directly at her weak point, clearly pointing out the issues in her training over the past year. It gave her a sense of enlightenment that even the teachers at school could not provide. Looking at Fong Yuan's receding figure, the fire girl bowed deeply in the direction he left, not straightening up for a long time. In another part of the flame hell, on the vast and desolate land, a frail figure stumbled forward. This figure was Yumoing. At this moment, she appeared somewhat disheveled, covered in dirt, with several torn spots on her clothes. There was even a significant wound on her arm. Finally stopped. Sensing Fong Yuan's location, a hint of vitality finally returned to Yumoing's frustrated face. In her perception, Fong Yuan's position had finally stabilized somewhere, no longer running around aimlessly. Damn Fong Yuan, when I find you, I will definitely settle the score. Yumoing gritted her teeth. For the past 2 days, she had been chasing after Fong Yuan. However, every time she was about to catch up to him, he would quickly leave his original position. Yumoing felt like she was being toyed with. These past 2 days, Yumoing felt like she was going crazy. Clearly, she had come to the flame hell to protect Fong Yuan. But it had been 2 days, and she hadn't even seen his face. Not only did Fong Yuan not come looking for her protection, but he also kept running around. His speed was even faster than hers. Yumoing began to suspect that Fong Yuan was cheating. Otherwise, how could he move so quickly in such a dangerous flame hell? Isn't there any monster attacking him? What on earth did he do? Just as Yumoing was getting agitated, a wild boar engulfed in flames appeared before her, charging wildly towards her. Yumoing expressionlessly unleashed her talent. She had experienced too much of this in the past 2 days. Monsters would appear from time to time, attacking her, and these monsters were all quite powerful. She had even been injured. Damn monster, go to hell! Yumoing unleashed all her fury on the flaming wild boar. A fierce battle erupted. No, this little guy is strong, but this is the joint examination of our 3 martial arts universities. We must find a way to deal with him. We can't let him roam around like this anymore. If this continues, our students will be eliminated by him. In the Stonehouse, several top figures from martial arts universities finally united their stance. Even the strength of the fire girl did not compel the opponent to show their true power. It can only be said that Fong Yuan, as an outsider, was somewhat tricky, especially since he was very young, making it difficult for these teachers to take action. At this moment, a middle-aged man in the Stonehouse picked up a microphone-like object. Ahem, students, please pay attention. As he spoke, his voice spread throughout the Sunset Forest. The students participating in the joint examination scattered throughout the forest were momentarily stunned. They could tell that this was the voice of the person in charge of the examination. Students, the rules of this joint examination have now changed. An outsider has entered the Sunset Forest. Students who defeat the outsider can directly earn 1,000 points. Now, I will describe the appearance of the outsider. Short hair, about 185 centimeters tall, well-proportioned, accompanied by a small white fox. The outsider is currently near Sunset Stream. Everyone must capture them as soon as possible. Be careful, do not harm the outsider. I repeat, do not harm the outsider. As the grand voice echoed through Sunset Forest, the students scattered throughout the forest paused for a moment, then became excited. The outsider. Defeating the outsider would earn 1,000 points. It was as if they were being told that whoever defeated the outsider would be the top scorer in this joint examination. In the joint examination of the 3 top martial arts universities, achieving first place was a temptation no one could resist. In an instant, nearly all the students participating in the competition sprang into action, rushing from all directions toward the location of Fang Yuan. As for Fang Yuan, he naturally heard the change in rules. This is good. It saves me the trouble of searching for them one by one. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. He knew that the change in rules must have been the intention of the organizers behind the joint examination. However, since they did not directly drive him away, he had no objection to continuing to play around. He was quite interested in the outstanding students from the 3 top martial arts universities. Just a fire girl was not enough to satisfy him. They've already arrived. Their speed isn't slow. Fang Yuan turned to look not far away. His extraordinary mental power had already sensed the presence of humans there. Their perception ability is quite strong. In the bushes where Fang Yuan's gaze landed, a long-haired boy stepped out. However, when this long-haired boy saw Fang Yuan's appearance, he was momentarily stunned. He seemed not to expect that Fang Yuan looked so young, perhaps even younger than them. Short hair, 185 centimeters tall, accompanied by a little fox. That's right, it's you. The long-haired boy confirmed that Fang Yuan was his target. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, remaining silent, and simply beckoned with his hand. The meaning was clear. Come directly, no need for small talk. Seeing this gesture, the long-haired boy decisively exerted force with his feet and charged toward Fang Yuan at high speed. B-level talent, speed doubled. His speed was fast, as if his body could merge with the wind. Whoosh! As he approached Fang Yuan, his speed increased once more, so fast that his figure was no longer visible to the naked eye. However, Fang Yuan calmly condensed an ice-long sword and thrust it backward. When the long sword hovered in the air, the long-haired boy's figure became visible. He was positioned right where Fang Yuan's sword was aimed. The tip of the sword was less than an inch from his throat. At that moment, beads of cold sweat appeared on the long-haired boy's forehead. Just now, he had intended to approach Fang Yuan from behind at high speed and launch an attack, but it seemed that Fang Yuan had anticipated his move. The sword tip was even placed in his path ahead of time. If he hadn't braked in time, his throat would have likely been pierced by the ice-long sword. You lost, Fang Yuan said. Speed means nothing in front of me. Moreover, real combat is not the sparring in the academy. Next time you strike, there's no need to announce your talent. With his super strong perception ability, he was almost equivalent to possessing observation hockey. Unless the opponent's speed was so fast that he couldn't react at all, it was indeed meaningless. Because under his powerful perception ability, no matter how fast the opponent was, they had never left his awareness. Furthermore, he could even anticipate the opponent's next move in advance. I lost. What a terrifying guy. At your age, how on earth did you train? The long-haired boy sighed softly, dropped his flame crystal, and turned to leave. However, he didn't walk away. Instead, he found a large rock nearby and sat down. Fang Yuan ignored him and turned to beckon in another direction. There, a chubby guy who looked a bit foolish was waiting to take the stage. The first battle had just ended, and the second battle was already starting. The opponent in the second battle was the chubby guy who had been waiting nearby. He excelled in strength and had extremely strong defense. Fang Yuan even suspected that the opponent's vitality had surpassed his own. However, the chubby guy had not used his talent, and naturally, Fang Yuan wouldn't either. Rather than a battle, it was more of an assessment of Fang Yuan's own abilities. Until now, he had not properly evaluated his strength. Now was a good opportunity. The practice opponent was a student from a top martial arts university, all of whom were talented individuals. Such an opportunity, if missed today, would be hard to come by again. Boom! Once again, two fists collided. This time, Fang Yuan did not retreat but immediately threw another punch. The chubby guy hurriedly tried to block but couldn't muster enough strength to defend himself. Crack! His arm was directly shattered by Fong Yuan's violent force. I lost. The foolish chubby guy covered his arm and retreated, sitting down next to the long-haired boy, continuing to watch Fong Yuan's battle. After just 2 battles, quite a few students had arrived at the scene. They stood at a distance, showing no intention of rushing in. Seeing this, Fong Yuan began to designate his opponent. That beautiful girl over there, come fight. Fong Yuan chose a girl with a cold demeanor and outstanding looks. This girl had a very sharp aura, and no one stood close to her. In her eyes, there was something that Fong Yuan was very familiar with. Pride. Damn, he actually chose Yi Lu. The long-haired boy, who had already been defeated and was sitting on the large rock, showed a surprised expression. Out of so many people, he specifically chose Yi Lu. Hey, do you think he did it on purpose? The chubby guy next to him, also a defeated opponent, nodded in agreement. The other nearby students also showed expressions of astonishment, because the opponent Fong Yuan chose was simply too famous. Yi Lu, the most outstanding student of this year's Magic City Martial Arts University. Even if everyone was not in the same school, they had heard of Yi Lu's great name. In the very month she enrolled, she continuously challenged the seniors from the previous year and achieved a crazy record of 10 consecutive victories. If one were to ask who among them was the strongest, it would undoubtedly be Yi Lu. Fong Yuan did not choose anyone else in this circle but specifically picked Yi Lu. How could that not be surprising? You look quite special. Fong Yuan naturally noticed the reactions of others. Not as special as you, Yi Lu replied. At such a young age, to reach this level, I can't compare to you. Hearing this, Fong Yuan smiled lightly but did not say much more. He nodded at her. The atmosphere immediately became serious. A pressure-like aura surged from Yi Lu. The students watching nearby quickly retreated about 10 meters. No one dared to make a sound. Feeling this aura, Fong Yuan's expression also became serious. This was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. At this moment, Fong Yuan did not dare to be careless. He directly condensed a cold ice sword in his hand, preparing to face the upcoming battle. The next moment, Yi Lu's figure vanished. When her figure reappeared, it was already behind Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan had sensed this scene happening through his extraordinary perception. He turned his body and, in a strange posture, thrust the sword in his hand backward. Bang! Yi Lu did not dodge but instead struck the side of the sword with a powerful punch. The sword shattered in response. The next moment, her fist was raised again, aiming for Fong Yuan's head. Frost! A thick layer of cold ice appeared on Yi Lu's body, instantly encasing her within it. However, the battle was not over. The ice was trembling continuously with extremely small movements. Soon, the thick layer of ice covering Yi Lu began to crack. At the same time, a cold ice spear shot forth, heading straight for Yi Lu's face. Bang! With another light sound, Yi Lu reached out and firmly grasped the ice spear, then threw it back at Fong Yuan with a reverse motion. The speed was so fast and the momentum so great, far exceeding before. However, the ice spear turned into a puddle of clear water in midair. Within this range, all the ice was under Fong Yuan's control. This was his realm of ice. I actually encountered a martial artist. Fong Yuan did not rush to attack but instead looked Yi Lu up and down. This girl gave him a completely different combat experience. She was very much like a martial arts master from his previous life. The method she used to break free from the ice was actually a high-speed vibration that caused the ice layer to resonate, thus shattering it. It was not brute force. This combat technique was quite advanced. Coupled with Yi Lu's other combat reactions, Fong Yuan was convinced that Yi Lu was likely a martial arts enthusiast. At this moment, the classmates watching from not far away were all dumbfounded. That series of exciting and intense battles, no matter who among them had gone up, would have probably already been knocked down. It was not just that Fong Yuan's strength far exceeded their imagination. They realized that Yi Lu's strength was also terrifyingly high. How did Yi Lu's strength become so strong? Was she just playing around when sparring with us? Wow, Yi Lu really knows how to hide. I thought there wasn't much difference between her and me. Yi Lu has probably already reached the standard of a first-tier martial artist. It's hard to imagine. Yi Lu is only 18. 18 and a first-tier martial artist. Hey, don't forget, that boy is even younger than us, yet he can match Yi Lu. So terrifying, I am useless. At this moment, just after Fong Yuan and Yi Lu's first encounter, the stone house outside the forest fell silent again. After a while, someone finally broke the silence. Yi Lu has probably reached the standard of a first-tier martial artist, right? The people in the stone house were all top-level figures, heads of prestigious academies, with keen insight. Although the battle was brief, everyone in the stone house had already confirmed that Yi Lu had undoubtedly reached the level of a first-tier martial artist. Reflecting on themselves, they had only reached this level when they were nearly 30. they couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. But more than that, it was shock. The people in the stone house involuntarily looked at one among them. This person was the leading teacher from the Martial Arts University of Magic City on this trip, and Yi Lu was from the Martial Arts University of Magic City. I knew she was a genius, but I only just realized that her strength has actually reached this level. First-tier martial artist. If it weren't for encountering this young outsider, I wouldn't have known Yi Lu's true strength even now. This person felt a bit ashamed. The teacher, who is unaware of the true strength of his own students, is somewhat incompetent. However, no one could have imagined that Yi Lu, at the age of 18, had already reached the level of a first-tier martial artist. If word got out that an 18-year-old had achieved this level, it would surely drop many jaws. There are countless martial artists in the world, but those who can reach the level of a first-tier martial artist are exceedingly rare. The probability is 1 in 1,000, and that is no exaggeration. Out of 1,000 martial artists, only one can achieve this. It is evident how difficult it is to reach the level of a first-tier martial artist. Yet Yi Lu, at just 18, has already attained this step, surpassing 90% of the people in this world. What is her talent, really? Someone asked curiously. Her talent is merely an accelerated enhancement of her vitality. A teacher from the Martial Arts University of Moto replied. She is different from most martial artists today. Today's martial artists rely heavily on the use of their talents, but Yi Lu is different. She studies combat techniques and the use of power as if she were an ancient martial artist, with great depth. Upon hearing this, several people showed expressions of realization. It was indeed the case. In the recent battle, Yi Lu had fought with an exceptionally high combat ability against Fong Yuan. This terrifying young person makes me feel old, someone sighed. This young outsider is also quite formidable. If Yi Lu's strength hadn't far exceeded our expectations, we might not have been able to withstand him. In the stone house, several people nodded in agreement, feeling a mix of emotions. The younger generation is truly impressive, making them feel somewhat outdated. Fortunately, with Yi Lu, this little guy is finally going to be defeated. Yes, this outsider is already strong enough, but he is still too young. In the forest, Fong Yuan and Yi Lu had engaged in battle once more. After all, the previous fight had not determined a winner. This time, Fong Yuan abandoned close combat with Yi Lu. He directly condensed a small figure made of ice. Controlling this figure, he fought Yi Lu in close quarters while he himself stood about 10 meters away, carefully observing Yi Lu's movements. Crack! The ice figure shattered into several pieces under Yi Lu's strength. But immediately, a new ice figure was condensed by Fong Yuan. Although these figures were only 1.5 meters tall and not very strong, they moved with great agility, as if they truly had life. This was due to Fong Yuan's SS-level talent, the Kingdom of Ice. Within a certain range, he had absolute control over ice. Boom! Another loud sound echoed as Yi Lu shattered the ice figure with a punch and stepped toward Fong Yuan's direction. At this moment, Yi Lu was only 9 meters away from Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan smiled slightly, and 3 ice figures had already positioned themselves in front of Yi Lu. Throughout the entire process, his gaze had never left Yi Lu. So that's how she exerts her strength, Fong Yuan thought, a hint of a smile appearing on his face as the battle progressed. Choosing this method of combat was not out of fear of Yi Lu, but rather a desire to observe her movements. In this era dominated by talent, martial artists like Yi Lu, who emphasize strength and technique, are exceedingly rare. This is also a shortcoming of Fong Yuan. No, just watching with my eyes isn't detailed enough. Fong Yuan suddenly closed his eyes. However, his powerful perception ability was pushed to its limits. The subtle movements of Yi Lu, which could not be observed with the eyes, were now laid bare. The exertion of her muscles, the tremors of her bones, and even the shifts in her center of gravity were all clearly sensed by Fong Yuan. One by one, the ice warriors fell, and Yi Lu was getting closer to Fong Yuan. 8 meters, 6 meters, 4 meters, yet Fong Yuan kept his eyes closed. This kind of fighting style is too underhanded, right? He even has his eyes closed. How much does he look down on others? I think he's about to admit defeat. I don't understand. What is he doing? Fighting with his eyes closed? Does he have an endless supply of ice warriors? Is he trying to exhaust Yi Lu's stamina? Look, Yi Lu is getting closer to him. On the battlefield, Yi Lu's punches were as fast as lightning, and her speed in defeating the ice warriors far exceeded Fong Yuan's speed in summoning new ones. 3 meters. She was only 3 meters away from Fong Yuan now. Just a little closer, and she could attack him. It was at this moment that Fong Yuan opened his eyes. He exhaled softly, and his eyes shone with an unprecedented light. At this moment, he stopped summoning ice warriors. Facing the rushing Yi Lu, he directly assumed a stance. This stance was almost identical to one of Yi Lu's previous moves. This scene made Yi Lu's pupils constrict, but it didn't stop her fist from crashing toward Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not dodge. A hint of a smile appeared on his lips as he also extended his fist, using the power technique he had just comprehended, and threw a punch. Boom! The two fists collided, producing a tremendous roar. With terrifying force, Yi Lu was sent stumbling back 3 steps. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan remained completely still. A punch exchanged. Fang Yuan stood firm, but under the violent force, Yi Lu was forced back 3 steps. This scene left all the onlooking students wide-eyed. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Everyone was already very clear about Yi Lu's strength. No one expected that in such a direct confrontation, Yi Lu would actually be at a disadvantage. Yi Lu actually retreated. His close combat ability is that strong, able to push back Yi Lu. Did you notice that his movements are somewhat similar to Yi Lu's? I noticed, but how is that possible? Who is this outsider? Such terrifying talent, such frightening power. The surrounding students were dumbfounded. At this moment, in the stone house outside the forest, several middle-aged men suddenly stood up from their chairs. The expressions on their faces were all extremely shocked. The students couldn't see the intricacies of the situation. They could only be amazed by Fang Yuan's immense power. However, as figures of the dean level, their insight was exceptionally sharp. The shock Fang Yuan's punch brought them was simply overwhelming, so much so that it was beyond words to describe. They could see that Fang Yuan's punch was a complete replication of Yi Lu's combat technique, and this combat technique had not been demonstrated at all during Fang Yuan's previous battles. In other words, Fang Yuan had learned this method during the few minutes of fighting with Yi Lu. From the power exertion to the core key of this technique, he had already figured it out. It should be noted that such ancient martial arts techniques require years of practice to be used in combat. Yet this young man had done it in just a few minutes. Such a thing, let alone a precedent, was something one wouldn't even dare to dream of. Who is he? Who exactly is he? In the stone house, someone finally voiced the question that was on everyone's mind. Yes, who is this suddenly appearing outsider? Not only does he possess what seems to be S-level ice control talent, but his understanding of martial arts also surpasses that of ordinary people. Moreover, he can learn his opponent's skills in just a few minutes. A person who embodies countless virtues is almost unbelievable. Yet, that young man truly manifested it. At this moment, the usually composed big shots could no longer contain themselves. One by one, they rushed out of the stone house and ran towards the sunset forest. The so-called joint entrance examination now seemed less important. Allowing this little guy to choose his own school was the most crucial thing. In the forest, Yi Lu looked at Fang Yuan with a somewhat complex expression. She could certainly feel that Fang Yuan's recent punch had used her own technique. But could a person really achieve this? After years of practice, she had even honed this punching technique into an instinct, allowing her to use it effortlessly in battle. But, Yi Lu sighed softly. I lost, I can't win against you, she said. At the same time, she took out a pouch and tossed it to Fang Yuan. This pouch was 2 or 3 times larger than others, filled with flame crystals. Fang Yuan received the pouch and immediately felt its heavy weight. It was conservatively estimated that there were at least 100 flame crystals inside. One could only say, as expected of Yi Lu, just her flame crystals alone were worth the weight of 2 or 3 people combined. If I have the chance, I really want to spar with you a few more times. Your combat skills are the best I've ever seen, Fang Yuan said with a smile. Hearing this, Yi Lu smiled back and replied, You're always welcome to come to Magic City Martial Arts University to find me. I can accompany you for 10 matches without any problem. Oh my god, I can't believe my eyes, Yi Lu smiled. You're not mistaken, she really smiled. My goodness, I've been her classmate for a year and have never seen her smile even once, and today I actually saw it. Yi Lu looks even better when she smiles. Don't get your hopes up, no matter how pretty she is, she's not smiling for you. Oh wow, hearing you say that, it seems our Magic City Martial Arts University's campus bell might be taken by another beast. Yi Lu's smile once again stirred up a commotion among the onlooking classmates. However, Fang Yuan turned around and looked at the surrounding students. Is there anyone else who wants to step up? He asked with a smile. Silence fell. The students exchanged glances, seeing the helplessness in each other's eyes. No one stepped forward. They felt bitter inside. This guy, though very young, was simply a monster. Not only did he possess terrifying elemental talent, but his strength was also frighteningly high. After several consecutive battles, his breathing remained steady. This terrifying stamina was almost unbelievable. Coupled with his combat skills that even Yi Lu had conceded to, what could they use to fight back? Offer themselves up for defeat? It would just be embarrassing. Seeing this scene, Fong Yuan was not angry. The flame crystals he had obtained today were already more than enough. The little white fox could grow a second tail without using them all. He could even keep many to sell for money. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave, Fong Yuan said, waving at the little white fox. The little white fox, with 4 or 5 pouches in its mouth, struggled to climb onto Fong Yuan's shoulder. These pouches were all their spoils from today. The little white fox's entire center of gravity was off, but it still held on tightly. At this moment, the little white fox looked at Fong Yuan with completely changed eyes. Its master, when roused, could take on 5 of it. Previously, it always thought this human needed its protection. Now it seemed. The little white fox felt a bit embarrassed, ashamed of its previously immature thoughts. You still haven't told me your name. As Fong Yuan turned to leave, Yi Lu's voice rang out. Fong Yuan turned his head and saw Yi Lu staring at him intently. My name is Fong Yuan. After leaving the sunset forest, Fong Yuan found a cave. The entrance to the cave was narrow, but the interior was spacious, making it a perfect place for the little white fox to evolve. Let's begin. With me here, you can evolve with peace of mind. Nothing will disturb you. Fong Yuan patted the little white fox's head. The little white fox felt an unusual sense of security. If Fong Yuan had said such things before the incident in the sunset forest, the little white fox might not have believed him. But now, the little white fox was completely convinced. It was even a bit eager to evolve, wanting to keep pace with Fong Yuan. Oh whoa! The little white fox swallowed over 100 flame crystals in one go. Then it fell into a state of dormancy. Fong Yuan could sense that a dramatic change was occurring within the little white fox's body. An increasingly powerful aura emanated from the little white fox. Is it starting to evolve? Fong Yuan looked at the little white fox, his eyes filled with anticipation. Is it finally going to evolve? Fong Yuan gazed at the sleeping little white fox, his eyes brimming with expectation. He could clearly feel that a monumental change was taking place within the little white fox's body. This change was a transformation of the essence of life. For a creature like the 9-tailed fox, the more tails it had, the more terrifying its power. Each additional tail brought a terrifying enhancement to its strength. It seems this won't be completed in a short time. Fong Yuan placed the remaining flame crystals around the little white fox. By now, he had obtained over 600 flame crystals in total. After deducting the more than 100 that the little white fox had consumed, there were still 500 left. Fong Yuan placed these 500 crystals beside the little white fox to prevent any energy shortage during its evolution. After all, the little white fox's next tail would be fire attribute. The more flame crystals needed, the more significant the enhancement to its strength. I also have over 5,000 points now. Just from Yi Lu alone, I've gained over 2,000 points. Fong Yuan glanced at his token, feeling a bit emotional. These points were universal. Whether it was the trials for high school students or the joint examination for martial arts universities, as long as one entered a void gate like the Flame Hell, they would possess a token. Killing monsters here would earn points. This was also why points could be exchanged for scarce resources. Only those who had truly killed monsters could exchange for those truly rare materials. Fong Yuan was able to obtain points from others simply by exploiting a loophole in the joint examination. Under normal circumstances, even if one defeated another, it would be impossible to gain their points. 5,000 points, after the trial ends, it will probably drop a lot of jaws. Fong Yuan chuckled softly. Over the years, since the opening of the void gate for college entrance examination candidates, no one had ever obtained so many points. 1,000 points was already the limit. Now, only 3 days had passed, and he already had 5,000 points. This was a tremendous fortune, enough to exchange for a large amount of resources. The combat techniques I learned from Yi Lu are still not very proficient. It's just the right opportunity to solidify them. Fong Yuan set up his stance in the cave, slowly experiencing each move and technique. In the sunset forest, after Fong Yuan had left, several figures suddenly fell from the sky. These were the 3 leading teachers from top martial arts universities, the same middle-aged men who had been in the stonehouse earlier. Where is that kid? Where did he run off to? Where is he? In front of so many students, these usually dignified teachers had completely lost their composure. He has already left, a classmate said weakly. Left? Who let him go? How could a future student of our Magic City Martial Arts University just leave like that? Didn't you stop him? One teacher was getting a bit anxious. What do you mean, your Magic City Martial Arts University student? He is clearly a preliminary student of our Kyoto Martial Arts University. Stop arguing. That kid was first discovered by us at Thunder Martial Arts University, so if anyone is to recruit him, it should be us. These middle-aged men keenly sensed that, given Fong Yuan's age, he probably hadn't even graduated high school yet. Thus, they were determined to make him choose their martial arts university. What nonsense are you talking? Did you ask him? Did he agree to go to your school? He didn't agree to go to yours either. He said he would go to Magic City Martial Arts University to spar with Yilu, so that means he agreed to go to our Magic City Martial Arts University. These several deans began to argue in front of a crowd of students. The students exchanged glances, somewhat doubting whether these were still their usually serious teachers. However, the development of the situation far exceeded the students' expectations. The argument escalated from which school Fang Yuan should attend to which school had the right to be called the #1 martial arts university. Then, these middle-aged men started to fight. They even forgot that if they hurried to chase after him, they might still catch up with Fang Yuan. Men's tempers could be so absurd. In the cave, Fang Yuan practiced the techniques he learned from Yi Lu over and over, from exerting force to shifting his body's center of gravity. The entire process became increasingly smooth, almost instinctual. However, at that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. Is Yumoing coming over? In his perception, Yumoing's position was getting closer and closer to him. Thinking of Yumoing, Fang Yuan's expression became a bit strange. Why has she been chasing me? Fang Yuan had always felt that Yumoing was moving towards him. However, he had been busy with the little white fox's upgrade and had hardly paid attention to Yumoing, nor had he stopped to wait for her. Although Yumoing was also his pet, Fang Yuan felt that her strength was still a bit weak. It would be beneficial for her to undergo trials in the fiery hell. Now that Yumoing had come over, he could just test her improvement. With that thought, Fang Yuan stopped his training. He turned to glance at the little white fox. The little white fox was still in a state of deep sleep, but the temperature around it was continuously rising. I'm a bit hungry, and Yumoing is almost here. I might as well have her cook for me. Fang Yuan chuckled and took out a few pieces of monster meat from his backpack. A few minutes later, a figure appeared at the cave entrance. With waist-length black hair and a beautiful face, her long legs made up almost 60% of her body. It was Yumoing. However, this perfect girl did not look good at the moment. Her hair was a bit messy, her face was smudged with dirt, and her clothes were torn, exposing large patches of snow-white skin. Several wounds on her body had begun to scab over. She looked utterly disheveled. What the hell happened to you? Seeing Yumoing's appearance, Fang Yuan was taken aback. Was this still the aloof goddess from school? At this moment, finally seeing Fang Yuan, Yumoing's eyes turned red instantly. The grievances that had accumulated over the past few days erupted at that moment. At the moment she saw Fang Yuan, the pent-up frustration she had been holding back finally burst forth. She had come to the flame hell, the most difficult void gate, to protect Fang Yuan. Not only was her talent suppressed, but the number of demon beasts was also overwhelming. However, Fang Yuan not only did not come to find her but kept moving away. This caused her to suffer greatly. Yumoing's eyes turned red, and tears swirled in her eyes. What the hell happened to you? Seeing Yumoing, Fang Yuan was also somewhat surprised. The words dirty and disheveled perfectly described Yumoing at that moment. There was no trace left of the once proud school beauty. Yumoing wanted to scold Fang Yuan, but as soon as she opened her mouth, she didn't know what to say. She realized that whether it was entering the flame hell or protecting Fang Yuan, it was all her own one-sided wish. Fang Yuan had never asked her to come here, nor had he requested her protection. Especially when she saw Fang Yuan, a strong sense of familiarity surged in her heart, along with an impulse to seek comfort from him. This made Yumoing unable to believe that these were her true feelings. For a moment, Yumoing was stuck there, various complex emotions intertwining in her heart, leaving her unsure of how to act. At that moment, Fang Yuan spoke up. By the way, didn't you notice that a huge demon beast is following you? If it attracts more demon beasts' attention, we won't be able to stay in this cave. His tone was very calm, showing no signs of blame. It was as if he were stating an incredibly ordinary fact. This calm tone seemed to have a magical effect, making Yumoing feel a bit more at ease. She looked outside the cave and, sure enough, saw a demon beast hiding behind a rock not far away, secretly observing the cave. Without saying a word, Yumoing walked straight towards the demon beast. Boom! A loud rumble quickly erupted as Yumoing seemed to vent all her pent-up anger on the demon beast. Inside the cave, Fang Yuan, who was watching Yumoing fight, couldn't help but shake his head. Too weak, clearly awakened an S-level talent, yet performing like an A-level talent. There's almost no development of her talent, just mindless usage. Her vitality is also a bit weak. No wonder she looks so disheveled. Fang Yuan curled his lips, already beginning to plan special training for Yumoing in his mind. A few minutes later, Yumoing returned to the cave. She had dealt with the demon beast, but she also had a new wound on her body. Clearly, although she had killed the demon beast, the process was not smooth. Seeing this, Fang Yuan sighed lightly. Then, he took out a small red potion bottle from his pocket. Apply this to your wound, it works wonders. You can also apply a bit to those previous wounds to avoid scarring, Fang Yuan said. Yumoing instinctively caught the small potion bottle Fang Yuan tossed to her and held it tightly. The idea of not leaving scars on her wounds struck a chord in her heart. What girl doesn't love beauty? Especially a naturally beautiful girl like Yumoing. Just thinking about how these wounds would leave unsightly scars once healed made her a bit anxious. Now, there was actually a healing medicine that could remove scars. It was like a timely help. What kind of medicine is this? I've never heard of it before? Yumoing instinctively asked. Oh, this is a healing potion I formulated for pets. Fang Yuan's tone was as calm as ever. This was certainly not concocted by him, but rather exchanged from the system. It had an extremely powerful healing effect, but only for his pet. Although Yumoing was human, she was indeed fully qualified to use this healing medicine. Pet healing medicine. Yumoing felt as if she had been struck at her most vulnerable point, stumbling back a few steps. The medicine bottle in her hand fell to the ground. She gritted her teeth but still did not pick up the bottle. If she really used this medicine, wouldn't that be equivalent to admitting she was Fang Yuan's pet? I would rather die at the hands of a monster than use your healing medicine. Yumoing felt wronged again. Her beautiful face scrunched up, almost on the verge of tears. Do as you wish. Anyway, the medicine is yours, Fang Yuan said, but you'd better come over and roast the meat now. I'm hungry. Fang Yuan pointed to the monster meat placed in the cave and the already built bonfire. Upon hearing this, Yumoing suddenly felt a bit suffocated. She felt as if she were being treated like a maid. She, Yumoing, a proud child of heaven, an S-class talent awakener, actually had to roast meat for someone else here. However, looking at the tender roasted meat, Yumoing couldn't help but swallow. Her stomach also growled. In the past 3 days, she had hardly eaten anything decent. When hungry, she would take out a few compressed biscuits. When thirsty, she would find a small river to drink some water. She also had to be on guard against monster attacks at all times. Now, finally having a relatively safe place and fresh monster meat available, the feeling of hunger surged uncontrollably. Yumoing's proud self-esteem wavered a bit. I'm just roasting meat for myself. I will eat all the roasted meat and leave none for that guy. Giving herself a reason, Yumoing finally approached the monster meat and started to prepare it. Soon, the bonfire in the cave was lit, and the aroma of roasted meat slowly spread. At that moment, Yumoing didn't even realize how much she had changed since finding Fang Yuan. Although she was busier than before, taking on the dual roles of bodyguard and maid, at least she was no longer alone. Being with Fang Yuan brought a sense of stability and security that was brewing deep in her heart. That night, Fang Yuan slept fully clothed at the end of the cave. Yumoing found a relatively flat spot at the cave entrance and lay down. However, the cave itself was not large. Even though one was inside the cave and the other at the entrance, they could still hear each other's breathing. This subtle feeling made Yumoing's cheeks flush. However, her attention was quickly diverted to the wounds on her body, especially the wound she had just received today, which was unbearably painful, sore, and swollen. It made her toss and turn, unable to sleep. So uncomfortable. In the darkness, Yumoing opened her eyes, wishing she could just chop off her injured arm. She could endure the pain, but it seemed that the monster's body carried toxins, preventing her wound from healing. There were even signs of slight necrosis. These symptoms made Yumoing panic. There were too many precedents indicating that such wounds, if not treated in time, might carry the risk of amputation. The strange powers and toxins within the monster's body, once they invaded the wound, were difficult to handle with current human medical technology. Many people were injured in battles with monsters, and although they managed to kill the monster, they ended up losing a part of their own body, becoming disabled. Yumoing absolutely could not accept that she had lost her arm. She raised her head, instinctively wanting to seek help. But Fang Yuan had his eyes closed, seemingly completely unaware of her situation. Sleep, sleep, sleep. In such a dangerous hell of flames, you can still sleep so soundly. Be careful not to get eaten by the monsters. A surge of anger welled up in Yumoing's heart. She was injured and had to guard the cave entrance, on the lookout for monster attacks. Yet Fang Yuan was sleeping so peacefully. At that moment, Yumoing suddenly saw a small red medicine bottle on the ground not far away. At this time, Yumoing was momentarily stunned. This was the medicine bottle Fang Yuan had given her during the day. It contained a healing ointment. According to Fang Yuan, this ointment not only had healing properties but also could remove scars. Thinking of this, Yumoing felt conflicted. Her wound had become increasingly severe. Unless she gave up on the trial in the hell of flames, it was impossible to receive help from medical personnel. But she had just gained over 500 points. With that many points, let alone getting first place, she probably wouldn't even make it into the top 20. How could she easily give up on the trial? But if she didn't give up on the trial, Yumoching's gaze fell once again on the small red medicine bottle. But this was a pet healing medicine. If she used this kind of medicine, wouldn't that be equivalent to acknowledging her identity? Yumoching felt completely unwell. With her pride, how could she possibly admit to such a thing? Yumoching gritted her teeth and turned over to lie down. Let my arm rot then. Even if I become one-armed, I won't admit that I'm Fong Yuan's pet. Yumoching closed her eyes, forcing herself not to think about that bottle of healing medicine. But the image of the small red medicine bottle kept swirling in her mind. The tingling, numb sensation from her arm constantly reminded her that she needed treatment. After a few minutes, Yumoching finally sat up. She bit her lip tightly, her face turning red. I'm not admitting that I'm his pet. I'm just borrowing his medicine. When I get back, I will compensate Fong Yuan. After comforting herself a couple of times, Yumoching quietly stood up. She tiptoed towards the small medicine bottle. Yumoching's movements were very careful, as if she were afraid of making a sound that would wake Fong Yuan. However, just as Yumoching bent down to pick up the medicine bottle, a soft cough echoed in the cave. The cough came from Fong Yuan. Yumoching was startled and almost cried out. She immediately looked in Fong Yuan's direction, but she found that Fong Yuan had only turned over, still with his eyes closed. Phew! Yumoching let out a small sigh of relief. If Fong Yuan had woken up at that moment, she would have been terrified. Soon, Yumoching got the small medicine bottle and tiptoed back to where she had been lying. She opened the bottle. A fragrant aroma wafted from the bottle. Upon smelling this scent, Yumoching felt a jolt of energy, and her whole body felt much cooler. How amazing! Yumoching had never seen such a medicine. Quickly, she applied the ointment to her wound. A cool sensation spread throughout her body, and the tingling, swollen pain from the wound immediately disappeared. Yumoching felt an unprecedented comfort. This feeling made Yumoching unable to suppress a moan. Slap! She immediately covered her mouth and cautiously glanced at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan was still sound asleep with his eyes closed. Only then did Yumoching feel relieved and lie back down. What she didn't know was that after she lay down, a faint smile appeared on Fong Yuan's face. In the darkness, Fong Yuan's eyes were so bright. The next day, when the sunlight shone on Yumoching's face, she finally woke up. After applying the ointment yesterday, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief and quickly fell into a deep sleep. She hadn't had a good night's sleep in the past few days. This also led to her sleeping too soundly this time. The wounds are all gone. When Yumoching woke up, she was astonished to find that all the wounds on her body, whether new or old, had disappeared without a trace. Not even a scar remained. It was as if she had never been injured. Yumoching repeatedly touched the places where she had been hurt, and not only could she feel no difference, but even the skin there felt much smoother and more supple. What an amazing ointment! Yumoching was shocked. By the way, where's the medicine bottle? I need to quickly hide the medicine bottle. I can't let Fong Yuan find out I used his medicine. Yumoching immediately got up, wanting to find the small medicine bottle she had used up yesterday. However, her body suddenly stiffened. She saw that the red little medicine bottle was being held in Fong Yuan's hand, and Fong Yuan's expression was somewhat playful. Seeing Fong Yuan holding the already empty medicine bottle, Yumoching's face turned red instantly. Oh no, he knows I used his pet medicine. Yumoching remembered that she had sworn yesterday that she would never use Fong Yuan's pet medicine, even if it meant death. But she had secretly used it at night, and now Fong Yuan had found out. I thought you would sleep until the evening. Fong Yuan didn't mention the pet medicine. After all, breaking a person's self-esteem is a gradual process. If one were to push too hard all at once, it could backfire. I'll go roast some meat for you. Yumoching felt a bit guilty and didn't care about being a maid anymore. She rushed to the campfire and got busy. It seemed that as long as she did a little more, the matter of the pet medicine would pass. Seeing Yumoching's demeanor, Fong Yuan smiled lightly. This woman was becoming more and more perceptive. He didn't pay much attention to Yumoching and instead turned back to the little white fox. After a day and night of deep sleep, the changes in the little white fox were becoming more and more apparent. Its pure white fur had developed some flame-like patterns. The temperature around them also seemed to rise. A faint yet terrifying pressure lingered around the little white fox. It seems we have reached a critical moment. Fong Yuan could sense that the little white fox might complete its transformation today and grow a second tail. However, at that moment, a rumbling sound suddenly erupted from the little white fox's body. As the thunderous sound emerged, the aura emanating from the little white fox was continuously rising. Yet, the little white fox still kept its eyes closed, not waking from its slumber. Fong Yuan's expression grew serious, because with the thunderous sound erupting from the little white fox's body, he sensed that there were demonic beasts appearing around the cave, and their numbers were increasing. More were rushing towards the cave where they were. If it weren't for his extraordinary perception abilities, he might not have noticed this so early. Could it be that the little white fox's transformation has attracted these? Fong Yuan thought to himself. He remembered reading about similar occurrences in some obscure academic texts. When certain demon kings broke through, they would trigger terrifying beast tides. These beast tides have only one purpose, that is to kill the demon king that is breaking through, and to devour its life source. Once successful, the former demon king will die, and a new demon king will be born. Fong Yuan had seen no explanation for this imagination in the books he read. In any case, with the qualifications of the nine-tailed fox, it will definitely become a demon king. Then these beasts are all coming for the little white fox. Fong Yuan's expression became serious. Although the beasts gathering towards the cave were not particularly strong, their numbers were overwhelming. If Fong Yuan missed even one, the little white fox, currently asleep, would be in danger. With this thought, Fong Yuan strode to the entrance. Outside the cave, several beasts were already wandering, seemingly wanting to rush in, but were deterred by the kingly aura emanating from the little white fox. At this moment, Yumoing also realized something was wrong. The number of beasts outside was a bit too much. What's going on? Yumoing asked, her tone serious. It's your sister breaking through, causing the beasts to stir. These beasts are all coming for the little white fox, Fong Yuan replied. Hearing this, Yumoing frowned. However, she no longer had the mind to care about Fong Yuan's choice of words. You step back a bit, I'll handle these beasts. Yumoing decisively stepped forward. Although she loathed the beasts, she felt a natural affinity for the little white fox, and during this day in the cave, she knew the little white fox was at a critical moment of breakthrough. In this situation, only she could hold them off. Fong Yuan, you stay hidden in the cave. If I can't hold on, you must take the little white fox and run immediately. I will buy as much time as I can. Yumoing's expression became very serious. For some reason, even though the situation was dire, she felt a sense of comfort. It was as if she could finally play a part. She hadn't followed Fong Yuan to the fiery hell for nothing. Otherwise, with Fong Yuan's weak constitution as a beast master, and the little white fox unable to fight, he would surely be in danger. Fortunately, Yumoing, was here. Can you handle it alone? Do you want me to come with you? Fong Yuan asked with a strange expression. No need. Yumoing said sternly, you're just a beast master. This kind of situation is better left to me. Otherwise, during the battle, I would have to split my attention to take care of you. Fong Yuan looked at Yumoing, feeling a mix of amusement and helplessness. He knew that Yumoing probably still thought of him as just an ordinary beast master. Relying solely on pets to fight, he had no real strength himself. However, Fong Yuan didn't intend to say much. Yumoing was originally his pet, and since she had this awareness now, he might as well see how far her strength had come. Then I'll trouble you, Fong Yuan said. Upon hearing this, Yumoing let out a proud snort, seemingly enjoying the feeling of being relied upon by Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan looked at Yumoing's proud expression, feeling an overwhelming urge to laugh. Yumoing stepped out of the cave. At this moment, outside the cave, about 10 beasts had gathered. They were all staring greedily at the cave, their eyes filled with avarice. The aura emanating from the little white fox had already made it hard for them to control their instincts. As Yumoing stepped out of the cave, the attention of these beasts immediately shifted to her. Fortunately, they aren't too strong. Yumoing had already activated her talent. After a night of rest, she was back at her peak condition. Facing a dozen or so demon beasts, she felt no fear. In this moment, Yumoing's hair moved without wind, and the snowflake sword in her hand exuded a hint of dominance in her gaze. This girl, who had awakened her S-level talent, was beginning to exude the aura of a king. Swish, swish, swish. The sound of slicing wind echoed. Yumoing swung her sword quickly, her movements crisp and effective. The heads of 3 demon beasts soared into the sky. Their bodies fell powerless, but no blood flowed out. A thin layer of frost had already formed over their wounds. This scene not only failed to intimidate the remaining demon beasts but instead ignited their ferocity, causing them to charge at Yumoing together. Facing several demon beasts attacking her simultaneously, Yumoing showed no signs of panic. Snowflakes began to appear around her. These snowflakes spun rapidly around her body, forming a terrifying protective layer. A demon beast let out a painful howl as its claw was severed by the rapidly rotating snowflakes. Although these snowflakes seemed inconspicuous, once they reached high speeds, they became sharper than blades. Frost spreads. With Yumoing's chant, snowflakes descended within a radius of 3 to 4 meters around her. In the fiery hell, this area where Yumoing stood rarely experienced another season. Winter. Fluffy snowflakes fell heavily, quickly covering the ground. The demon beasts also found themselves covered in a large amount of snowflakes. Their movements became significantly sluggish. Yumoing's gaze was cold, but her speed was even faster than before. In just a few breaths, she had severed the heads of all the demon beasts. Ha! Yumoing exhaled deeply, a hint of a smile appearing on her face. Clearly, she was satisfied with her performance in this battle. At this moment, Fang Yuan in the cave shook his head as he looked at Yumoing not far away. One could only say that her understanding of her own talent was too superficial. Moreover, the effectiveness of its use was average. Although she had decisively dealt with these demon beasts, to summarize, it was using 8 parts of strength to accomplish 5 parts of work. Inefficient. This method of using her talent consumed too much energy and could not support prolonged combat. Be careful, more demon beasts are coming. Fang Yuan looked up and reminded her. Yumoing had intended to return to the cave, but upon hearing this, she glanced around. However, she did not see any signs of demon beasts. Don't doubt me, quickly recover your stamina. The demon beasts coming this time are much stronger than the ones just now, Fang Yuan said seriously. Yumoing frowned slightly, not refuting Fang Yuan, and began to adjust her breathing on the spot. After 2 minutes, her breathing became smooth again. However, the large amount of stamina she had previously consumed could not be restored in just 2 minutes. At this moment, a thumping sound echoed from afar. Accompanying it was a slight tremor of the ground. A big guy is coming. Yumoing's expression turned serious. Soon, a gigantic demon beast appeared in her line of sight. This demon beast resembled a tiger, its entire body engulfed in flames, measuring a full 5 meters in length and over 2 meters in height. Its physique was incredibly robust, with muscles that seemed ready to burst through its skin, and the patterns on its body had even been distorted by the bulging muscles. A pair of golden eyes exuded an overwhelming dominance. This was undoubtedly a terrifying beast. Moreover, it seemed to be the king of the beasts in this area. With its appearance, all the surrounding beasts dared not take a step forward. Upon seeing this beast, Yumoing's expression instantly turned serious. This was the most powerful beast she had encountered since entering the flame hell. In the cave, Fang Yuan immediately had the system display the attributes panel of this beast. Name, Flame Tiger, Talent, Black Flame, S-Class, Vitality, 150, Spirit, 120, Potential Rating, King, a king-level beast, with vitality even higher than mine. Looking at the Flame Tiger's attributes panel, Fang Yuan felt not fear, but a hint of excitement. A beast with king-level potential was a rare find. He never expected to encounter a beast with such potential in the flame hell. One could only say that his luck was truly exceptional, especially since this beast's talent was also S-Class. S-Class Fire Talent. Exactly what Fang Yuan was lacking. Just as he was thinking about this, outside the cave, Yumoing had already engaged in battle with the massive flame tiger. The flame tiger was engulfed in red flames. However, Yumoing showed no signs of fear. In fact, she seemed somewhat excited. The snowflakes around her were continuously melting, yet it seemed endless. As the old snowflakes melted, new ones were immediately born. Yumoing took the initiative to attack. She thrust her sword forward. The snowflakes around her moved in tandem, attaching themselves to the sword, forming a rapidly spinning spike. This made the sword even sharper. The destructive power was greater. However, a shocking scene unfolded. The massive flame tiger merely flicked its tail, shattering the sword in Yumoing's hand into pieces. The terrifying force transmitted through the sword to Yumoing, sending her flying 2 to 3 meters away. However, she did not fall to the ground. A warm embrace caught her securely. Yumoing turned around, astonished to find that the person who caught her was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, what are you doing here? Quickly take the little white fox and leave. She was startled and immediately felt a bit flustered. This tiger beast was far too terrifying. Even she was sent flying with just one encounter, let alone Fang Yuan. He would probably die just from being caught in the aftermath. Yumoing bit her lip and resolutely said, I can hold it off for 10 minutes. Hearing this, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. Don't push yourself. 10 minutes is enough time for it to kill you 5 times. Leave the rest to me, Fang Yuan said. Yumoing was stunned, momentarily unable to comprehend Fang Yuan's meaning. As a beast master, her only 2 pets were right here. The little white fox was in a deep sleep, unable to fight, and she clearly couldn't defeat the opponent. As the one who needed protection the most, how could Fang Yuan say to leave it to him? Seeing the puzzled look in Yumoing's eyes, Fang Yuan said nothing more. He gently set her down and walked toward the flame tiger. Observing the beast up close, Fang Yuan felt even more satisfied. This beast was enormous, even larger than a small car. It was just right to be used as a mount. As a beast master, how could he not have his own mount? Unfortunately, neither of his first two pets, whether Yumoing or the little white fox, were suitable for riding. Just thinking about that image made Fong Yuan feel a bit deranged. Fortunately, the flame tiger before him was not only of king-level potential but also had a majestic appearance. Yumoing, pay attention, I'm only going to demonstrate once, Fong Yuan said. Demonstrate what? Yumoing felt a bit confused. The next moment, Fong Yuan provided the answer with his actions. Suddenly, the cold ice spread out from beneath Fong Yuan's feet in all directions. In the span of a breath, the area within a 20-meter radius was transformed into a world of ice. Whether it was the ground, the withered grass and trees, or the corpses of the demon beasts that Yumoing had slain earlier, even the massive flame tiger before her, everything was covered by a thick layer of ice. Yumoing stared blankly at the scene before her, completely stunned. Do you see it clearly now? Fong Yuan's calm voice came through. Yumoing instinctively nodded, then shook her head vigorously. At this moment, her heart was filled with shock like turbulent waves. She had too many questions swirling in her mind. But one thing was certain, Fong Yuan's ice attribute talent was far more powerful than her own S-rank talent. At most, she could only create snowflakes around herself. But Fong Yuan? He had completely frozen a 20-meter radius around him. This was beyond her imagination. Talent, do you think it becomes fixed the moment you awaken it? Fong Yuan continued without turning back. The development and enhancement of talent are far more important than simply awakening it. Your S-rank talent, Frost Spread, hasn't even shown its true S-rank effect in your hands. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been defeated in one move by this flame tiger. Upon hearing this, Yumoing trembled all over. Since awakening her talent, she had only ever heard praises from others. Fong Yuan was the first to directly and accurately point out her shortcomings. This gave her a sense of clarity. Just then, the situation on the battlefield changed. A surge of black flames erupted from the frozen flame tiger, melting the ice. The flame tiger's eyes clearly showed a hint of anger. Roar! With the flame tiger's roar, the demon beasts that had previously hesitated began to charge toward Fong Yuan as if summoned. A rough count revealed there were at least 100 demon beasts. These beasts varied in size and shape, but just their sheer number was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Yumoing's heart sank to the bottom. Facing such a tide of beasts, the hope of survival for the two of them was almost non-existent. Unable to help herself, Yumoing closed her eyes. Open your eyes. Fong Yuan's voice rang out again. As an S-rank talent awakener, especially with an elemental S-rank talent, you have a natural advantage when facing a beast tide. Watch closely. Fong Yuan's voice was filled with dominance and confidence. Yumoing opened her eyes. What she saw was a scene she would never forget. Ice spikes, large and small, abruptly rose from the ground. These ice spikes accurately pierced every demon beast charging toward them. Pft, pft, pft. The sound of ice spikes piercing through bodies echoed continuously as one demon beast after another was lifted and then impaled. Without exception, the corpses of these demon beasts hung on the ice spikes. The scene was like a true hell. Yumoing was momentarily stunned. The situation she had thought was certain death was effortlessly resolved by Fong Yuan. All the demon beasts, except for the flame tiger, lost their lives at the same time. The series of shocks left Yumoing nearly incapable of thought. Now, it's your turn. Fong Yuan stopped lecturing. He could sense that the shock he had brought to Yumoing today was already more than enough. He walked straight toward the flame tiger. At this moment, the flame tiger looked at Fong Yuan with a gaze full of wariness. A thin layer of black flame covered the body of the flame tiger. So this is the S-rank talent, Black Flame? Let me see what makes it special. Fong Yuan's arm was covered in ice, and then he reached out to grab the flame tiger. His speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch his movements. A howl. A cry of agony erupted from the flame tiger's mouth as Fong Yuan directly snatched a handful of black flame from its body, observing it in his hand. The black flame continued to burn relentlessly, even after separating from the flame tiger. It's actually consuming my vitality. Interesting. Fong Yuan gently pinched his fingers, and the black flame instantly extinguished. He had already understood the nature of this black flame. It could burn everything. When the black flame burned in his hand, it didn't harm him, but it used his own vitality as fuel. No wonder it could melt his ice. It should be noted that Fong Yuan's talent had once frozen those who awaken A-rank fire talents solidly. Ordinary flames could never break through his ice. What a nice talent. I'm starting to like you more and more. Fong Yuan smiled at the flame tiger in front of him. The smile made the flame tiger feel a bit uneasy, and it couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was the first time it had seen such a human. Others would do anything to avoid its black flames, But this one? He actually took a handful of black flame from himself. Not only that, the way this human looked at it was terrifying. It felt as if he wanted to devour it. Thinking of this, the flame tiger no longer hesitated and turned to flee. Unfortunately, Fong Yuan would never let go of his prey. Frozen era. A soft sound. The flame tiger was once again encased in ice. However, this time, even the black flames on its body could not break through the ice layer. The flame tiger was completely frozen. Even the black flames on its body could not break through the ice layer. It was simply a suppression of talent level. Fong Yuan ignored the flame tiger and turned to look at Yumoing. Did you learn? Fong Yuan said lightly. Yumoing was stunned. It seemed she had learned a lot, yet it felt like she hadn't learned anything at all. What Fong Yuan had demonstrated was simply too terrifying, too advanced. She wanted to learn, but had no clue how to start. Seeing Yumoing's dazed expression, Fong Yuan couldn't help but shake his head. Aren't you supposed to have good martial arts talent? How can you not understand such a simple thing? Fong Yuan said. Hearing this, Yumoing lowered her head in shame. She really couldn't comprehend it. The control that allowed hundreds of ice spikes to appear simultaneously, the terrifying dominance that froze everything within a 20-meter radius in an instant. She couldn't even imagine how to achieve that. Yumoing looked at Fong Yuan's figure and felt like she had become a joke over the past few days. She could never surpass Fong Yuan. Yumoing finally understood why Fong Yuan chose the Hell of Flames as the Void Gate. What seemed like a life and death challenge to everyone else was like child's play in front of Fong Yuan. Yumoing also finally understood why Fong Yuan didn't seek her protection at the beginning. With her strength, if she encountered danger, she would probably end up being a burden to Fong Yuan, just like now. Yumoing's eyes dimmed a bit. She had always thought her talent was good, having awakened an S-rank talent. But compared to Fong Yuan, she felt so foolish. She couldn't even comprehend the strength Fong Yuan had displayed. Forget it, you don't have to feel too inferior. Fong Yuan spoke, there's always a process. As long as you work hard enough, an S-rank talent holds infinite possibilities. Hearing this, Yumoing silently vowed to work even harder to improve her strength. Just then, a tremendous roar suddenly echoed from the cave behind them. The entire ground began to tremble. Boom! With a loud bang, the cave exploded from within. A massive figure emerged from the ruins of the cave. This figure was clawing and gnashing its teeth, standing about 3 to 4 meters tall, and it resembled a fox. Behind it were 2 long tails, wildly waving. One of the tails looked like an ordinary tail, but the other was engulfed in blazing flames, as if made of fire. It exuded a terrifying aura. It worked! Upon seeing this figure, Fong Yuan immediately recognized it as his little white fox, which had successfully grown a second tail. Soon, the figure of the 9-tailed fox shrank down. A figure, still the length of a forearm, ran out from the ruins and affectionately climbed onto Fong Yuan's shoulder. Although the little white fox had grown a second tail and its strength had greatly increased, its heart remained unchanged. In this state, it still has only one tail. Fong Yuan was somewhat surprised. It is well known that the little white fox has 2 forms, the cute form and the battle form. In the cute form, it is the length of a forearm, entirely snow white, and looks exceptionally adorable. In battle form, it becomes somewhat intimidating. Not only is its size large, but the aura it emits is also extremely domineering. Fong Yuan had thought that after growing a second tail, it would also manifest in the cute form, but it seemed that was not the case. That fiery tail would probably only appear in battle form. Just then, a system prompt echoed in Fong Yuan's mind. The host's pet has increased in strength, please check. The host has received strength feedback, please check. The 3rd pet slot has been opened. Note, when the host has 3 pets, a mysterious gift pack from the system will be obtained. This time, the system prompt contained a lot of information. The 9-tailed fox has grown a second tail. Its strength must have significantly increased. I also received quite a bit of strength feedback. The 3rd pet slot has opened, just in time. Fong Yuan glanced at the system prompt, a smile appearing on his face. He had been worried about how to deal with the flame tiger. The system had opened the 3rd pet slot. With this in mind, Fong Yuan walked directly in front of the frozen flame tiger. In his hand, he condensed a long ice spear. Submit, or die. Fong Yuan's voice was somewhat cold. The frozen flame tiger, although unable to move, slowly closed its eyes under Fong Yuan's gaze. This already indicated its attitude. Submit. At that moment, Fong Yuan once again heard the system prompt in his mind. the host has obtained the third pet. The host's attribute panel has changed, please check. With the system's prompt, Fong Yuan clearly felt that the strength he had just significantly increased a few minutes ago had once again grown tremendously. This increase came from subduing the flame tiger. As a beast with king-level potential, its vitality was as high as 150 points. It also possessed the S-level talent, Black Flame. Subduing such a beast would greatly enhance Fong Yuan's strength. I wonder what new talent I gained from subduing the flame tiger. With this thought, Fong Yuan opened his attribute panel. Name, Fong Yuan, Talent, Ice Kingdom, SS-Level, Mental Transformation, SSS-Level, Eternal Black Flame, SS-Level, Characteristic, Shared Growth, Health, 433, plus 300, Mental, 420, plus 320, Pets, Fishmooching, Nine-Tailed Fox, Flame Tiger. Looking at his attribute panel, a hint of surprise flashed across Fong Yuan's face. He knew he had gained a tremendous boost. However, he did not expect it to be this terrifying. His health had directly increased from a mere 100 points to over 400 now. His mental value also exceeded 400 points. Both basic attributes had tripled. It could only be said that the shared growth characteristic of his beasts allowed him to synchronize all the enhancements of the nine-tailed fox and his new pet. As for the talent section, it now included the talent Eternal Black Flame, SS level. It was a tier higher than the S-level talent of the Flame Tiger. Eternal Black Flame, wherever your gaze falls, it can ignite an unquenchable black flame, burning everything until nothing remains. Goodness, isn't this Amaterasu? Looking at the introduction of his new talent, Fong Yuan felt a bit excited. This talent was even more destructive than the Ice Kingdom. It was essentially the otherworldly version of Amaterasu. Fong Yuan then opened the attribute panel of the Nine-Tailed Fox. Name, Nine-Tailed Fox, Talent, 9 Transformation Spirit, SS Level, Health, 166, plus 100, Mental, 269, plus 200, Potential Rating, King. The attribute panel of the Nine-Tailed Fox mainly showed changes in its basic attributes. Health increased by 100 points. Mental increased by 200 points. The mental value actually increased by 200 points. Is this the talent 9 Transformation Spirit? Fong Yuan was delighted. The Nine-Tailed Fox's talent was quite unique, exclusive to the Nine-Tailed Fox. With each tail that grew, its mental power would receive a tremendous boost. Now, with just 2 tails, the Nine-Tailed Fox's mental value had already far surpassed its health. After closing the Nine-Tailed Fox's attribute panel, Fong Yuan opened the attribute panel of his new pet, the Flame Tiger. Name, Flame Tiger, Talent, Black Flame, S-Level, Health, 150, Mental, 120, Potential Rating, King. The attribute panel of the Flame Tiger had not changed much from before. At this rate, Fishmooching has become the weakest among all my pets. Fong Yuan glanced at Fishmooching, who lowered her head in self-deprecation. She finally realized that among all the beings present, whether human or beast, she had become the weakest. The proud her, reduced to being a pet, and still the weakest one at that. Fishmooching could not accept it. Let's go, there are still 3 days left for this trial. Let's find a place for some specialized training. Fong Yuan mounted the Flame Tiger. Flames burned constantly on the Flame Tiger, but these flames could not harm Fong Yuan in the slightest. Since he had obtained the SS-level fire talent, it had become nearly impossible for any flames in this world to harm him. He was already the master of the most terrifying flames. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Fishmooching had been humbled to the dust. In the morning, she trained in combat with the Flame Tiger. In the afternoon, she had specialized training with the Nine-Tailed Fox. She cooked at noon and cleaned the hygiene of the cave they had found in the evening. She looked just like a little maid. However, under Fong Yuan's intentional and unintentional guidance, Fishmooching's strength also advanced by leaps and bounds. It's about time, we should leave. This was already the 7th day since they arrived in the Flame Hell. It was also the last day of the entire trial. They needed to reach a fixed teleportation point to return to school through the portal. This technology of spatial teleportation still belongs to the realm of advanced technology in the current human world. Are we going back? By the campfire, Yumoing, who was grilling meat, felt inexplicably a bit lost. During the days spent with Fong Yuan, she had been struggling every day. Not only did she have to endure the brutal strength of Fong Yuan's 2 terrifying pets, but she also had to take care of various chores. However, despite the hardships, Yumoing felt a sense of fulfilling joy. You should change your clothes, they're in tatters. Before setting off, Fong Yuan had tossed a set of men's clothes to Yumoing. These were his spare clothes. Yumoing's clothes had long been ruined in the continuous battles, barely covering some key areas. She looked like the heroine of a wilderness survival story. Unfortunately, she hadn't brought any spare clothes. Just wear mine, you can't go out looking like that, Fong Yuan said helplessly. Yumoing's face flushed instantly. Fong Yuan, feeling a bit self-conscious, stepped out of the cave. However, 2 minutes later, the little white fox scampered out of the cave and climbed onto Fong Yuan's shoulder. At that moment, the little white fox had a mischievous look. It stood on its hind legs, its little paws spread wide, gesturing towards Fong Yuan as if to say, "It's this big." Seeing the little white fox's antics, Fong Yuan couldn't help but feel amused. Clearly a female fox, why is she so lewd? At the Liang Martial Arts High School, all the teachers and school leaders were already waiting on the playground. There were even ambulances and reporters. Today was the day the students returned from the Void Gate. Questions about whether the students were injured, whether they had broken down mentally, and how many points they had earned lingered in the teachers' minds. At that moment, one of the 10 massive teleportation gates, representing the mountain peak, lit up. Soon, a dozen students walked out from inside. This was the first batch of students returning from the Void Gate. How is it? Is anyone hurt? Is everyone okay? Ambulance! Someone is injured here. The teachers rushed forward, immediately helping the injured students onto the ambulances. The reporters also scrambled to the front, interviewing the first batch of students who returned from the Void Gate. On the high platform, seeing that the first batch of returning students was mostly fine, the principal couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, his gaze kept scanning one of the teleportation gates. That gate represented the flame hell. Every time he looked at that gate, the principal's expression would become tense. After all, the two most talented students of this cohort were both in the flame hell. Why aren't they out yet? Could something have gone wrong? The principal began to feel anxious. On the high platform of the playground, the principal looked at the teleportation gate representing the flame hell, feeling a bit impatient. Among this cohort of students, the two most talented ones were both in the flame hell. One was the S-rank talent Yumoing, and the other was Fong Yuan, who had awakened the rare beast master talent. But neither of them had come out. What if something happened to them? The principal couldn't help but say. "It won't, principal," said old Zhang, the homeroom teacher of Fong Yuan and Yumoing. "Although the flame hell is a bit dangerous, Yumoing is there. Yumoing is an S-rank talent. She can definitely protect Fong Yuan." The principal hadn't even mentioned who he was worried about, but old Zhang understood completely. Who else could it be besides Fong Yuan and Yumoing? After all, it was the flame hell, the most dangerous place in the Void Gate. Once, an A-grade talent awakener entered it but never returned. At this moment, another group of students emerged from the Void Gate of Mount Yufeng. These students looked somewhat disheveled, most of them bearing some injuries. Fortunately, overall, there were no major issues. Mount Yufeng was the Void Gate chosen by the most people, also because it was the safest inside. Yet even so, many had sustained injuries. Seeing this scene, the principal's expression darkened. This, Yumoing is after all different from them. Old Zhang murmured to himself, seemingly unable to convince himself. What kind of place is the flame hell? Even the weakest demon beasts there possess talents. Although Yumoing has an S-grade talent, she is still quite young. Classmate, how many points did you earn? What did you experience in the Void Gate? Did you encounter any dangerous situations? Classmate, do you have any classmates who can't return? The few reporters had already begun their work. They picked out some students who seemed to be in decent condition and inquired about the details of this trial. This was also customary. Every year, on the day students return from the Void Gate, ambulances and reporters are indispensable. I earned 100 points, it was pretty good this time, didn't encounter any major dangers. I earned a full 300 points, killed a lot of demon beasts. At Mount Yufeng, I soloed a powerful demon beast, let me tell you. With interviews underway, the students became excited, starting to share their experiences in the Void Gate. Of course, what they said would inevitably be somewhat embellished. The reporters naturally understood this, but they didn't care. The more exaggerated the embellishments, the more they liked it. As long as it could bring in ratings, they were fine with blowing it up. As more students gradually emerged from the Void Gates, more than half had already returned to campus. After 7 days of trials, these students had clearly matured compared to before, exchanging their gains on the playground. Why haven't we seen Yumoing? Is she still not out? I also haven't seen Fong Yuan. I remember he seemed to be in the same Void Gate as Yumoing. Some began searching the crowd for this campus goddess, but they couldn't find her. Yumoing went to the flame hell. It seems she hasn't come out yet. Could she have encountered some danger? Who knows, she's probably dragged down by that guy Fong Yuan. I really don't understand why he dared to choose the flame hell. Haha, you mean that guy with no martial arts talent? It's probably just for face. So naive, thinking that choosing the hardest Void Gate in front of the whole school is impressive? It will only lead to her downfall. I don't know why Yumoing also chose the flame hell. Need I say? Of course, it's to hone her talent in the harshest environment. Could it be because of Fong Yuan? Ha 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 ha. more and more people noticed that both Yumoing and Fang Yuan, who had chosen the flame hell, had not yet returned. For a time, this became the focus of people's discussions. "Classmates, what are you talking about? Can you tell me? Is it related to Yumoing?" a reporter curiously asked. As informed reporters, they certainly knew that Liyang Martial Arts High School had an S-grade talent awakener, Yumoing. Their main task for coming today was to interview Yumoing. After all, there had never been an S-grade talent awakener in the entire Liyang city. Yumoing was the first in history. Well, actually, it's nothing much. Yumoing chose the flame hell, and hasn't come out yet. The boy who chose the flame hell with Yumoing is someone without any martial arts talent. It's likely that boy won't be coming back. Upon hearing this, the reporter's eyes lit up. A boy chose the flame hell with Yumoing. The sensitivity of their profession made these reporters catch a whiff of gossip. "Classmate, is that boy in a romantic relationship with Yumoing?" The reporter quickly pressed on. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." The interviewed boy seemed to have heard some absurd tale, becoming agitated all of a sudden. Just then, the portal representing the flame hell finally lit up. This meant someone was coming back from the flame hell. Seeing this scene, the school leaders on the high platform all stood up abruptly. Although their faces showed no expression, their hearts were already in a panic. If possible, they would have rushed to the flame hell themselves to see what was happening that caused these two to remain silent for so long. At this moment, all the school leaders were staring eagerly at the portal. It wasn't just the leaders on the platform. The playground had fallen silent the moment the portal lit up. They had been discussing this matter, and now that the portal was finally about to open, everyone turned their attention to it, waiting for the person inside to emerge. However, before the portal opened, a terrifying heat radiated from it. This heat was almost enough to singe people's hair. Within seconds, a vacuum of people formed around the portal. No one dared to approach it. "What's going on? What is this heat?" The principal was the first to jump down from the platform, positioning himself in front of the students. The other school leaders did the same, forming a subtle encirclement around the portal. Their faces all looked grim. This situation was far from normal. The portal to the flame hell had opened before, but never under such circumstances. However, the new changes at the portal shocked everyone even more. A massive figure appeared in the portal. Although it was somewhat blurry, one could vaguely make out its violent muscles, enormous body, and the faint outline of gigantic eyes. It was actually a monster. A monster had come through the human-built portal from the flame hell to their school. At that moment, the principal's heart sank to the bottom. "It's a monster. How can it be a monster? Hasn't the flame hell already been occupied by humans? How could a monster enter the portal?" Looking at the enormous figure in the portal, cold sweat broke out on the principal's forehead. He couldn't understand why Fang Yuan and Yumoing hadn't returned. Instead, a monster appeared in the portal. "Prepare for battle. A monster is about to come out," the principal shouted. At this moment, the school leaders who had already vaguely surrounded the portal, along with some of the stronger teachers, were ready to act at any moment. Although they had never encountered such a situation, as soon as the monster stepped out of the portal, it would immediately be attacked, because behind them were the students. Although this monster looked terrifying, as long as they were still standing, they would never allow it to harm the students. Click! A light sound was heard. The portal opened. A terrifying heat wave swept across the entire playground. A terrifying beast engulfed in flames emerged from the portal. "Attack! Wait!" The principal instinctively wanted to give the order to attack, but halfway through his words, he suddenly changed his mind, because he saw that atop this fearsome, flame-wreathed beast sat a human. It was Fang Yuan. "Wait, don't attack, it's one of us," the principal immediately shouted. The others, who had already prepared to strike, were halted by the principal's voice. They looked up at the flaming beast and finally noticed Fang Yuan on its back. "What the hell? Why is there a person sitting on top? What's going on? It's Fang Yuan." The usually composed school leaders were stunned into losing their composure at the sight before them. They gaped, eyes wide, incredulously staring at the scene. On that ferocious beast, which looked incredibly fierce, sat their student Fang Yuan. What a shocking event! When did beasts allow humans to ride on them? You didn't tame this beast as a pet, did you? The principal was the first to react. He certainly knew that Fang Yuan had awakened the beast-taming talent. Now, looking at the obedient beast and Fang Yuan sitting on it, how could he not realize the key to this situation? However, even with this thought, the principal's heart was still surging with shock, unable to calm down. This beast, with golden pupils, a massive body, and terrifying muscles that seemed ready to burst through its skin, was engulfed in flames. It had a domineering and disdainful gaze that looked down on everyone present. Such a beast, if placed in the wilderness outside their city, would be a king among beasts. Yet, this terrifying creature had Fang Yuan as its master. The principal couldn't imagine how Fang Yuan had accomplished this. At that moment, other leaders also approached. Their shock was no less than that of the principal. "Principal, don't worry, this beast has been tamed by me and won't act aggressively," Fang Yuan said with a smile. As soon as he said this, the entire playground fell silent. You could hear a pin drop. The principal's speculation was one thing, but now, with Fang Yuan's own admission, it was a true confirmation of the existence of such a thing. Fang Yuan had really tamed a fearsome beast. Although they had already known that Fang Yuan had awakened the beast taming talent, what was happening now far exceeded their imagination. They had considered that Fang Yuan might enter the flame hell to tame a beast with fire abilities, but they never expected he could actually tame such a terrifying creature. For a moment, the hearts of these school leaders were filled with emotion. Beast tamers were truly incredible. "Where's Yumoing? Isn't she with you?" It was Fang Yuan's homeroom teacher, old Zhang, who spoke. His main concern was still the safety of his two students. Now that Fang Yuan had appeared, he still hadn't seen Yumoing. I'm here," a weak voice sounded. Yumoing stepped out from behind the massive body of the flame tiger. Seeing Yumoing, old Zhang finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, his expression quickly became subtle. Old Zhang noticed that Yumoing was wearing a boy's clothes. It was obvious that these clothes belonged to Fang Yuan. Old Zhang's gaze shifted between Fang Yuan and Yumoing, and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Looks like I had foresight. The gift money is already prepared, hee." At this moment, the expression was subtle, not just on old Zhang. All the leaders present noticed the men's clothing on Yumoing, coupled with Yumoing's somewhat shy demeanor. Good things come in pairs. Good things come in pairs. The principal laughed heartily, suddenly in a very good mood. After the principal and others left the playground with Yumoing and Fang Yuan, the atmosphere on the playground suddenly became strange. A visible sadness appeared on almost all the boys' faces. It could be called a large-scale scene of grief. Amidst this sorrowful atmosphere, a few reporters were excitedly dancing around. What happened today was truly rare. A student, undergoing trials in the Hell of Flames, brought back a terrifying monster as a pet. Once released, it would surely go viral. How could they not be excited? This was definitely big news. A piece of news that could cause a sensation throughout the martial artist community. "Classmate, what are you sad about? Tell me more about that classmate named Fang Yuan. What does he usually like to do?" These reporters had no chance to interview Fang Yuan himself, so they could only interview others, trying to gather more information about him. However, the classmate he interviewed was too busy talking to himself, completely ignoring him. "Wrong, all wrong. We were all wrong. Yumoing went to the Hell of Flames because of Fang Yuan. She was even wearing Fang Yuan's clothes. Fang Yuan is not useless. Whoa, I am the trash. The clown is actually me." In the principal's office, including old Zhang, a group of school leaders had gathered here. Of course, there were also Fang Yuan and Yumoing. Fang Yuan had already placed the flame tiger into a special pet space. Only the little white fox remained on his shoulder. The small, thin little white fox did not attract much attention and was directly treated as a cute mascot. "Fang Yuan, this time, you really surprised me," the principal said with a beaming smile. "I knew you had the talent for beast taming, but I never expected you could actually tame such a terrifying monster." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the office nodded continuously. The way they looked at Fang Yuan was still somewhat incredulous. They could not imagine how Fang Yuan had accomplished this. Could it be thanks to Yumoing? They quickly dismissed that idea. Yumoing's talent was indeed quite good, but her current strength was not strong. Compared to that monster, she probably wouldn't even be able to withstand a single hit. Moreover, looking at the details of their interaction, it seemed that Fang Yuan was in the dominant position. They were extremely curious about what had happened in the Hell of Flames. However, since the principal did not ask, they also felt it was inappropriate to speak up. "I was just lucky," Fang Yuan said, "and Yumoing also helped me a lot." Hearing this, Yumoing lowered her head, feeling a bit ashamed. If cooking and tidying up could be considered helping, then it indeed counted as help. The principal looked deeply at Fang Yuan. He didn't need to think hard to know that Fang Yuan was lying. There are many lucky people in this world, but no one has ever tamed such a terrifying monster at Fang Yuan's age. Even with related talent, it would be impossible to achieve. Beast tamers have existed in this world before. Those beast tamers, when trying to tame a monster, face immense hardships. Making the monster submit is an essential condition. He simply could not imagine how Fang Yuan had accomplished this. As a beast tamer, one's own strength is not much different from that of an ordinary person. Even with Yumoing, it would be impossible to match this demon beast. However, Fang Yuan did not intend to speak about it, nor did he plan to ask further. Everyone has their own secrets. Fang Yuan, as someone with almost no martial arts talent, could still become a beast master. Moreover, he had awakened early. If one were to ponder this, there would be too many inconsistencies. But so what? As long as Fang Yuan's heart was on the side of humanity, that was enough. As long as you two can safely come out of the fiery hell, I will be at ease, the principal said. The main reason for calling you here this time is to give you a gift. You two, one is the only S-rank talent awakener in Liang City for many years. The other is a rare beast master talent awakener. If the school doesn't show some appreciation, wouldn't that be too stingy? The geniuses who graduated from Liang City Martial Arts High School cannot be too shabby. Thinking of this, a hint of pride appeared on the principal's face. This gift was not solely from him, but a decision made by the entire leadership. It was also prepared collectively by the school's leadership. After all, these two little ones were the most outstanding students the school had seen in many years. You will definitely be surprised. The principal was already looking forward to the astonished expressions on Fang Yuan and Yumoing's faces when they saw the gift. Not just him, the other school leaders also wore proud smiles. Although it was their first time preparing gifts for students, they had carefully selected them. They were definitely not the kind of junk found everywhere in the market. They were all looking forward to the surprise and joy on Fang Yuan and Yumoing's faces when they received the gifts. That would be the best reward for their hard work over such a long time. Soon, 2 boxes were taken out by the principal from behind his desk. One box was long and narrow, emanating a chill. The other box was only palm-sized but more exquisite. Open it and take a look. The principal handed the long box to Yumoing, while the palm-sized box was given to Fang Yuan. With a soft click, Yumoing opened the narrow wooden box. Instantly, a wave of cold air filled the room. Inside the wooden box was a long sword. It was entirely silver, with elegant lines. A stream of cold air emanated from this long sword. Upon seeing the sword, Yumoing's eyes widened. She instinctively grasped the sword in her hand. At that moment, the sword seemed to sense something and let out a long, melodious sword cry. Snowflakes began to fall around Yumoing. Whoosh! Unable to resist, Yumoing gently swung the sword. A blast of cold sword energy shot out, instantly freezing the nearby filing cabinet. What a powerful sword! It perfectly matches my talent. Yumoing's expression was one of sheer delight. That's right, the principal said with a smile. This sword is made from 1,000-year-old cold crystal, which has a tremendous enhancement effect for ice attribute talent awakeners. It can unleash even greater destructive power from your talent. The principal nodded continuously as he spoke. Yumoing's performance when she first received the cold crystal sword made him extremely satisfied. Whether it was the destructive power of her casual swing or her surprised expression, it made him feel that their efforts over the past few days were not in vain. They had prepared the gifts for several days, and if the students didn't like them, it would have been a waste of effort. Thank you, principal. Thank you, leaders. I really like this sword. The joy in Yumoing's eyes was almost overflowing. This long sword fulfilled all her fantasies about a weapon. Fang Yuan, how about you take a look at your gift? Having received the desired result from Yumoing, the principal turned his smiling gaze towards Fang Yuan. The other leaders also looked over with anticipation. In fact, the gift prepared for Fang Yuan took even more thought from them. There was no other reason. Yumoing's talent was quite clear, and finding a suitable gift for her was not difficult. They just needed to gather enough money to buy the Hanjing sword. But what kind of gift would be suitable for Fang Yuan? They struggled with this for a long time. In the end, they spent a considerable amount of money to acquire the gift that Fang Yuan now held. It nearly emptied the small treasury of the school leaders. Under the expectant gazes, Fang Yuan decisively opened the wooden box in his hands. Inside the wooden box was a pill that shimmered with colors. At the same time, a fragrant aroma wafted out from the box. Beside him, Yumoing took a whiff of the fragrance and felt her blood surging. This is... Yumoing's eyes widened as she looked at the wooden box in Fang Yuan's hands, her expression turning to shock. She recognized the pill inside the box, the legendary Longhu Dan. It was made from the blood and flesh of numerous high-level demon beasts and possessed miraculous effects. Even an ordinary person who consumed it could elevate their blood energy to over 100 in a short time. It could be said that this was a pill that could defy fate. It had the power to forcibly enhance one's blood energy. However, due to its incredible effects and the precious materials required, Yumoing had only heard of this pill and had never seen it in person. She never expected that the gift the principal and others prepared for Fang Yuan would be this legendary pill. However, Yumuching's expression suddenly became strange. Although this pill was extraordinary, Fang Yuan's blood energy had probably already exceeded 100. The miraculous aspect of this pill was that it could make an ordinary person powerful, but for a martial artist whose blood energy exceeded 100, it would be of little use. Yumuching suddenly felt a bit awkward. She realized that the principal and the others had likely made the same mistake she had before. Although Fang Yuan was a beast master, he was definitely not the same as an ordinary beast master. An ordinary beast master, aside from having the talent to control beasts, had combat power similar to that of an ordinary person. This pill was undoubtedly the most suitable for an ordinary beast master. But Fang Yuan. Yumuching still remembered the moment when Fang Yuan condensed over 100 ice spikes and instantly killed hundreds of demon beasts. How is it, Fang Yuan? This is the Longmudan. It should be the most suitable gift for you, the principal said proudly. Hearing this, Fang Yuan smiled lightly. How could he not recognize this legendary pill? It was just that. His blood energy had already exceeded 400 points. Taking this pill could not be said to be completely useless. It could barely serve as a snack. Principal, this pill is of no use to me, Fang Yuan said somewhat helplessly. As soon as he said this, the people in the office showed unusual expressions. They had put in a lot of effort to find this pill for Fang Yuan. How could it possibly be useless? This was something all beast masters dreamed of. It could elevate a beast master's frail body to the strength of a first-tier martial artist. This pill is indeed of no use to me, Fang Yuan stated. My blood energy value has already exceeded 100. Upon hearing this, the principal was stunned. Several school leaders were also taken aback. What did you say? The principal was dazed for a few seconds, doubting whether his ears were malfunctioning. My blood energy value has already exceeded 100, Fang Yuan repeated. The principal blinked, looking Fang Yuan up and down, feeling unable to digest this news. A beast master, who had awakened their talent for less than half a month, and their blood energy had already exceeded 100? He couldn't believe it. This is impossible. Not only was the principal filled with confusion, but several school leaders exchanged glances, all looking bewildered. At that moment, one of the school leaders stepped forward. Fang Yuan, it's not that we don't believe you, it's just that this matter is too unbelievable. If you don't mind, could you show us your strength? The leader who spoke was the strongest among them, his arms even thicker than Fang Yuan's legs. He stepped forward, standing not far in front of Fang Yuan, and said, You can hit me with all your strength. If your vitality exceeds 100, I will feel it. The burly leader took a horse stance, signaling Fang Yuan to go ahead boldly. This action made everyone nod in agreement. This leader had once been a genius youth, but after being injured on the battlefield, he had retired to become a teacher. Even if Fang Yuan's vitality exceeded 100, he could easily block Fang Yuan's attack. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan said no more. Teacher, then I will obey. Fang Yuan walked up to the teacher. Then, simply, he threw a punch. This punch, Fang Yuan used about half of his strength. As Fang Yuan threw the punch, the burly teacher crossed his arms to block Fang Yuan's fist. The next moment, Fang Yuan's fist had already arrived. A terrifying force erupted from Fang Yuan's fist. Boom! The teacher, standing in a horse stance, was either underestimating Fang Yuan or had not fought in a long time, and was actually sent flying by Fang Yuan's punch. However, behind him was the window. Crash! His robust body crashed through the glass and flew out of the window. A few seconds later, a loud bang echoed from the playground below. The people in the office, hearing this loud noise, all shuddered. They slowly turned to look at Fang Yuan, their eyes filled with astonishment as if they were looking at a monster. At this moment, the students on the playground, who were still in an emo state, suddenly heard the sound of shattering glass. They looked up and saw a figure flying out of the principal's office window. What the hell, isn't that Teacher Lu? Why is Teacher Lu flying out of the window? Doesn't it look like he was knocked out? Who is so fierce? They even knocked Teacher Lu out. The students were all shocked. Who is Teacher Lu? He is the teacher who teaches them martial arts techniques. It is said that he was once a powerful figure who killed countless monsters on the battlefield. He only retired due to severe injuries. Now he has actually been knocked out. Boom! As Teacher Lu landed, a group of students immediately ran over, surrounding him. On the ground, centered around this teacher, the earth even cracked open. Fortunately, with his robust physique, even falling from such a height did not cause him much harm. Amidst the crowd of students, he stood up from the pit he had created. Cough cough. That little rascal Fang Yuan really has some strength. His words immediately shocked all the students. That little rascal Fang Yuan really has some strength. Climbing out of the pit he had made, old Lu couldn't help but rub his shoulder. Although he wasn't seriously injured, the soreness all over his body was inevitable. As soon as he said this, the surrounding students were instantly dumbfounded. Fong Yuan. Could it be that the teacher was just knocked out of the window by Fong Yuan? How is that possible? How could Fong Yuan knock the teacher out? At that moment, all the students began to doubt whether their ears had just malfunctioned. Disperse, everyone disperse. That guy Fong Yuan really doesn't hold back at all. I've completely lost face today. Teacher Lu squeezed out of the crowd and walked into the teaching building. He had originally planned to come down the same way he went up. However, after looking at the window 10 meters high, he gave up on that idea. It was too high, he couldn't jump up. He might as well take the stairs. Watching Teacher Lu disappear up the stairs, the students were all in shock. If at first they couldn't believe that it was really Fong Yuan who had sent the teacher flying, now the teacher himself had admitted it. What on earth is going on? What happened to this world? I'm numb, I'm really numb. I must be dreaming. Mom, someone is cheating. At this moment, many students' mental states completely collapsed. The person they once regarded as a joke had now become a definite winner in life. It was one thing to tame such terrifying monsters as pets in the fiery hell, but to send the teacher flying onto the playground was another matter entirely. Most importantly, Yumoing actually. The students were heartbroken, their expressions tragic. In the office, utter silence. This silence had lasted for about a minute. Everyone stared blankly at Fong Yuan, their minds seemingly frozen. It was as if they had seen Fong Yuan send old Lu flying with a single punch. I'm not dreaming, am I? The principal rubbed his eyes, but the shattered window and the whistling wind confirmed that what he had just seen was not an illusion. No one had expected that Fong Yuan, as a beastmaster, could actually send old Lu flying with one punch. Old Lu, while not a top-tier expert, was still an experienced martial artist. He was a strong man who had killed countless monsters on the battlefield. He had passed the certification for a second-tier martial artist. Just how strong was Fong Yuan? I'm back. At that moment, the office door was pushed open. Old Lu, who had just been sent flying out of the window, walked back into the office. Good kid, I misjudged you. Old Lu patted Fong Yuan's shoulder, somewhat amazed. If he hadn't personally taken that punch, he wouldn't have believed that such terrifying power resided in Fong Yuan's seemingly frail body. Is this still a beast master? Isn't a beast master's body supposed to be about the same strength as an ordinary person? The Fong Yuan before him looked more like someone who had awakened a power talent. Well, my vitality has also increased quite a bit during the awakening of my talent, Fong Yuan said calmly. His vitality value had already exceeded 400 points. This number probably surpassed half of the people in the office. Of course, he wouldn't say it out loud. That wasn't a surprise, it was a shock. Making the leaders in front of him realize that his vitality was not low was his true goal. All right, the principal rubbed his face, feeling a bit of a headache. The gifts they had carefully prepared, thinking they were the most suitable for a beast master, had turned out to be completely useless for Fong Yuan. Although this was a good thing, they had to choose another gift for Fong Yuan. The principal looked up, and the other school leaders also wore troubled expressions. Pets? The pets he had tamed could already dominate the wilderness of Liang City. Vitality? Sorry, Fong Yuan's vitality was unusually high for his age. What else could he possibly lack? The office fell silent again. After a while, the principal gritted his teeth and took a ring off his hand. We're taking back the previous gift. You won't need this elixir either. This ring will be your gift. A trace of heartache flashed across the principal's face. Seeing this scene, the others in the office all showed expressions of shock. They certainly knew the origin of the ring in the principal's hand. It was a reward for first-class merit that the principal received on the battlefield when he was young. It was a true treasure. It was something the principal valued more than his own life. Now, he had actually given it to Fong Yuan. Noticing the expressions of the others, Fong Yuan also seriously accepted the ring from the principal's hand. The ring looked ordinary, with a smooth surface. However, it felt somewhat heavy in his hand. Fong Yuan could sense the ring's uniqueness. There seemed to be a terrifying energy within it. This is. Fong Yuan raised his head to look at the principal. This is a treasure. The principal's expression was extremely serious. Of course, it's not the kind of treasure found in strange tales. It's just that due to its powerful function, it has been given the name of a treasure. It is actually a technological product created by humans. Of course, the core is still the crystal core of a great demon. Hearing the principal's words, Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. A treasure. He certainly understood the significance of a treasure. Although spiritual energy had revived in this era, humanity had not abandoned technology. On the contrary, taking advantage of the revival of spiritual energy, technology had also welcomed rapid development. The portal he entered to the flame hell was the result of 300 years of technological advancement. With the development of technology, people had also created a large number of terrifying weapons. These weapons or equipment, which had special functions or immense destructive power, were given the name treasure. This inheritance and the name from mythology reflected the extraordinary nature of these weapons and equipment in a certain sense. The number of treasures was extremely rare. Even with humanity's current technology, successfully creating a weapon that could be called a treasure would require immense luck and resources. Fang Yuan had not expected that the principal actually possessed a treasure. Its function is to control time. The principal spoke again. Control time. Upon hearing the principal's words, a trace of astonishment appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Had the treasures created by humans become this powerful already? Ahem, of course, my statement is a bit exaggerated, but the function of this ring is indeed related to time, the principal said. Its name is the time stop ring. If used well, it can slow down the flow of time for your own body. When the flow of time on you slows down, to others, your speed will appear to have greatly increased. 1 second for you is equivalent to over 10 seconds for others. When you are truly on the battlefield, this will be a life-saving ability. The principal explained the ring's usage. Of course, as a treasure, you definitely cannot use it freely at your current level. With more practice, you will become proficient. The principal sighed a bit. Although the ability of this ring was formidable, using it well was not so easy. It took him a full year to be able to properly utilize the ring's function after he received it. Thank you, Principal, I really like your gift. Fang Yuan put the ring on his hand. At that moment, he seemed to sense something, and the mental energy within his body began to surge towards the ring. As the mental energy flowed in, Fang Yuan could feel that a connection had been established between him and the ring. Under this connection, only he could use this ring. At the same time, he understood how to use the ring. So that's how it is, indeed a power of time. With a thought, a special energy began to emanate from the ring, enveloping Fang Yuan's body. At this moment, in Fang Yuan's view, everyone else seemed to have entered a state of slow motion. Blinking, speaking, even the speed at which dust fell through the air became extremely slow. Is this the effect of time acceleration? Fang Yuan immediately realized that this was the ring's ability, which had slowed down the flow of time for his body. This range extended from the body to the mind. With this thought, Fang Yuan moved. He walked out of the principal's office and saw more classmates and teachers moving slowly. It seems the speed has slowed down by 10 times. If I expend more mental energy, I could increase the slowing factor. Fang Yuan walked around the campus. His speed was already fast, and with the ring's effect, his figure almost turned into an afterimage, completely unnoticed by anyone. He seemed to have become a ghost in a state of time standing still. Just like that, Fang Yuan strolled around outside, thoroughly experiencing the usefulness of the time stop ring, before returning to the principal's office. When he stopped using the ring, everything around him returned to normal. You can use the ring normally now. The principal was somewhat bewildered. Just a moment ago, he clearly saw Fang Yuan leave the office in a flash. A few seconds later, he returned just as quickly. This speed, this state, was enough to prove that Fang Yuan was using the time stop ring. I tried it out. It's quite an amazing function. Thank you for the gift, Principal. Fang Yuan flashed a brilliant smile. The principal fell silent. When he received the ring, he had no way to use it. It took him a full 6 months to meet the conditions to use the ring. But Fang Yuan, as soon as he got it, he could use it effortlessly. The gap between them was already quite obvious. A genius. A true genius. The principal marveled again. The surprises and shocks Fang Yuan brought him today could be described as layers upon layers. Others were somewhat stunned. As long as you like it. The principal spoke. I am no longer on the battlefield. Having this ring in my hands is a waste. The future of humanity still relies on geniuses like you. The principal sighed. Other school leaders nodded in agreement. Everything Fang Yuan had displayed had exceeded their understanding. As school leaders, they had fantasized about the emergence of a top genius in their school. However, even with their boldness, in all these years of imagination, they had never encountered someone as extraordinary as Fang Yuan. This was completely beyond their imagination. Just as Fang Yuan and Yumoing were preparing to leave, the principal spoke again. The points you earned in the flame hell can be exchanged for some resources on the official website. Those resources are quite good. Many things cannot be bought on the market. At this point, the principal suddenly remembered that he hadn't asked them about their point totals. By the way, how many points did you both earn? As soon as this was said, everyone in the office looked forward to the answer. As an S-class talent awakener, Yumoing's points were certainly not few. As for Fang Yuan, it went without saying. Having subdued such terrifying monsters, wouldn't his points be in the thousands? I earned over 700 points, Yumoing said. 700 points. The principal nodded. Although it didn't break any records, it was already quite impressive for Yumoing to earn so many points while her talent was suppressed in the flame hell. The principal then looked at Fong Yuan. My points are over 5,000. Fong Yuan said calmly. Over 5,000, that's good. What? Over 5,000. The principal was once again stunned. What? Over 5,000. The principal was once again stunned. Over the years, the student who entered the Void Gate trial and earned the most points had only a little over 1,000 points. It wasn't just their school. Basically all martial arts high schools had similar results. Even the martial arts high school located in Kyoto, which gathered a large number of geniuses, considered 2,000 points to be an extraordinary achievement. 2,000 points were regarded as the ceiling for high school students in trials. For so many years, no one had ever surpassed this score. But, the principal widened his eyes at Fong Yuan, his mind momentarily blank. If it had been before, when Fong Yuan told him he had earned 5,000 points, he definitely wouldn't have believed it. But now, Fong Yuan had captured such a terrifying beast from the flame hell. Its vitality was unexpectedly high. He even mastered the use of the time-stop ring in an instant. If he said he had over 5,000 points, then he might really have over 5,000 points, even though this achievement was incredibly hard to believe. What did you do in the flame hell? Did you poke the beast's nest or something? The principal asked in confusion. I just killed the beasts and grabbed the flame crystals, and the points added up to 5,000, Fong Yuan replied flatly. In reality, most of these 5,000 points came from the joint examination of the martial arts university. He had almost defeated all the genius students participating in the exam, gathering their points for himself. Otherwise, his points would probably only be around 2,000. After all, no matter how strong one was, they still needed to find so many beasts to kill in order to accumulate points. Fong Yuan had purely stumbled upon this opportunity to earn over 5,000 points. I feel like my nerves are a bit numb. The principal suddenly turned to the group of school leaders behind him. The others nodded numbly in agreement. Numb. Really numb. In this half-day since Fong Yuan returned, they had been subjected to too many shocks. Their nerves had gone numb. Even if Fong Yuan told them now that he had also captured Yumoing as a pet, they wouldn't be surprised. Over 5,000 is over 5,000. Just remember to register your points. You'll need them when you apply to the martial arts university in a few days, the principal said as he turned back. You can register an account on the official website. Your 5,000 points can be exchanged for quite a few good things. In the dormitory, after taking a shower, Fong Yuan sat at his desk. The little white fox sat on the desk. As for the flame tiger, Fong Yuan still kept it in the pet space. The flame tiger was too large and lacked the transformation ability of the little white fox, so it could only stay in the pet space. As for Yumoing, after leaving the principal's office, she immediately entered the training building. Now, Yumoing no longer needed Fong Yuan to stimulate her, she had learned to train on her own. She was already a semi-mature pet. Although she wasn't completely obedient yet, she could train herself. I wonder what's in this system gift package this time. Fong Yuan checked the system messages. When the little white fox successfully broke through in the flame hell, the system had mentioned that when he obtained his third pet, there would be a gift package. After capturing the flame tiger, Fong Yuan hadn't had the chance to check. Now, he finally had some time alone. With a thought, a small box appeared in his hand. This small box was the gift package issued by the system. This box looks so familiar. Why does it feel like the same one used for beginner gift packs? Looking at the box, Fong Yuan suddenly had a bad feeling. He cautiously opened a crack in the box. Then he looked inside. Bang! The box was quickly closed by Fong Yuan. Goodness, it's you again. Fong Yuan's expression was somewhat strange. He clearly saw that what was inside the box was indeed a divine-level bait. Just like the beginner gift pack, it had the ability to turn any powerful monster into Fong Yuan's pet. The last divine-level bait was eaten by Yumoing. This time, I must use the bait well. I am a beast master, not a human master. I can't let something like what happened with Yumoing happen again. Fong Yuan carefully stored the divine-level bait back into the system. This kind of system reward can be taken out at any time. It is also the safest place to store divine-level bait. By the way, I wonder what I can exchange with these 5,000 points. At the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Division, an important meeting was taking place on the top floor of the highest security building. If ordinary people saw the faces of the 6 attendees, they would probably drop their jaws in shock. Lei Yuan, the head of the northern district of the Demon Slayer Division. Suda, the head of the western district. Lele, the head of the Southern District. Hanja, the head of the Eastern District. Yu Feifei, the head of the Central District. The heads of the 5 major districts of the Demon Slayer Division were all gathered here. This was an extremely rare situation. As district heads of the Demon Slayer Division, each of them possessed absolutely terrifying strength and rich experience in demon slaying. However, at this moment, these 5 district heads, who would be absolutely respected anywhere, were all standing, with no one sitting in a chair. The reason was simple. It was because that woman had not yet arrived. Sikong Luiying, the most powerful person in the Demon Slayer Division. Tap tap tap. The sound of high heels echoed from outside the conference room. A blonde woman in a red qipao, exuding an explosive aura, walked into the conference room. Sikong Luiying strode into the conference room, still wearing striking red high heels. The red qipao embroidered with golden dragon patterns showcased her perfect figure without a doubt. Unlike Yumoing's delicate beauty, Sikong Luiying radiated the charm of a mature woman. Even though she was only 26 years old, that fiery red lip seemed capable of captivating one's soul. For those unaware, it would be hard to imagine how such a young and beautiful woman could ascend to the position of director of the Demon Slayer Division. However, the respectful gazes of the 5 district heads in the conference room already spoke volumes. This woman awakened her Sss-Level talent at the age of 13. At 20, she single-handedly broke through a small void gate. At 23, during a full-scale war against monsters, she fought desperately to retrieve the body of the former director, killing 3 demon kings in the process. Her prestige in the Demon Slayer Division was unmatched. Even the arrogant demon kings would fall silent upon hearing her name. Sikong Luiying, a true genius recognized by her peers. Let's hear it. What's the situation in each district? Sikong Luiying spoke. The charm in her voice had vanished, replaced by seriousness. In the mountains of the west, a major demon has successfully transformed recently, and it is likely to emerge soon. The Western District head, Su De, spoke up. In the northern forest, a void gate has appeared, and the monsters coming out are quite strong. They haven't yet affected the city. The Northern District head, Lei Yuan, also chimed in. The activity of demon beasts in the central region has become increasingly frequent, with many demon beasts invading cities. Last year alone, the central region lost 3 official demon slayers. In the southern city of Yunding, there are traces of shape-shifting great demons, but their location has not yet been determined. As the leaders of several major districts spoke, Sikong Luiying's expression grew more serious. This information was all classified. Any leak would cause public panic. In recent years, the number of demon kings has nearly doubled. There are also more shape-shifting great demons, and they particularly enjoy entering human society, making them difficult to detect with ordinary means. Hearing this, Sikong Luiying let out a cold laugh. Demon kings, are they really that impressive? Closely monitor the movements in each region. Any demon beast that dares to enter the city, whether it is a shape-shifting great demon or a demon king, must be eliminated at all costs. The Demon Slayer Department has been silent for 2 years. These demon beasts seem to have forgotten the power of the Demon Slayer Department. As soon as these words were spoken, the leaders of the 5 major districts brightened their eyes. With Sikong Luiying's words, they could unleash their efforts and take action. Yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. The 5 district leaders spoke in unison. Also, the selection of new demon slayers is about to begin, so everyone remember to prepare. Sikong Luiying said, the selection of new demon slayers is one of the important activities of the Demon Slayer Department. The frequency of selections is not fixed. The last selection took place 3 years ago. The most talented young people are selected from various martial arts universities and society to join the Demon Slayer Department. Established during the early stages of spiritual energy revival, the Demon Slayer Department holds a very high status in people's hearts. Each time the selection of demon slayers occurs, countless applicants come forward. Which young person does not take pride in becoming a demon slayer? However, the probability of becoming a demon slayer is even less than 1 in 10,000. The reason is simple. Only the most talented individuals can become demon slayers. If there are no qualified candidates, the Demon Slayer Department would rather return empty-handed than lower its selection standards. Because the demon slayers face the most dangerous and severe situations since the era of spiritual energy revival. We are ready. We can start the preliminary selection at any time. In the Northern District I oversee, there are a few promising candidates, so at least this time we won't return empty-handed, Lei Yuan said with a smile. I have one too. There's a girl named Ji Lu from the Magic City Martial Arts University who has the aura of an ancient martial artist. I also have a few good candidates with high talent levels. Me too. When it came to selecting demon slayers, the 5 district leaders became spirited. Selecting talent is naturally one of their important responsibilities. If they cannot continuously supplement with excellent new blood, how can the demon slayers maintain their prestige for 300 years? Just then, a series of knocking sounds echoed. After receiving permission, a woman in a business suit walked in. The newcomer was Fong Wenxian, the Secretary General of the Demon Slayer Department. With Sikong Luiying acting as a hands-off manager, many affairs were handled by her. She held a freshly printed document in her hand. Director, esteemed district leaders, there have been some new developments in Liang City. This morning, a suspected second-tier demon beast appeared in the center of Liang City. Upon hearing this, the 6 undeniable giants in the conference room frowned and looked over. A second-tier demon beast? That was no longer the ordinary demon beasts commonly found in the wilderness. How could it appear in the center of Liang City? Liang City is a small city, and there are no second-tier demon beasts in the nearby wilderness. Moreover, if such a demon beast were to enter the city center, it would already be an extremely serious incident. The demon slayer would respond immediately to deal with the demon beast. However, it was already close to evening, and they still had no knowledge of this matter. There must be something strange about it. Feeling the puzzled gazes of a few people, Fong Wenxian handed the documents in her hand to the 6 leaders. Sikong Luiying opened the documents. What came into view was a large photograph. In the photo was a gigantic tiger demon beast, its body engulfed in flames. It exuded an imposing aura. However, Sikong Luiying's pupils constricted as she noticed the key point in the photo. There was a relaxed figure sitting on the back of the tiger demon beast. It was a young boy. The flames on the demon beast posed no harm to him. Moreover, Sikong Luiying noticed that a small white fox, which looked exceptionally cute, was perched on the boy's shoulder. It's him, Sikong Luiying immediately recalled. A few days ago, her niece, who was only a few years younger than her, had inexplicably lost track of a 9-tailed fox while chasing it in Liang City. No matter how hard she searched, that 9-tailed fox seemed to have vanished into thin air. So it was you who captured it. A beast master? Interesting. Sikong Luiying looked at the photograph, her face revealing an expression of interest. Based on the limited information, she had already deduced Fong Yuan's talent. After all, aside from beast masters, it would be difficult for anyone else to achieve this. The small white fox, although it looked like a mascot, was actually a 9-tailed fox with the demeanor of a demon king. As for the flame tiger, it was a second-tier demon beast, a disaster wherever it appeared. Yet he had tamed it. A beast master? The leaders of several major districts looked at the photograph in their hands, equally astonished. A talent like a beast master appears only once every 100 years. Each one is a treasure. A single person can lead an army. A grown beast master can command numerous demon beasts, capable of sweeping away a void gate by themselves. Such talent is indeed extremely rare. Moreover, the boy in the photo looked too young. He had actually tamed a second-tier demon beast. What was the context in which this photo was taken? Someone asked. On the playground of Liang City Martial Arts High School, this guy returned from a trial through the void gate, and the demon beast he brought back was captured by a reporter. This matter is likely to become a hot topic soon. A high school student returning from a trial with a second-tier demon beast is quite a rare occurrence. High school student. The leaders of several major districts all took a small breath. As the heads of the Demon Slayer division, they had seen all kinds of geniuses over the years. However, hearing about a high school student taming a second-tier demon beast was truly the first time. Upon hearing this, Sikong Luiying decisively stated, "Go, no matter what conditions he offers, we must get him to join the Demon Slayer division. We need to act quickly." Sikong Luiying's tone was commanding. "You Fei, you go personally to invite him. Liang City belongs to the Central District. You must ensure he joins our Demon Slayer division. Such talent is likely to attract a lot of envy." Dormitory. Fong Yuan closed the web page on his phone with some frustration. He had just logged into the official website of the Warrior Center, registered an account, and synced the 5,000 points he had earned in the Flame Hell. He could indeed exchange for many good things. However, the items he wanted were perhaps too scarce. Even with enough points, he needed the certification of a first-tier warrior to make the exchange. Certification as a first-tier warrior? It's not too troublesome. Then let's go tomorrow. His vitality and spirit had already reached the standards of a first-tier warrior. In this world, the classification of warriors is quite interesting. Generally speaking, most people are ordinary warriors. They do not meet the standards of a first-tier warrior, but they are much stronger than ordinary people, having learned martial arts and being able to kill some common monsters. These are what we call ordinary warriors. Fong Yuan's classmates, as well as the bounty hunters in the wilderness outside Liang City, are all ordinary warriors. Those who can be considered first-tier warriors are already regarded as experts. Among 10 ordinary warriors, only about 1 will become a first-tier warrior. After obtaining certification as a first-tier warrior, one can receive training supplies and subsidies from the official every month. Sleep. Tomorrow I'll call Yumoing to go for the certification together. Yumoing's strength should also meet the requirements of a first-tier warrior. The next morning, Fong Yuan got up early. The main task for today was to go to the Warrior Center in Liyang City for the first-tier warrior certification. However, before setting off, he needed to call Yumoing. Is she in the training building? Fong Yuan sensed Yumoing's location and couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. It was only 6 in the morning, and Yumoing was already in the training building? He had to admit, Yumoing's level of effort was beyond his imagination. This girl isn't still holding back, trying to surpass me and break the contract, is she? Fong Yuan chuckled lightly and headed straight for the training building. When he arrived at the training building, he found that the level of activity here far exceeded his expectations. The training room was packed with people. It was much busier than usual training sessions. Almost every piece of equipment had someone using it. This is the scene in the training building at 6 in the morning? Fong Yuan was a bit puzzled. However, he quickly noticed that most of the people training here were boys. Moreover, their gazes were constantly drifting in one direction. Following their gazes, Fong Yuan immediately spotted Yumoing. Dressed in loose training clothes, Yumoing didn't show off her figure, yet still attracted a lot of attention. Several boys were waiting nearby with water bottles, ready to offer their warmth as soon as Yumoing took a break. However, Yumoing continued her training with a blank expression, completely ignoring the others. I see. Fong Yuan chuckled lightly, instantly understanding why the training building was so lively at 6 in the morning. Yumoing, come out with me. Fong Yuan waved to Yumoing from the doorway of the training room. As soon as he said this, it stirred up a storm. Everyone turned to look at Fong Yuan. Upon seeing him, their expressions twisted. It's him again. Yumoing can't really have something going on with him, right? Impossible. Yumoing won't go with him. So what if he awakened the Beast Master talent? So what if he's a bit stronger? Does that mean he can do whatever he wants? Strength isn't everything in love. Can Fong Yuan be as attentive as I am? Can he be as warm as I am? For a moment, the training room fell silent, with everyone secretly hoping that Yumoing would treat Fong Yuan with the same indifference she showed them, or even completely ignore him. However, Yumoing directly began to pack her things. Under the tearful gazes of the crowd, she followed Fong Yuan out of the training room. I hate this. Heaven above. Why do you have to treat me like this? I refuse to accept it. Besides being a bit better at studying, having a bit more talent, being a bit stronger, and looking a bit more handsome, where is Fong Yuan stronger than me? My sky has turned gray. Can I change into a different outfit? Where are you going? Is the training uniform suitable? After leaving the training hall, Yumoing began to feel conflicted again. She had originally wanted to continue her training, but Fong Yuan's commanding gaze made her realize that she had no room to resist. No need to change, the training uniform is just right. Fong Yuan said, we're going to the Warrior Center to certify as a first-tier warrior. Hearing this, Yumoing was somewhat surprised. Certifying as a first-tier warrior? With her current strength, could she pass the certification? Yumoing felt a bit insecure. Although her talent was decent, she had only been practicing martial arts for 3 years. Overall, her strength was still not considered strong among warriors worldwide. Can I pass the certification? Yumoing's voice was hesitant. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan glanced at Yumoing. With an awakened S-level talent and having trained with me in the flame hell for a few days, if you still can't pass the first-tier warrior certification, then you might as well give up on the idea of surpassing me to break the contract. I would just consider it as having taken in a useless monster, wasting a spot. As soon as these words were spoken, Yumoing's self-esteem, which had been crushed to the brink of shattering, suddenly stood up again. Humph, I will definitely pass the first-tier warrior certification. Yumoing's face was like frost, and although she was following behind Fong Yuan, she completely ignored him. She looked just like an angry little wife. Seeing Yumoing like this, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Fong Yuan's eye. The certification for a first-tier warrior was not just a simple measurement of vitality and spirit. That only represented physical fitness and did not reflect overall combat power. The certification for a first-tier warrior involved a series of tests to prove that the participating warrior's combat strength met the standards to be considered certified. With Yumoing's S-level talent and her recent rapid progress, passing the first-tier warrior certification was completely within reach. She was just a bit insecure. The title of first-tier warrior was indeed somewhat intimidating. Not to mention high school students, many martial arts university students still couldn't pass the first-tier warrior certification by the time they graduated. Soon, Fong Yuan and Yumoing arrived at the warrior center. Liang City was not a large city, and there was only this one official warrior center, which was not far from the school. Hello, are you looking to purchase any training supplies? We have everything here. As soon as they entered, they received a warm welcome. As a warrior center, there were various services related to warriors. Previously, Fong Yuan had sold the corpses of monsters he killed in the wilderness here. The prices were reasonable, fair to all. We want to certify our warrior qualifications, Fong Yuan said. Okay, for ordinary warrior qualification certification, go straight and turn left. There's a hall there. The young lady in charge of the reception was only a few years older than Fong Yuan, with a round face that looked somewhat cute. However, she clearly misunderstood Fong Yuan's meaning. Not ordinary warrior qualification certification. Fong Yuan waved his hand. We want to do the first-tier warrior certification. First-tier warrior? The young lady was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Fong Yuan and Yumoing a few more times, her expression somewhat hesitant. Seeing her expression, Fong Yuan chuckled softly. Having read so many web novels in his past life, he never expected that such a cliché plot would actually happen to him. It was simply that the other party thought he was too young, believing that it was impossible for him to pass the certification, kindly advising him not to waste his money. This also attracted the attention and ridicule of bystanders at the Martial Artists Center. In the end, he successfully passed the certification, shocking everyone. People exclaimed, a young genius, limitless potential. Ha, how cliché. He didn't say much more, instead pulling out a flame crystal the size of a walnut. Don't say anything, just take us to the certification place, you don't need to worry about the rest. This crystal should be enough for 2 certification fees, right? Fong Yuan said. This. The round-faced young lady was taken aback. As a staff member of the Martial Artists Center, she certainly knew the value of this walnut-sized flame crystal. Although the certification for a first-tier martial artist was relatively expensive, even for 2 times, it was still more than enough. This is too much. The round-faced young lady was a bit flustered. She had been working here for 2 years, and it was her first time encountering such a generous martial artist. To take out a walnut-sized flame crystal like this was something that could only be obtained from awakened fire element beasts. Usually, it was something that had a price but was hard to come by. That's about right, even if it's not used up, it's close enough. The extra part can be considered your service fee, Fong Yuan said calmly. In fact, he had over 500 of these walnut-sized flame crystals. If converted to money, it would indeed be a considerable fortune. However, Fong Yuan really didn't have much cash on hand. He could only say that becoming rich had come too suddenly, and the cash aspect hadn't caught up yet. Upon hearing this, the round-faced young lady's smile became sincere and radiant, completely different from her previous professional smile. Alright, please follow me. Watch your step, there are stairs here. Would you and your girlfriend like something to drink? We have. The guiding young lady began her attentive service. Fong Yuan followed behind her, also reflecting on the law that having money makes one a master, which still held true in this world. Just a flame crystal had spared him a lot of trouble and earned him a warm reception. Behind Fong Yuan, Yumoing followed along somewhat dazed. She didn't know what she was thinking, not even refuting being called Fong Yuan's girlfriend. At other times, she would have corrected him immediately. Finally, Yumoing quickened her pace to walk alongside Fong Yuan. She tugged at his sleeve and quietly asked, Fong Yuan, why is the certification for a first-tier martial artist so expensive? Fong Yuan turned his head expressionlessly and glanced at Yumoing. Her big, watery eyes blinked with confusion, making her appear adorably naive. This kind of naivety was rare for her. Fong Yuan instinctively reached out and pinched Yumoing's cheek. I really like this innocent side of you. Yumoing's face instantly flushed. It was hard to tell if it was from being pinched or from embarrassment. The certification for a first-tier martial artist is certainly not free. In fact, you could say it's a bit pricey. You can think of it as part of the certification test regarding wealth. If you can't even come up with the fee for a first-tier martial artist certification, don't even mention passing the certification. With the strength of a first-tier martial artist, earning this amount of money is quite easy. Of course, the fees are not just for this reason. It's also to prevent those who are aware of their insufficient strength but still insist on frequently undergoing certification. Although Yumoing's question was somewhat naive, Fong Yuan still took the time to explain. He did not look down on her. Although Yumoing is the school belle who attracts everyone's attention, she is, like him, an orphan. Over the past 3 years, she has been focused on her training and knows little about the outside world. If Fang Yuan were not a traveler with ample social experience from his previous life, he might be just like Yumoing now. Yumoing nodded shyly, her face slightly flushed. It was hard to tell if it was from Fang Yuan's pinch or from embarrassment. Yumoing hesitated for a moment, speaking somewhat haltingly, I think I won't make a decision yet. Fang Yuan glanced at Yumoing again and noticed she was looking down, a bit hesitant. Fang Yuan's mind was sharp, and he quickly saw through Yumoing's little thoughts. She had no money. Or rather, she didn't have enough money to pay for the first-level warrior certification fee. Even though Fang Yuan had already paid, she was unwilling to take advantage of him. I'll lend you the certification fee, Fang Yuan said. Once you pass the certification, you'll receive an official subsidy every month, and 2 or 3 months will be enough to pay me back. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Yumoing, having left the school environment, was like a little quail. Faced with an unfamiliar environment, confusion and helplessness began to take over her heart. This is a common issue for many campus goddesses from average families. Once they leave school and enter society, they realize their insignificance. They can also become a bit flustered. However, with Yumoing's S-level talent, there was no need to worry too much about this problem. She was like a piece of uncut jade, soon to be discovered. If Fang Yuan did not exist in this world, Yumoing would be invited by top martial arts universities and, upon graduation, would become a genius sought after by various departments. Her potential was immense. The girl's youthful innocence would eventually fade. Fang Yuan looked at Yumoing, who seemed a bit different from usual, and suddenly smiled. He found a certain joy in nurturing her. Fang Yuan became curious about what kind of person Yumoing, who had become his pet, would eventually grow into. You need to think it over. As long as you pass the first-level warrior certification, there will be a subsidy from the official every month. That's every month, Fang Yuan said with a smile. Yumoing's eyes lit up immediately. The hesitation and confusion she felt vanished in an instant. Fang Yuan, I think you're right. I should pass the first-level warrior certification as soon as possible. Yumoing was full of energy. Her steps even surpassed Fang Yuan's, and she couldn't help but pull the round-faced sister leading the way, eager to start the certification test right away. Watching Yumoing's lively figure, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. It was easy to handle. Soon, under the guidance of the round-faced sister, they arrived at the place for the first-level warrior certification. It was a closed training room. Inside were strange devices not usually seen in regular training rooms. These devices were specifically used for first-level warrior certification. In this training room, there was also an operation table. Behind the table sat a middle-aged woman who was playing on her phone. She didn't react much when they entered, likely because she had seen many people come for the first-level warrior certification. Weapons cannot be used, but talents can be used, limited to 30 minutes, the round-faced sister introduced. If you defeat all the battle robots within 30 minutes, you will succeed. As the sister explained, the middle-aged woman at the operation table pressed a button. The strange devices powered on, and 5 large robots emerged from within. These robots, crafted from metal, are exquisitely designed, with their exterior seams tightly fitted, not a single exposed wire in sight. But that's not all. The 5 robots vary in size and shape, each wielding different weapons. Some are quite short but have long limbs, appearing remarkably agile. Others are robust, with thick steel plating. Some are about the same size as a human, looking quite well-rounded. Upon seeing these robots, Yumoing's eyes widened. These are combat machines created by warriors who have awakened their mechanical talents, the round-faced young woman introduced. Because there are so few people who awaken mechanical talents, the cost of these combat robots is extremely high, so they can only be used for testing. As long as you defeat these robots within 30 minutes, you will pass the certification. Remember to pay attention to the arrows on the ceiling, they may shoot arrows at any moment. Although these arrows have no tips, being hit by them will still count as a failure. Listening to the introduction, Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. It must be said, this is quite a comprehensive test. There are no restrictions on methods or the use of talents. As long as one has the ability to defeat these 5 robots, it is enough to prove the warrior's combat capability. No matter what aspect of combat you excel in, or what talent you have awakened, it all comes down to combat power. Not only that, the arrows on the ceiling test the warrior's mental perception ability. If one's mental strength is too weak, passing the certification is impossible. I'll go first. Yumoing's expression had already turned serious. This certification test might not mean much to Fang Yuan, but for her, it certainly carries pressure. However, for the monthly subsidy, Yumoing would not back down. As Yumoing walked to the center of the arena, the middle-aged woman at the control panel pressed the start button. However, Fang Yuan keenly noticed that the woman slightly shook her head as she pressed the button. Do you not think Yumoing can pass the test? Fang Yuan immediately caught the hint of emotion from her. Do you not think Yumoing can pass the test? Fang Yuan sharply sensed the staff member's slight emotion. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Perhaps apart from him, no one believed Yumoing could pass the first-level warrior certification. Even Yumoing herself lacked confidence. At that moment, Yumoing, standing in the center of the arena, exuded an air of determination, as if she wanted to give her all here and perform well. The next moment, the robots moved. Each of these robots had different characteristics, some excelled in defense, some in attack, and some in speed. They surged forward. Yumoing, at the center, gradually calmed down. Snowflakes began to swirl around her. That was her S-level talent, now activated. With the appearance of the snowflakes, the temperature in the entire training room dropped immediately. The robot closest to Yumoing noticeably slowed down. Not completely foolish yet, Fang Yuan chuckled softly. In combat against robots, Yumoing's talent still held a certain advantage. The cold could make the robot's joints stiffer, thus slowing them down. This scene caused the round-faced young woman and the middle-aged woman to pause slightly. They seemed not to have expected that Yumoing's talent was actually a rare elemental type. Soon, the situation in the testing arena changed again. Yumoing maneuvered between the 5 robots. Although there was no immediate risk of elimination, her attacks seemed somewhat feeble. The snowflake longsword she conjured in her hand could not break through the robot's defenses. These battle robots were clearly made of a special metal on the surface, with extremely strong defensive capabilities. If Yumoing had the cold crystal sword in her possession right now, it wouldn't be a problem, but this test did not allow the use of weapons. Yumoing's steps gradually became frantic. She had to dodge arrows shot from the ceiling from time to time. In just 3 short minutes, Yumoing found herself at a disadvantage. If this continued, elimination would likely become inevitable. The robots had no stamina issues, but humans did. Bang! After a difficult block against the robot's attack, Yumoing couldn't help but take 2 steps back. She felt as if she were sinking into a quagmire. The coordinated attacks of the 5 battle robots left her in a passive position. Yumoing instinctively glanced at Fang Yuan, her eyes involuntarily filled with a plea for help. However, Fang Yuan was sitting in a chair, eyes closed in rest. The enthusiastic round-faced young lady stood behind Fang Yuan, massaging his shoulders. This scene inexplicably ignited a surge of anger within Yumoing. She no longer looked at Fang Yuan and turned to launch a fierce attack on the nearby war robots, seemingly wanting to vent all her anger on them. In an instant, she managed to withstand the siege of 5 robots, fighting them to a standstill. This turnaround left the middle-aged woman at the control panel somewhat dumbfounded. Young people really know how to play. Is this even possible? The middle-aged woman muttered a couple of phrases, somewhat amazed. As she regained the upper hand, Yumoing began to seriously contemplate how to truly defeat these 5 battle robots. Time passed second by second. Yumoing held onto her determination, never falling back into a passive state. Not far away, Fang Yuan, enjoying tea and a massage, revealed a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. Although his eyes were closed, his powerful perception allowed him to clearly understand everything happening on the field. He knew that Yumoing had found a solution, because she had already begun to gather the cold air she released beneath her feet. A thick layer of frost had formed on the legs of the 5 battle robots, causing their movements to slow down increasingly. At this moment, only 5 minutes remained until the 30-minute time limit. Just then, Yumoing finally launched her final attack. The snowflake longsword in her hand suddenly split into dozens of fragments, spinning rapidly as they flew out. Each fragment struck precisely at the robot's legs. Crack! The crisp sounds rang out. The 5 robots crashed to the ground. Their legs shattered, leaving them unable to stand. It must be said that the battle robots had formidable defensive power. Yumoing could only lower the temperature first, making the properties of this special metal brittle, and then shatter it through impact. This utilized the unique property of metals, which become brittle at low temperatures and are easier to break. Test passed. The middle-aged woman at the control panel lifted her head from her phone and announced the test results. Her expression was slightly emotional. As a staff member operating the instruments, she had seen too many martial artists come for certification. Over the years, Yumoing was probably the youngest person to pass the test. She looked like she was not even 18, a first-tier martial artist under 18. This terrifying talent would surely become a top existence among human martial artists in the future. The round-faced young lady was also somewhat stunned. She had originally thought it was just a rich second generation bringing his girlfriend to play. The two looked far too young. but someone had actually passed the certification. When Yumoing heard that she had passed the certification test, her eyes instantly lit up. She felt a bit dazed, as if she herself had not expected it to actually be possible. A wave of immense joy and excitement surged within her. Fang Yuan, She instinctively wanted to share her joy with Fang Yuan, but when she turned her head, she saw that Fang Yuan was still with his eyes closed, enjoying the massage from the round-faced girl. Yumoing's expression immediately fell. However, she found herself unable to say anything. Next, it's my turn. Fang Yuan stood up from the chair. The certification for a first-tier warrior is a bit too simple, he said. If possible, let's go straight for the certification of a second-tier warrior. His tone was very calm, but it made both the round-faced girl and the middle-aged woman widen their eyes. If possible, let's go straight for the certification of a second-tier warrior, Fang Yuan said lightly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged woman and the round-faced girl were momentarily stunned, then stared at him with wide eyes. A second-tier warrior. This was simply a joke. The girl named Yumoing had already been considered quite strong for her age, but it had been extremely difficult for her to pass the certification for a first-tier warrior, and now he wanted to go straight for a second-tier warrior. Wasn't that a bit too overconfident? There were fewer than 100 second-tier warriors in the entire Liyang city. They were all tough individuals who could walk alone in the wilderness. The boy in front of them looked to be only around 16 or 17 years old, and he wanted to certify as a second-tier warrior? Sir, would you like to reconsider? The round-faced girl asked politely. No need, the test for a first-tier warrior holds no meaning for me. Let's start the second-tier certification directly. Fang Yuan's voice was very confident. In fact, with his strength, passing the second-tier warrior certification was quite easy. If it weren't for the fact that the warrior center in Liyang City could only certify up to second-tier warriors, he would have even wanted to challenge a third-tier warrior directly. That would have made things a bit interesting for Fang Yuan. Alright, good luck to you. The round-faced girl stopped trying to persuade him. The money was already in place, so she had no reason not to fulfill the customer's request. Even if the certification failed, that would be the customer's issue. Teacher Son, let's begin the second-tier warrior certification test. The round-faced girl turned to the middle-aged woman at the control panel and said. The middle-aged woman nodded with a neutral expression. With a series of operations from her, the several robots that had been defeated by Yumoing were dragged away. 5 larger and sturdier robots walked onto the testing field. Seeing these robots, Yumoing's face turned a bit unnatural. She could sense that she wouldn't be able to defeat even one of these robots. Is this the certification for a second-tier warrior? Yumoing felt a bit dejected. She felt as if she could no longer see the day when she could surpass Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked slowly to the center of the testing field. Mr. Fang Yuan, the rules are the same as before. You must defeat the battle robots within a time limit to pass the certification. The round-faced girl said. The arrows from the ceiling will be launched more densely and frequently. These 5 new robots are also stronger than the previous ones. Please be careful. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. At the control panel, the middle-aged woman pressed the start button, and the test officially began. It was only then that she looked at Fang Yuan on the testing platform, her eyes revealing a hint of curiosity. As the operator for the certification, she had seen too many different types of warriors. She could tell that Fang Yuan was definitely not the kind of foolish second-generation warrior. In fact, if Fang Yuan had not been present, based solely on what that girl had just said, she probably wouldn't have been able to pass the certification test. Between the two, it was clear that Fang Yuan was in the lead. An 18-year-old girl, already a first-tier warrior with a rare elemental talent, could be considered a prodigy in this world. Yet, in front of this boy, she was constantly at his mercy. This only indicated that, in terms of mentality, the boy had completely dominated the girl. How could someone like him make a foolish decision? The middle-aged woman found it hard to understand. Could it be? Could this boy named Fang Yuan already possess the level of a second-tier warrior? A 16-year-old second-tier warrior? How could that be possible? Rationally, she didn't think Fang Yuan was being reckless, but in reality, it seemed a bit too fantastical. A strong sense of contradiction arose in the middle-aged woman's heart, making her unable to take her eyes off Fang Yuan's figure. Meanwhile, in the school, old Zhang was organizing student files in his office when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was his wife's call. What's going on? Why are you calling me at this time? Don't you know I'm working? Old Zhang answered the call immediately. Old Zhang, I remember you told me you have a student named Fang Yuan, right? His wife's slightly excited voice came through the phone. Yes, there is such a student, old Zhang replied, somewhat puzzled. His wife usually didn't care much about these matters. She had only mentioned Fong Yuan a few times at home because she felt sorry for him not having martial arts talent. Why was she bringing it up again today? Quick, check the news. Your student is trending. What? Trending? Old Zhang was a bit confused. Just go online and see for yourself, he's a big hit. Your student is famous. After hurriedly hanging up, old Zhang quickly went online. As soon as he opened the page, he saw a huge and eye-catching photo. The photo featured the beast Fong Yuan had brought back from the fiery hell, the flame tiger. Muscular, its tiger stripes almost bursting, engulfed in raging flames, exuding an overwhelming presence. This beast seemed to have walked out of hell. And at the edge of the photo were their principal and several school leaders, looking tense and ready to act at any moment. However, none of that was the focus of the photo. The focus was on Fong Yuan, who was sitting atop the flame tiger. With a relaxed expression and a calm demeanor, he sat on the back of the fiery beast, looking down at everyone with an air of dominance. Wow, what a composition! Incredible! Old Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. The tense expressions of the principal and others contrasted sharply with Fong Yuan's relaxed demeanor. After a night of fermentation, the news of Fong Yuan returning from the fiery hell with a terrifying beast exploded online. That day, many reporters were present, capturing precious on-site photos. Now, these photos had become shocking evidence. Otherwise, what Fong Yuan had done, if only described in words, would likely make people think it was a novel. At this moment, in the principal's office of Kyoto Martial Arts University, the principal and several deans from different colleges were gathered. They surrounded a computer, their expressions somewhat excited. It's him! It's him! That day in the sunset forest of the fiery hell, he was the one who messed up the joint examination. The speaker was a middle-aged man, the dean of Kyoto Martial Arts University. His tone was quite excited. At that time, he was also one of the organizers of the joint examination, located in a stone house near the sunset forest. Since that day, he had been searching for Fong Yuan. However, they only knew Fong Yuan's name and nothing else. Such a search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. But now, he finally had news of Fong Yuan again. Moreover, it was shocking news that left people stunned for half a day. Talent, true talent. Incredible, not only did he crush our students, but he also tamed a flame tiger there. That must be a second-tier monster. And he's just a high school student, how terrifying. Everyone in the room was exclaiming. After all, even if others were shocked by the news reports, it was just this one event. They knew much more. They had a more comprehensive understanding of Fong Yuan's overall strength. Fong Yuan's power was even more terrifying than what was reported in the news. Let's set off immediately. Such a genius deserves to be ours at the Kyoto Martial Arts University. It wasn't just the Kyoto Martial Arts University. The Demon Beast Martial Arts University and the Thunder Martial Arts University, the two top universities that also participated in the joint examination, immediately reacted as well. The people from these two schools were also searching for Fong Yuan with great difficulty. Now that they finally had news, how could they not rush to set off? How did he make it to the news? Now our competitors have increased significantly. Hurry up, if we are the first to meet Fong Yuan, the opportunity to recruit him will be much greater. The Magic City Martial Arts University directly dispatched martial artists with flying talents. They even issued a death order. As long as they weren't exhausted, they were to fly as hard as they could. They must see Fong Yuan at the earliest opportunity. The explosive popularity of this news ignited all major universities. Every institution with even a slight reputation sent personnel rushing to Lian City. This unremarkable little city, which had previously been almost invisible, suddenly became the talk of the town among the big shots. And the source of this incident, classmate Fong Yuan, was still at the Martial Artists Center, undergoing the assessment for second-tier martial artists. These 5 war robots, whether in terms of physical strength or attack methods, far exceed the previous 5. Mechanical talent awakeners seem to be quite impressive. In the testing area, Fong Yuan skillfully dodged the attacks of the 5 robots, thoughts flashing through his mind. Mechanical talent was also a relatively rare type. Their combat power was not strong, but they possessed powerful mechanical modification skills. They could even create armor like Iron Man to wear for battle. That's enough, I've figured out the combat power of these robots. Fong Yuan smiled slightly. The next moment, he stopped dodging. Instead, he extended his palm. Whoosh! The robot swung its weapon towards Fong Yuan. The speed was fast, and it was instantly in front of him. Fong Yuan still showed no intention of dodging. Why isn't he dodging? What is he going to do? Nearby, both the well-informed middle-aged woman and the round-faced young lady were startled by Fong Yuan's actions. If he didn't dodge such an attack, failing the assessment would be the least of his worries. He might even have his head smashed to pieces. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before them. The blow that was about to smash into Fang Yuan's face mysteriously halted. It was less than 10 centimeters from his head. What? The middle-aged woman could no longer maintain her composure and exclaimed. She saw that the robot attacking Fang Yuan had its limbs completely covered in thick layers of ice. It couldn't move an inch. Not only that, all 5 robots on the field had their joints frozen. These thick layers of ice had appeared in an instant. She hadn't even seen the process of the ice forming. Crackle, crackle. Strange sounds echoed, the noise of the 5 battle robots struggling to move but being stopped by the ice layers. It's even more boring than I imagined, Fang Yuan sighed softly. However, at that moment, an arrow shot down from the ceiling at an extremely tricky angle, aimed directly at Fang Yuan's head. It was fast and at a sharp angle. Even if it didn't cause any harm, being hit by the arrow would still count as a failure in the certification. Yet, Fang Yuan merely glanced at the arrow. A black flame appeared out of nowhere on the arrow. Ss-Level talent, Eternal Black Flame. The black flame manifested on the flying arrow in an instant. The arrow was instantly reduced to nothing by the black flame, as if it had vanished into thin air. The power is quite decent, Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. This was the first time he had used the Eternal Black Flame talent since acquiring it. The effect was better than he had imagined. I should be considered passed, right? Fang Yuan turned around to look at the stunned middle-aged woman and the round-faced young lady. Passed. The middle-aged woman stammered. Her initial calmness had completely disappeared. The way she looked at Fang Yuan was as if she were staring at a monster. She had never seen anyone pass the second-tier warrior certification so easily. Most importantly, it seemed she had witnessed Fang Yuan using 2 different talents. The ice that had trapped the robot must be at least an S-level talent. But what about that black flame? Can a person really have 2 talents? She couldn't comprehend it, but she was deeply shocked. What had happened today had completely stunned her, even overturning her worldview. A 16-year-old second-tier warrior? A dual-talent possessor? Does such a prodigy really exist in this world? After registering his information, Fang Yuan had officially become a recognized second-tier warrior. In fact, with his current true combat power, he could easily pass the certification for a third-tier warrior. However, Liyang City was a small city and simply did not have the capability to conduct third-tier warrior certifications. Moreover, there were very few people qualified to certify third-tier warriors. Over the years, there had been no more than 10 third-tier warriors in the entire Liyang City. Nevertheless, being certified as a second-tier warrior was already sufficient. The monthly subsidies were secondary. What Fang Yuan needed was the officially recognized authority as a tiered warrior. This is your identity information. In the future, when you kill demon beasts, you will automatically earn merit points based on the grade of the demon beast. Merit points will be automatically recorded in your identity information. The staff member smiled sweetly at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded slightly. Once he became a tiered warrior, killing demon beasts would earn him merit points. Regardless of the organization he belonged to or where he was, as long as he killed demon beasts, he would earn merit points. Merit points could be exchanged for scarce cultivation resources through official channels. It was similar to the principle of points, but the value of merit points was higher. From now on, you are also a first-tier warrior, so remember to work hard on your cultivation, Fang Yuan said to the young lady beside him, Yumoing. At that moment, Yumoing felt a bit dejected. She once again realized the vast chasm of strength between her and Fang Yuan. The joy of passing the first-tier warrior certification had completely vanished. Am I really considered a genius? Yumoing couldn't help but ask. For 3 years, everyone had told her she was a genius. She had always believed that too. Awakening an S-level talent had further confirmed this for her. But compared to Fang Yuan, she felt like a clown. Your talent is quite good, Fang Yuan replied. It's just that your brain isn't very sharp. If you had thought earlier about utilizing the properties of metal to achieve victory in battle, you wouldn't have exhausted all your stamina before passing the certification. Here, take this and eat it, Fang Yuan said as he took out a small vial. During the recent certification test, Yumoing had drained all her stamina. Overusing her talent had even left her somewhat weak. If Fang Yuan hadn't been supporting her, she probably wouldn't have been able to stand. However, upon seeing the small vial, Yumoing immediately recalled the embarrassing moment in the flame hell. What are you going to make me eat? It can't be another pet potion, can it? Yumoing said warily. Fang Yuan calmly nodded. You're right, this is a stamina recovery potion specifically for pets. Of course, you can choose not to eat it, but you wouldn't want me to carry you back in front of the whole school, would you? As soon as he said this, Yumoing's face flushed bright red. Seeing Yumoing's expression, Fang Yuan let out a cold laugh. You think too highly of yourself. In the next moment, he no longer gave Yumoing a choice, directly pinching her chin and pouring the potion into her mouth. Sometimes, when dealing with your pet, you have to be a bit domineering. In the testing room, the middle-aged woman was still immersed in the shock Fuan had brought her. She couldn't imagine what kind of prodigy could achieve such a feat. However, at that moment, her phone suddenly rang. A news alert popped up. Shocking! A second-tier monster appears on campus, and it turns out to be the pet of a genius student. The sensational news headline caught the middle-aged woman's attention. Another genius has appeared? But no matter how talented, they can't be more abnormal than the person I just met today. The middle-aged woman shook her head and opened the news. After meeting Fuan, she truly understood what genius meant. However, in the next moment, her actions froze. The accompanying photo in the news showed a figure riding on the back of a flame tiger, which was none other than Fuan, who had just left her. It's him! Flame Hell, second-tier monster, pet. He actually has a second-tier monster as a pet. The middle-aged woman was a bit dumbfounded. A 16-year-old second-tier martial artist, a dual talent awakener, was already shocking enough. She had just accepted this, but the news told her that Fuan also had a second-tier monster pet, and possibly even a beast taming talent. What kind of monster is this? At the Liang City Martial Arts High School, students gathered again on the playground. The principal appeared once more on the platform. Students, the trial of the Void Gate has concluded. I'm sure you all have gained a lot. The next focus is the application for martial arts universities. The principal's voice echoed across the campus. Every student on the playground was extremely serious. 3 years of training was all for the sake of getting into a good martial arts university. The talents of the students and the results of the trials are very important criteria for applications. You can refer to the results from previous years. Of course, these are not absolute. Generally speaking, in about a month, martial arts universities will come to our school for selection. That is the best opportunity for you students. During this time, you need to work even harder, so that those recruiting teachers can see your progress. If your progress is significant, there is a great possibility that you will enter better institutions. Hearing this, the students were filled with enthusiasm. Overtaking on a curve, 1 month's time. At this moment, everyone was energized, wanting to prove themselves. At that moment, a thunderous sound echoed from the sky. Looking up, a massive fighter jet swiftly approached the school from afar, preparing to land. The words Lingu Martial Arts University were prominently displayed on the aircraft. Lingu Martial Arts University? The principal on the platform looked somewhat puzzled. He certainly knew of this school, which was quite a reputable martial arts university not far from Liang City, and they came to recruit every graduation season. However, this year seemed a bit too early. On the playground, the students were also bewildered. It's a fighter jet from Lingu Martial Arts University. Wow, they've already arrived? Isn't there still a month to go? Are they here for recruitment? They came so early. I'm not ready yet. In an instant, the students on the playground became a bit flustered. Why are they here so early for recruitment? I'm not prepared. This is Lingu Martial Arts University, the school of my dreams. Oh no, will they not want me because I'm not ready? Stand up straight, make a good impression. God bless, this is a top-tier martial arts university. After the initial shock and panic, the students quickly regained their composure. They straightened their collars and stood tall, hoping to stand out in the crowd and leave a good impression on the representatives from Lingu Martial Arts University. On the platform, the principal quickly put down the microphone and exchanged glances with the other school leaders. They all saw the confusion in each other's eyes. This timing was too early. According to previous years, there was still over a month until the peak recruitment season. At that time, many martial arts universities would send recruitment teams to Liang City Martial Arts High School. However, despite their confusion, the principal and the other school leaders did not dare to delay and quickly made their way to the playground. At this moment, the fighter jet from Lingu Martial Arts University had already landed on the open space of the playground. Click! The cabin door of the jet opened, and a powerful middle-aged woman stepped out. Principal Song. The principal was stunned. The visitor was none other than the actual principal of Lingu Martial Arts University, a genuine 5th-tier martial artist. Not only did she possess formidable strength, but as the principal of a martial arts university, her political status was also extremely high. How could she come in person? Principal Song, why have you come in person? The principal greeted her warmly. No matter how strange the situation was, he, as the principal, had to maintain proper etiquette. Oldly, no need to be so polite. We are old acquaintances, Principal Song said with a smile as she shook hands with Li Kaitai, the principal of the martial arts high school where Fuan studied. Something's off. There must be something going on. Principal Li Kaitai's smile was bright, but his mind was racing. When did he, as a high school principal, receive such treatment? The principal of Lingu Martial Arts University was so warm towards him? There had to be something unusual about this. Principal Song's visit is truly an honor. Ha! Principal Lee is too polite. I came here this time for recruitment. Everything is for the students. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they finally got to the main topic, recruitment. Hearing this conversation, the students on the playground became even more spirited. They really were here for recruitment, and it was the principal of Lingu Martial Arts University who had come in person. If they could gain her recognition, wouldn't that mean a solid chance of getting into Lingu Martial Arts University? In an instant, everyone held their heads high, wishing they could shine a light on their faces to catch her attention. The Lingu Martial Arts University, while not considered a top-tier martial arts university, is still one of the best in the country. For the students of Liang City Martial Arts High School, being able to enter Lingu Martial Arts University is a matter of great pride for their families. Principal Song has arrived just in time. Principal Lee Kaitai pointed at his energetic students on the playground and said, "We were already holding a meeting today, and basically all the students are here. How about we have an on-site recruitment today?" Principal Lee Kaitai suggested tentatively. Upon hearing this, all the students turned their eager gazes towards him, wishing they could immediately run up to the principal of Lingu Martial Arts University and introduce themselves. In fact, the principal of Lingu Martial Arts University had been scanning the playground with his eyes since he got off the plane. Finally, he withdrew his gaze and spoke, "Principal Lee Kaitai, not all the students are here, right? What about that student named Fong Yuan? Why isn't he here?" Fong Yuan? Upon hearing this name, Lee Kaitai suddenly realized. He understood everything. Why they had come so early for recruitment. Why the principal of Lingu Martial Arts University had come in person. Why they even dispatched fighter jets. It was all for Fong Yuan. Not just him, but the other school leaders behind him also showed expressions of realization, understanding the key point. However, Fong Yuan truly deserved such treatment. Beast tamers, in a certain sense, are a treasure for all humanity. If nurtured well, one person can lead an army of thousands. Ahem, as for Fong Yuan, it seems he took a leave today. Of course, Lee Kaitai knew that Fong Yuan was not at school. With Fong Yuan's talent and strength, he no longer concerned himself with such trivial matters. If necessary, he could even burn half the school to celebrate Fong Yuan's achievements. However, even though Fong Yuan is not here, we still have many excellent students in our school. Why don't you take a look at the other students first, Principal Song? Lee Kaitai suggested. However, the principal of Lingu Martial Arts University decisively shook his head. "No need, Principal Lee. I came here today specifically for Fong Yuan. I'll wait for him at the school gate. You all continue with your business, no need to mind me." The principal of Lingu directly walked to the school gate and stood there, wearing a kind smile, waiting. He completely disregarded the others on the playground. At this moment, the students on the playground were all dumbfounded. They thought their opportunity had come and had been gearing up to showcase themselves. But, in the eyes of the principal, there was not a single place for them. It was entirely for Fong Yuan. At this moment, a small portion of the students felt their hearts shatter. The name Fong Yuan had almost become their nightmare. Not only did he steal the spotlight upon returning, but he also had a complicated relationship with their goddess, Yumoing. Now, the principal of Lingu Martial Arts University had personally come to find him. Such treatment, such a life. It was something they could only dream of. What's so great about it? It's just taming a monster beast. It's just luck. He has no martial arts talent. Even if he becomes a beast tamer, his own strength is still lacking. I refuse to accept it. I'm not any worse than Fong Yuan. Why do all the good things belong to Fong Yuan? At this moment, more students felt indignant. Fong Yuan's existence had overshadowed them all. How could they not be jealous? How could they not feel bitter? However, the matter was far from over. A rumbling sound echoed in the sky once again. An even larger and more imposing warplane appeared above the school. On the warplane, the words Shinny Martial Arts University stood out prominently. Wow, another warplane has arrived. It's Shinny Martial Arts University. Accompanied by a tremendous roar, the second warplane also landed on the playground. A chubby old man ran down from the warplane. This man was the president of Shinny Martial Arts University, a figure of a level that ordinary people could hardly approach. "Where's Fong Yuan? Where's Fong Yuan?" The old man shouted Fong Yuan's name as soon as he got down, looking as if he intended to kidnap Fong Yuan right away. Seeing this scene, Lee Kaitai felt a bit of pressure. How could his small campus playground accommodate two top-tier warplanes? The presidents of two martial arts universities had personally come to his little school, which was unprecedented. "President Liu, Fong Yuan took a leave today and hasn't returned to school yet." Lee Kaitai immediately stepped forward, forcing a warm smile on his face. Not here right now? Then I'll wait for him a bit. There's no rush. While speaking, the chubby old man also noticed another president waiting at the school gate. President Song, what are you doing here too? The old man frowned. Well, if you can come, why can't I? President Song replied somewhat helplessly. She had hurried over, hoping to settle Fong Yuan's matter before the other martial arts universities reacted. She was indeed the first to arrive. But looking at the situation, it was clear she had lost the advantage of being the first. Then it's up to our abilities. Let's see which school Fong Yuan will choose. The old man quickly walked to the school gate, waiting alongside President Song. Li Kaitai felt a bit of a headache. These were two top martial arts university presidents, figures who were always surrounded by followers wherever they went. Here they were, just standing at the school gate waiting, like two gatekeepers. How could his Liyang Martial Arts High School deserve to have these two deities as gatekeepers? Quick, chairs. Go get 2 chairs for the 2 presidents to sit on. Soon, the best 2 chairs in the school were brought over, but they were ruthlessly declined. No, if you're waiting, you should have the posture of waiting. Sitting on chairs while waiting, what does that look like? I won't sit, otherwise, if young friend Fong Yuan sees me later, he might think I'm putting on airs, which wouldn't be good. Li Kaitai. He felt like crying without tears. Having such high-level figures act as his gatekeepers, if this got out, his reputation might be ruined. However, just when he didn't know how to persuade these two deities, a 10-meter-tall, incredibly cool war robot crashed down onto the remaining empty space of the playground. Wow, the war god mecha. Wow, the war god mecha. Even the usually composed President Li Kaitai's eyes bulged out. He rarely swore, but this time he couldn't help it. The colossal machine that landed on their playground was the famous war god mecha. It was a war machine crafted over several years, combining the powers of more than a dozen mechanical talent awakeners. The cost was terrifyingly high. Even if they sold Liyang Martial Arts High School, they couldn't afford to build such a war god mecha. A few years ago, when the war god mecha first appeared on the battlefield, it caused a huge sensation. Its record was shockingly exaggerated. It could instantly kill 4th-tier demon beasts. Such a cutting-edge technological marvel, of which there were hardly any in the world, had actually landed on the playground of his school. Li Kaitai could hardly believe his eyes. Not just him, the students on the playground looked at this technologically advanced giant with eyes full of longing, almost overflowing. What man wouldn't love a mecha? And such a majestic, terrifyingly powerful mech. Click! With a light sound, a small hole opened at the top of the war god mech. A sturdy figure leaped out from it and landed gently. Seeing this figure, Li Kaitai let out a soft sigh. As expected, it's a principal-level figure who has come. The burly man who emerged from the mech was none other than the principal of Sanyuan Martial Arts University. Sanyuan Martial Arts University has already surpassed the first-tier martial arts universities. Its overall strength and student quality can easily overshadow Lingdu Martial University and Shenyi Martial University. This war god mech is the best proof of that. Although the other 2 universities have impressive displays, they could only send warplanes over. Sanyuan Martial University directly brought the war god mech. In terms of momentum, they had already overshadowed the other 2 martial arts universities. What a lively scene! It seems I haven't arrived too late. The burly man laughed heartily. Li Kaitai put on a professional, enthusiastic smile and approached, saying, "Oh, I didn't know Principal Wang would be gracing us with his presence. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. Fong Yuan is on leave today. He might take a while to return." Li Kaitai got straight to the point. He didn't even need to ask. With such a display, it was clear they were here to find Fong Yuan. Although the other students felt a pang of jealousy, they had no hope left. Sanyuan Martial Arts University was already a school they could not aspire to. If Lingdu Martial University and Shenyi Martial University were within reach with some effort, getting into Sanyuan Martial University was not just a matter of luck, it was akin to their ancestral graves catching fire. Fong Yuan isn't here? That's perfect. I happen to have a little preparation. The burly man laughed and snapped his fingers. The war god mech immediately sprang to life. Boom, boom, boom. With each step the several-meter-tall war god mech took, the ground trembled. Such a battlefield weapon placed on a small martial arts high school playground seemed quite out of place. Soon, the war god mech was positioned at the school gate. I say, Wang Zhan, is it really necessary to bring the war god mech just to find a student? The 2 principals who had already been waiting at the school gate were somewhat displeased. They were old acquaintances, well aware of each other's backgrounds, and knew they would meet today. Fong Yuan's future was limitless. Which martial arts university wouldn't want him? However, bringing something like the war god mech was a bit excessive, wasn't it? It's just to showcase my school's strength, nothing more. the burly man said proudly. Aren't you also bringing warplanes? Our intentions are pretty much the same. Who told us that our school has such things as war mechs? We have money, and we're impressive. The burly man was in high spirits, full of confidence. They were all old foxes, who didn't know who. It was just recruitment, not to mention warplanes. Even the principal didn't need to come. But that was under normal circumstances. Fang Yuan was a beast master. At just 16, he could tame second-tier demon beasts. Who would dare to be negligent? Not only would they not dare to be negligent, but they also had to carve a bloody path among many schools to win Fang Yuan's favor. If they didn't showcase their strength and uniqueness, how could they stand out? Hearing this, the principals of Linggu Martial University and Shenyi Martial University turned dark. What he said was true, but they didn't have the war god mech. They had already lost half the battle before even meeting Fang Yuan. Don't be so pleased with yourself. In other aspects, your treatment may not be better than ours, Principal Song spoke up. Relying solely on a battle god mech cannot play a decisive role. The treatment from all aspects is the most critical. She has already decided to invest heavily. As long as the 3 top martial arts universities do not come to poach talent, she does not believe any other school can be more generous than herself. The 3 top martial arts universities have seen all kinds of geniuses, and a beast master probably wouldn't warrant a personal visit from the presidents of these top schools. Upon hearing this, the burly president of Sanyuan Martial University chuckled without rebuttal. He directly waved at the battle god mech. Inside the battle god mech, the personnel in charge of control pressed a button that had long been preset. In the next moment, the battle god mech moved. It raised its mechanical arm and drew out the giant sword strapped to its back. This giant sword was 7 to 8 meters long, and its width was taller than a person. The dense patterns on it were clearly the product of top-notch technology. The battle god mech then held the giant sword horizontally, lifting it high above its head. Clap! Dazzling lights lit up from the giant sword. Several prominent characters appeared on the blade. Sanyuan Martial University welcomes classmate Fang Yuan. These large characters kept changing colors, extravagant and eye-catching. Everyone watching was left speechless. The battle god mech, capable of instantly killing even 4th-tier demon beasts on the battlefield, actually raised its giant sword as a banner. The students on the playground were dumbfounded. Even the teachers were taken aback. Who would have thought that the battle god mech had such a function? Do you have no shame, battle god mech? This is a battle god mech. The president of Linggu Martial University finally couldn't hold back, the veins on his forehead throbbing. You're using it for show. Not just her, the president of Shenyi Martial University, a chubby old man, also covered his face, not wanting to witness the scene before him. What is this? The battle god mech could have come to showcase its strength and features, but doing this is just embarrassing for the mech, right? This is a battle god mech, a national treasure, not a recruitment ambassador. Seeing the expressions of the 2 old acquaintances, the burly man's smugness deepened. He spoke up. When I came, I urgently installed an electronic display panel on the giant sword. My idea is genius enough, right? If Fang Yuan sees this scene, won't he be thrilled? Ha, let's see how you compete with me. Xiao Wang, keep the hype going. Don't stop, he shouted a couple of times at the battle god mech. Inside the battle god mech, the personnel in charge of control pressed all the emergency installation buttons. Instantly, colorful lights lit up on the battle god mech, accompanied by metallic-style music. The body of the battle god mech began to sway. The flashy lights, combined with the intense music, made one wonder if they had stepped into a nightclub. At that moment, the entire playground was silent except for the music. Everyone fell silent. Whether they liked mechs or were indifferent to them, they were all quiet. However, a shrill whistle sounded again from the sky. Li Kaitai, the president of Liang High School, felt somewhat numb as he looked up and saw a massive flying sword approaching from the horizon. This flying sword was entirely blue, exuding an ancient charm, and was significantly larger than the fighter jet parked on the playground. Li Kaitai recognized it at a glance. It was also a flying vehicle from a very prestigious martial arts university. Although this flying vehicle looked like a flying sword, it was not the legendary artifact sword from myths. Like the battle god mech, it belonged to the realm of top-notch technology. It was merely shaped like a flying sword, representing the unique characteristics of this martial arts university. However, it was far more powerful than an ordinary fighter jet. It had once shone brilliantly on the battlefield. There's no place to land, is it this lively? A light voice came from the blue flying sword. I must say, the current Liyan High School was more bustling than ever before. 2 fighter jets and a war god mech nearly filled the space on the playground. The students were squeezed into corners, watching this unrelated contest with a sour expression. Now, another massive flying sword had arrived. This was unprecedented. Forget it, I'll just hover above the school, it's a bit cramped down there. As soon as the words were spoken, a middle-aged man with flowing white hair and an ethereal presence jumped out from the flying sword. He leaped down from such a height but landed lightly, showcasing his immense strength. The students watching were filled with admiration. This was the demeanor of a top-tier expert. Unlike the burly principal from earlier, who treated the war god mech as a recruitment tool, the middle-aged man with white hair and an otherworldly aura immediately caught the attention of all the students. There was no other reason. His performance truly embodied the essence of a master. He fulfilled all people's imaginations of a top expert. Fang Yuan hasn't arrived yet, those principals are over there, Li Kaitai said, feeling somewhat numb, pointing directly at the school gate. The white-haired man nodded and walked straight toward the gate. However, after taking just a couple of steps, he turned his head and said, "Your playground is a bit small. My flying sword can't even land." Hearing this, Li Kaitai felt utterly defeated. Could he be blamed for this? His small martial arts high school in Liyang had barely 2,000 students at most. What would they need such a large playground for? Who could have imagined such a scene would occur today? 2 fighter jets, a war god mech, and a flying sword. Was this something a small martial arts high school should have to endure? Fang Yuan, hurry back, I can barely hold on. For the first time, Li Kaitai felt how exhausting it was to be a principal. At the school gate, the white-haired man looked at the colorful war god mech and fell into silence. Look, even Lao Yu is silent. Why aren't you quickly putting away your set? The principal of Linggu Martial Arts University seized the opportunity to attack his opponent. How can you let the war god mech do such things? The burly man showed no intention of remorse. Why not? The war god mech belongs to our school. We can use it however we want. We haven't done anything against principals. Why can't we? Lao Yu, tell me, how is this not allowed? Everyone relies on their own abilities. If you have any tricks, you can use them too. Stop being sour here. Hearing this, the principal of Linggu Martial Arts University was furious. She indeed had no control over how the war god mech was used, but doing this was undeniably too enticing. If Fang Yuan really got interested, wouldn't that ruin everything? Lao Yu, tell me, isn't he going too far with this? The Lao Yu they referred to was the white-haired man who had just descended from the flying sword. Although his martial arts university couldn't be considered top-tier, it was still quite significant. The white-haired man looked at the war god mech, then at his flying sword, his brow furrowed. I understand. The white-haired man seemed to have thought of something, and his spirit lifted. The next moment, he pulled out a walkie-talkie from somewhere. Xiaolu, let all those flying swords out for me. Each flying sword should have a banner hanging from it. The banner should say, Spirit Sword Academy welcomes classmate Fang Yuan. And then you all ride the flying swords and take off. Don't fly too far, just stay near the school, making sure everyone around the school can see you, and that will be enough. Immediately, a hole appeared on the huge flying sword hovering in the air. From the hole, one by one, figures stepped onto the flying swords. Each of these figures exuded an ancient charm, resembling legendary cultivators. If it weren't for the banners hanging beneath each flying sword, this scene would have perfectly replicated a gathering of immortals from legend. Yes, just like that. Arrange the formation to look good. The white-haired man continuously directed over the intercom. Be more graceful, don't blush, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Good, just like that, fly. Watching the figures soaring through the sky on their swords, the white-haired man finally revealed a satisfied smile. Not bad. I always felt something was missing, but now it feels just right, the white-haired man said contentedly. Beside him, the presidents of Linggu Martial Arts University and Shinigi Martial Arts University had even darker expressions. They had originally wanted to squeeze this guy a bit regarding the war god mecha. Who would have thought it would inspire him instead? Look at the current situation. One side is the war god mecha, and the other is sword flying. The two of them were practically clowns. On the playground, the students were dumbfounded. Sword flying, is this how it's done? A sword crossing the river, a sword entering the sea, a sword flipping over mountains. That is the true essence of sword flying. How could they turn it into a promotional event? At this moment, countless students' dreams of sword flying shattered completely. They looked at the flashy war god mecha over there, then at the group of sword flyers in the sky with their banners, wishing they had never come to school today. This scene was too shocking to accept. Most importantly, no one cared about their feelings. Everyone was there for Fang Yuan. They were merely spectators. Creating such a big spectacle, is Fang Yuan really that good? I think it's just okay. Right now, he's a bit stronger than us, but it's limited. Exactly, isn't it just a second-tier monster? Not that impressive. If we train for another 2 years, we can definitely kill a second-tier monster. The Beastmaster's body is so weak, one misstep and they could die. Isn't all this investment going to waste? Exactly, it's not worth it at all. The exaggerated spectacle had already twisted the minds of these students. The acidity in their corner even surpassed that of old vinegar. However, just then, a light, laughing voice echoed across the entire playground. What a lively scene! I'm late. The voice wasn't loud, somewhat aged, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. People instinctively turned to look. They saw a sturdy, gray-haired old man slowly walking in through the school gate. Who is this again? The students were puzzled. The old man's entrance was far too low-key compared to the previous presidents. However, whether it was Lee Kai-tai or the other 4 martial arts university presidents, their expressions changed upon seeing this old man. Lee Kai-tai even disregarded everything else and rushed over like the wind, almost losing his shoes in the process. How did you come here, sir? You just needed to say a word, and I would have brought Fang Yuan to see you. Unlike his previous indifference towards the other presidents, the respect on Lee Kai-tai's face at this moment was heartfelt. The other 4 principals also slightly bowed, standing there honestly, not daring to speak out of turn. It was hard to imagine. Regardless of their strength or status, these 4 principals of martial arts universities, who had surpassed the imagination of ordinary people, were now behaving like elementary school students. This scene left the students even more surprised and puzzled. Who exactly was this old man? In fact, it wasn't just them who were confused. The 4 principals of the martial arts universities were also filled with doubt. The identity of this old man was quite extraordinary. He was the principal of the Kyoto Martial Arts University. Although they were all principals, there was a world of difference between them. Kyoto Martial Arts University, recognized as one of the top 3 martial arts universities, stood at the pinnacle of global academia. It represented the highest level of martial arts education. 40 years ago, Kyoto Martial Arts University was just an ordinary first-class martial arts university. It was the presence of this old man that elevated Kyoto Martial Arts University to its top position. It wasn't Kyoto Martial Arts University that achieved the old man. It was the old man who achieved Kyoto Martial Arts University. Encountering such a national treasure of an elder, how could they dare to act recklessly? In front of this old man, they were all like elementary school students. However, they were somewhat puzzled. Fang Yuan, a beast master, had shown terrifying talent at a young age. But was it enough to warrant this old man coming in person? It was still somewhat normal for these non-top martial arts universities to come and compete. Although beast masters were rare, a student from Kyoto Martial Arts University could probably match Fang Yuan in terms of talent and genius. They gathered the most outstanding youths from all over the country. You don't need to be so nervous. I came here today simply as the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University to ask Fang Yuan a few questions. The old man sat in the chair that the previous principal had moved over, a smile on his face. As soon as these words were spoken, the students on the playground erupted into chaos. This old man's identity was actually the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University. Kyoto Martial Arts University was a school they wouldn't even dare to dream of. For the principal of such a school to come personally to chat with Fang Yuan. At that moment, the student's mindset collapsed once again. The appearance of the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. How is that possible? There must be a mistake. This is Kyoto Martial Arts University. What qualifications does Fang Yuan have to make the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University come in person? Some students began to get agitated, unable to believe what they were seeing. On the side of the school gate, the old man sitting in the chair clearly heard the commotion from the students not far away and casually glanced over. Even without releasing any aura, that glance immediately silenced everyone. The old man had an aura that seemed to have emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, making people instinctively hesitant to meet his gaze. After that glance, the old man turned his head back, his smile unchanged. "You all are really quick. I rushed over but still arrived late." Upon hearing this, the several principals shook their heads repeatedly. Not late, not late. We were just messing around, and Fang Yuan hasn't returned yet. We were just bored and entertaining ourselves." Yes, entertaining ourselves. As they spoke, the burly man and the white-haired principal subtly waved their hands towards the distance. In the next moment, the people flying in the sky on swords returned to the enormous flying sword. The lights on the war god mech stopped flashing, and the giant sword that served as a banner was also sheathed. In front of this old man, these flashy tricks were no longer useful. The principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University came personally to find Fang Yuan. This weight, even if 10 war god mechas were brought out, would be incomparable. To put it more bluntly, the moment this person appeared, they had already lost all hope. The martial arts university they represented was in no way comparable to the Kyoto Martial Arts University. "Ha, I quite like the tricks you all have come up with," the old man said with a smile. These lifeless objects have become lively in your hands. Truly, you young people have flexible minds. The several principals, all over 50, were surprisingly referred to as young people by this elder. Yet, it didn't seem unreasonable. What a pity, it's a bit early, otherwise, it would have been interesting to let the other two old buddies take a look as well, the old man chuckled. Other two old buddies? The principals all displayed confused expressions, but soon, as if they had thought of something, their expressions turned to surprise. Are you saying, the principals of Magic City Martial Arts University and Thunderclap Martial Arts University? Li Kai-tai asked cautiously. Yes, those two old buddies are on their way too, but they are a bit far away, they might take a while to arrive. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire playground fell into silence once again. Magic City Martial Arts University? Thunderclap Martial Arts University. Are the principals of these three top martial arts universities really going to meet here today? This hasn't happened in many years, just for Fang Yuan. At this moment, the expressions of these principals were filled with confusion and shock. The doubt was no longer just in the minds of the students. These principals could not understand either. In their view, Fang Yuan possessed the talent of a beast master and was able to tame a second-tier monster in the flame hell at such a young age. He was indeed a genius, but it was far from this level. The principals of three top martial arts universities were coming over. Such a thing had never happened in history. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to come at all. What war god mechas, what sword flying, would have no effect in front of these three top martial arts universities. As long as these three top martial arts universities sent representatives, there would be no need for them to do anything. Moreover, it was the principals themselves who came. Seeing the expressions of these people, the old man was also a bit surprised. You still don't know? Hearing this, the principals were a bit dazed. What did they know? Are you talking about Fang Yuan being a beast master? The principal of Linggu Martial Arts University spoke up. We know he has the talent of a beast master and caught a second-tier monster as a pet in the flame hell. We are all aware of that. They all nodded. If it weren't for the commotion when Fang Yuan returned from the trial making the news, they probably wouldn't even know of his existence. However, the old man shook his head. Just this alone wouldn't be enough to make us three old fellows come together. It seems you really don't know. This little guy keeps his mouth quite tight. He's done such a big thing and hasn't told anyone? The principals looked at each other, somewhat bewildered. Even Li Kai-tai, the principal of Fang Yuan School, didn't know what the old man was talking about. On the playground, all the students perked up their ears. When he was in the flame hell, went to the joint examination site of our three martial arts universities, the old man said with a light laugh. What? The principals were all taken aback. The joint examination of the three top martial arts universities is held every year. They knew this. Moreover, the joint examination is limited to these three top martial arts universities. The schools they were in had no qualification to participate at all. The students were simply not on the same level. Why would they participate? To show their poor teaching standards or to be a supporting role for others? Fang Yuan actually crashed into such a high-level joint examination venue. Could it be Fang Yuan indulged the demon beast and injured someone? The white-haired principal spoke with a serious expression. Fang Yuan possessed a second-tier demon beast, and such a level of demon beast was a disaster for students. Even students from the three top martial arts universities wouldn't find it easy to face a second-tier demon beast. No. The old man immediately shook his head and said, according to my analysis, at that time, Fang Yuan might not have even tamed that flame tiger yet. Hearing this, the confusion on the faces of the others deepened. A beast master, without having tamed a second-tier demon beast as a pet. What could he have done to make the principals of the three top martial arts universities come looking for him? They couldn't imagine it at all. Seemingly enjoying the suspense, the old man's face showed an appreciative expression as he said, he charged into our joint examination venue. He hung up our participating students and beat them. Wherever he went, he fought. After beating them, he robbed them. Our students were left without any temper. The teachers leading them even let the students join in. They were beaten up by him again. After he was done, he ran away, and we couldn't find him. He completely disregarded our students. The old man recounted what happened that day in the Flame Hell Sunset Forest, his tone revealing no concealment of admiration. Everyone listening was dumbfounded. He hung up and beat the students participating in the joint examination from three top martial arts universities, and then robbed them. The several principals looked up in shock, exchanging glances, and saw the tremor in each other's pupils. Such a thing was too shocking. Compared to this, Fang Yuan catching a second-tier demon beast as a pet was simply a trivial matter. Even though the students participating in the joint examination were all freshmen who had been enrolled for less than a year at the three schools, they were still students from the top martial arts universities, the most outstanding students selected from across the country, trained for less than a year in the best schools. And just like that, they were beaten up by a high school student, Fang Yuan. If the old man hadn't personally said it, they would never have believed it. Not even novels would write it this way. At that moment, Fang Yuan's principal, Li Kaitai, suddenly showed a look of realization. He finally understood why Fang Yuan had amassed over 5,000 points from the flame hell. It turned out he had robbed the points of the joint examination students. No wonder he had shattered the long-standing record by such a wide margin. He was simply a bandit. At this moment, the playground had become eerily silent. Those students who had just been angry and dissatisfied fell completely silent. Many students felt their faces burning, as if they had been slapped repeatedly. Their jealousy and dissatisfaction had turned them into complete clowns. They all heard the old man's words. No one questioned whether Fang Yuan had the qualifications anymore. To be able to do such a thing, Fang Yuan was probably the only one in the world who could make the principals of 3 top martial arts universities come looking for him personally. I don't deserve to be Fang Yuan's classmate. Some people's faces burned with shame as they began to reflect on their actions. Many lowered their heads. They didn't deserve it. Their self-righteous mentality had caused them to lose their reason. Jealousy had twisted their hearts. At this moment, everyone began their own reflection. The old man saw their state clearly. At this moment, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth. When true geniuses emerge, they always provoke too much jealousy from others. This is a very normal emotion. Even when he was young, he had envied others. But as long as one could face their inner self in time, do their own things well, correct their mindset, and cross over the threshold of jealousy, a broader life would await. At that moment, the president of Sanyuan Martial Arts University suddenly asked in confusion, "You said that at that time, Fang Yuan had not yet tamed that second-tier monster. So how did he manage to?" His question suddenly awakened everyone. Indeed, as a beast master, how could Fang Yuan accomplish what the old man mentioned? Not to mention beast masters, even Yumoing, who had awakened the rare S-level talent, could not achieve it. Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in the old man's eyes. This is also the reason I came personally. At that time, Fang Yuan did not rely on the power of a beast master. Even that little fox that had been following him was only responsible for guarding the things he had snatched. That little guy has a second talent. I even suspect that his second talent surpasses S-level. I'm not wrong, am I, Fang Yuan? As he spoke, the old man looked outside the school. Outside the school gate, Fang Yuan was striding over with Yumoing, lightly smiling and nodding. I'm not wrong, am I, classmate Fang Yuan? As he spoke, the old man looked outside the school. Outside the school gate, Fang Yuan was striding over. Behind him, Yumoing followed closely. Clearly a school beauty with unmatched temperament and extraordinary talent, she appeared like a little follower behind Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is back. President Li Kaitai breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't know what to do if Fang Yuan didn't return. He had never seen such a scene. Not just him, the other presidents present also turned around immediately. The moment they saw Fang Yuan, their eyes lit up. Goodness! Standing tall, with clear brows and bright eyes, every gesture revealed a hint of dominance. Although only 16, he was already showing signs of greatness. Such a young man would unconsciously attract others' attention wherever he went. The photos in the news didn't capture even a tenth of his charm. This aura, this confidence, is too rare. Heroes emerge from youth. The several presidents couldn't help but sigh in their hearts. There was simply no comparison. At 16, they were still obsessed with tugging on the braids of the girl in front of them. Fang Yuan, let me introduce you. Li Kaitai quickly walked over, pulling Fang Yuan and saying, "This is the president of Kyoto Martial Arts University, who came personally today just to have a few words with you. Over here is the president of Lingu Martial Arts University, and here is the president of Shingyi Martial Arts University." As Li Kaitai introduced, Fang Yuan nodded to several presidents. He was neither humble nor arrogant. He did not lower his stance just because the other party was the president of a martial arts university. Only when facing the old man from Kyoto Martial Arts University did Fang Yuan show a hint of seriousness. This had nothing to do with the other's status. It was purely because Fang Yuan sensed the aura of someone who had walked out from a sea of corpses and blood. This deserved his respect. The old man is right, I indeed have more than just the beast master talent. My other talent is the Sss-Level Ice Kingdom. Fang Yuan spoke up. There was nothing to hide. He had already demonstrated the talent of Ice Kingdom back in the Sunset Forest. In fact, this was far from the truth. The truth was, he did not have the Beast Master talent at all. So far, he only had 3 true talents. Sss-Level, Ice Kingdom. SSS-Level, Mental Transformation. SS-Level Talent, Eternal Black Flame. Hearing Fong Yuan's own admission, the faces of several principals displayed expressions of shock. Dual talents. The probability of this is incredibly rare. In the past 300 years, there have been very few. Moreover, those who have awakened dual talents were all of very low quality. For example, a D-level strength talent and an E-level speed talent appearing in one person. Even if a dual talent awakener appeared, their combat power wouldn't be particularly outstanding. But Fong Yuan was different. He was a rare beast master talent, a dual awakener with an SS-level talent. Each of these talents, if taken separately, would be a terrifying existence in someone else. The combination of these two talents could truly be called a miracle. At this moment, they finally understood why giants like the principal of Kyoto Martial Arts University had to come personally to meet Fong Yuan. They could also understand why Fong Yuan could dominate the joint examination scene at the age of 16, effortlessly defeating the other candidates. An SS-level talent indeed possesses such terrifying capabilities. For instance, Sikon Luing, who, at just over 20 years old, held the position of director of the Demon Slayer department. She was an SS-level talent awakener. Fong Yuan, in terms of talent, was even more monstrous than Sikon Luing. No wonder you could dominate all of us in the joint examination of our 3 martial arts universities. You have truly surpassed S-level talent, said the elder from Kyoto Martial Arts University, his tone filled with emotion. Previously, he had only speculated. After all, he had never seen Fong Yuan's talent before. Now that he had received confirmation, his heart was filled with immense emotion. He even felt a bit worried that if Fong Yuan really chose Kyoto Martial Arts University, he might not be able to teach him well. At this moment, the elder, who had never doubted himself, began to question his own abilities. Behind Fong Yuan, Yumoing stared blankly at his back, her expression one of shock. What joint examination? What do you mean by dominating them? Did he really go to someone else's joint examination site and beat them up before I found him in the flame hell? Yumoing was stunned. She knew about Fong Yuan's SS-level ice talent. She also knew about his dual talents. As Fong Yuan's pet, she understood him far better than many others. But she really didn't know about the joint examination. For some reason, a sense of loss suddenly welled up in her heart. Just then, 2 sets of footsteps sounded behind Fong Yuan. We are late. The crowd turned around to see an old and a young person walking towards them slowly. The expressions of the several principals immediately became respectful. These two were the principals of Modu Martial University and Laming Martial University. The older-looking woman was the principal of Modu Martial Arts University. The younger, more attractive woman was the principal of Laming Martial Arts University. However, although she looked young, they all knew it was related to her talent. She had awakened late, but after awakening, her aging process was very slow. In fact, her age was not much different from the other 2 principals. They all belonged to the older generation of strong individuals, pillars of the nation. Seeing these two, Fong Yuan also slightly bowed. He could sense a similar aura from them as he did from the elder from Kyoto Martial Arts University. It was impossible to have such presence without having walked out of a sea of corpses and blood. So this is young friend Fong Yuan, truly a hero among the youth, the 2 newly arrived principals said, smiling warmly at Fong Yuan, their eyes kind. Greetings, seniors. Fong Yuan expressed his respect. He knew that during the younger days of these elders, demon beasts were rampant. If it weren't for the blood and sweat of their generation, they probably wouldn't have the relatively stable lives they have now. Old friends, it's confirmed, young Fong Yuan is a dual talent awakener. The other talent is the SS-level Ice Kingdom. The elder from Kyoto Martial University spoke up. Upon hearing this, the presidents of Magic City Martial University and Thunderclap Martial University looked at Fong Yuan with even kinder eyes. Young Fong Yuan, have you considered where you will attend university next? The elderly lady was the first to speak. As soon as this was said, the younger presidents who had come over first sighed inwardly. They knew that the serious business was about to begin. The 3 top martial arts universities were likely to extend invitations to Fong Yuan. They might even start a round of competition for him. This was originally their goal. However, in front of these 3 top martial arts universities, they had no competitive edge at all. They were essentially eliminated automatically. But they could understand. They were not worthy. This much was clear to them. For a prodigy like Fong Yuan, a dual talent awakener, their schools were not worthy of having him. They simply couldn't teach him. They didn't even know how to teach him. With this thought, the several presidents turned their gazes toward Fong Yuan. They were also curious about which martial arts university Fong Yuan would choose. Kyoto Martial University, Magic City Martial University, or Thunderclap Martial University. All 3 schools were the top martial arts universities in the country. Their teaching levels and resources were on par with each other. At this moment, the elder from Kyoto Martial University spoke again. Young Fang Yuan, our Kyoto Martial University controls 5 void gates, and there are many powerful demon beasts for you to subdue. The other 2 schools don't have as many. The eternally youthful yet not so young woman also spoke up. Although Thunderclap Martial University has fewer void gates than Kyoto Martial University, we have the Cold Crystal Mine. If you cultivate there, it will benefit your talent and may even enhance its grade. You can use as much cold crystal from the mine as you want. The president of Thunderclap Martial University directly dropped a bombshell. This was equivalent to giving Fang Yuan an entire cold crystal mine to use the cold crystals within. There were fewer than 10 cold crystal mines discovered nationwide. Each vein was worth its weight in gold. Just like that, it was given away. It should be noted that Fang Yuan, who had awakened an SS-level talent, was fully capable of devouring the entire cold crystal mine. Everyone else was stunned. Was this just the first round of bidding, and it was already this intense? A few couldn't help but look at the president of Magic City Martial University. Now, only this elder had yet to speak. As for us, the elderly lady pondered for a moment and said, Magic City Martial University has a blood pool. If you come, it's yours. A blood pool. The other presidents nearby widened their eyes in shock. A blood pool could just be given away. The so-called blood pool usually only appears on battlefields after a great war. Because too many experts have fallen, whether demon beasts or humans, the battlefield is scattered with a large amount of blood energy. Blood pools can only be born in such environments. Their function is to enhance blood energy. Even if an ordinary person is placed inside, as long as they don't explode, they will walk out with significantly increased blood energy, becoming a formidable expert. The rarity of blood pools even surpasses that of cold crystal mines. They can rapidly enhance a martial artist's blood energy without any drawbacks. You know, no matter how powerful the talent, it still needs blood energy to support it. This is what you taught me during the joint examination, the elderly lady from Magic City Martial University said with a smile. So, how about you choose one of us? The elder from Kyoto Martial University said with a smile. However, at that moment, a clear voice echoed from the sky. I think there's no need for this anymore. As the voice arrived, a graceful figure swiftly flew in from the horizon. Someone else is coming. The few principals who had already become mere background figures were somewhat bewildered. The heads of the 3 top martial arts universities had already made their appearances. How could there be someone else trying to snatch people away? Looking at the elegant figure rapidly approaching from the sky, the principals were still in a daze. The heads of the 3 top martial arts universities had already shown up, and they had offered exorbitant prices to win over Fang Yuan. Whether it was the Void Gate, the Cold Crystal Mine, or the Blood Pool, these were all resources that their schools could not afford. In such a situation, how could someone still come to snatch people away? And with such audacity, the few of them squinted their eyes, wanting to see what kind of person this was. Soon, the figure landed beside them. It was a very young girl, with waist-length black hair that was smooth and shiny, dressed in black, exuding a sense of competence. She was young, but there was an air of dominance about her that suggested she would not back down. Upon seeing the newcomer's appearance, the principals immediately shut their mouths. This person truly had the qualifications to compete for talent. It wasn't that her personal identity was particularly terrifying, but rather the department behind her. The Demon Slayer Department, a giant-level department on par with the entire Ministry of Education. The newcomer was Yu Feifei, the regional head of the Demon Slayer Department, the rookie king from 3 years ago. Now, at the age of 22, she had already become a regional head. One could only say she was indeed a prodigy. She came to represent the Demon Slayer Department to compete for talent, and her qualifications were more than sufficient. At this moment, after Yu Feifei steadied herself and saw the scene before her, she couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. She had heard from afar that someone was asking Fang Yuan to make a choice. Instinctively, she shouted out. Now, seeing the 3 elderly figures standing before her, Yu Feifei felt a bit of a chill run down her spine. These 3 elders had been incredibly fierce in their youth. They were the kind of people who dared to fight their way through hordes of demon beasts, wielding their blades until they were worn down. She never expected that these 3 old predecessors would come in person. Had she known it would be like this, she would have insisted on bringing the director along. Greetings, esteemed seniors, and hello to all the principals. I was a bit anxious just now, please don't hold it against me. Yu Feifei immediately cupped her hands in greeting. The 3 elders had seen too many storms. How could they mind such an unintentional act? The way they looked at Yu Feifei was filled with affection. 3 years ago, when Yu Feifei emerged as the champion rookie from a regular martial arts university in the National League, they were among the teachers presiding over the event. One could say they had watched this ordinary girl defeat all her so-called genius opponents and earn the title of Rookie King. How could they not like such a young talent? It's Fei Fei. It's been a long time. The elder from Kyoto Martial University smiled even more broadly. You've already become the regional head of the Demon Slayer department? Just 3 years, that's truly impressive. The old lady from Modu Martial University said with a smile. It must have been tough these past few years. You've grown quite a bit. The principal of Laming Martial University spoke gently, even unable to resist giving Yu Fei a hug. As the older generation of strong fighters, they understood too well the mission that the Demon Slayer department bore. The previous head of the Demon Slayer department was also their friend, who had died in the war against the Demon King. If it weren't for the current head of the Demon Slayer department, they might not even have been able to recover his body. If decades ago, it was they who charged into the front lines. Now, the Demon Slayer division has taken on the responsibility of guarding in their place. This is also the reason they encourage their students to join the Demon Slayer division as much as possible after graduation. After being embraced by the old seniors, Yu Fei felt a bit shy. However, she still asked the question that lingered in her mind. Seniors, why did you all come in person? The elder from Kyoto Martial University chuckled as he recounted how Fang Yuan had dominated their joint examination students in the fiery hell. He also emphasized that Fang Yuan was a dual talent awakener. However, Yu Fei scratched her head. Her expression showed a hint of surprise, but it wasn't too unexpected. This time, it was the others who were puzzled. How could they remain so calm upon hearing such news? Has the intelligence system of the Demon Slayer division become so powerful that it knows even these things? The old lady from Modu Martial University asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yu Fei immediately shook her head. No. I just found out about Fang Yuan's situation in the joint examination. I received even more shocking news just now. Half an hour ago, I received the news. At this point, Yu Fei glanced at Fang Yuan. She noticed that Fang Yuan was also looking at her with a smile, showing no signs of anything unusual, so she continued, half an hour ago, I received the news. Fang Yuan has already passed the certification for a second-tier warrior, and the girl beside him, Yumoing, has also passed the certification for a first-tier warrior. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell silent again. All eyes were focused on Fang Yuan and Yumoing. Even the three elders looked at Fang Yuan with astonishment. A 16-year-old second-tier warrior? Even if he awakened dual talents, wouldn't he still have to walk the path step by step? Things like vitality and mental strength also need to grow gradually. Did Fang Yuan ride a rocket? And this girl behind him actually passed the first-tier warrior certification too? The three old seniors exchanged glances, seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. It should be noted that their school was known as a top martial arts university. Yet even so, among the first-year freshmen, there were very few who could reach the level of a first-tier warrior. It was usually in the second year that 1 or 2 students would pass the first-tier warrior certification. This girl, although she couldn't compare to Fang Yuan, was still a true genius. Under the gaze of so many important figures, Yumoing immediately felt a bit uncomfortable and instinctively shrank back behind Fang Yuan. This movement immediately revealed something to the onlookers. Among those present, who wasn't a cunning old fox? The gazes of the crowd shifted between Fang Yuan and Yumoing, becoming ambiguous. He really knows how to pick a wife. Only 16, and his taste is sharp. This girl is also a piece of uncut jade. How did a school produce 2 such talented individuals? Several principals sighed inwardly. In reality, Yumoing had been standing behind Fang Yuan all along, so how could they not notice? They had long sensed that this girl probably also awakened at least an A-level talent. They just didn't expect that she was also a genius who passed the first-tier warrior certification before even entering university. This far exceeded their expectations. At this moment, Yu Fei spoke again, breaking the strange atmosphere. Fang Yuan, the Demon Slayer division officially invites you. We hope you can join the Demon Slayer division and become a formal Demon Slayer. Upon hearing this, several principals raised their eyebrows. Starting off as a formal Demon Slayer? Goodness, they were even disregarding the rules for Fang Yuan. It should be known that the selection process for official Demon Slayers is extremely rigorous. Having talent alone is absolutely not enough. The Demon Slayers face extremely dangerous environments, where they could encounter various powerful demons at any moment. Character, ability, and even temperament take precedence over talent. In other words, the so-called genius that people talk about only qualifies one to knock on the door of the Demon Slayer division. Genius? The ones sweeping the floors in the Demon Slayer division are all geniuses. Now, if Yufei were to say she is an official Demon Slayer, it would drive countless people mad with jealousy if it got out. Our Demon Slayer division has two main responsibilities, Yufei continued. The first is to protect the safety of the city. If any demon beasts enter the city or if there are situations that threaten the city's safety, it is our Demon Slayer division that takes action. The second is to handle major emergency responses. Once the Demon Slayer division intervenes, we will not stop until the situation is stabilized. Being a Demon Slayer is a dangerous job, but it is very meaningful, Yufei said earnestly. Fong Yuan listened attentively. At that moment, an elder from Kyoto Martial University suddenly spoke up. We have put forth quite a few good things for Fong Yuan. Our void gate at Kyoto Martial University has been opened for him. Yes, I, from Magic City Martial University, have gifted Fong Yuan a piece of cold crystal ore. I have given a blood pool. The other two elders chimed in. Standing next to Fong Yuan, Principal Li Kaitai seized the opportunity and pointed at Fong Yuan's hand. He also has a magical artifact. His meaning was clear. Fong Yuan is not some poor wretch. If the Demon Slayer division wants to take him, they better offer a good price. Hearing this, the three elders smiled and nodded at Li Kaitai. It was simply perfect support. In fact, the three of them had long since given up on competing for Fong Yuan as a student. This was not a voluntary concession on their part, but rather they saw the answer in Fong Yuan's eyes. When they proposed the admission conditions, there was no sign of interest in Fong Yuan's eyes. And after Yufei arrived, Fong Yuan had been listening very attentively. The three elders were already quite clear about how Fong Yuan would choose. This outcome also relieved the three elders, especially after learning that Fong Yuan had passed the second-tier warrior certification. Just as Yufei said, there was no longer any need for it. With Fong Yuan's talent and strength, there was no need for him to continue schooling. Even at their three top martial arts universities, it would be difficult to teach Fong Yuan anything purely. Practical combat is always the best teacher, allowing for true growth. Joining the Demon Slayer division undoubtedly offers far more opportunities for practical combat than being in school. Fong Yuan could go straight to work. After all, he would have to enter the Demon Slayer division after graduating from Martial Arts University anyway. Was there any need for schooling? The three elders had already reached a consensus through their eye contact. The reason for still mentioning the price was simply to secure a few more benefits for Fong Yuan. After all, he was a student they had all competed for. The Demon Slayer division has countless geniuses, but if they want to take Fong Yuan, they must pay a price. Hearing the words of the three elder predecessors, Yufei scratched her head. She looked at Fong Yuan and said seriously, the Void Gate, the Demon Slayer division controls many, no less than 20. As for the cold crystal ore, the Demon Slayer division has 2 veins. And the blood pool, the Demon Slayer division has that too. However, it is difficult for me to directly give you these things like the 3 principles. With the highest authority I have, I can apply for a chance for you to use them. Once this was said, the 3 principals all smiled. That was already enough. Whether it was the blood pool or the cold crystal ore, as long as one entered at the right moment, the difference between once and countless times was not significant. All of this was enough to give Fong Yuan a significant boost. Yufei continued, I can also promise to give you a magical artifact. You can choose one you like from the artifact vault. The Demon Slayer division suppresses many terrifying great demons. As long as you have the ability, you can subdue them all, and no one will compete with you for that. As long as you join the Demon Slayer division, you will at least be a formal Demon Slayer. As for your rank, it will be determined after further testing. Fong Yuan, on behalf of the Demon Slayer division, I formally invite you to join. Yufei's tone was very sincere. Fong Yuan looked at Yufei and nodded with a smile. I will join the Demon Slayer division. Fong Yuan stated his decision. His joining the Demon Slayer division was actually not much related to the various benefits Yufei mentioned. Fong Yuan was merely choosing a way of life for the next period of time. Should he enter a martial arts university and continue his studies? Fong Yuan did not find such a life enjoyable. Being with a group of people whose strength, talent, and character were all inferior to his own, even if he was the best among them, did not interest him. The Demon Slayer division was different. The Demon Slayer division fought on the front lines against demon beasts. Every day could bring new challenges. Fong Yuan liked this kind of challenging life, full of vitality. I will join the Demon Slayer division, but I need a few days before I can report to the division, Fong Yuan said. That's no problem. As long as you can report to the Demon Slayer division within a month, that's enough, Yu Feifei waved her hand decisively in agreement. Seeing this scene, the nearby principals also smiled. Upon reflection, this was indeed the best choice for Fang Yuan at this moment. The students who had been watching everything unfold from the sidelines on the playground were also filled with emotion. The Demon Slayer Division. That was the Demon Slayer Division. All of them were the same age. Half an hour ago, they were still classmates. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan had already become a demon slayer. This was a height they would never reach in their lifetime. They had deeply realized that they were not even in the same world as Fang Yuan. The previous mockery, dissatisfaction, and jealousy seemed so ridiculous now. At that moment, an elder from Kyoto Martial University suddenly turned his gaze to Yumoing. "Girl, are you interested in studying at Kyoto Martial University?" Yumoing was startled by this sudden question and instinctively looked at Fang Yuan. "What are you looking at him for? Can he make decisions for you?" The old lady from Modu Martial University also smiled and spoke, even holding Yumoing's hand. "Our Modu Martial University has great conditions too, girl, consider us." The three elders surrounded Yumoing. Fang Yuan had no faith with them anymore. But there was this remarkable girl, 16 years old, a first-tier martial artist, S-level talent. She was also a rare genius. Joining their school would be perfect. At that moment, the other principals were practically drooling. They had all come for Fang Yuan. But now Fang Yuan had joined the Demon Slayer Division. Now they discovered there was also a Yumoing in this school, but it seemed to have nothing to do with them anymore. The three top martial arts universities had already begun to take action. What could they compete with? In this trip, everyone returned with full rewards, except for them, who had wasted their efforts. What battle matches, what giant flying swords, all in vain. Surrounded by the three high-ranking elders, Yumoing was at a loss for words, her face turning bright red. She could only cast a pleading glance at Fang Yuan. "Don't look at him, you still have to walk your own path." An elder spoke, guiding gently. "If you fall too far behind him, how can you stay by his side?" The Magic City Martial Arts University can provide you with specialized teaching services, ensuring that even if you can't surpass Fang Yuan, you won't fall too far behind. Some things, you have to take charge of yourself. You can't just listen to men. The words of the elders made Yumoing's ears turn red. It was as if they regarded her as Fang Yuan's little wife. But she wasn't. Moreover, she hadn't yet dissolved her contract. Even if she wanted to take charge, for such a significant matter, she really had to listen to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also deep in thought. Yumoing was undoubtedly a piece of uncut jade. With a little polishing, she could shine with immense brilliance. She would be no less than Yu Feifei. Yu Feifei, at the age of 22, had already become the regional head of the Demon Slayer Division Central District, which was quite impressive and a true talent. Fang Yuan knew very well that Yumoing's potential was higher than Yu Feifei's. However, the current Yumoing still needed some experience. Moreover, as Yumoing's strength increased, he could also gain more feedback on his own strength. With this in mind, Fang Yuan spoke up. "I remember that a formal demon slayer is qualified to have their own intern, right?" After receiving a positive response from Yu Feifei, Fang Yuan decisively said, "Then it's easy to handle. Yumoing, choose one of the three martial arts universities. When there are classes, you attend, and when there aren't, you work with me. From now on, I will be your direct superior." As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the others became somewhat strange. What a playful game, playing the superior-subordinate game with his little wife. Young people really know how to have fun. However, upon further reflection, they realized this was indeed the most suitable arrangement. This way, Yumoing could study at a top martial arts university while gaining experience as an intern demon slayer. It was a win-win situation. Such safety could be deemed perfect. Come on, since Fang Yuan has agreed, you can choose from among us three, girl. Our school has the most advanced facilities. Our school has mountains and rivers. The environment is the best. The three elders surrounded Yumoing, enthusiastically introducing the features of their respective schools. The other principals looked on in disbelief. The three high-ranking, influential principals, usually surrounded by attendants, were now acting like children fighting over candy, not giving way to each other. The enrollment matter was soon settled. Yumoing ultimately chose Thunderous Martial Arts University. It was simply because the charming principal promised to teach her beauty secrets. In fact, the strength levels of the three universities were quite similar. Any choice would have been fine. Yu Feifei also left. As the head of the Central District of the Demon Slayer Division, she was very busy and couldn't just wait around for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan only needed to report to the Demon Slayer Division with Yumoing within a month. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Fuan Yuan had nearly handled all sorts of matters. He was preparing to head to the Demon Slayer division in a couple of days. On this day, in his dormitory, Fuan Yuan took out the divine grade bait. This was something given by the system when he captured his third pet. Fuan Yuan had not found a suitable opportunity to use it. This is already the second portion of divine grade bait. I hope that when I arrive at the Demon Slayer division, I can discover a powerful and high potential demon beast. I must make the most of the bait's effect. I can't let it be like last time. Fuan Yuan murmured to himself. The Demon Slayer division had imprisoned countless terrifying demon beasts over the past 300 years. With so many great demons, there must be some that meet the criteria. Thinking of this, Fuan Yuan was already eager to head to the demon slaying department. However, at that moment, a tremendous rumbling sound came from afar. The originally pitch-black sky turned red in just a few seconds. Fuan Yuan immediately looked out the window. In the distance, the sky seemed to be splitting apart. A terrifying crack was faintly visible. The Void Gate. Fuan Yuan raised an eyebrow. These signs were precisely the manifestation of a new Void Gate being born. The faintly visible spatial crack in the void was the Void Gate, connecting to another world. Once stabilized, countless demon beasts would surge out from it. A new Void Gate has appeared near Liyang City. Fuan Yuan's expression became serious. Whenever a Void Gate was born near a city, it would spell disaster. Countless demon beasts pouring out would cause immense destruction to the city. However, at that moment, a notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. Detected a king-level potential demon beast, would you like to locate it? At this very moment, a secret meeting was taking place not far from Liyang City in Gaoyang City. There were not many attendees, but each one was a true heavyweight. The head of the demon slaying department, Sikon Luiying. The Minister of Education, Zhang Tao. The Minister of War, Song Qianxiu. Each of these three could shake the demon race with just a stamp of their foot. Sikon Luiying, your demon slaying department is going too far, not even letting him attend university before pulling him into the demon slaying department. Minister of Education Zhang Tao was roaring. He looked to be in his 40s, gentle and quiet, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with his hair meticulously styled. If an uninformed person saw him, they might think he was just an ordinary office worker. As the Minister of Education, overseeing all martial arts universities, how could he be just a simple office worker? Let Fuan Yuan attend a few years of university before going to your demon slaying department. What's wrong with that? Zhang Tao's roar continued. Are you that anxious? Opposite Zhang Tao, Sikon Luiying maintained her classic pose with high heels propped on the table, slightly annoyed by the noise, and couldn't help but dig at her ears. What's the point of going to school? What can a martial arts university teach Fuan Yuan? Sikon Luiying spoke up. Fuan Yuan is already a second-tier warrior, a dual-talent awakener. Have you ever seen such a student? Can you teach him? Sikon Luiying shifted her tone. Besides, Zhang Tao, don't think I don't know what you're planning. If Fuan Yuan enters the martial arts university, you definitely won't let him go. The matter has already been settled. What's the use of arguing with me? This is Fuan Yuan's own decision. Although Sikon Luiying was only 26, her aura subtly overshadowed Zhang Tao across the table. Moreover, that girl named Yumoing has already entered Thunderous Martial Arts University. I even saved you a bowl of soup. Isn't that right, Minister Song? The suddenly mentioned Minister Song was sitting in the corner of the table, silently watching the argument between the two. Song Qianxiu, whose name sounds like Song Qianxiu, meaning to praise for 1,000 years. A burly man over 2 meters tall. With a simple and honest face, he sat there quietly, neither arguing nor making a fuss. However, anyone who had been on the battlefield knew the terror of Minister Song. On the battlefield, Song Qianxiu was a complete human meat grinder. I didn't even get a taste of the soup. Song Qianxiu spoke up. Fuan Yuan entered the demon slaying department, and Yumoing entered Thunderous Martial Arts University. My war department has nothing. Hearing this, both Sikon Luiying and Zhang Tao frowned. Song Qianxiu continued, when we strike at the extreme north, let me borrow those two. The extreme north. Both Zhang Tao and Sikon Luiying exchanged surprised glances. The extreme north, the most brutal battlefield in the 300 years since the revival of spiritual energy. It can be said that the place where human warriors have sacrificed the most is in the extreme north. After more than 200 years of war, a delicate balance has finally formed there. The demon beasts of the extreme north cannot leave, and humans cannot advance further. Even now, a large number of top-tier warriors and elite troops are stationed in the extreme north, confronting the demon beasts there. If these top warriors were to be recalled, disasters in other parts of the country could be completely quelled in a month. The War Department is going to take action in the extreme north. The expressions of both of them turned serious. Song Qianqiu calmly nodded. The recent situation is not optimistic. I can sense that something big seems to be brewing in the extreme north. I fear an unprecedented demon king is about to emerge. Within 10 years, I will personally lead a team to break through the extreme north. No matter what monsters are in the extreme north, we will drag them out to sea. The most domineering words were spoken in the most casual tone. However, at that moment, a tremendous rumbling sound echoed from afar. Everyone felt the room shake. Looking out the window, the sky had turned blood red, and in the distance, a terrifying crack was slowly expanding. The Void Gate. Another new Void Gate has appeared. The three of them frowned simultaneously, a terrifying aura erupting from them. The various facilities in the room were almost instantly shattered by this dreadful aura. Heh, what bad luck, coming out for a meeting and encountering the birth of a Void Gate. Sikong Luiying's gaze was cold. What a nuisance, what a nuisance. Zhang Tao slowly stood up, stretching his body. As for Song Qianqiu, he had no time for idle chatter and had already walked out, preparing to head to the location of the Void Gate. That was quick. What do you say, should we go take a look together? Zhang Tao said to Sikong Luiying. Sikong Luiying shook her head. With you two here, that's enough. The place where the Void Gate appeared is very close to Liang City. I need to go to Liang City to oversee things, to prevent those demon beasts from running into the city. Zhang Tao nodded slightly. That's true, Fang Yuan is still in Liang City. We can't let him get killed by the demon beasts. Sikong Luiying, having her thoughts exposed, felt no embarrassment. Her figure flickered and disappeared from the room. What bad luck. As a minister of the education department, I still have to deal with such matters. Sigh. Zhang Tao complained about his misfortune, but his expression had already turned excited. In reality, the ones who were truly unfortunate should be the demon beasts inside this new Void Gate. As soon as they emerged, they would run into the three top human warriors, surprised or not. It was a different story. Detected a king-level potential demon beast, would you like to locate it? Hearing the system prompt, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. A demon beast with king-level potential has been detected. Is it related to the Void Gate? It should be noted that in the past few days, Fang Yuan had also wandered around the wilderness near Liang City. However, he had not triggered any system prompts. Not to mention a demon beast with king-level potential, he hadn't even seen one with diamond-level potential. A demon beast with king-level potential has appeared in the Void Gate. Fang Yuan looked out at the distant spatial crack and made a decision. System, locate that king-level potential demon beast for me. Soon, the system had locked onto the location of that demon beast. From the map, the appearance of this monster is indeed related to the Void Gate. No matter, fortune favors the bold. I have a divine-level bait in hand. Fang Yuan's eyes had already become resolute. Approaching the newly born Void Gate was naturally a very dangerous thing. A massive number of monsters would surge forth in a short time, and there was even a possibility of a monster king appearing. However, Fang Yuan was not afraid. Instead, a hint of excitement welled up in his heart. Let's go! Fang Yuan leaped out of the window. During this process, he directly summoned the Flame Tiger. The Flame Tiger appeared, catching Fang Yuan, who was falling from the sky, with steady grace. During this time, the Flame Tiger had been resting in the pet space, nearly going crazy from the confinement. Now finally summoned, it felt a release of energy. Go, run as fast as you can. Fang Yuan and the Flame Tiger shared a mental connection. Without needing to speak, the Flame Tiger already knew the destination. In the next moment, the Flame Tiger dashed forward with all its might, transforming into a streak of fiery meteor, crossing hundreds of meters in the blink of an eye. Goodness, no wonder it's a second-tier monster. Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised by the Flame Tiger's speed. In fact, after capturing the Flame Tiger in the fire hell, he had not had much opportunity to summon it. Its size was too large, and its appearance too intimidating. Summoning it in the city would cause panic. Now, riding it, he realized that the Flame Tiger's overall strength had significantly improved over these past few days. Thus, Fang Yuan rode the Flame Tiger, flying like a flame streak towards the king-level potential monster. At this moment, the city of Liang had already urgently organized defenses. This newly appeared Void Gate was too close to Liang City. No one dared to be careless. Hurry up, Team 3, set up defenses at point 5. Everyone, quickly head to the shelter. What are you doing over there, looking for death? That's the position chosen by the Slayers. If a monster really comes, only the Slayers can withstand it. What the hell was that just flew by? An official who was setting up defenses suddenly felt a meteor streak past him. The speed was so fast that he couldn't even see what it was. It seems to be on fire. It can't be a monster, right? The official turned to look, only to see that the fiery thing had already left the city, with only faint twinkling lights visible. Forget it, never mind. Quick, Team 5, you are responsible for patrolling this area. We're almost there, slow down. Feeling the position of the monster, Fong Yuan gently patted the flame tiger's head. The flame tiger's speed immediately decreased. At this point, Fong Yuan had already left Liang City for some distance. He was now in a stretch of wilderness. According to the system's positioning, the king-level potential monster was just a few kilometers ahead. Fong Yuan was unsure of the monster's strength. If it was a relatively strong monster, it could easily sense his presence from several kilometers away. Fortunately, with the flame tiger's cover, his human scent was not too obvious. Creep closer. The flame tiger seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation and cautiously moved towards that direction. After half an hour, Fong Yuan was now less than 1,000 meters away from the monster. He could even see the monster. It turned out to be a rare plant-type monster. It was a large tree, standing on a massive rock, absorbing the moonlight. Its branches were long, waving in the air, looking incredibly terrifying. System, check this monster's attributes. Name, Demon Willow Talent, Energy Devouring, Sss-Level, can devour any energy to enhance its own strength, vitality, 700 spirit, 650 potential rating, King level. Looking at the attribute panel of this plant demon beast, Fong Yuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Sss-Level Talent, Energy Devouring. It can absorb any energy to enhance its own strength. Fong Yuan gazed at the tree demon not far away, his eyes filled with excitement. Such a talent was simply like the devouring enhancement golden finger found in many web novels from his previous life. How could he not be tempted? The vitality of this willow tree is quite impressive. The attribute panel clearly displayed that the vitality of this willow tree had reached a value of 700. Meanwhile, his own vitality was just over 400. The gap was considerable. At that moment, the willow tree demon standing on a huge rock, waving its branches to absorb the essence of moonlight, suddenly plunged its roots into the stone beneath it. The massive stone visibly turned to dust at an alarming rate. At the same time, it seemed that a layer of stone shell had formed around the tree demon, and its branches had clearly become sturdier. It really is a devouring enhancement ability. The vitality just surged by nearly 100 points. Fong Yuan was astonished. Just by absorbing a large stone, the tree demon's vitality had increased by 100 points. The speed was terrifying. If it were given a whole night, wouldn't it become a world-class demon on the spot? Something's not right. This willow tree demon must be unusual. Could it be a demon king that escaped from the Void Gate? A terrifying suspicion arose in Fong Yuan's heart. This tree demon that had suddenly appeared here was definitely not simple. In just a few minutes, it had increased its vitality by 100. This was no ordinary demon beast. He remembered reading in a relatively obscure book that when the Void Gate had just formed but was not yet stable, some powerful demon kings would attempt to pass through it at that time. Once successful, although they would become exceptionally weak, they could gain tremendous benefits from it. This benefit was akin to a transformation of the essence of life. Now, looking at the tree demon before him, Fong Yuan had a gut feeling that this was likely a great demon that had escaped from the Void Gate when it was still unstable. Luck is on my side. I will capture this demon king. Fong Yuan smiled lightly and took out a wooden box containing divine-level bait. He did not intend to confront this strange tree demon head-on. If the other party was indeed a demon king-level beast, the means it possessed were beyond his imagination. Moreover, its vitality completely overwhelmed his own. Although he had multiple talents, it probably wouldn't be enough to withstand this great demon's attack. Divine-level bait was the best choice. There are no others here, and there are no other demon beasts nearby. Using divine-level bait is just perfect. Fong Yuan remembered that divine-level bait had a deadly attraction to any creature. If taken out in a crowded place, it would likely cause a terrifying scene. Fortunately, here, besides him, there was only this tree demon. At this moment, Fong Yuan did not notice a flash of red passing overhead. A few seconds later, the red figure returned. In a red cheongsam, red high heels, and with red lips, it was Sikong Luiying. Fong Yuan? Seeing Fong Yuan and the tree demon below, Sikong Luiying was somewhat surprised. She was already on her way to Liang City. In name, to protect Liang City, but in reality, she was worried that this terrifying genius who had just joined the demon-slaying division would die in the midst of this turmoil. She didn't expect to see him in the wilderness outside Liang City. This kid is indeed not honest. Running into the wilderness alone, if he encounters a great demon coming out of the Void Gate, wouldn't that be very dangerous? Wait, this tree demon, something's not right. Sikong Luiying floated in the air, observing the situation below, and suddenly frowned. She sensed a unique aura of a demon king from that tree demon. Not good. In the wilderness. Just at the moment Fong Yuan took out the wooden box, the tree demon not far away suddenly turned its head to look at Fong Yuan. On the main trunk, there was a face resembling a human, dry and terrifying. The eyes on that face were fixed on the wooden box in Fong Yuan's hand. filled with greed. In the next moment, the tree demon seemed to be greatly stimulated, pulling all its roots out of the ground. All the branches were wildly waving. The roots emerged from the soil, forming two legs, quickly charging towards Fang Yuan. Wherever the tree demon went, whether it was rocks or grass, everything was smashed to pieces by the flailing branches. The terror of the tree demon was evident. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Just like that, the deadly attraction of the god-level bait had indeed driven this tree demon almost to the brink of madness. Fang Yuan quickly took the god-level bait out of the wooden box. His expression was tense yet excited. The more dangerous the situation, the more thrilling he felt. He held the god-level bait, ready for action. As long as the tree demon got a little closer, he would throw out the bait and then dodge. In this state of near madness, the tree demon's eyes were only focused on the god-level bait. At that moment, this tree demon would become his fourth pet. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's focus sharpened. However, just then, a figure descended from the sky, crashing down between Fang Yuan and the tree demon. The figure was dressed in red, and even in the darkness, one could still see her excellent figure. A head of golden long hair fluttered in the wind. If it were under other circumstances, Fang Yuan might have praised this lady's figure and beautiful face. But now, he had no mood for that. Get out of the way! Fang Yuan shouted loudly. However, the next scene completely caught him off guard. The woman who had fallen from the sky simply raised her hand and threw a punch at the tree demon. She didn't even make contact with the tree demon. The tree demon exploded as if it had been hit by several nuclear bombs, bursting apart with a loud bang. All the branches, roots, and even the trunk shattered into pieces, flying everywhere. What the hell? This punch left Fang Yuan dumbfounded. He held the god-level bait, staring blankly at the flying fragments of the tree demon, his mind a bit frozen. His soon-to-be-acquired Sss-Level talent was just obliterated by someone with a single punch. With the void gate appearing nearby, you still dare to run out? After delivering the punch, Yumoing elegantly turned around. Seeing Fang Yuan's stunned expression, she nodded in satisfaction. Although you are a peerless genius, you are still young, so it's normal to be shocked by my strength. Yumoing felt a bit proud. She spoke, "Look, didn't you encounter danger? If it weren't for me, even if you didn't die, you'd at least be skinned. This tree demon is very likely a demon king that came out of the void gate." Several question marks popped up over Fang Yuan's head. "Big sister, who are you? Although you are very beautiful, what's with this familiar tone?" At that moment, Yumoing's gaze suddenly fell on the rice ball in Fang Yuan's hand. "Ah, I rushed to get to Liang City and didn't have time to eat. Can I have the rice ball in your hand?" Yumoing didn't wait for Fang Yuan to agree and directly took the rice ball from his hand with a speed that left him no time to react. In her view, as the director of the Demon Slayer division, it wasn't too much to eat something from a junior who had just joined. Besides, she had just saved his life. Mainly, the rice ball smelled quite delicious. "Don't eat it! You can't eat it!" Fang Yuan felt a wave of dizziness and reached out to snatch the rice ball back from her hand. Unfortunately, he couldn't even touch her. Yumoing simply sidestepped, avoiding Fang Yuan's movement. The next moment, she took a big bite of the rice ball and started chewing. "Greedy," she muttered, somewhat dissatisfied while eating. However, her words suddenly stopped halfway. Yumoing finally sensed something was off. She glanced at Fang Yuan, her expression incredibly complex, with various subtle emotions flashing in her eyes: anger, shock, confusion, disbelief. Smack! Yumoing threw the half-eaten rice ball to the ground, not bothering to say another word, and instantly vanished into the air. At the same time, a notification sound echoed in Fang Yuan's mind. "The host has obtained the fourth pet. The attribute panel has been updated. Please check it in time." Hearing the system's notification, Fang Yuan's face twitched involuntarily. There was no time left. That woman had eaten his divine bait, and it had indeed triggered the system's effect, signing a contract. What the hell have I done? I just wanted to tame beasts. Fang Yuan felt terrible. Everything that happened today was beyond his expectations. He was on the verge of success. As long as he threw the divine bait to the tree demon and it ate it, he could successfully tame it. But then, a stunningly beautiful and somewhat outrageous woman descended from the sky and punched the tree demon to pieces. As if that wasn't enough, she acted like she knew him well and took away his divine bait. After eating, she just ran off. He didn't even know this woman. However, just as Fang Yuan was still in a daze, he heard a rustling sound coming from his feet. Looking down, he saw a tiny tree demon, no bigger than a palm, crawling out from a pile of tree demon remains. Seeing the little tree demon emerge from the remains, Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. He didn't even bother to think about that woman anymore and squatted down to observe the palm-sized tree creature. It looks like a young Groot. This little tree creature was palm-sized, with a wooden structure, 2 legs, 2 arms, and a tiny wooden head. It was infinitely cuter than the previous giant tree demon. System: display this tree creature's attribute panel. Name: Treant, talent, energy absorption, Sss-Level, health, 15, mental, 2, potential rating, super king level, description: an extremely rare creature, often born from the corpses of plant-type demon beasts, inheriting their talents and characteristics. Looking at the attribute panel, Fang Yuan was somewhat stunned. Goodness, strictly speaking, this isn't even a demon beast. Born from the corpses of plant-type demon beasts, it was an extremely rare creature. I wonder if I can tame this little Treant. This little Trent's talent is even a level higher than that of the previous demon Willow. Fang Yuan's heart raced. The previous demon Willow only had an S-level talent. Now, this little Treant had an SS-level talent for energy absorption. Same root, same origin, but even more advanced. The most important thing is that the little tree man's appearance is far cuter than that of the demon Willow. At this moment, the little tree man also noticed Fang Yuan's presence, looking up at him with a silly expression, its big eyes blinking as if deep in thought. Although its head was made of wood, its features were clear and could be considered delicate. Even the little white fox and the flame tiger beside it couldn't help but come closer to take a good look. With only 15 points of vitality and a mere 2 points of spirit, no wonder it's so silly. Fang Yuan thought for a moment and took out a flame crystal. This was a reward from the trials in the fiery hell, and he had a whole bunch of them. Fang Yuan tried to hand the flame crystal to the little tree man. The little tree man seemed to sense something and immediately reached out to grasp the flame crystal. The walnut-sized flame crystal was even larger than the little tree man's head. Even though it could barely stand, the little tree man still held on tightly, refusing to let go. A human-like smile appeared on its face. In the next moment, many tiny branches extended from the little tree man's arms. These branches took root in the flame crystal, and streams of red energy were absorbed into the little tree man's body. The flame crystal quickly dimmed. The little tree man also underwent some changes. It seemed that some flame-like patterns appeared on its wooden body, faintly emitting an orange-red glow. Several flame-shaped leaves sprouted from its head. Even its size seemed to have slightly increased. Fang Yuan checked the little tree man's attribute panel again. Vitality 18, Spirit 3. Truly incredible. Fang Yuan couldn't help but exclaim. The little tree man's energy absorption talent was even more powerful than he had imagined. In just a few seconds, it had converted the energy from a flame crystal into its own strength. If given enough time and resources, the little tree man could probably grow into an invincible being. Little tree man, will you come with me? I have many more stones like that, Fang Yuan asked with a smile. At the same time, he took out several flame crystals and turned them in his hand. The little tree man's eyes lit up. It slowly nodded, not out of reluctance, but because its wooden body made it somewhat clumsy in doing anything. The host has obtained the 5th pet. The attribute panel has changed. Please check in time. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Fang Yuan smiled gently. It worked. Although the demon Willow was smashed by that inexplicable woman with a single punch, he still successfully obtained the talent for absorption evolution. He also got a little tree man that was even more agreeable than the demon Willow. From any angle, the little tree man was much cuter than the demon Willow. However, thinking about that inexplicable woman just now made Fang Yuan feel a bit of a headache. The divine level bait was ultimately eaten by a human again, and such a powerful woman at that. It's a headache. Why does the divine level bait always cause trouble? System, do you really want me to tame beasts? Fang Yuan didn't even know where to start complaining. While speaking, he opened his attribute panel. Having obtained 2 pets in a row, one of which was a terrifying powerhouse, Fang Yuan's attribute panel had undergone significant changes. Name, Fang Yuan, Talent, Ice Kingdom, Sss-Level, Spiritual Transformation, Sss-Level, Eternal Black Flame, Sss-Level, Gravity Reset, Sss-Level, Absorption Evolution, Sss-Level, Characteristic, Shared Growth, Vitality, 933, plus 500, Spirit, 920, plus 500, Pets, Yumoing, Nine-Tailed Fox, Flame Tiger? Seeing his attribute panel, Fang Yuan's eyes widened in shock. The change was so great that even he hadn't anticipated it. Just in the talent section, there were 2 additional Sss-level talents. One was Gravity Reset, which allowed him to change the direction and magnitude of gravity at will. Such an ability, classified as Sss-level, was more than qualified. The other Sss-level talent came from the little tree man, Devour Evolution. It was even more advanced than the energy devouring of the little tree man. 2 Sss-level talents all at once. At that moment, even Fang Yuan couldn't help but gasp. He had expected Devour Evolution, but gravity manipulation likely came from that mysterious woman he had just encountered. No wonder she possesses such terrifying power. The fact that I gained an Sss-Level talent means that woman herself must have an Ss-Level talent. Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow. When Yumoing awakened an S-level talent, she could already be considered a top genius. Yet that woman had an SS-level talent. Golden hair, a red qipao, looking to be in her 20s, not much older than me. How come I don't remember such a powerful figure in the country? Fong Yuan scratched his head, feeling even more perplexed. That woman's strength was more frightening than he had imagined. Even the system couldn't detect her attribute panel, only displaying a bunch of question marks. Moreover, just by signing the contract, she had directly affected his mental and physical energy by 500 points, which was already a terrifying figure. The system can't detect this woman's attribute panel, and even the sense of connection after signing the contract has weakened significantly. He could sense every pet he had tamed, their locations, states, emotions. Fong Yuan could perceive it all. This was the effect of the contract. But with that woman, the connection between them was exceptionally weak. This was the first time such a situation had occurred. System, is there anyone who can forcibly break a contract with their powerful strength? Fong Yuan asked in his heart. No, once a contract is signed, it cannot be changed by any means. However, the host's beast taming level is relatively low. If the tamed pet's strength far exceeds the host's, the sensing and commanding ability will be reduced. The stronger the opponent's strength, the stronger their resistance. The system's response made Fong Yuan frown. He could look down on the other party, but they couldn't resist him. This was Fong Yuan's principle. He closed his eyes and began to seriously feel the woman's presence. The contract had already been signed. This was his advantage. Soon, Fong Yuan sensed a faint connection. He perceived that the woman was leaving Liang City at an extremely fast speed. Come back. Don't think you can run without compensating for my bait. Fong Yuan directly conveyed his command to her. However, time passed second by second. He received no response. In his perception, the woman's speed only slowed down slightly before she left even faster. Her strength is truly terrifying. She can actually resist my command. Fong Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He could only say it was a significant loss. Don't let me find you. If I do, I will definitely settle today's score. In the sky, Sss-Level was flying at high speed towards the headquarters of the Demon Slayer division. Her condition was not good. It wasn't because she was injured from fighting the demon beast. In fact, she had only thrown a light punch to obliterate that suspected demon king. It was just that. She didn't know why she had inexplicably eaten that rice ball. Thinking of this, a hint of anger appeared on Sss-Level's face. What on earth was that thing? Why did it make me feel this way? Could it be some kind of bait? Suddenly, Sss-Level's figure in the air trembled. A strange feeling arose in her heart, making her want to return immediately to the place where she had just seen Fong Yuan. Under the impact of this feeling, Sss-Level's entire body suddenly began to plummet. A few seconds later, she flew back to her original height. However, now her face was slightly flushed, as if she was holding back something. No, I can't go back. If I go back, it will be the end. I need to hurry back to the Demon Slayer division and completely eliminate this feeling from my body. In the wilderness, listening to the distant roars of the demon beasts, Fong Yuan looked up. Are more demon beasts coming? It seems the void gate has stabilized. Fong Yuan frowned. Once the void gate stabilized, a large number of demon beasts would surge out. This was an ironclad rule. Some of them are rushing towards Liang City, just in time to test out my newly acquired abilities. Fong Yuan's mind stirred, and he already had an idea. The two newly acquired abilities, Gravity Reset and Devour Evolution, although both Sss-Level, Fong Yuan still did not fully understand how powerful they were. It was a good opportunity to explore the limits of these two abilities. With this in mind, Fong Yuan mounted the Flame Tiger. On his left shoulder was the little Trey Ant. On his right shoulder was the little White Fox. The little Trey Ant seemed to be unaccustomed to this position, gripping Fong Yuan's clothes tightly, afraid of falling off. However, it forgot that it was just a Trey Ant. Even if it fell, it wouldn't be harmed. Flame Tiger, can you sense those demon beasts? Charge right in, Fong Yuan said calmly. The Flame Tiger instantly transformed into a fiery meteor, racing towards the source of the demon beast roars. At this moment, on the city wall of Liang City, the members of the defense team had gathered. The so-called defense team members were the armed forces maintaining order in a city, belonging to the official authority. Generally, when there were violent incidents like robberies in the city, it was they who stepped in to resolve them. When weaker demon beasts entered the city, it was also the defense team that took action. Only when the defense team could not handle a demon beast would they urgently request the help of the demon slayer. Now, hearing the distant roars of the demon beasts, the faces of all the defense team members looked grim. An assault of this scale was beyond their capability to handle. Even so, there was no sign of retreat on their faces. Their families were all in the city behind them. Retreating was easy, but it would be equivalent to sending their families into the mouths of the demon beasts. No one would do such a thing. After years of martial training, wasn't it all to protect their families and friends? Everyone. On the city wall, the captain of the defense team shouted loudly, "The people in the city have mostly retreated to the shelters. Our mission is to hold this position until the demon slayer arrives. We must not allow a single demon beast to enter the city." Yes, all the defense team members responded in unison. Each person's gaze was incredibly resolute. In fact, they had been prepared for this since the day they joined the defense team. With their wives and children behind them, how could they possibly retreat? As long as they were still alive, they would never allow a single demon beast to rush into the city. "First team, second team, follow me out of the city," the captain said. "The first wave of demon beasts is usually not very strong and not numerous. You two teams come with me to eliminate them outside the city." Soon, the two teams lined up, equipped and ready, leaving the city walls and advancing into the wilderness. They were far more familiar with the environment of the wilderness than these newly arrived demon beasts. This was their home ground. On Fang Yuan's side, he had already spotted a group of demon beasts charging towards Liang City. The first batch rushing at the front was not very numerous. Fang Yuan picked out a few, checked their attributes, and found that their strength was not impressive. Just cannon fodder. Fang Yuan thought little of it, his gaze sweeping over these demon beasts. Instantly, black flames ignited on their bodies. Sss-Level talent, Eternal Black Flame. Wherever Fang Yuan's gaze fell, it could ignite in an instant. Using everything in the world as fuel, it would not extinguish until the target was burned to ashes. At that moment, a large number of demon beasts let out wails. In just a few seconds, those demon beasts engulfed in black flames turned to piles of ash. The power of eternal black flame was not something they could withstand. At that moment, the little tray ant standing on Fang Yuan's shoulder seemed a bit anxious. Its mental value was only 3, and its movements were slow, making it difficult to express its thoughts smoothly. It could only jump up and down in a hurry. "Oh, you mean I shouldn't burn them all to nothing?" Fang Yuan quickly caught onto the trance emotions. The little tray ant actually wanted to feed on these demon beasts. Can it really absorb the energy of demon beasts? Fang Yuan was taken aback. He directly extended his palm. In the next moment, a mouse demon beast the size of a head was pulled over by Fang Yuan. He altered the gravitational direction of his palm, making it seem as if the mouse demon beast flew into his hand. Seeing this, the little tray ant immediately extended its hands. Numerous fine branches spread out from its fingertips. These branches directly pierced into the mouse demon beast in Fang Yuan's hand. In just a few seconds, the mouse demon beast had already withered and died. The little tray ant let out a satisfied burp and retracted those fine branches. Both vitality and spirit have actually increased again. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. After devouring this demon beast, the little trent's vitality and spirit had slightly improved. Not only that, he also received feedback on his own strength enhancement from the little tray ant, with vitality and spirit increasing in sync. A smile spread across Fang Yuan's face. Since that's the case, the eternal black flame just now was indeed a bit wasteful. Once the eternal black flame was unleashed, many demon beasts left no ashes behind, completely burned to nothing. The little tray ant had no way to absorb them. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised his hand again. Gravity reset. In the next moment, a larger demon beast suddenly stopped running. At the same time, the demon beasts surrounding this large beast tilted their bodies. Uncontrollably, the surrounding demon beasts crowded together with it, unable to break free. This was because Fang Yuan had altered the gravitational pull on this demon beast, causing it to emit a terrifying and powerful gravity in all directions. Those smaller demon beasts could not possibly resist. In just a few seconds, a pile of demon beasts huddled together, forming a small mountain of demon beasts. The figure of the flame tiger also arrived beside this mountain of demon beasts. "Go ahead, eat as much as you can. Today, there's plenty," Fang Yuan said with a light smile. The little tray ant jumped down from Fang Yuan's shoulder. The little tray ant, which should have fallen straight down, changed direction in midair. It was also affected by the gravity and was directly pulled onto the mountain of demon beasts. However, this was exactly what the little tray ant wanted. All over its body, fine branches spread out, quickly rooting themselves into the bodies of these demon beasts. Fang Yuan could feel his vitality rapidly increasing. At this moment, the demon beasts around him that were not affected by the gravitational pull looked at Fang Yuan with unfriendly eyes. They slowly surrounded him. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan showed no signs of panic on his face. The little white fox on his shoulder opened its eyes. As the little white fox opened its eyes, a kingly aura emanated from it. Its golden pupils coldly stared at the surrounding demon beasts, causing none of them to dare approach. The little white fox had already begun to exude a kingly presence. It didn't even need to take action. It could already intimidate the weaker demon beasts around it, making them too afraid to advance. Outside the city of Liyang, the members of the defense team who had followed the captain had already ambushed themselves not far from the city. They were waiting for the first batch of demon beasts to charge over, ready to strike. However, they waited for quite a while without seeing a single demon beast appear. Why haven't they come yet? I heard the roars of the demon beasts earlier. It wasn't too far away. They should be on their way. Something's not right. The members of the ambush team, hidden in the wilderness, wore puzzled expressions. They looked towards their captain, but the captain himself was also at a loss. Damn it, don't look at me. How would I know what's going on? The people from the War Department have already arrived at the Void Gate, but this situation happened too suddenly. They can't possibly stop all the demon beasts. We clearly heard the roars of the demon beasts. They should have arrived in 10 minutes, so why haven't we seen a single one? The captain was starting to feel anxious. Damn it, a few of you who can run fast, come with me to take a look up front. This situation is off. Soon, the captain organized a mobile team to head deeper into the wilderness. This team was not weak, each member was relatively fast, and even if they encountered a group of demon beasts head-on, they could still escape without issue. However, another 10 minutes passed. They had traveled a considerable distance in the wilderness but still had not seen a single demon beast. They hadn't even found any traces of the demon beasts passing through. This is strange. The captain gritted his teeth and urged the team to speed up towards the direction where they had first heard the demon beasts' roars. He needed to find out what was happening in the wilderness. This was a matter of safety for all the residents of Liyang City. Even if it cost him his life, he had to get to the bottom of it. Before long, the team arrived at their destination. However, upon seeing the scene before them, everyone in the team was stunned. They saw the corpses of demon beasts scattered everywhere. Some looked as if they had been violently smashed, some appeared to have had their blood drained, and others seemed to have been torn apart by sharp weapons. This small team was just the defense team of Liyang City, and they rarely encountered demon beasts. They had never seen such a scene. There were at least 1,000 demon beast corpses lying here. What is going on? The team members were utterly shocked and looked towards their captain. The captain was even more bewildered. Don't look at me. It's as if I know what's happening here. Could it be that a top-tier expert has already dealt with these demon beasts? The team leader thought for a long time and could only come up with this possibility. However, from the traces on these demon beast corpses, it didn't seem like the work of martial artists. Some of the corpses looked more like they had been killed by demon beasts. Just then, a rumbling sound came from a little further away. The members of the squad exchanged glances and immediately rushed over in that direction. The answer was right there. Soon, they arrived at the place where the roaring sound was coming from. The scene before them was beyond belief. A human figure was sitting atop a mountain of beast corpses, gently wiping the blood from their face. Centered around this figure, 3 battles erupted simultaneously in 3 directions. To the east was a massive, pure white fox beast. Although this fox was a beast, its sharp and enormous claws sliced the beast in front of it into pieces with a single strike. To the west was a giant tiger engulfed in flames. Under its terrifying power, every beast that approached it was either smashed into pulp or burned to ashes. To the north was a tree the size of a human. Countless branches extended from its depths, and any beast touched by those branches would wither away in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, the human figure sat leisurely atop the beast corpses, as if everything before them was perfectly normal. But, was this really normal? The members of the squad were starting to question their lives. These 3 terrifying beasts were actually protecting the human in the middle. It's Fang Yuan. Finally, one squad member, looking at the flaming tiger, recalled a news story he had seen a few days ago. A genius boy had brought back a flame tiger from the fiery hell, and that genius boy was one of their own from Liyang City. It's that student from Liyang High School who brought out a flame tiger from the fiery hell. He has the talent of a beast master. He's one of us from Liyang City. This member shouted excitedly. With his voice, the other squad members suddenly remembered this matter as well. Beast master. They looked at the somewhat blurry figure of Fang Yuan in the middle, gradually merging it with the image they had seen in the news that day. That's right, it was that boy, possessing a rare talent for beast mastery. But, is this really a genius boy? This was already a figure of a big shot. He single-handedly held off so many beasts, and it didn't even seem to take any effort. Are you telling me this is a genius boy? This is a big shot, okay, let's go too. The captain of the guard team didn't just stand by and watch the excitement. with a loud shout, he led his team forward. However, they didn't enter the main battlefield. Instead, they chose to pursue some fleeing beasts. These beasts weren't very strong, and they could still handle them. At this moment, Fang Yuan also noticed the presence of these guard members. He was somewhat surprised. With the strength of the guard team, they rarely encountered beasts, and they could manage some city security work, but against a horde of beasts, they probably wouldn't fare well. Yet these guys dared to run all the way into the wilderness. One had to say, they had great courage. They were even prepared for sacrifice. Soon, the battle came to an end. All the beasts were dead. Even some that could have escaped were intercepted by the guard members and killed by the approaching tree ants. Not a single beast escaped. Looking at the corpses of the beasts scattered everywhere, the members of the guard team felt as if they were living in a dream. It was too unreal. Even though the vast majority of these beasts were killed by the big shot Fang Yuan, they stood there, having participated in this battle. Half an hour ago, they had entered the wilderness with the courage to face death. Half an hour later, they were still alive, but all those beasts were already dead. This miraculous experience left all the members of the guard team with a dreamlike feeling. Lord Fang Yuan, hello. Seeing Fang Yuan walking towards him, the captain of the guard immediately saluted. The remaining team members also looked fervent, saluting Fang Yuan. I'm not some big shot, Fang Yuan said, somewhat amused. He had never thought that the title of big shot would appear in relation to him. This is usually a title for someone with great strength. No, the captain of the guard said seriously, you killed the beasts here and protected the safety of the residents of Liyang City. You are indeed a big figure. The captain's eyes were somewhat fervent. At this moment, Fang Yuan's age, background, and everything else no longer mattered. With his own strength, he had already dealt with 2 waves of beast tides. Such achievements are worthy of medals. Fang Yuan waved his hand. These weren't really important issues, he was just a bit unaccustomed to it. By the way, why aren't you staying on the city wall? What are you doing out in the wilderness? Fang Yuan asked. We were originally planning to defend from the city wall, the captain said somewhat embarrassedly, but we thought the first wave of beasts might not be too strong and not many in number, so we organized 2 teams to ambush outside the city in the wilderness. However, after waiting for quite a while, we didn't see a single beast. We thought we would come and see what was going on. We didn't expect you to have killed them all. At this point, the captain's face revealed that fervent expression again. One person had killed over 1,000 beasts. Just thinking about it made one's blood boil. Yet, the Fang Yuan before them seemed to treat it as a very ordinary matter. This mindset was astonishing. Hearing this, Fang Yuan nodded. Although these guard team members were not very strong, their actions did make him admire them a bit. If it were him, he probably wouldn't have done better than they did. By the way, we also requested the assistance of the Beast Slayer Lord. The captain suddenly remembered something and said, but now it seems, it might not be necessary. With the strength of their guard team, it was simply impossible to defend Liyang City and kill all the beasts. They had already sent a request to the Beast Slayer Division the moment the beasts appeared at the Void Gate. The response from the Beast Slayer Division was to hold on for at least half an hour. Now, calculating the time, the Beast Slayer Lord should have arrived. The captain suddenly felt a bit awkward. With all the beasts killed, would the Beast Slayer Lord be angry for making a trip for nothing? At the city wall of Liyang City, the members of the guard team were anxiously waiting, their hearts burning with impatience. The captain and the others had been out of the city for half an hour, but there was no news at all. There wasn't even a hint of movement in the wilderness. Not a single beast had charged out of the city. This was completely different from what they had imagined. No one knew what had happened. They couldn't just enter the wilderness to check. This unknown waiting was the most nerve-wracking. What happened to the captain and the others? Did they encounter any beasts? Why is there not a single sound? It's been half an hour. If those beasts were coming, my head could have rolled 3 times by now. What is going on? Everyone was anxious, everyone was worried. They couldn't figure out what was happening and could only pace back and forth. Just then, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the city wall. It was Yu Feifei, the head of the Central District of the Beast Slayer Division. A few days ago, she had personally come to invite Fang Yuan to join the Beast Slayer Division. Now, returning to Liyang City after a few days, Yu Feifei felt a bit puzzled. Today, she had been executing other tasks when she suddenly received a message from the division head, Sikon Luing, instructing her to come to Liyang City immediately. Yu Feifei did not dare to be careless and immediately handed over her task to someone else before rushing over. After all, a new void gate had appeared near Liyang City, and even though the War Department had arrived on the scene, it was impossible to kill all the demon beasts. It was a foregone conclusion that demon beasts would assault Liyang City. She couldn't afford to waste a single minute. If the demon beasts entered Liyang City, it would be a serious dereliction of duty for the Demon Slayer division. Moreover, Fang Yuan was still in Liang City. If this extremely rare genius were to die in the onslaught of demon beasts, it would truly be a disaster. However, Yu Feifei looked at the situation on the city wall, her mind filled with question marks. She thought she had arrived late, but now, she was on the city wall of Liang City, which should logically be the first place to be hit by the demon beasts. Yet, she hadn't seen a single demon beast. What is going on? Yu Feifei was somewhat puzzled. Just as she was in doubt, the members of the guard team on the city wall noticed the arrival of the Demon Slayer. The Demon Slayer has finally arrived. All the guards became excited. There was no other reason. With the Demon Slayer present, what problem couldn't be solved? Even if the sky were to fall, having the Demon Slayer around would not pose too much of an issue. This was the Demon Slayer. Over 300 years, an incredibly tall image had been established in people's hearts. The highest-ranking captain of the guard team stationed here quickly walked towards Yu Feifei. However, halfway there, upon seeing Yu Feifei's face clearly, the captain was shocked. What the hell? The head of the central district. He had expected an ordinary demon slayer to arrive. He never imagined it would be the head of the central district. It was difficult to even meet someone of this rank, and now they were standing right in front of him. What is the situation now? Yu Feifei asked proactively. The captain finally snapped out of his shock and excitedly detailed the current situation. Yu Feifei furrowed her brows. Something was off. If the roars of a large number of demon beasts could be heard half an hour ago, then those demon beasts were not particularly far from here. In half an hour, they should have arrived. Yet, there was not a single sound. Even those sent out to scout had not returned. You all stay here and defend, I will go take a look. Yu Feifei said no more, her figure shooting up into the air as she flew towards the wilderness. Once she left the city wall, the members of the guard team erupted in cheers. The Demon Slayer has finally arrived. I didn't know what to do. Yeah, with the Demon Slayer here, there will definitely be no problem. They have much more experience dealing with these situations than we do. Liang City is saved. But, why is there only one Demon Slayer? Amidst the cheers, some cautiously expressed their doubts. As soon as this was said, it sparked a hint of concern among everyone. Yes, there was only one Demon Slayer. Could that really be enough? This time, a whole group of demon beasts had surged over from the Void Gate. You know nothing. At that moment, the captain who had just reported to Yu Feifei spoke up. This Demon Slayer is the head of the central district of the entire Demon Slayer division. Having her is more effective than having 10 other Demon Slayers. What the hell? The head of the central district. It's actually this lady. She looks so young. In that moment, all doubts in people's hearts dissipated. Even though Yu Feifei looked very young, and even though her physique did not appear particularly imposing, no one doubted her anymore. The head of the central district of the Demon Slayer division. Such a title was already an unimaginable height for them. Strange. What is going on? Yu Feifei landed in the wilderness. The place where she landed was exactly where Fang Yuan first encountered the group of demon beasts. There were still hundreds of demon beast corpses scattered around. Yu Feifei looked at the situation here, her expression unusually grave. Although these demon beasts were not particularly strong, the sheer number of them gathered together constituted a significant force. Yet, they had all died here. Moreover, she had not seen a single human corpse. This meant that the escort team that entered the wilderness had not encountered this group of demon beasts. Yu Feifei was well aware of the escort team's strength. If they had truly encountered them, they probably wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Everyone would have died at the mouths of these demon beasts. Who did this? Yu Feifei crouched down, carefully observing the corpses of the demon beasts. Near Liang City, who has such means? Is it a person, or some organization? Yu Feifei's expression was very serious. There was no doubt that anyone capable of killing all the demon beasts here in such a short time must possess terrifying strength. However, they knew nothing about this person. If there really was a terrifying individual or organization growing right under their noses, it could only mean that the Demon Slayer division had a huge flaw in their operations. However, just as Yu Feifei was frowning in thought, a familiar voice came from not far away. What are you doing here? Yu Feifei turned her head sharply. A familiar figure came into view. Fang Yuan? Yu Feifei was momentarily stunned. What are you doing here? Yu Feifei was somewhat annoyed. With the Void Gate appearing, a large number of demon beasts might attack Liang City. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to help, it would be better for him to assist in defense on the city walls. Why did he come out to the wilderness? This was too dangerous. Yu Feifei finally understood why the director was so anxious to get her here. It was entirely out of concern for Fang Yuan. If this guy died, it would be a disgrace to all of Huaxia. I was just taking a walk, Fang Yuan said with a grin. Taking a walk? Yu Feifei was even more annoyed, but as long as Fang Yuan was fine, she couldn't be bothered to pursue the matter further. By the way, have you seen any strange people in the wilderness? Yu Feifei asked. Strange people. I saw an escort team, Fang Yuan replied with a smile. That escort team was helping him clean up another battlefield. Some of the demon beast corpses contained unique crystals, which were quite valuable. Fang Yuan was too lazy to clean up himself, so it was just right to have members of the escort team do it. However, it wouldn't take too long. Before the third wave of ferocious beasts arrived, it would be enough time for them to complete this task. The escort team doesn't count, Yu Feifei said, a bit anxious. I'm talking about those with relatively strong abilities, one or a few. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan's expression became strange. The woman who had eaten his divine bait perfectly matched the characteristics Yu Feifei described, didn't she? There is indeed one, Fang Yuan said. A woman in her 20s, wearing a red qipao, red high heels, and her lips painted red. Her hair is golden. Her strength is quite formidable. Yu Feifei was stunned. This description, wasn't it their Demon Slayer Division's director, Sikong Luiying? Yu Feifei asked hesitantly, have you seen Sikong Luiying? Sikong Luiying? Fang Yuan was momentarily taken aback. This name sounded somewhat familiar. She is the director of our Demon Slayer Division, Sikong Luiying, Yu Feifei reminded him. Holy crap! Fang Yuan was dumbfounded. The director of the Demon Slaying Division. I contracted the director of the Demon Slaying Division. At that moment, Fang Yuan finally understood why that woman seemed so familiar with him. He also finally understood why her strength was so terrifying. The director of the Demon Slaying Division. This identity explained everything. This was already in existence, standing at the pinnacle of human warriors. You've already met the director? I was going to wait until you reported in to mention it, Yu Feifei said. Fang Yuan forced a smile. Yes, he had met her. But perhaps in the director's mind, it was not a pleasant encounter. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps approached. The members of the guard team had finally finished cleaning up the battlefield on the other side and rushed over. As soon as they arrived, they saw Yu Feifei in her obvious Demon Slayer uniform. My lady Demon Slayer. The squad leader immediately came over to salute. Yu Feifei nodded to the guards and turned to Fang Yuan, saying, It's not very safe in the wilderness tonight. Your strength is not weak, but in this situation, your experience is still too little. It's very dangerous. I suggest you return to Liyang City immediately. Yu Feifei's expression was serious. In these 3 years, from an ordinary demon slayer to the head of the central region, she had seen too many geniuses fall. Every fallen genius believed they had the strength to stand alone, yet they did not realize how insignificant personal strength was during a beast tide. Many geniuses died from this kind of arrogance. Yu Feifei was very worried that Fang Yuan would make the same mistake. After all, his experience was still too little. Alright, I'll head back now, Fang Yuan said decisively. Yu Feifei was somewhat surprised. This was not in line with the usual character of a genius. Shouldn't he be insisting on staying and rushing to the most dangerous places to showcase his strength and talent? Why did Fang Yuan agree so easily? In reality, Fang Yuan's mind was not filled with such chaotic thoughts. He had simply achieved the purpose of this outing. He had obtained a new pet, and 2 of them, one of which was the headache-inducing director of the Demon Slaying Division. Then I'll head back first. See you in a few days. Fang Yuan waved at Yu Feifei, took the small pouch from the guard captain, and turned to leave. The guard captain and all the team members saluted Fang Yuan's departing figure, their eyes filled with fervor. Yu Feifei looked on in confusion but thought it was just Fang Yuan revealing his identity as a formal demon slayer, not thinking much of it. After all, geniuses of this age like to showcase their extraordinary abilities. After Fang Yuan left, Yu Feifei then asked the guard captain, Tell me everything that happened after you entered the wilderness. The guard captain nodded and began recounting from the moment they left Liyang City. When we arrived here, we found a large number of beast corpses lying around. Yu Feifei nodded, her mind almost precisely pinpointing the time of the battle that had occurred here. We were shocked. The captain continued, we pressed on and finally reached the second battlefield. The second battlefield? Yu Feifei raised an eyebrow. Was there more than one batch of beasts that had died in the wilderness? We saw that Lord Fang Yuan single-handedly stopped hundreds of beasts, resolving all of them in less than 10 minutes. At this point, the excitement in the captain's voice was unmistakable. Yu Feifei's eyes widened in shock. You mean Fang Yuan? She suddenly turned around, looking in the direction Fang Yuan had left. However, there was no trace of Fang Yuan to be found. Yu Feifei turned around abruptly, but there was already no sign of Fang Yuan behind her. She slowly turned her head back, looking into the eyes of the captain of the guard, and asked word by word, "Are you saying that you saw with your own eyes Fang Yuan single-handedly kill hundreds of demon beasts?" After receiving a very affirmative answer, Yu Feifei finally realized that she was wrong. She had originally thought that these demon beasts were all killed by Sikon Luiying. Now it seemed she was completely mistaken. If it were really Sikon Luiying who had killed them, then there wouldn't be a single scrap left of these demon beasts. But how did Fang Yuan manage to do it? Yu Feifei was immensely shocked. She thought she understood Fang Yuan's strength well. A second-tier warrior, with a second-tier demon beast as a pet. There was also a 9-tailed fox with only one tail by her side, and possessing an SS-level talent in the Ice Kingdom. But with such strength, how could he possibly kill 2 waves of demon beasts in half an hour? Moreover, there were no signs of freezing at the scene. This meant that Fang Yuan hadn't even used his talent ability. "Take me to the second battlefield," Yu Feifei said decisively. "Tell me everything you saw in detail." Soon, Yu Feifei stood at the center of the second battlefield. Based on the traces at the scene and the captain's description, she had almost reconstructed the entire process of the battle in her mind. Ha! Yu Feifei opened her eyes and let out a long breath. Everything matched up. Every trace here could be corroborated by the captain's words. He hadn't lied. These 2 groups of demon beasts were all killed by Fang Yuan alone. Yu Feifei finally understood why the members of this guard team had such an inexplicable fervor for Fang Yuan. 3 demon beasts. That little fox has even grown a second tail? That treant, Fang Yuan has never shown it in front of others. Is his strength in beast taming that terrifying as well? Yu Feifei murmured to herself. The shock in her heart was beyond words. All along, apart from taming a second-tier flame tiger, Fang Yuan had hardly showcased his beast taming abilities. Whether it was the certification of a second-tier warrior or defeating top students from prestigious martial arts universities in the joint examination, it was all due to his talent in the Ice Kingdom and his own strength. Now it seemed that in terms of beast taming, Fang Yuan was already fully capable of standing on his own. Fang Yuan was stronger than anyone could imagine. Even though she thought she understood him completely, in just a few days, he had given her such a huge surprise. What a terrifying rate of growth. At this rate, perhaps only Lord Sikong can suppress him. Yu Feifei murmured to herself. She didn't know that the Lord Sikong she mentioned was currently in a precarious situation himself. Just then, the roar of demon beasts echoed from afar again. Is the third wave of beasts coming? Yu Feifei raised her head and looked towards the direction of the roar. You guys, hurry back to Liang City. This should be the last batch of demon beasts escaping from the War Department's defense line, Yu Feifei said to several members of the guard team. After that, her figure soared into the air, flying towards the distance. The members of the guard team exchanged glances, unsure whether to follow her or return to defend Liang City. Can that demon slayer lord handle it alone? Is she as powerful as Lord Fang Yuan? Finally, someone asked this question. However, they received a roll of the eyes from the captain. What nonsense are you talking about? This one is the regional head of the Demon Slayer division in the central area. With this great person here, those demon beasts will probably be reduced to nothing. Damn, I just remembered this great person's abilities. We need to hurry and leave. Before the captain could finish his words, they heard a violent rumbling sound coming from afar. Flames erupted everywhere. In the direction where the demon beasts had just roared, continuous massive explosions occurred. The terrifying heat even swept over to where they were. The explosive firelight illuminated the entire sky. The members of the guard team were all dumbfounded. Was this a nuclear explosion? Let's go. This is the ability of that demon-slaying master. If we don't leave now, I feel like I'm going to be roasted alive. Dormitory. Fang Yuan was already lying on the bed. At the head of the bed, it was still the exclusive territory of the little white fox. The little treant had directly taken root in the flower pot on the windowsill, seemingly very satisfied with this new dwelling. Fang Yuan was silently calculating the gains from this time. Aside from the currently uncontrollable Sikon Luiying, he had acquired a new pet, the little treant. Although it wasn't a demon beast, it wasn't human either. It should be considered a brand new life form, born only from the corpses of plant-type demon beasts. He had also witnessed the little treant's appearance when it was just born. At that time, the little treant had 15 vitality and 2 spirit, and even the most ordinary human could easily defeat it. However, after experiencing 2 major battles, the little treant's attributes had undergone a tremendous change. Vitality 300 plus spirit 100 plus. This was still the case when the little treant was well fed. Otherwise, given the number of demon beasts at that time, Fang Yuan suspected that the little treant could even boost its vitality to over 1,000 in one go. Now, the little treant was rooted in the flower pot, seemingly undergoing some kind of transformation. Creatures with such high talent seem to really enjoy the transformation of accumulating strength over time. Fong Yuan murmured. When the little white fox's tail increased, it also underwent a similar transformation. Now, there was an additional little tray ant. He just didn't know what the little tray ant would become after the transformation was complete. My vitality has also increased to 1200 because I shared the little trance boost. When I first released it, my vitality was only 400. Now it's almost tripled. That woman, Sikong Luing, also provided me with 500 points of vitality and spirit. It's really a headache. This woman is actually my direct superior. Forget it, having eaten my bait, she's my pet. If she doesn't accept it, I really have no way to deal with it now. What a headache! With such thoughts, Fong Yuan gradually fell into a dream. The next morning, Fong Yuan saw on the news that the newly born Void Gate incident from yesterday was completely controlled in just 2 hours. The casualties were minimal. This was because the Battle Department's team arrived at the scene of the Void Gate's emergence as quickly as possible. Almost all the demon beasts that surged out of the Void Gate were eliminated on the spot. Only a small portion managed to escape, and they all died in the wilderness outside Liang City. Seeing such news, Fong Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. Human warriors have gained considerable experience in dealing with the emergence of Void Gates. It would no longer be like over 100 years ago, where each emergence of a Void Gate would cause massive damage. The basic matters have all been handled. It's time to report to the Demon Slaying Division. I wonder how Yumoing, this apprentice demon slayer, is doing, Fong Yuan said to himself. Yumoing had gone to report to the Demon Slaying Division a few days ago. This was naturally Fong Yuan's intention. The current Yumoing needed a bit more experience to mature quickly. As for him, even if it feels overwhelming, I must retrieve my pet. After greeting the principal and others, Fong Yuan rode on the back of the flame tiger and soared into the sky. With his current strength, he was far from being able to fly on his own. However, gravity reset made it possible. Flight was merely the most basic function of this talent. He only needed to reverse the gravity around the flame tiger to easily allow it to fly. Just like that, Fong Yuan sat atop the blazing flame tiger, transforming into a fiery meteor as they flew towards the city where the Demon Slayer headquarters was located. What is that? Flying in the sky? Wife, come out and see the celestial being. Is there a figure in that flame? Who is so powerful? It seems to be Lord Fong Yuan. Is it really Lord Fong Yuan? Has he left Liang City? In Liang City, many people saw the figures of Fong Yuan and the flame tiger in the sky. The ordinary citizens marveled at the graceful silhouette above, while the members of the guard team recognized Fong Yuan. They watched the figure of the man who had left an indelible impression on them gradually fade away, feeling both excited and a bit melancholic. This true genius from their Liang City, once he left, they might never have the chance to see this young man again in their lifetime. Safe travels, Lord Fong Yuan. The captain of the guard team saluted the distant figure in the sky with excitement. Is this Lake City? It truly deserves to be one of the most prosperous cities in the world. There are so many people. Fong Yuan had arrived at the city where the Demon Slayer headquarters was located, Lake City. Before the revival of spiritual energy, this was one of the most prosperous cities globally. However, Fong Yuan did not expect the population here to be so terrifying. Moreover, first-tier warriors were everywhere among the pedestrians. The overall strength was far beyond what Liang City could compare to. While Fong Yuan stood on the street, marveling at the scene, a middle-aged man suddenly approached him. Young brother, are you here to participate in the Demon Slayer selection? $88 to take you to the Demon Slayer building, and I'll throw in some insider information. Interested? The middle-aged man said mysteriously. Demon Slayer selection? Fong Yuan raised an eyebrow, revealing an interested expression. He hadn't expected that today was the day of the Demon Slayer selection. No wonder there were so many people in Lake City. It seemed that geniuses from all over the country had gathered in this city. That's too expensive. I'll give you a number, and you take me over. $18. Fong Yuan said. You really know how to bargain, young brother. The middle-aged man showed a troubled expression. Fong Yuan turned to leave. However, before he had taken 2 steps, he heard a firm voice from behind, deal. Soon, Fong Yuan was in the man's car, a private vehicle. Besides him, there was a man and 2 women. They all looked young, probably in their 20s. The man was very handsome, and the women were quite beautiful. Their auras were not weak, at least first-tier warriors. In a small place like Liang City, these 2 would definitely be considered geniuses. Seeing Fong Yuan get in the car, the man and woman smiled warmly at him. I'm Song Jiyu, this is my girlfriend Song Qian. Are you also here to participate in the Demon Slayer selection? The young man was very enthusiastic. However, the way he looked at Fong Yuan showed clear surprise. Fong Yuan looked too young. He was only 16, and at this age, every year made a significant difference in appearance. Compared to the man and woman, Fong Yuan's appearance, while handsome, did seem a bit youthful. Just joining in the fun, Fong Yuan said with a light laugh, "You can't be 18 yet, right? Being able to pass the preliminary selection in your district is already quite impressive," the girl named Song Qian added. In fact, after Fong Yuan got into the car, her gaze had not left him. It was simply that, although Fong Yuan looked younger, he was extremely good-looking. Coupled with a certain ethereal quality about him, he had a rather charming presence. Song Qian glanced at Fong Yuan, then at her boyfriend, and suddenly felt that her boyfriend was a bit dull. The younger brother in front of her seemed more captivating. "I'm just lucky," he replied. "By the way, do you know how many people can ultimately pass this selection?" Fong Yuan asked. Although he had already become an official demon-slaying envoy, he knew even less about the matters of the demon-slaying division than these participants in the selection. "That's hard to say," Song Qian replied. "The selection for demon-slaying envoys is very strict. If someone doesn't meet the standards, they won't take even one person. The timing of the selection is also uncertain. Sometimes it's held every 3 years, and other times it can be 5 years apart. If I could successfully pass the selection, even if it's just to be an intern demon-slaying envoy, I would wake up smiling in my sleep." The girl's tone was filled with admiration. It seemed that for her, being able to become a demon-slaying envoy, or even an intern, was an incredibly honorable thing. Hearing this, Fong Yuan touched his nose. So it was this difficult to become a demon-slaying envoy? He didn't feel much about it. He had just returned from the martial arts school and had inexplicably encountered a group of people inviting him at the school gate. Then he became an official demon-slaying envoy. At that moment, the driver uncle spoke up. "You are all geniuses from various regions. Even if you don't become demon-slaying envoys, your future is still bright. Unlike my silly son, who can't do anything and didn't even get into the martial arts university. I really envy you all. Those who can pass the demon-slaying envoy preliminary selection are already remarkable individuals. Even if you fail, don't be discouraged." Hearing this, the couple both showed a hint of a smile. Although they didn't say anything, their eyes revealed a bit of confidence. Having been called geniuses since childhood, they still had some confidence in this selection. Among their peers, they were confident that they had few rivals. If even they couldn't pass the demon-slaying envoy selection, then it was likely that no one else would either. Seeing the expressions of the two in the rearview mirror, the driver uncle smiled and didn't say much more. He had grown up in this city and had seen too many demon-slaying envoy selections. Every time there was a selection, a large number of young geniuses would flood into the city. Each one was filled with high confidence, believing that they had few rivals in the younger generation and that they would definitely become demon-slaying envoys. But, in reality, only a few could truly become demon-slaying envoys. The overwhelming majority of people's confidence would be crushed in the upcoming formal selection. Some would even be left with psychological scars. He had seen too many such things. He wouldn't argue about it. Once the selection was over, the facts would speak for themselves. "By the way, uncle, what insider information were you talking about?" the girl suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, the driver uncle perked up. "This is real insider information that a relative of mine who works in the demon-slaying division told me. You mustn't let it leak. I'll only tell a few of you. It's about this selection for the demon slayer." The couple immediately became interested. Regardless of whether what the uncle said was true or not, as long as it was about the selection, it concerned them. Even Fong Yuan showed a curious expression. "I heard that, before the preliminary selection, a genius boy had already secured a formal position as a demon slayer." The uncle lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "Impossible." The girl named Song Qian instinctively shook her head. "The selection for demon slayers is so strict, even if you pass, you can only become an intern demon slayer. To become a formal demon slayer, the assessment standards are even more rigorous. If it were a well-known strong person, perhaps they could directly obtain the status of a formal demon slayer. But if it's some genius boy," the girl showed an extremely certain expression. "Uncle, your information is inaccurate." The boy beside her also shook his head, looking completely unconvinced. "What I'm saying is true." Seeing someone questioning him, the uncle became a bit anxious. A 16-year-old boy, and he was personally invited by the head of the central region. "What I'm saying is true. That is a real genius, unlike you guys." He suddenly stopped mid-sentence. He had intended to say that it was different from you guys, who are fake geniuses, but if he said that, it would probably cause trouble. He could only keep quiet. "Uncle, you can't take such rumors seriously." The boy in the couple smiled wryly. He wasn't angry because of the uncle's words. There are many such rumors, and the vast majority are not credible. Moreover, if there really were such a genius, it would have spread nationwide long ago. there would be no need for such hearsay. The girl also wore an indifferent expression. Such a thing was simply impossible. The uncle stopped talking and began to secretly observe Fang Yuan. He noticed that when Fang Yuan heard this news, there was no surprise on his face, as if he had known about it all along. Moreover, he didn't have the disdainful expression like that couple. He seemed a bit awkward. Could it be this boy? A bold guess emerged in the uncle's mind. The couple didn't believe his words, but the uncle knew this was a confirmed piece of news. There really was such a genius boy who had been invited by the head of the central region, and the boy in the car not only matched the age but also had a very special aura. This was not something an ordinary person could possess. At this moment, Fang Yuan indeed felt a bit awkward. He never expected that he spent $10 to hear gossip, and it turned out to be about himself. And every word was true. There was no exaggeration, nor any deviation from the facts. One must say, this uncle's connections were quite solid. Very few people knew about this matter, and most of them were in Liang City. We're here. I can only take you this far. Over there is the headquarters building of the Demon Slayer department. The car finally stopped. Fang Yuan and the couple got out, only to find themselves in a huge square. The square was filled with genius youths from all over the country. Clearly, this was the gathering place for the contestants. Fang Yuan curiously looked at everything before him. Although there were many people in the square, it was very quiet. A few individuals dressed in formal Demon Slayer attire stood there, their expressions very serious, and those who came to participate in the selection were quietly standing, not daring to say a word. The young couple who got off the bus with Fang Yuan quickly registered their information and joined the queue. As for Fang Yuan, he found a corner. He wanted to see how the official selection of the Demon Slayer would proceed and what level of strength these people possessed. On the other side, the driver who had brought Fang Yuan and the others to their destination did not leave. He watched Fang Yuan's back, and the thought in his mind grew stronger. He wanted to see if this uniquely charismatic young man was indeed the legendary figure, the true genius who had not appeared for 300 years. Could it be that my intuition is wrong? It shouldn't be. My intuition has always been accurate. The driver frowned as he saw Fang Yuan join the queue. If this young man was truly the one who had already become an official Demon Slayer, there would be no need for him to enter this queue at all. The driver was filled with doubt but continued to observe. Fang Yuan stood in the queue, curiously looking at the talented youths around him. These individuals were all geniuses selected from various places. They were originally at an age full of vigor and pride. Yet here, they were all silent as mice, their nervous expressions clearly visible. So this is the selection for the Demon Slayer. It really isn't easy to make so many geniuses this nervous. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. At that moment, the few official Demon Slayers standing in the square finally spoke. Everyone is here, so the final selection officially begins. As the Demon Slayers spoke, all eyes turned to them. This selection method is very simple. This place is only 2 kilometers away from the headquarters of the Demon Slayer division. All you need to do is one thing. No matter what method you use, as long as you can reach the rooftop of the Demon Slayer division headquarters, you will pass the selection. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene erupted into chaos. Reach the rooftop of the Demon Slayer division headquarters. This was simply a joke. The headquarters of the Demon Slayer division was one of the most heavily guarded places in the world. Under normal circumstances, even well-known top experts would not be able to break into the rooftop. It could be said that this was the hardest rooftop in the world to access. Everyone showed difficulty on their faces, but not a single person gave up. Some were even already pondering how to achieve this. At that moment, figures appeared on the rooftop of the Demon Slayer division headquarters, 2 kilometers away from them. The appearance of these figures instantly excited everyone again. The 5 regional leaders. They had gathered at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer division. Were they waiting for them to come up? At this moment, the expressions of every participant in the selection turned fervent. As long as they could reach the rooftop, they would be welcomed by the 5 regional leaders. Those were the regional leaders. Each one was among the top human powerhouses, holding a transcendent status. I'll go first. A young man in his 20s stepped out from the crowd. He sprinted a few steps, and his clothes on his back tore, revealing a pair of wings that sprouted from his back. The next moment, he soared into the air, flying straight toward the top of the distant building. Seeing this scene, gasps of astonishment erupted from the square. He's actually a rare flying talent. Incredible, this kind of talent hasn't appeared in many years. Flying over directly is indeed a good idea. Will he succeed? In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the young man with wings. Even Fang Yuan showed a look of surprise. He had heard of such talent before, but it was indeed the first time he had seen it. Generally speaking, a martial artist could only fly after reaching a state where their vital energy was boiling, allowing them to influence the surrounding environment solely through their vitality. Yu Feifei was a master of this realm. Before reaching this state, human martial artists could not fly on their own. Of course, some special talents could achieve this, like the boy before him, who had grown wings and possessed the talent of gravitational reset. Has he already flown a considerable distance? Is it possible that someone who passed the selection for the first time is about to be born? Is it really that simple? Damn it, why didn't I awaken a flying talent? Watching the boy already cover half the distance, the people in the square suddenly revealed envious and jealous gazes. This was too easy. However, at that moment, an unexpected change occurred. When the boy was halfway through his flight, he suddenly lost control of his body and began to sway precariously. It seemed as if a terrifying force was pulling him down violently. The boy's wings became too weak to flap, and then he quickly began to fall. This sudden change left everyone dumbfounded. No one understood why the boy suddenly fell. The director has altered the gravitational conditions in the building's air, said a demon-slaying envoy in the square. To pass through the air, one must withstand 50 times the gravity. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. 50 times the gravity. No wonder the boy appeared as if he were stuck in a quagmire. Under 50 times the gravity, not suffering a direct fracture was already quite strong. People looked at the distant rooftop of the building, their brows furrowing even tighter. However, not a single person gave up. Everyone's minds began to race, thinking about how they should reach their destination. Among the crowd, Fong Yuan's expression gradually became playful. He had roughly understood the essence of this selection. No matter what method you used, there would definitely be corresponding obstacles along the way. However, as long as your strength was strong enough or you had the right method, reaching the destination was not a difficult task. One known method was to fly directly over. Of course, as long as one could withstand 50 times the gravity, they could easily reach the rooftop. I'm becoming more and more interested. How many people will pass this assessment? For an assessment of this level, those who could pass either had extraordinary strength or had to possess an extremely clever mind. Or rather, both were essential. Suddenly, Fong Yuan felt a gaze fall upon him from afar. Who noticed me? Fong Yuan looked up and met the gaze, quickly spotting its owner. It was Yu Feifei at the top of the demon-slaying headquarters building in the distance. Oh, have you already noticed my arrival? Fong Yuan smiled lightly. He hadn't expected that even while hiding in the crowd, he would be discovered so quickly. At the top of the building, Yu Feifei suddenly sighed softly. She had originally thought that after experiencing the incident at the Void Gate of Liang City, Fong Yuan might take a few more days to report. Yet here he was today, already mingling among the crowd participating in the selection. You, who have already become a formal demon-slaying envoy, are still joining in on this excitement. Hearing Yu Feifei's sigh, the head of the Northern District, Lei Yuan, smiled and asked, "What's wrong? The selection has just begun, and you're already sighing?" Lei Yuan was much older than Yu Feifei. He looked like a little old man with a head of white hair and a somewhat frail body, but his eyes were quite bright. If someone really treated him like an ordinary old man and wanted to do something bad, then this Northern District leader would make you understand what true terror is. I've seen Fong Yuan, Yu Feifei said somewhat helplessly. Oh, isn't he the little guy that the director specifically wanted to pull into the Demon Slayer division? I remember you personally went to invite him, right? Lei Yuan immediately became interested. The other 3 district leaders also turned their heads, their eyes filled with curiosity. They had only seen Fong Yuan in blurry photos from the news. It was said that this little guy named Fong Yuan was already a second-tier warrior at just 16. His future was limitless. Where is this little friend now? Show us quickly, the Western District leader said with a smile. He's mingling in the crowd of participants, enjoying the show, Yu Feifei said somewhat shyly. Put! Laughter erupted from the rooftop. Soon, they locked onto Fong Yuan's figure from the crowd of contestants. He was too conspicuous. In fact, they had already noticed Fong Yuan's presence before. While others looked tense, he was leisurely looking around, completely enjoying the spectacle. What do you think? If you called him over now, would he come? The Western District leader suddenly asked. As soon as the words were out, several district leaders raised their eyebrows. It seemed quite interesting. Among them, apart from Yu Feifei who had interacted with Fong Yuan, the others had not yet met him. They only knew he was a dual-talent awakener and a 16-year-old who had passed the second-tier warrior test. They didn't know much about other aspects. They were already filled with curiosity and anticipation for this director-designated demon slayer. He can definitely come over, Yu Feifei said calmly. Although I can't imagine how he would do it, he can definitely make it. This kind of thing, I don't think will stump him. Yu Feifei's words sparked even more curiosity among the other district leaders. They knew the difficulty of this selection, while others did not. Many official demon slayers felt they wouldn't pass if they participated. In this situation, Yu Feifei was surprisingly confident. Did this little guy named Fong Yuan have some other extraordinary qualities? The few of them looked at Fong Yuan from a distance, their curiosity growing stronger. Seeing her colleagues' curious expressions, Yu Feifei secretly shook her head. Anyone who dared to underestimate Fong Yuan would surely be in for a surprise. She had already understood this clearly. That boy, although only 16, no one knew just how strong his true abilities were. Although Yu Feifei herself didn't know how Fong Yuan would reach the rooftop if he participated in the selection, she was sure he could do it. He was a man who could surprise you at any moment. At that moment, the Southern District leader finally couldn't hold back and waved at Fong Yuan, who was making eye contact with him from the crowd. In the crowd, Fong Yuan smiled lightly. He knew it was becoming inappropriate to hide here any longer. The guys on the rooftop had already noticed him. In the crowd, Fong Yuan smiled lightly. The gazes from the guys on the rooftop were filled with curiosity and anticipation. He knew he was no longer suited to hide in the crowd and watch the show. If he had to watch, he should find a place with a better view. The rooftop where those district leaders are is actually a nice spot, Fong Yuan said as he stepped out of the crowd. He immediately attracted the attention of others. After all, it had only been 2 or 3 minutes since that boy's attempt. Everyone was still pondering what to do. At this moment, Fong Yuan stepped forward, naturally attracting everyone's attention. Is someone else going to try? He looks so young. Can someone so young really pass the preliminary selection? How does he plan to get through? Under the gaze of everyone, Fong Yuan directly summoned the flame tiger. The appearance of the flame tiger immediately caused a stir among the crowd. However, Fong Yuan did not give them much time to react. He simply mounted the flame tiger and soared into the air with it. With the talent of gravity reset, flying was a trivial matter for him. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Fong Yuan rode the flame tiger, which was engulfed in flames, and flew straight towards the rooftop in the distance. Wherever he passed, red flames lingered, refusing to extinguish. Behind Fong Yuan, it was as if a path of fire had been left in his wake. What the hell is going on? He can actually ride a monster. I remember now, there was a news report a few days ago about someone awakening the beast taming talent. Is it him? He does look a bit like him. But, even if he has the beast taming talent, can he really fly over? That's 50 times gravity. Wait, can the flame tiger even fly? Finally, someone realized this question. Can the flame tiger fly? How could they not remember that this type of monster also had the ability to fly? For a moment, many people looked at Fong Yuan and the flame tiger in the sky, feeling somewhat bewildered. This situation was not right. However, there was no time for them to delve deeper into whether the flame tiger could fly. Fong Yuan had already arrived at the area where gravity was altered. It was also the place where that boy with wings had fallen. 50 times gravity is difficult for others, but for me, it's too easy. Fong Yuan didn't make any unnecessary movements. With a thought, he opened a path for himself to pass through in the area of 50 times gravity. It should be noted that his gravity reset talent came from Sikon Luing, and it was even more advanced than hers. He has entered that area. The onlookers below erupted in another round of exclamations. How come he's not affected at all? How is he not impacted by 50 times gravity? Is the flame tiger's flying ability really that terrifying? A bunch of question marks appeared above people's heads. The situation before them was indeed beyond their expectations. At this moment, Fong Yuan had already landed on the rooftop of the building while riding the flame tiger. He succeeded. Someone has succeeded. If he can do it, I can do it too. Seeing Fong Yuan's success, the participants below felt as if they had been injected with adrenaline and immediately became excited. In their eyes, if someone as young as Fong Yuan could succeed, then they certainly could too. Just then, a loud voice suddenly came from the distant building. Northern District Head Lei Yuan has been waiting for young friend Fong Yuan for a long time. Eastern District Head Han Zhe, on the orders of the director, is here to welcome young friend Fong Yuan. Western District Head Su De, welcome Fong Yuan. Southern District Head Shi Lele, welcome, welcome. Central District Yu Feifei, no need for further introduction. As these voices echoed, the entire square fell into silence. What is going on? People gaped, staring blankly at the headquarters building of the Demon Slayer Division in the distance. It seemed that the situation was not quite what they had imagined. The guy who had just effortlessly reached the rooftop did not seem to be a participant in the selection like them. Instead, he was an important figure awaited by the Demon Slayer Division. People looked up at the rooftop, where Fong Yuan was shaking hands and laughing with several regional heads, and finally realized, these 5 regional heads were not there to see them at all. They had come to welcome Fong Yuan, but that boy looked even younger than they were. Wow, it's really him. He is the genius boy who became a formal demon-slaying envoy ahead of time. Outside the crowd, the driver uncle's eyes were wide open. Although he had suspected it for a long time, he had also wavered multiple times. Many of Fang Yuan's actions made him think he might have guessed wrong. But now, seeing Fang Yuan so easily ascend to the rooftop and receive a personal reception from the 5 regional heads, the uncle finally confirmed it. Fang Yuan was indeed the legendary prodigy. He was the genius personally invited by the head of the central region. It's worth it. As a black car driver, I've driven a big shot. The driver uncle's face turned red with excitement. Meanwhile, in the crowd, the couple who had come with Fang Yuan were staring blankly at the figure on the rooftop, their heads buzzing as if they had been hit by a hammer. The insider information is real. He is that genius boy. Such terrifying strength. I actually comforted him that it was okay to be sad about his failure. The girl in the couple's face was already flushed with embarrassment. She had originally thought that the other party was just joining in the fun, and that the real genius should be someone like herself. But the reality? Slap in the face. Just then, an angry voice erupted from the crowd. I refuse to accept this. There's a dark scheme. How could that guy possibly have the strength to reach the rooftop? He doesn't even look like an adult. There must be a dark scheme. A tall boy stepped forward, angrily questioning the demon-slaying envoy beside him. The envoy shot him a cold glance. The one who just passed by is different from you. He is a formally invited demon-slaying envoy by the head of the central region. At the very least, he is a 2-star demon-slaying envoy. Even I have to call him sir. You have no right to compare yourself to him. Moreover, the envoy's gaze was like looking at an idiot. That sir just now, standing among you, was like the sun appearing among the stars, and you didn't even notice. You treat existing clues as nothing and question the selection rules for no reason. The demon-slaying division does not need fools like you. You have already been eliminated. On the rooftop, the 5 regional heads showed great enthusiasm. Why? Simply because the little trouble they had just initiated against Fang Yuan was so easily resolved by him. They had originally thought that Fang Yuan could become a formal demon-slaying envoy due to his unprecedented talent, and that his true strength might not be as good as those ordinary geniuses below. But this thought was directly slapped down by reality. Fang Yuan not only easily reached the rooftop, but even the means he used were beyond their comprehension. They had no idea what Fang Yuan had done to pass through that 50-fold gravity zone so effortlessly. That was 50 times the gravity. Who among them didn't know that the flame tiger had no flying ability at all? In other words, Fang Yuan not only possessed flying ability but could also easily carry the flame tiger through the 50-fold gravity zone. This was not on the ground. It was in the air. At Fang Yuan's age, having such strength and means was something they had never heard of. It could even be said to be unfathomable. His genius level far exceeded the rumors. It took Yu Feifei 3 years to ascend to the position of head of the central region, which could already be called a miracle. However, they all believed that the current Fang Yuan would create even more terrifying legends. Young friend Fang Yuan, your future is limitless. Lei Yuan, the head of the northern district, exclaimed as he shook Fang Yuan's hand. While speaking, he also glanced at Yu Feifei. Such a monstrous character, yet he didn't give them a heads up, almost causing them to offend Fang Yuan. In reality, Yu Feifei was just as shocked as they were. It had only been one night since they last met, and this guy's strength seemed to have become even more terrifying. Although he was certain that Fang Yuan could pass through the 50-fold gravity zone, Fang Yuan's ease in doing so was astonishing. Rather than saying Fang Yuan was riding the flame tiger, it was more accurate to say that Fang Yuan was leading the flame tiger. Such a show-off move effortlessly resolved the 50-fold gravity. Yu Feifei couldn't understand how this was possible. One could only say, a rare prodigy. Just as Fang Yuan was enthusiastically chatting with the 5 district heads on the rooftop, in the office below, Sikon Luiying's expression began to change. Ever since she met Fang Yuan that day and ate that rice ball, she felt something had changed within her body. It seemed to be a kind of contract that linked her to Fang Yuan. This contract had not brought her any negative effects, on the contrary, it had accelerated her cultivation speed. Over the past few days, Sikon Luiying had tried various methods and consulted numerous books but found no way to break the contract. She vaguely felt that it might be related to Fang Yuan's beast taming talent. Since this little brat got closer to me, that feeling of connection seems to have strengthened a bit. Sikon Luiying looked at the ceiling. Fang Yuan was on the rooftop less than 10 meters away from her. She could clearly sense his presence. Moreover, as Fang Yuan drew nearer, she even felt her vitality increasing at a faster rate. Something's not right, this is very wrong. I can't really be this little brat's pet, can I? Sikon Luiying felt a bit anxious. But she was not a naive girl like Yumoing. Her mature psychological quality allowed her to remain calm in such situations. I need to have a good talk with this little brat later. Sikong Luiying looked at the ceiling, already having made up her mind. On the rooftop, Fang Yuan quickly became familiar with the district heads. They were all making an effort to show their goodwill towards him. A genius like this would probably surpass them in no time. If they didn't make friends with him now, would they wait until he became a big shot to do so? By then, it might be too late. Let's go. There are still many procedures to go through. After finishing the procedures, I still need to take him to meet the director, Yu Feifei reminded them in time. The district heads nodded and kindly made way. Fang Yuan followed Yu Feifei into the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Division. When he was on the rooftop, he felt nothing unusual. But upon entering the Demon Slayer Division building, he suddenly noticed that the atmosphere here was very intense. Everyone was in a hurry, walking with purpose. Working in the Demon Slayer Division is fast-paced. Each member may be handling 2 or 3 tasks at the same time, Yu Feifei said. If any task is not dealt with in a timely manner, it could cause significant damage. So, most of the people you see won't waste time on trivial matters. Fang Yuan nodded thoughtfully. After 300 years of spiritual energy recovery, although the current situation was stable, there were still occasional disturbances caused by demon beasts. The main responsibility of the Demon Slayer Department is to resolve incidents involving demon beasts that have mistakenly wandered into the city. With so many cities across the country relying solely on the Demon Slayer Department, it's clear that there are numerous such incidents. At that moment, Fang Yuan suddenly noticed a person in a janitor's uniform in the corridor, who suddenly sprayed clean water from their hands and then used it to wash them up. In the blink of an eye, the entire corridor they were in was cleaned up. The speed and efficiency were remarkable, making them a king among janitors. Fang Yuan was somewhat surprised. This person was clearly also an elemental talent awakener, and their martial arts skills were not bad, yet they were just a janitor? Seeing Fang Yuan's confusion, Yu Feifei spoke up. You must have heard that everyone working at the Demon Slayer Department's headquarters is a genius. Although this statement is a bit exaggerated, it is not entirely wrong. Many people cry and shout to get into the Demon Slayer Department, even if it's just to be a janitor, they are willing. Of course, the Demon Slayer Department does not ignore this. Every year there are selection assessments for janitors, and if someone truly meets the criteria, they can become an intern Demon Slayer. Fang Yuan's expression was somewhat peculiar. One could only say that the Demon Slayer Department truly lived up to its name. Even a janitor could easily outshine many others. This kind of talent pool is indeed world-class. We're here, come in with me. Yu Feifei stepped out of the elevator first. After exiting the elevator, Fang Yuan was surprised to find that this was a bustling office area. I've already completed your information entry, Yu Feifei said. However, we still need to further determine your rank as a Demon Slayer. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. Rank. It is well known that Demon Slayers are also ranked. From the most ordinary 1-star Demon Slayer to the 9-star Demon Slayer, the higher the rank, the stronger the power, the richer the experience, and the more capable one is of handling complex matters independently. A regional head like Yu Feifei is already a special grade Demon Slayer. There are only about 10 special grade Demon Slayers in the entire Demon Slayer department, representing the highest combat power of the organization. Am I not a 1-star Demon Slayer? Fang Yuan asked curiously. He remembered that all formal Demon Slayers start as 1-star Demon Slayers when they first enter the Demon Slayer department. To rank up, one needs merit points. What a joke! Yu Feifei looked at him oddly. When I invited you at school, the strength you displayed indeed matched that of a 1-star Demon Slayer. But, Yu Feifei did not continue. Given the strength Fang Yuan had shown later, it would be inappropriate to still classify him as a 1-star Demon Slayer. Soloing 2 groups of demon beasts and easily passing through a 50-fold gravity zone in a way that no one could understand, could a 1-star Demon Slayer do that? No! Your rank is temporarily set as 2-star, which is already a rare situation, Yu Feifei continued. However, I know that a 2-star Demon Slayer is still a bit low for you, but this is already an exceptional upgrade. If you want a higher rank, you will need to complete more tasks and accumulate merit. Fang Yuan nodded. He felt that being a 1-star Demon Slayer was quite good. Being given a 2-star rank was already a pleasant surprise. Here is your badge and uniform. It's best to wear them while on missions. They will save you a lot of trouble. Yu Feifei handed Fang Yuan a package. Let's go, we're heading to the armory. Yu Feifei said, as a 2-star Demon Slayer, you can choose a technological weapon, and the magical artifact I promised you at the beginning. Mentioning the magical artifact, Fang Yuan glanced at his finger. There, he still carried the time-stop ring that the principal had given him earlier. A genuine treasure. It had the effect of accelerating his perception of time. In battle, it could play a crucial role. However, since he had never encountered a truly evenly matched opponent, he had yet to use this treasure in earnest. The so-called treasure was not the weapon of an immortal from ancient legends. Instead, it was a powerful weapon created by the fusion of modern technology and martial arts training. Due to the high difficulty of production and the scarcity of finished products, weapons with such terrifying abilities were referred to as treasures. Each treasure was almost unique. Am I about to have my own second treasure? Fong Yuan's mood stirred slightly. A treasure was like a trump card. With an additional trump card, how could he remain calm? Moreover, he was very curious about the technological weapons that Yu Feifei mentioned. Although technological weapons were not as powerful as treasures, being included in the Demon Slayer division gave them a qualification that was worth looking forward to. Soon, Yu Feifei led Fong Yuan to a vast training ground. There were many strange devices set up here, most of which Fong Yuan had never seen before. Many people were training here. Almost everyone held a weapon in their hands. Fong Yuan could sense the powerful aura emanating from these individuals. Clearly, those who could train here were all official demon slayers. Upon seeing Yu Feifei arrive, all the demon slayers stopped their movements and saluted her. Every regional leader held a transcendent status within the Demon Slayer division. This was not merely due to their position as leaders but because of the terrifying achievements they had amassed. Strength commanded respect, and this was also true in the Demon Slayer division. Yu Feifei nodded slightly to them and turned back to Fong Yuan, saying, "This training ground is right next to the armory. Everyone generally treats this place as a weapon training room. After you select a suitable weapon, you can also do some training here. Only by enhancing the compatibility with your weapon can you avoid problems in battle." Fong Yuan nodded gently. In life and death situations, there was no time to recall combat techniques. Only by turning these into instinctive responses could one react correctly, and this required extensive training. When Yu Feifei and Fong Yuan entered the armory, the previously quiet training ground suddenly became noisy. Who is this person? He looks unfamiliar. To have the department head personally lead him to select weapons, that's impressive. A newly promoted demon slayer? What kind of demon slayer has such privilege? Could he be a relative of some big shot? Unlikely. We've seen all sorts of big shots in the demon slayer division. Who has such authority? Could he be a genius? Isn't everyone here a genius? A new face, but he's probably a newly promoted demon slayer. Isn't the selection process not officially over yet? How did a new demon slayer suddenly appear? Who knows? I've been a demon slayer for 10 years and have never seen such a situation. Haven't you heard? There were rumors that the department head personally invited a 16-year-old genius to join the demon slayer division. Could it be him? No way, 16? But this guy really looks young. I was just wondering if he was even of age. Is it really that exaggerated? What kind of geniuses haven't we seen in the Demon Slayer division? What makes him special? For a moment, the Demon Slayers in the training ground stopped their training, gathered together, and began discussing what had just happened. How could they not be curious? After all, it was extremely rare for Yu Feifei to personally bring someone to collect weapons. After passing through 3 security doors, Fong Yuan finally arrived at the armory with Yu Feifei. What came into view were tall shelves, each filled with weapons. Cold and hot weapons were all present. Fong Yuan even spotted a strangely shaped grenade launcher. Looking at the mountain-like sea of weapons, Fong Yuan felt excitement rising within him. This side has more ordinary weapons. That side has technological weapons. You can choose one, no need to rush, take your time. Yu Feifei found a chair and sat down. She was somewhat curious about what kind of weapon someone like Fong Yuan would choose. In the armory, Fong Yuan seriously examined the weapons before him. In such an environment, the bloodlust within every boy would be ignited. Fong Yuan was no exception. The cold weapons are quite complete. In front of him were various swords, guns, and sticks, all present. Even the rare Ame dagger had about 10 of them. Each weapon had slightly different shapes, materials, and weights, suitable for different talents and characteristics of martial artists. Fong Yuan picked up a long sword and swung it. Flames immediately erupted from the sword. This is the flame sword. It can release flames when attacking, Yu Feifei explained. This ability comes from the special material of the blade. Fong Yuan nodded and put down the sword. Although the sword was good, it felt somewhat useless in his hands. He walked towards another weapon rack. The weapons on this rack looked to have a much higher technological content than those on the cold weapon side. There were also quite a few firearms. Clearly, these were the technological weapons Yu Feifei mentioned. Overall, they were more practical and powerful than cold weapons. Fong Yuan's gaze fell on a pair of shoes. The boots were large, with several jet nozzles on the soles. These are boots that can make a person fly, the nozzles below can emit flames, providing immense energy to lift someone quickly into the air, Yufei explained in a timely manner. They use compressed energy blocks as materials, which are quite cheap. These boots are nice, but you don't need them. As she spoke, Yufei's expression became strange again. She still didn't know how Fuan Yuan managed to fly. It should be noted that for a martial artist to fly freely in the air, they must reach a level where their vital energy overflows and can manipulate surrounding objects. Fuan Yuan clearly had not reached that level. He also had no flying-related talents. It could only be described as incredible. Hearing this, Fuan Yuan put down the boots and did not explain anything. The weapons here all have high technological content, and because of that, they all require energy. Yufei continued, some weapons consume a lot of energy when used. You need to be careful not to choose a weapon you can't afford to use. Fuan Yuan chuckled softly, his eyes filled with anticipation. He actually wanted to find a weapon he couldn't afford. Such a weapon would surely be very powerful. Frost RPG can launch frost bombs, but it's of no use to me. Beast radar can detect beasts within a kilometer, but it's not as useful as my perception ability. Magnetic storm grenade? That's somewhat interesting, but not very significant. Fuan Yuan walked past each shelf, quickly browsing the simple descriptions next to the weapons. If his talents weren't so numerous and his pets weren't so overpowered, many of the weapons here would be good choices. Unfortunately, after browsing so much, he still hadn't found a weapon suitable for himself. Just then, Fuan Yuan's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. He looked up at the weapon on the top of the rack in front of him, revealing an expression of interest. At that moment, a firearm caught his eye. It was nearly 2 meters long, with the barrel alone measuring a meter. The entire weapon was black, with smooth lines. It even had a scope that was almost exaggerated in size. A sniper rifle? Fuan Yuan immediately recognized the type of weapon. It was indeed a powerful sniper among firearms. A sniper rifle that could take out a target with a single shot from a kilometer away. Fuan Yuan stood on tiptoe to take it down from the rack. It felt extremely heavy in his hands, but the grip was quite nice. The matte surface ensured that the gun would not reflect any light. This is the one, Fuan Yuan said with a smile. Although he wasn't yet clear on the rifle's performance, he knew it would not disappoint him. Most importantly, he felt a connection with this gun. This sniper rifle could fill the gap in his long-range attack capabilities. While the eternal black flame could burn in his line of sight, it was limited by his current vitality and mental strength, preventing it from reaching too far from his body. However, this sniper rifle would allow Fuan Yuan to directly attack enemies several kilometers away. This was precisely what he lacked in his current offensive methods. You actually chose it? Yufei was somewhat surprised. She certainly recognized this gun. In fact, many demon slayers had their eyes on it. Its power was absolutely undeniable. But because of that, the cost of using this gun was too high for most demon slayers. Firing a single shot could consume over a dozen energy crystals. That was already equivalent to several months' salary for a 1-star demon slayer. That's right, it's the one, Fuan Yuan said with a light laugh. I should remind you, Yufei said, that this gun is extremely powerful and has a long range. But it doesn't use bullets, it uses energy crystals. Loading different types of energy crystals will yield different effects for the shots. But firing a shot will deplete over a dozen high-quality energy crystals. You need to think carefully, many people can't afford to fire a few shots with their annual salary. Hearing this, Fuan Yuan still didn't let go. So cheap? Yufei's words got stuck in her throat. Cheap? She realized she was increasingly unable to understand Fuan Yuan. From his earlier reaction, it seemed that his financial resources exceeded her imagination. Yufei had no idea where a 16-year-old boy with no background, who was also an orphan, could have so much money. In reality, before capturing the little tray ant, Fuan Yuan had a lot of flame crystals, but they were constantly being consumed. However, ever since the little tray ant absorbed a large amount of energy from the demon beasts and entered a state of sleep yesterday, it had begun to bear fruit. The fruits produced by the little tray ant were not ordinary edible fruits, but rather energy crystals of various attributes. As of now, the little tray ant had already produced over 100 high-quality energy crystals, with no signs of stopping. New energy crystals were already being nurtured on the little trance branches. Fuan Yuan speculated that this might be the result of the little tray ant absorbing too much energy at once and being unable to digest it. Nevertheless, his worth had skyrocketed. Absorbing demon beasts and producing energy crystals, the little tray ant alone was a complete energy crystal production chain. This was much faster than killing demon beasts and extracting crystals from their bodies. By the way, why is this sniper rifle called Starlight? Fuan Yuan suddenly asked. Because the designer of this gun said that as long as it is provided with enough energy, it can even pierce through the starlight. That's why it's called Starlight. Yufei said, its caliber adjusts automatically based on the energy provided. The functions of this gun are quite magical. When you have some free time, explore it a bit, and you'll understand it quickly. Fang Yuan nodded gently, his gaze at the sniper rifle in his hands filled with even more joy. Starry Sky Sniper. A nice name. Let's go. After registration, this gun will be yours. Yu Fei turned and left. Fang Yuan followed her out of the armory. Even though there were many powerful weapons here, he was no longer interested. The Starry Sky Sniper in his hands was the one that suited him best. There's a saying, within 10 steps, fists are fast, beyond 10 steps, guns are fast. But, a few kilometers away, only the sniper rifle is both accurate and fast. They're coming out. What's going on? He actually dared to choose that big sniper rifle. Isn't that a technological weapon? Can even a one-star demon slayer choose a technological weapon? Damn, this breaks the rules. Even with connections, you can't play like this. Seeing Fang Yuan and Yu Fei walk out of the armory, the demon slayers who had been curious about Fang Yuan immediately noticed something was off. Fang Yuan had chosen that big sniper rifle. Only 2-star demon slayers and above were qualified to choose that weapon. How could it end up in this guy's hands? In fact, what Fang Yuan didn't know was that the Starry Sky Sniper in his hands was a favorite among many demon slayers. It was just too expensive, which is why they hadn't chosen it. In fact, many 1-star demon slayers worked hard to take on missions and tried to shorten their promotion time just to get this Starry Sky Sniper. But now, this sniper had actually been taken away by someone, and it was a suspected newcomer who got in through the back door. Many demon slayers felt a sudden imbalance in their hearts. Yu Fei, a burly man with a buzz cut, stepped forward. Is this little brother a newly promoted demon slayer? He looks a bit unfamiliar. His name was Hong Tao, a senior 1-star demon slayer. He had a very high reputation among 1-star demon slayers. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be promoted to 2-star within a year. Well, let me introduce him. His name is Fang Yuan, a newly promoted 2-star demon slayer, Yu Fei said. She didn't avoid the question. Even though she could tell that Hong Tao seemed a bit dissatisfied, this was something Fang Yuan had to face. Every demon slayer was exceptionally talented, and Fang Yuan entering as a 2-star would inevitably draw attention. Establishing himself in the demon slayer division was one of the challenges Fang Yuan had to confront. Newly promoted 2-star. When this was said, everyone was a bit stunned. The meaning was clear. This guy, who looked like he hadn't even reached adulthood, was not only a new demon slayer but had directly obtained the 2-star title. This was simply unheard of. They had all struggled for so long and were still 1-star demon slayers. This little guy, whose facial hair hadn't even fully grown in, was actually a head above them. Yu Fei, I'm not convinced, Hong Tao said, feeling quite uncomfortable, with his neck stiffened. Even if he was punished by Yu Fei today, he had to express his dissatisfaction. However, to his surprise, Yu Fei didn't say anything. Instead, she looked at Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan smiled slightly. He certainly understood Yu Fei's intention. She was letting him handle it himself. This was also a way Fang Yuan recognized. Although he was young, he wasn't someone who would hide behind a leader. Yu Fei could suppress this situation with her position. But, she couldn't suppress people's hearts. Let's have a fight. Fang Yuan took 2 steps forward and smiled, saying, if you win, I'll go find the director and demote myself to a 1-star. If I win, you have to be my intern for a month, Hong Tao replied after a moment of surprise, without hesitation. His expression turned exceptionally excited. He hadn't expected happiness to come so suddenly. He had thought he would face punishment from Yu Fei, but none of that happened. Instead, this seemingly underage little guy stepped up to challenge him. Beside them, Yu Fei sighed softly. She could already envision the looks of existential doubt on the faces of the demon slayers after this match. Competing against Fang Yuan was likely to shatter their resolve. However, that was fine. After today's battle, it was likely that no one in the demon slayer division would dare to trouble Fang Yuan again. Let's do it here, no weapons. Hong Tao walked to the center of the training ground. Fang Yuan handed the starry sniper rifle to Yu Fei and then stood opposite Hong Tao. At that moment, all the demon slayers in the training ground gathered around. There was a sense of imbalance in their hearts. Fang Yuan was too young, and he was already a 2-star demon slayer. They had struggled for many years and were still stuck at 1 star. This was a perfect opportunity to see what was so special about this young man. I won't hold back. If you can't take it, remember to admit defeat, Hong Tao said. In his view, Fang Yuan's small frame probably couldn't withstand even one of his punches. Fang Yuan, however, calmly countered, "Can we start?" It started long ago. Hong Tao's gaze sharpened, and he pushed off the ground, charging at Fang Yuan with incredible speed. His movement was so fast that it was almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. Hong Tao's strength has increased again. Such speed. This kid is in trouble. The onlooking demon slayers were taken aback. As a seasoned 1-star demon slayer, they had a certain understanding of Hong Tao's strength. But seeing his attack, it was clear that he had improved significantly and was not holding back at all. At that moment, the surrounding demon slayers looked at Fang Yuan with concern. This newly promoted 2-star demon slayer wouldn't get seriously injured on his first day in the demon slayer division, would he? However, the next moment, Hong Tao, charging at Fang Yuan, was sent flying backward at an even faster speed. Boom! With a loud crash, Hong Tao's body slammed into the wall of the training ground, dozens of meters away. The tremendous force caused a large dent in the wall, with countless cracks spreading outwards. Put! Hong Tao spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. His body slid down the wall and collapsed on the ground, completely losing consciousness. At that moment, the entire training ground fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. Just a second ago, they had seen Hong Tao charging at Fang Yuan with thunderous momentum. But in the next instant, Hong Tao had lost. And in such a crushing manner. The shock in the hearts of the onlooking demon slayers surged like a tidal wave. They hadn't even seen how Fang Yuan had made his move. From their perspective, Fang Yuan had just been standing there, and Hong Tao had flown out on his own. They had considered that Fang Yuan might have some strength. After all, he was personally invited by Yufei, a 2-star demon slayer. Although young, he could potentially defeat Hong Tao. But no one had expected it to be this easy. They didn't even know how Fang Yuan made his move. Gulu. The sound of swallowing echoed in the training room, and everyone was plunged into immense shock, even forgetting to check on Hong Tao's condition. Even Yufei's eyes widened. Others thought they hadn't seen Fang Yuan's actions clearly, but she had seen it all. Fang Yuan hadn't moved at all. He hadn't even made a move, and Hong Tao had already flown out. What on earth is going on? Yufei looked at Fang Yuan's figure, her expression incredibly complex. This little guy, who had been personally invited by her to join the Demon Slayer division just a few days ago, had now become inscrutable to her. His growth rate was unprecedented. Can we go now? Amidst everyone's shocked gazes, Fang Yuan calmly walked over to Yufei and took his starry sniper rifle. He found this match somewhat troublesome, so he directly used gravitational reset to change the gravity on Hong Tao, causing him to crash into the wall. Unfortunately, it seemed Hong Tao's physical strength wasn't enough, and he fainted right away, which was something Fang Yuan hadn't anticipated. However, Fang Yuan didn't underestimate Hong Tao. If it were purely a contest of vitality, he might not even be able to defeat Hong Tao. After all, he was an experienced demon slayer. His combat experience and skills were undoubtedly beyond the ordinary. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's numerous Sss-Level talents had already elevated him beyond the realm of physical combat. We can go now. Yufei paused for a moment before remembering she still needed to take Fang Yuan to register. After Yufei and Fang Yuan left, the remaining demon slayers silently took Hong Tao to the infirmary. In their silence, they came to understand one thing. This new demon slayer was quite terrifying. His 2-star rank was even lower. From now on, this sniper rifle is yours. The registration staff quickly completed the paperwork. They handed a ring to Fang Yuan. This is a treasure promised to you by the Demon Slayer Division, a space ring. Its capacity isn't too large, but it can hold some personal items, Yufei explained. You just need to wear it on your hand and use your mental power to permeate the ring, and you can store or retrieve items at any time. Hearing this, Fang Yuan nodded and immediately stored the starry sniper rifle in the space ring. It must be said that having a space ring was incredibly convenient. His pet space could only hold his pets. He couldn't bring anything else in. He didn't even know when he would be able to access the system's storage space. With this ring, some of Fang Yuan's urgent issues were resolved. Meanwhile, Yufei, witnessing this scene, felt her eyelids twitch again. You just got the ring, and you can use it in a few seconds? Your mental power is terrifyingly high at this age. Yufei remembered that when she first got her space ring, it took her half an hour to use it proficiently. Yufei suddenly felt a bit weary. She thought that if she continued to accompany Fang Yuan like this, her confidence might take a hit. Let's go, the last stop. Yufei said, I'll take you to meet the director, and then you can move freely. Upon hearing this, Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow. They had finally reached this point. The director Yufei mentioned was none other than Luiying, the one who had stolen his bait in the wilderness. He had long wanted to have a good chat with her. Even though her strength was formidable enough to withstand the contract's orders, the signing of the contract was already a fact. Tap tap tap. A knock sounded at the door. Sikong Luiying did not let the knocker in for a long time. Her mood was somewhat complicated, because she knew that the little guy named Fong Yuan was standing at the door. Sikong Luiying felt restless. She even lost her classic habit of propping her feet up on the table, which she loved the most. In fact, from the moment Fong Yuan entered Lake City, she had already sensed his presence. Until now, she had been paying attention to every move he made. She knew that Yu Feifei would definitely bring Fong Yuan to see her. But she wasn't ready yet. If it weren't for that rice ball, everything would have been fine. But now, she was unsure how to face Fong Yuan. At that time, she had taken the rice ball on her own initiative. She even heard Fong Yuan's furious voice telling her not to eat it. Yet, she had eaten it anyway, as if possessed. Now that things had turned out this way, she couldn't just offer herself to Fong Yuan, could she? Sikong Luiying felt an overwhelming headache. What if I pretend I'm not here? It wouldn't matter if we meet again later, right? Just think of it as a business trip today. Various thoughts jumbled together in Sikong Luiying's mind. Tap tap tap. The knocking sound rang out again. Outside, Yu Feifei was somewhat puzzled. The usually decisive director was taking so long to let them in today. Was something happening? Beside her, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Fong Yuan's mouth. Although his direct connection with Sikong Luiying wasn't as strong as with Yumoing, he could still sense her emotions at such a close distance. Quite chaotic. It seemed that even before this meeting officially began, he had already taken the initiative. So what if he was strong? Could he outmaneuver the system's big leg? With that thought, Fong Yuan directly turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. What the hell? Seeing Fong Yuan's actions, Yu Feifei was completely stunned. This was the office of the Demon Slayer director. Did he just walk in like that? Too reckless. He might get thrown out immediately. Yu Feifei was dumbfounded. This was Sikong Luiying's office. Who just walks in without knocking? Fong Yuan just went in directly. Too reckless. It was practically asking for trouble. What the hell? He even closed the door. Yu Feifei stared in shock at Fong Yuan's bold move, completely astonished. He just walked in, and now he dared to close the door. Yu Feifei quickly took 2 steps back, her expression one of disbelief. She seemed to already envision Fong Yuan being thrown out, and it was likely that he would be sent flying. If he doesn't lie in bed for half a month after this, wouldn't it mean anyone could just barge into the director's office? In her heart, Yu Feifei had even started a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Until the countdown in her heart ended, there was still no sound in the office. Fong Yuan was not thrown out. Sikong Luiying did not explode in anger either. Yu Feifei was a bit dazed. How was this situation different from what she had imagined? The director. Was she so fond of Fong Yuan? In the office. At the moment Fong Yuan pushed the door open, Sikong Luiying was also stunned. She had been thinking of pretending not to be in the office to avoid this meeting with Fong Yuan. But, how did this brat just walk in directly? However, she was a woman who had experienced various major events, and she quickly calmed down. At the very least, she appeared very composed on the surface. Director, I'm here to report. The person in charge said you wanted to see me. Fong Yuan's expression was half smiling, half serious. The Sikong Luiying in front of him, although she looked very aloof. But, Fong Yuan could sense her inner turmoil. At this moment, Fong Yuan looked at Sikong Luiying, marveling at her beauty. Her seductive red lips and the red qipao embroidered with dragon patterns made her skin appear even fairer. Her arms were slender, yet the qipao accentuated her exaggerated curves. In her 20s, she had completely shed the youthful innocence of a girl like Yumoing, exuding a mature charm from head to toe. Such an extraordinarily beautiful and powerful woman was surprisingly flustered in his presence. Fong Yuan was certain that Sikong Luiying had no romantic experience. She might not have even had a crush. Otherwise, she wouldn't be this flustered. The contract was merely a pet agreement. It wasn't something that couldn't be written. Why was it such a big deal? Ah, yes. Sikong Luiying adjusted her breathing and said, Fong Yuan, your talent is excellent. You must work hard. You will definitely have a bright future. Fong Yuan remained silent, quietly watching Sikong Luiying. She was clearly planning to pretend that nothing had happened that day when she took his bait. How could Fong Yuan be willing to let that go? Director, about that day in the wilderness. Before Fong Yuan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Sikong Luiying's violent coughing. Yu Feifei, Yu Feifei. After coughing, Sikong Luiying loudly called out Yu Feifei's name. Yu Feifei quickly ran in. Didn't you promise Fong Yuan that he could enter the blood pool? Take him there now. Things have indeed been unstable lately. It's good to enhance his strength a bit, Sikong Luiying said. Yu Feifei was stunned. At that time, she had indeed promised Fong Yuan that he could enter the blood pool, as well as the cold crystal mine, and even the dungeon of the Demon Slayer. But, on the very first day Fong Yuan arrived, without achieving any results, she was going to take him into the blood pool. This was practically letting Fong Yuan take advantage of the Demon Slayer's blood pool for free. There were fewer than 20 blood pools in the entire country. Yu Feifei looked at Sikon Luiying in shock, but saw Sikon Luiying nodding at her. I must be dreaming. Yu Feifei was dumbfounded. However, Fong Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at Sikon Luiying. Sikon Luiying avoided Fong Yuan's gaze. You want to use benefits to bribe me, to make me act as if that incident never happened? Fong Yuan understood Sikon Luiying's intentions perfectly. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't enjoy such treatment without having completed any tasks. Just as he was about to mention what happened in the wilderness. Let's go, Fong Yuan, I'll take you to the blood pool. Despite her heart full of doubts, Yu Feifei still obeyed Sikon Luiying's orders. Fong Yuan said nothing more and followed behind Yu Feifei. However, as they reached the door, Fong Yuan turned back to glance at Sikon Luiying. At the same time, he issued a mental command to Sikon Luiying to stand up. Sikon Luiying's body trembled suddenly, letting out a soft whimper, but she remained firmly seated in her chair. Hearing the sound, Yu Feifei curiously turned back, looking around the room in confusion. Just now, it seemed like there was some strange noise. However, aside from Sikon Luiying's slightly flushed face, there didn't seem to be anything unusual. Director, are you okay? Why is your face so red? Yu Feifei asked with concern. And no, it's nothing, you all go ahead. I suddenly feel a bit hot. Sikon Luiying's face turned even redder. Yu Feifei nodded in confusion. It didn't seem hot in the room at all. Moreover, Sikon Luiying was wearing a qipao, which was quite cool. How could she be hot? However, Yu Feifei shook her head and didn't think much of it. With the strength of the director, even if several demon kings teamed up to attack, it would be impossible to harm him. Rather than worrying about the director, it would be better to consider Fong Yuan entering the blood pool first. Absorbing too much at once could lead to an explosion. Fong Yuan, when you enter the blood pool later, don't be too anxious. Take it slow. If you absorb too quickly, your body won't be able to handle it, Yu Feifei said to Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan slowly withdrew his gaze from Sikon Luiying and nodded lightly. I'll remember. On the surface, Fong Yuan listened seriously to Yu Feifei's advice, but in reality, he was multitasking, with more of his thoughts focused on Sikon Luiying. Is it really impossible to even follow such a simple instruction to stand up? The gap in strength between Sikon Luiying and me is still too great. It's impossible to buy me off. Once the contract is signed, there's no running away. Entering the blood pool is fine. My vitality can be greatly enhanced, narrowing the gap between me and Sikon Luiying. Heh, that woman actually dares to let me enter the blood pool. Woman, you're playing with fire. With these thoughts, a strange sense of excitement rose from the depths of Fong Yuan's heart. He saw an experience in Sikon Luiying that Yumoing could never provide. In the office, after Fong Yuan and Yu Feifei left the office, Sikon Luiying let out a long breath. Little brat, actually pulling such tricks. Dream on if you want me to acknowledge the contract. No longer facing Fong Yuan, Sikon Luiying suddenly became tough, the strategic director of the Demon Slayer Bureau, standing tall again. The director is a bit strange today. After leaving Sikon Luiying's office, Yu Feifei lowered her voice and whispered to Fong Yuan. The usual director isn't like this. Fong Yuan looked at Yu Feifei in surprise. Goodness, the nature of women is indeed to gossip. As the regional head of the Demon Slayer Bureau, Yu Feifei actually dared to gossip about the director here. What's strange about it? Fong Yuan asked casually. You barged into her office, and she didn't even kick you out. That's very strange. Hearing this, Fong Yuan chuckled softly. Is that strange? There will probably be even more strange things happening in the future. Soon, Yu Feifei led Fong Yuan to the location of the blood pool. This was the 10th underground level of the Demon Slayer Bureau headquarters. The process of getting here could only be described with one phrase. Heavily guarded. It wasn't that there were many guards stationed here. Rather, it was the terrifying aura of the old folks present. These old folks seemed unremarkable, but just pulling one out would be enough to scare the demon beasts, and there were at least 2 of such caliber on each floor. Each one was busy with something. With people like this around, there was no need to worry about anyone with ulterior motives entering the underground. They would be dealt with in no time. This is it, the blood pool is on the 15th underground level. This place can better ensure that the energy from the blood pool won't spread out. Upon reaching their destination, Yu Feifei briefly explained and then approached a large metal door. Tap, tap, tap. Yu Feifei gently knocked on the door. An old lady with completely white hair came out. Anding, this demon slayer wants to enter the blood pool, and the director has agreed, Yu Feifei said politely. The old lady glanced at Fong Yuan, nodded, and led them through the metal door. Once inside, Fong Yuan felt the terrifying energy of vitality permeating the air. Just taking a breath could cause his vitality to surge. Fong Yuan felt every cell in his body becoming active. The blood pool is at the end, you can go there yourself. Anting seemed anxious to attend to her own matters, merely gesturing vaguely towards the corridor before turning to leave. Wait a moment, Yu Feifei quickly stopped Anting. Aren't we going to set an absorption limit? Yu Feifei hesitated. Every time she brought someone into the blood pool, they had to set an absorption limit. Otherwise, if someone absorbed too much energy from the blood pool at once, it would enter a long recovery period. During this time, the blood pool would essentially be rendered useless. Hearing Yu Feifei's words, Anting didn't even look back. He's just a minor child. How much can he absorb? No need to set it. I'm busy. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. I'm busy. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Anting didn't turn back and entered her office. Yu Feifei frowned. Anting made a valid point. However, she still felt something was off. But upon reflection, although Fong Yuan's talent was somewhat terrifying, the cultivation of vital energy had to follow basic principles. Even if he pushed himself, it was impossible for him to absorb too much energy from the blood pool. With this thought, Yu Feifei felt a bit more at ease. The blood pool is at the end of the corridor, you can go there by yourself, Yu Feifei said. Fong Yuan nodded and walked straight towards the direction of the blood pool. 2 minutes later, he finally saw the legendary blood pool. Although it was called a blood pool, it was actually just a small spring, bubbling with blood-colored water, forming a cluster of small puddles nearby. The surging energy of vital blood filled the surrounding air. Is this the blood pool? Fong Yuan looked at the spring before him, feeling somewhat emotional. The birth of a blood pool had extremely harsh conditions. Generally, blood pools would only form on battlefields after great wars. After countless human warriors and powerful demons died, their vital energy could not dissipate, leading to the formation of a blood pool. Each blood pool was considered a priceless treasure. This was because the spring water born from the blood pool could directly enhance people's vital energy. Even placing an ordinary person inside could mold them into a powerful warrior. Most importantly, the energy of the blood pool seemed inexhaustible. Even if one drained the energy of the blood pool in one go, after a while, it would begin to bubble up again. Fong Yuan took off his jacket and walked directly into the blood pool. The terrifying energy of vital blood surged into Fong Yuan's body from every pore, eager to enter. At that moment, Fong Yuan could clearly feel his vital energy rapidly increasing. Not only that, but the strength of his skin, bones, and muscles was also quickly absorbing the energy from the blood pool. In just a few minutes, Fong Yuan felt that the strength of his body had improved a level. What pure vital energy! This blood pool truly deserves to be one of the rarest treasures, Fong Yuan sighed. He then lay directly in the blood pool, closed his eyes, and focused on absorbing the energy within. His vital energy continued to rise. Even his mental strength was affected, beginning to slowly increase. So comfortable. Lying in the blood pool, Fong Yuan felt warm all over, incredibly comfortable. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Outside, Yu Feifei began to feel a bit anxious. Why isn't he out yet? It's been half an hour. There wouldn't be any accidents, would there? Yu Feifei paced back and forth, feeling uneasy. The energy of the blood pool was too terrifying. Many people experienced problems the first time they entered the blood pool due to absorbing too much energy at once. After all, while vital energy was beneficial, it also needed to be taken in moderation. The body of a warrior was like a balloon. On ordinary days, cultivation is akin to slowly inflating a balloon. Entering the blood pool, however, is like directly using a pump to inflate it. The effects can be terrifying, but if one is not careful, it could explode. The reaction in a warrior's body, while it won't lead to an immediate explosion, can leave behind significant hidden dangers. Some warriors have even been rendered useless. Yu Feifei had warned Fong Yuan before, but seeing Fong Yuan's distracted demeanor, she felt a wave of concern. Fong Yuan was too young. At 16, he was in the prime of his youth, unaware of the vastness of the world. Moreover, Fong Yuan's life had been smooth sailing, and now he had become a demon-slaying envoy, reaching the pinnacle of his life. It was easy for him to lose control. Yu Feifei grew anxious. She didn't dare to go check on him. If Fong Yuan was at a critical moment, her sudden intrusion could cause problems. With that thought, Yu Feifei steeled herself and knocked on Granny Ying's door. Granny Ying opened the door with irritation. Did I not say? If there's nothing going on, don't disturb me. You can just leave once you're done, no need to inform me. Granny Ying's tone was impatient. Clearly, being interrupted multiple times had made her somewhat irritable. Yu Feifei didn't dare to retort. This old woman had a notorious temper throughout the demon-slaying division. Moreover, her strength was quite formidable. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been assigned to guard the blood pool. However, concerning Fong Yuan's safety, even if Yu Feifei was apprehensive, she had to muster the courage to speak. Granny Ying, that guy has been in there for half an hour. That's a bit long. Could something have gone wrong? Hearing this, Granny Ying furrowed her brows and took out a small device from her pocket. The device had a small green light that kept flashing. There's no problem. The device shows everything is normal. The energy depletion in the blood pool is also normal, and that little guy's condition is fine. Half an hour is a bit long. Does this little guy have decent talent? Granny Ying asked. Yu Feifei nodded. Then there's no problem. It's normal for someone with good talent to absorb a bit more energy, but at his age, he can't absorb too much. Taking longer might mean he's absorbing while digesting. The energy in the blood pool has decreased a bit, but there's no sign of any abnormalities, Granny Ying said. Although her temper was fierce, she was serious when it came to important matters. However, at that moment, the green light on the device in Granny Ying's hand suddenly went out. At the same time, a red light lit up. What? Granny Ying's face twitched, her gaze fixed on the device. Yu Feifei's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the device. However, the device displayed various values that she couldn't comprehend. She only knew that the red light indicated something was wrong with the blood pool. Granny Ying, is there a problem with Fong Yuan? Yu Feifei asked anxiously. Granny Ying shook her head, her expression serious. Fong Yuan is fine. It's the blood pool. The energy in the blood pool is rapidly decreasing. This is impossible. Looking at the device, Granny Ying was momentarily stunned. It showed that the energy accumulated in the blood pool for several years was vanishing at an alarming rate. In the blood pool, Fong Yuan was no longer alone. The little white fox, the flame tiger, and the little treant had all been released from the beast space by Fong Yuan and entered the blood pool. Each of them was frantically absorbing the energy from the blood pool. Even the little tree man, still asleep, was awakened by this intense energy, unable to resist pulling out its stem from the flower plate and running into the blood pool. As the little tree man absorbed the energy, red energy crystals began to form on its body. Some faint red patterns also appeared on the little white fox. Observing the situation before him, Fong Yuan nodded in satisfaction. In fact, he had already felt that he had reached a limit a few minutes earlier. The amount of blood energy he absorbed was too much. His body could no longer absorb more energy from the blood pool before digesting what he had already taken in. His blood energy had surged from over 1200 to over 2400. It had doubled. If this effect were to spread, it would surely leave everyone who entered the blood pool wide-eyed. Generally speaking, entering the blood pool and increasing one's blood energy by 1/10 was already quite impressive. Yet Fong Yuan had directly doubled it. One could only say, it was terrifying. Now, with his 3 pets entering the blood pool, Fong Yuan could feel his blood energy beginning to grow again. This was the effect of beast mastery, a shared growth effect. As long as his pet's strength improved, he would receive corresponding feedback. The 3 pets before him meant a 3-fold enhancement effect. This time, I really feel full. As my talents increase, my blood energy has become a shortcoming in my combat power. After today, this shortcoming will be made up for. Fong Yuan burped contentedly, feeling pleased. At this moment, he was unaware that outside the blood pool, 2 incredibly anxious women were waiting. Oh my god, the energy in the blood pool is almost completely absorbed. Should I just break this door down? Granny Ying stood outside, her small stature making her words even more shocking. Yu Feifei looked at the special alloy door of the Demon Slayer division in front of her and quickly restrained Granny Ying's raised hand. She knew that this old woman indeed had the strength to do so. However, breaking open the special alloy door with a punch would likely shake the entire Demon Slayer division. As long as Fong Yuan is fine, there's no need to rush, Granny. Yu Feifei felt a bit helpless. She had long suggested that Granny Ying set a limit on energy absorption, but it was clear that Granny Ying was confused by Fong Yuan's age. Yu Feifei had already realized that anything could happen with Fong Yuan. How could he absorb so much energy alone? Even the Sequan Luiying of the past didn't have such exaggeration. Sweat beads had begun to form on Granny Ying's forehead. Just then, the alloy door in front of the 2 suddenly opened. Fong Yuan walked out from within. Looking at the figure before her, Yu Feifei felt a bit dazed. The Fong Yuan before her had changed significantly from before. He had grown taller, his facial features more pronounced, and his figure had become more proportionate. Every movement exuded terrifying strength. More importantly, a sharp aura radiated from Fong Yuan, something he had not possessed before. If the previous Fong Yuan still bore signs of youthfulness, now he had fully matured. His face, though not drastically changed in appearance, gave off a completely different feeling. At this moment, as Yu Feifei looked at Fong Yuan, her heart couldn't help but race. However, Fong Yuan's face showed a look of dissatisfaction. Granny Ying, this blood pool is no good. I'm still not full, and the blood pool is already dry. Upon hearing this, Granny Ying's eyes nearly popped out. The energy in the blood pool had almost been completely absorbed by him alone. He still felt unsatisfied. Granny Ying looked at Fang Yuan, unable to speak for a long time. She only felt an immense regret. She shouldn't have underestimated this guy. If she had set the energy absorption limit earlier, it wouldn't have come to this point. Once the energy in the blood pool was completely absorbed, it would take at least 3 to 5 years for recovery. This meant that for the next few years, the blood pool would be unusable. Thinking of this, Granny Ying felt like crying without tears. Yu Feifei, not caring about anything else, quickly comforted Granny Ying. If this lady were to suffer a sudden illness like a heart attack because of this, the Demon Slayer division would suffer a huge loss. Alright, you can move freely now. Yu Feifei felt a bit exhausted. She had guided newcomers through the process before, but it was her first time dealing with someone like Fang Yuan, who had so many twists and turns. Now that things had finally come to an end, she felt an unprecedented sense of relief. As a demon slayer, generally speaking, there are no mandatory tasks. When a demon slayer is needed, tasks will be issued. These tasks are usually snatched up quickly. If you want to take on tasks, it's best to check the task section more often. As a demon slayer, you have a lot of freedom. If you don't want to take on tasks, you can rest as long as you like. However, if you want to be promoted or exchange for resources, you will need enough merit points. Yu Feifei explained, the 5,000 points you earned in the Flame Hell have already been converted into merit points. If you kill demon beasts next, you will automatically earn merit points. Alright, what you want to do next is up to you. The Demon Slayer division can provide dormitories, but most people have bought houses nearby, so that's up to you. Just as she was speaking, Yu Feifei's phone suddenly vibrated. She unlocked her phone and received a photo. Looking at the photo, Yu Feifei frowned. The picture showed an old mask, painted with strange faces in different colors. It had a kind of twisted beauty. What a strange mask, Yu Feifei murmured. At that moment, a voice message came through. Director Yu, a forbidden object has been cleared from the Void Gate near Liang City. It's a very strange forbidden object, something we've never seen before. But this forbidden object is too powerful, we can't capture it. What do you think? The meaning of the voice message was clear. Requesting help. Yu Feifei immediately turned to Fang Yuan and said, if you have any questions, you can directly ask the other staff members. I have to leave quickly. Without waiting for Fang Yuan to respond, Yu Feifei hurriedly left. Fang Yuan stood silently in place, his mind in turmoil. He had just seen the message on Yu Feifei's phone and heard the content of that voice message. The voice message was still echoing in his mind. Forbidden object, never seen before, can't capture. At this moment, Fang Yuan felt goosebumps all over his body. He clearly saw that the photo Yu Feifei received was a Peking opera mask. It was the Peking opera mask that represented traditional culture on Earth in his previous life. It was something engraved deep in the soul, something that could never be forgotten, no matter how much time passed or what state he was in. But Yu Feifei actually didn't recognize it. Not just her, the other demon slayers who discovered the mask also didn't recognize it. What is going on? A huge question mark appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. 3 years ago, when he had just crossed into this world, he had carefully learned about it. The conclusion drawn is that this is a parallel world that is quite similar to the blue star of the previous life. Whether it is the world structure or popular culture, it is not much different from the blue star of the previous life. Looking back now, Fang Yuan indeed has not seen anything like facial masks in this world. In fact, he has not come across any information related to Peking opera at all. It seems to be completely non-existent in this world. Fang Yuan's breathing became somewhat heavy. He realized that it was not just Peking opera. There were many things that were engraved in the bloodline of the descendants of Yan and Huang from the previous life that do not exist in this world. This world is becoming more and more interesting. Realizing this, Fang Yuan took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions as much as possible. In this parallel world after his crossing, things he was familiar with from the previous life appeared, yet no one else recognized them. This shock was difficult to digest for a while. It even made Fang Yuan doubt whether his conclusion of being in a parallel world was indeed correct. I still know too little about this world. What is the forbidden item that Yu Feifei mentioned? I don't understand. I also don't understand the true reason for the birth of the Void Gate. In the past, I didn't have the qualifications to touch these truths. But now, while calming the shock in his heart, Fang Yuan already had a decision in mind. He decisively turned around and walked towards the elevator. A few minutes later, he found himself on the 6th underground floor. This was the archives. It housed almost all the information since the establishment of the Demon Slayer division. When Yu Feifei introduced it to him earlier, he did not pay much attention. Now it seemed that this might be the fastest place for him to understand this world. Fang Yuan took out his Demon Slayer badge and swiped it on the heavy metal door. The sound of a mechanical voice echoed. The metal door opened. What came into view was a dense array of files. The shelves holding the files stretched endlessly. With my 2-star Demon Slayer authority, the files I can access are probably limited, but it should be enough for me to read for 10 days or half a month. Fang Yuan walked directly into the archives, checking one shelf after another. He was not interested in personnel files until he reached the shelf storing historical documents, where his footsteps finally stopped. The files here recorded all the major events that the Demon Slayers had encountered since the establishment of the division. The earliest files even predated the opening of the first Void Gate. It is known that people have always regarded the opening of the first Void Gate as the beginning of the revival of spiritual energy. It was precisely the appearance of the first Void Gate that filled this world with spiritual energy, causing animals to mutate and allowing humans to cultivate and grow stronger. Fang Yuan pulled out the first file. Opening the first page, he was astonished to find that it was actually a photocopy of a diary page. The world has begun to change. How do I know? Because an eye has actually grown on my forehead. How can I go out like this? Am I still going to tomorrow's date? I'm afraid I'll be caught as a monster. The diary was very short and ended here. Below, there were annotations written in different handwriting. In the year 3177 of the Great Source Calendar, the first human awakened their talent, marking the official start of the era of spiritual energy revival. Upon seeing this line of annotation, Fang Yuan's pupils constricted. The year 3177 of the Great Source Calendar. This was a full 20 years earlier than the appearance of the first Void Gate. Fang Yuan suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the second page. This was still a diary. From the handwriting, it appeared to be written by the same person as the previous diary. I might be going crazy. My third eye actually saw my dog stand up and beat me up just because I didn't give it any ham sausage. In the scene I witnessed, my dog seemed to have transformed into a legendary monster. This world is too crazy. Today I even heard that someone abroad grew an extra pair of ears and can hear sounds from very far away. Suddenly, I don't feel so lonely anymore. By the way, I also saw a tree smoking at night. I don't understand, or maybe I just saw it wrong. The sky was indeed a bit dark. This diary entry has come to an end. Fang Yuan compared the dates and found that this entry was written a month after the previous one. The red note read, in the year 3177 of the Great Source Calendar, phenomena of evolution began to appear in beings other than humans, and monsters started to take the world stage. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment, turned the page, and continued reading. It was still that person's diary. However, this entry was written 10 years after the last one. February 1st, 3187 of the Great Source Calendar. Those blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys, instead of focusing on dealing with monsters, actually came to my country to cause trouble. It made me so angry that I killed them all. Ridiculous, such weaklings dared to come to someone else's territory to cause trouble. They are truly brainless. Sigh, I have my faults too. Now there are incidents of monsters harming people happening all over the world. Humanity should unite and direct their efforts against the monsters. Although they are weak, they are still part of human strength. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Yi-Chen, oh Yi-Chen, humanity should stand together against a common enemy. You can't keep killing like this. February 2nd of the Great Source Calendar. Killed 2 more blonde-haired, blue-eyed guys. These people are too stupid to challenge me. I couldn't hold back. February 3rd of the Great Source Calendar. Killed a few men with mustaches. Just seeing them annoys me. Sigh, I should treat international friends with a peaceful mindset. I can't kill anymore. February 4th of the Great Source Calendar. Today was a very successful day. Those foreign clowns jumped around in front of me, and I managed to hold back. February 5th of the Great Source Calendar. To hell with peace, to hell with international friends. They actually dared to point fingers at Huagua. I went crazy today. Just thinking about resisting the monsters with them made me feel uncomfortable, so I just killed them all. I feel great. I want to form my own organization to fight against these chaotic monsters. This diary entry ends here. Fang Yuan was left dumbfounded. The red note below the diary was even more shocking. In the year 3187 of the Great Source Calendar, the Monster Slaying Division was established. This diary entry left Fang Yuan speechless. Killing foreign superhumans was one thing, but to think he was also the founder of the Monster Slaying Division. This senior named Ji Chen is really quite carefree. Fang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. However, it was clear that this senior was undoubtedly one of the top powerhouses in that environment. Such matters, although kept in the archives of the Monster Slaying Division, I fear not many people know about them now. Fang Yuan had been in the archives for a while. Besides himself, he hadn't seen anyone else. Yu Feifei had mentioned that this place was almost the quietest in the Monster Slaying Division. Fang Yuan continued to read. he still hadn't found the answer to his curious question. What exactly are the so-called forbidden items? Why do unique items from the previous life on Blue Star appear in this world? However, since the diary entry about the establishment of the monster-slaying division, the subsequent content was no longer Yi Chen's diary. Instead, it recorded various trivial matters regarding the establishment of the monster-slaying division. Fang Yuan was not in a hurry. He flipped through the pages one by one, not missing any detail. The thick file gradually came to an end as he turned each page. Closing the file in his hands, Fang Yuan let out a long breath. This file mainly recorded the various events since the establishment of the Demon Slayer Division, including the experiences of Sikon Luiying. It was only after reading the file that Fang Yuan realized how brave Sikon Luiying truly was. The position of director was indeed not given for free. Still no answers. Continue. Even after spending a long time here, Fang Yuan did not feel tired. Even if he couldn't find answers, he still wanted to uncover some related clues. A week passed. Fang Yuan had hardly left the archive room. Finally, while opening a new file, his movements came to a halt. His bloodshot eyes suddenly brightened. Taboo Object 013, origin unknown, emits a mournful sound when music plays, making one unable to resist the urge to find a small, enclosed space to lie down in. The first page of the file was a photo of this taboo object. Fang Yuan looked at the photo, his straight figure gently leaning against the chair. His mood was more complex than ever. It was confirmed. The blue star from his previous life truly existed. Moreover, it had some connection to the world he was in now. Because this so-called Taboo Object 013 was a broken stringed arrow, the people of this world did not recognize what this was. But how could Fang Yuan not know? The traditional cultural representative instrument of Blue Star, the arrow. The function is to make people want to find a small, enclosed space to lie down in, which indeed fits the characteristics of arrow melodies. Fang Yuan felt a bit melancholic. Through days of reading, he had already understood what taboo objects were. The so-called taboo objects were mysterious items that inherently possessed special effects. Their origins, effects, and functions were unknown. Everything required exploration by people themselves. Most of these items were found in the Void Gate. It was as if they had their own life. Capturing a taboo object was extremely difficult. Could it be that all taboo objects are things from Blue Star in my previous life? A bold guess had already formed in Fang Yuan's mind. Whether it was the Peking opera masks or the arrow, they were things that did not exist in this world. There was no corresponding culture, nor any corresponding history, let alone the objects themselves. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan set down the file in his hands and stood up to approach a computer. Search for all taboo objects. As the archive of the Demon Slayer Division, electronic files were naturally available. Previously, Fang Yuan had not used it to learn as much as possible about this world. Now, with a clearer goal, he naturally did not need to search bit by bit. However, the electronic system displayed that with his current star level, he did not have the qualifications to query information related to taboo objects. Is the qualification of a 2-star Demon Slayer still not enough? Fang Yuan looked at the computer in front of him. After a moment of silence, he turned and left the archive room. Regarding the origins of taboo objects, it may already be a high-level secret. I'm afraid it's something I can't access. However, even if I could see the relevant files, there might not be much to gain. Fang Yuan's gaze had become resolute. In this world, perhaps only he knew the fundamental source of taboo objects. Rather than searching here, it would be better to capture a taboo object and study it thoroughly. At this moment, in the hall on the first floor of the Demon Slayer Division, a rare gathering of numerous official Demon Slayers was taking place. For the heavily burdened demon-slaying envoy, gathering so many people at once is quite an unusual situation. However, upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that most of the demon-slaying envoys gathered here are 1-star envoys. Mixed in are a few 2-star envoys, who have only recently been promoted. Among them is Hong Tao, who had previously provoked Fang Yuan outside the armory and ended up in the hospital after being directly defeated by him. I am convinced, completely convinced. Hong Tao, still wrapped in bandages but able to move freely, declared. Strength is impressive. I, Hong Tao, am no match for him, and I admit it. He said to the surrounding demon-slaying envoys. How could he not be convinced? At that time, he had held nothing back. Yet, he had no idea how he lost. He woke up lying in a hospital ICU bed. If it weren't for his body being relatively sturdy from training, he might still be unable to get out of bed. What was there to be unconvinced about? Whatever you do, don't provoke that guy. Although he's only a 2-star envoy now, I think he's not weak at all compared to 3-star envoys. Looking at Hong Tao's earnest expression, the surrounding demon-slaying envoys showed skeptical looks. You Hong Tao, Could you be exaggerating? Most of these envoys had been out on missions before returning to the demon-slaying division, only to find that there was suddenly an additional 2-star envoy among them. This new addition was a 16-year-old named Fong Yuan. It wasn't even time for a promotion to 2-star yet. Moreover, there was no mention of such a person among the 1-star envoys. How did he suddenly become a 2-star envoy? Is it really as exaggerated as you say? I see his achievements on the leaderboard, and they're just average. It's been a week, and he hasn't completed a single mission. I bet he's just a waste. 16 years old, how strong can he be? He probably can't even handle a single 2-star mission. A few 2-star envoys looked at the leaderboard in the hall, puzzled. The hall on the first floor of the demon-slaying division displayed all the rankings for envoys below 5 stars. On the 2-star leaderboard, Fong Yuan's name was glaringly at the bottom. With 5,000 achievement points, it was pitifully low compared to others. Even the second-to-last 2-star envoy had 100,000 achievement points. I think he's probably a relative of Yufeifei, who got in through the back door. Someone remarked, but being a demon-slaying envoy isn't that easy. If he keeps lagging behind, he'll probably be demoted soon. While they were chatting, Fong Yuan's figure appeared from around the corner. Hong Tao, still wrapped in bandages, couldn't help but shiver at the sight of Fong Yuan. That battle had left a psychological shadow on him. He hadn't even seen how Fong Yuan attacked before he was knocked out and woke up in the hospital. Such a thing could be done by even a 3-star envoy. Greetings, Lord Fong Yuan. Hong Tao immediately stood up straight and saluted Fong Yuan. As a 2-star envoy, Fong Yuan was indeed of a higher rank, so addressing him as Lord was not inappropriate. Hong Tao was completely convinced by Fong Yuan. In fact, among all the 2-star envoys in the demon-slaying division, only Fong Yuan had earned his full respect. At this moment, all the demon-slaying envoys' gazes fell upon Fong Yuan. Curiosity, doubt, dissatisfaction, provocation. All sorts of looks converged on him. However, under the scrutiny of so many strange gazes, Fong Yuan was not affected in the slightest. He simply nodded to the envoys and asked Hong Tao, "Has Director Yu returned?" After receiving a negative response from Hong Tao, Fong Yuan did not linger and directly walked towards the second floor. After Fong Yuan left, the Demon Slayers immediately shook their heads. Too arrogant. Although the Demon Slayer division is a place where strength speaks, who among them isn't a top-tier genius? Wanting to stand out isn't that easy. Treating colleagues so coldly, their days in the Demon Slayer division won't be pleasant. Hong Tao, is this Fong Yuan? His personality is quite unlikable. Most of the Demon Slayers were seeing Fong Yuan for the first time and couldn't help but comment. However, Hong Tao glanced at them, his expression somewhat strange. In his view, none of these Demon Slayers had the right to evaluate Fong Yuan. He had a feeling that the Fong Yuan before him seemed a bit different from a week ago. He was a bit taller and looked more mature. Most importantly, his aura was more stable and reserved than before. His strength seems to have improved quite a bit. Only 16, that's terrifying. Hong Tao couldn't help but show a look of amazement. He knew that with Fong Yuan's growth rate, he would soon shine in the Demon Slayer division. By then, he might not even have the qualification to call him an adult. Internship Department. All new interns at the Demon Slayer division must handle paperwork here for 3 months. This is to give them a certain understanding of the workflow of the division. Yumoing is currently in the internship department. At Fong Yuan's suggestion, Yumoing reported to the Demon Slayer division even a few days earlier than Fong Yuan. At this moment, Yumoing was sitting at her desk, engrossed in the documents in her hands. Just by quietly sitting there, she attracted many boys' attention, both openly and secretly. Yumoing simply sitting there drew many boys' gazes, just because she was incredibly beautiful. Among the talented individuals, few looked better than her, and those who did were truly rare. On the very day Yumoing arrived at the Demon Slayer division, she had already caught the attention of many intern Demon Slayers. Some even fell head over heels for her at first sight. "Mooching, have some coffee. You stayed up late working on documents yesterday, don't wear yourself out." Beside Yumoing, a handsome boy, looking around 20, was smiling as he held out a cup of coffee. He gently placed the coffee on Yumoing's desk. Yumoing frowned. She picked up the coffee and handed it back to him. "Sorry, I'm not used to drinking coffee." Yumoing's voice returned to that tone of keeping distance from everyone. "Also, you can just call me Yumoing from now on, we're not that close yet," Yumoing said coldly. The young man's expression immediately stiffened. The others, who had already perked up their ears, showed expressions of glee. The fish goddess isn't so easy to impress. In these past few days, many had tried to get close to Yumoing. However, not a single person received special treatment. Yumoing treated everyone with the same cold attitude. Lickspittle +1, he looks like he's questioning his life choices. Does he really think a cup of coffee will work? He probably had it too easy in his previous life. He's not bad looking. But in front of the fish goddess, he can't gain any advantage. By the way, it's hard to imagine what kind of boy the fish goddess would like in the future. She's not even 18 and is already a first-tier warrior, an S-class talent awakener. It's truly frightening. Yeah, with such talent, she'll definitely be a full-fledged demon slayer in a couple of years. No wonder she's a goddess. I heard that a formal demon-slaying envoy came to invite Yumoing a couple of days ago, but she turned them down. Yeah, I saw it with my own eyes. That formal envoy was quite arrogant, demanding Yumoing come with her right away, but Yumoing didn't even acknowledge her. That's hilarious. Some intern demon-slaying envoys put down their work and couldn't help but discuss Yumoing. To be able to enter the demon-slaying division, even as an intern, is already impressive. But in front of Yumoing, they all lost their confidence. Yumoing is just too outstanding. Not only is she beautiful, but her talent is also terrifyingly impressive. Especially the fact that even formal demon-slaying envoys came looking for her added a touch of goddess-like legend to her. At this moment, Yumoing, who was focused on her work, felt a surge of anger. Damn Fong Yuan, leaving me here all alone, and I have no idea what he's up to. Why hasn't he come to find me yet? Along with her anger, Yumoing also felt a bit wronged. They had clearly agreed that Fong Yuan would come to find her once he arrived at the demon-slaying division. But she heard that Fong Yuan had been there for over a week. He hadn't come to see her even once. It was as if he had forgotten she existed. I'm so mad. Even if he comes to find me now, I won't go anywhere. I'll exhaust myself in the demon-slaying division, just to make you mad. Just then, a figure walked into the hall where the intern demon-slaying envoys were working. It was Fong Yuan. Hello, how can I help you? A girl in her 20s immediately approached him. After all, the 2-star demon-slaying envoy badge hanging on Fong Yuan's chest was genuine. Fong Yuan waved his hand. He had already spotted Yumoing. Yumoing, come with me. Fong Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but at that moment, it instantly silenced the entire hall. Everyone's gaze involuntarily turned towards Fong Yuan. Wow, it's a formal demon-slaying envoy. Another formal envoy? Is Yumoing really that charming? Wasn't there a formal envoy who left in disgrace a couple of days ago? Why is another one here? This one isn't the same as the last. He's quite handsome. He looks so young. How come I've never seen this envoy before? What good is being handsome if he thinks he can pressure Yumoing with his status? That's impossible. Looks like there's going to be some excitement. In an instant, all eyes on Fong Yuan turned playful. After all, just a couple of days ago, another envoy like Fong Yuan had arrogantly demanded Yumoing come with him, only to lose face completely when she ignored him. Now, here was another one. People looked at Yumoing, then at Fong Yuan, eagerly anticipating Fong Yuan's annoyed expression when he was rejected. Some even picked up their tea and sunflower seeds, leaning back in their chairs, ready to enjoy the upcoming scene. However, to everyone's surprise, the moment Yumoing heard Fong Yuan's voice, she immediately began to tidy up the documents on her desk. The anger in her heart vanished the instant she heard his voice. Instead, her mood brightened. What the heck is going on? Yumoing must have just finished her work. It can't be because of this envoy. She seems to be smiling. She looks so beautiful. It's the first time I've seen a smile on Yumoing's face in so long. This can't be real, right? Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Yumoing quickly organized her documents, placed them in the drawer, and then stood up to walk towards Fong Yuan. People stared blankly at Yumoing, and the entire hall fell into silence. Fong Yuan didn't even wait for Yumoing to come to his side before turning and walking out. Seeing this scene, Yumoing hurried her pace, afraid of being left behind. Splashing sounds. Someone's sunflower seeds scattered on the ground, but no one bothered to pick them up. Their owner was in a state of extreme shock. Originally, they had settled into the most comfortable position in their chair, just to watch the excitement. But the outcome was completely the opposite. Yumoing not only really followed that demon-slaying envoy but also ran after him, fearing to be left behind. At that moment, everyone's heads buzzed, feeling their spirits shaken. A huge doubt arose in everyone's hearts. Who exactly was that seemingly young demon-slaying envoy? Yumoing followed closely behind Fong Yuan, her mood somewhat elated. Even just 10 minutes ago, she had been angry, but after seeing Fong Yuan, her mood had completely changed. This wasn't the first time she had followed Fong Yuan like this, but this time, it was unprecedentedly joyful. You've grown quite a bit in just a few days, Fong Yuan glanced at Yumoing and said with a light smile. After working at the demon-slaying division for half a month, her aura had already changed. The youthful innocence was starting to fade. Her image and temperament were becoming more mature. One could only say that his decision was completely correct. A girl like Yumoing needed more training to grow faster. Fong Yuan, where are we going? Yumoing asked curiously. To the void gate near Liyang City, Fong Yuan replied. The latest discovered forbidden object by the Demon Slaying Division was located in that void gate. Yu Feifei had gone to handle this matter. The fact that she hadn't returned yet only indicated that the forbidden object had not been captured. Fong Yuan's goal was that forbidden object, a Peking opera mask. Yumoing, are there any tasks available on the way from here to the void gate near Liyang City? Fong Yuan and Yumoing were sitting on the back of the flame tiger, flying towards the direction of the void gate. Hearing Fong Yuan's words, Yumoing immediately pulled out a tablet from her pocket and began to check. There's a task to kill a demon beast in the wilderness 200 miles ahead. Third-tier demon beast, merit points 1000. Yumoing quickly found the target. Fong Yuan nodded slightly. A 2-star demon-slaying envoy, while already quite high in the eyes of others, was still far from enough for what he wanted to accomplish. During a week in the archives, he had confirmed one thing. Most forbidden objects were stored in the hands of the Demon Slaying Division, because resolving the chaos caused by forbidden objects was one of the responsibilities of the Demon Slaying Division. To understand the secrets of forbidden objects as much as possible, he needed to gain higher permissions and qualifications within the Demon Slaying Division. Elevating his rank was the best method. We're almost there. Half an hour later, Yumoing quietly reminded Fong Yuan. Their speed was not slow. In half an hour, they had already arrived at the wilderness where the task demon beast was located. This wilderness was near a certain city. The request to kill the demon beast had been initiated by the city's administrators. The presence of that third-tier demon beast had already affected the transportation of this city. For them, a third-tier demon beast was quite a terrifying existence. Should we land? Yumoing's expression became serious. She had never faced such a terrifying opponent as a third-tier demon beast before. No need, Fong Yuan said without elaborating, pulling out a sniper rifle from his spatial ring. The Starry Sky Sniper. Even flying in the air, he could still sense the presence of the third-tier demon beast in the wilderness below. Crack, 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 crack. Dozens of energy crystals were stuffed into the magazine of the cosmic sniper rifle by Fong Yuan. The sniper rifle in his hand did not require bullets. It only needed energy crystals. The bullets were all formed from condensed energy. The power of the sniper rifle was directly related to the amount of energy filled. After loading the energy crystals, Fong Yuan sat on the flame tiger and raised the sniper rifle. Through the scope, he could already see the figure of the third-tier demon beast. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger. In the wilderness, the demon hunting team organized by the city lord had quietly approached the target, a third-tier demon beast. This beast had inexplicably appeared in this wilderness, directly blocking the road out of the city. People outside could not enter the city. It was equivalent to completely sealing off the entire city. Supplies could not be transported out. People could neither enter nor exit. Even though a support request had been sent to the Demon Slaying Division, no one had arrived in 2 days. The city lord could no longer hold back, gathering 10 top martial artists from the city, preparing to confront this third-tier demon beast in a life-or-death battle. Now, they were very close to the third-tier demon beast. Every movement was incredibly cautious, afraid of startling the beast. Their plan was to approach the demon beast silently and then launch a sudden attack. Even if it meant mutual destruction, they had to make this demon beast disappear. Pat! A drop of sweat fell, hitting the dry leaves. Someone was already sweating profusely with tension. There was no other reason. Among the 10 of them, the highest was only a second-tier martial artist. The odds of winning were slim. However, even with a slight chance, they had to try their best. The food in the city was already running out. A few exchanged glances, seeing the determination in each other's eyes. If they were to die, they would die trying to eliminate this demon beast. Otherwise, over 1 million people in the city would starve to death. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar sounded from the sky. The appearance of this thunder immediately startled the third-tier demon beast. Roar! An angry roar erupted from the beast as it discovered the martial artists not far away. It's over. We've been discovered. How could there suddenly be a thunderous sound? Is the heavens trying to destroy us? At that moment, the expressions of the participating martial artists turned desperate. The thunder had struck at this moment, causing all their plans to fall apart and revealing their position. Charge! The captain gritted his teeth and rushed towards the demon beast first. However, the beast's head suddenly exploded. As if it had suffered some violent impact, its entire head burst into a spray of blood and gore. Bloody bone fragments splattered onto the faces of several nearby martial artists, leaving them stunned. What is happening? The captain stared blankly at the headless corpse of the demon beast before him, completely frozen. He wiped his face, looking at the blood and bone fragments on his hands, then at the corpse of the demon beast, finally realizing that the beast that had blocked them for many days was truly dead. Dead. Tears suddenly welled up in his eyes. The million people in the city were saved. These martial artists wept tears of joy, not forgetting to look up at the sky. The thunder had come from above. Is it the demon slayer? A few of them were momentarily stunned as they saw the scene in the sky. Although the body of the flame tiger blocked most of the view, they could still see the unique attire of the demon slayer on the two figures. So terrifying. Passing through the sky, directly killing the third-tier demon beast with a thunderous strike? Slayer of demons, even more terrifying than the rumors. In the air, Fang Yuan elegantly put away the starry sky sniper. He was quite satisfied with the power of the starry sky sniper. A third-tier demon beast was directly shot in the head. It didn't even have a chance to react. A sniper rifle is indeed a powerful weapon for long-range combat. Fang Yuan couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. If someone were to shoot at him from a distance with such a weapon, he would probably be in a very awkward position. Fortunately, the starry sky sniper was in his hands. A third-tier demon beast can provide 6,000 points. That's quite a lot. Let's continue. There are more tasks to take on along the way, Fang Yuan said casually. Yumoing didn't dare to delay and quickly searched on her tablet. For some reason, she felt a rare sense of fear when facing Fang Yuan. Is it because his strength has increased again? Or is it the power of that gun? I don't know. Yumoing's heart became complicated again, and her hands moved even faster. Song City. City Lord Wei Yiming was pacing anxiously in his office. Last night, another martial artist mysteriously died in their home. It was as if all the blood in their body had been drained. The death was tragic. This was already the third case of mysterious deaths among martial artists this month. They had started an investigation when the first case occurred, but there were no leads. When the second case happened, they immediately reported it to the Demon Slayer Division, seeking their help. However, before the people from the Demon Slayer Division arrived, the third case occurred. The victim was still a second-tier martial artist. For a second-tier martial artist to die quietly at home, if this got out, it would likely cause panic throughout the city. Tap tap tap. A knock sounded at the door. Wei Yiming immediately opened the office door. How is it? Has the Slayer of Demons arrived? Report, City Lord, not yet. Hearing this, Wei Yiming felt a bit disappointed. Then what is it? Didn't I say that anything unrelated to this case should not disturb me? Wei Yiming frowned. Yes, the visitor's expression was somewhat grim. Speak. Another martial artist death case has been discovered. The time of death should be this morning. The manner of death is the same as before. Wei Yiming gasped. The frequency of the attacks was increasing. The first three cases all happened at night. Now they were even occurring during the day. Have any clues been found? No. Just like before, the doors and windows were tightly shut, and no traces were found. The deceased also did not make any cries for help during the corresponding time. Wei Yiming's face turned extremely dark. A hint of despair had already appeared deep in his eyes. Such cases were simply too bizarre. Moreover, too terrifying. To kill a second-tier martial artist silently without leaving any traces. He couldn't even imagine how it was done. Whether it was a human or a demon beast, it seemed impossible for anyone to achieve such a feat. Just then, a staff member rushed over, panting. Before he could catch his breath, he said, "They've arrived. They've arrived. The Slayer of Demons is here." Wei Yiming's body trembled. A light of hope burst forth in his eyes. Quick, take me there. Wei Yiming could no longer maintain the composure and calm expected of a city lord. He hurriedly walked towards the exit, eager to be by the side of the Slayer of Demons and explain everything in detail. No need to trouble yourself. I've already come. A slightly frail figure walked in from outside the building. Behind this figure was a remarkably beautiful young girl. It was Fang Yuan and Yumoing. This was also a task they had accepted during their journey, a task concerning the mysterious deaths of martial artists. Although it was just a simple description, it had already piqued Fang Yuan's interest. They were getting close to the void gate they wanted to reach. Fang Yuan suspected that the oddities here were related to the void gate. Greetings, Lord Demon Slayer. I am the city lord, Wei Yiming. Wei Yiming hurried over, excitedly shaking Fang Yuan's hand. However, upon seeing Fang Yuan's appearance clearly, his expression stiffened slightly. Young. The demon slayer before him was far too young. He even doubted whether this demon slayer had reached adulthood. Not just him, but the staff inside the building also looked at Fang Yuan with strange expressions. Although he was dressed in the attire of a demon slayer, he was truly too young. This was no ordinary demon beast. They even questioned whether this was truly the work of a demon beast. After all, even second-tier martial artists had died silently. Did this young demon slayer really have the ability to resolve this matter? Seeing the expression on Wei Yiming's face, Fang Yuan smiled gently. How could he not understand what the other party was thinking? It was merely doubt about his strength. Before truly witnessing his abilities, very few would believe that someone could possess such terrifying power at such a young age. Even those from the Demon Slayer division were shocked, let alone others. Please elaborate on this situation. Fang Yuan did not dwell too much on this issue. He had become somewhat numb to it. Having exceptional talent was truly not his fault. Soon, Wei Yiming detailed the events of the past few days, emphasizing the fact that even second-tier martial artists had died quietly in their homes. He seemed still worried about Fang Yuan's strength. Fang Yuan listened attentively. However, his thoughts were already drawn to the system's prompt. Ding, detected a diamond-level potential demon beast nearby. Would you like to locate it? Locate, Fang Yuan said in his heart. The diamond-level potential demon beast discovered by the system was likely related to the strange cases Wei Yiming mentioned. As for the mysterious deaths of martial artists, Fang Yuan currently had no leads. However, since the system had detected an anomaly, it was worth a try. Soon, a property panel appeared in Fang Yuan's vision, visible only to him. Name, Ancient Blood Mosquito. Talent, Bloodthirsty, A level, can drain the target's entire blood in a short time. Vitality, 3,500, Spirit, 1,200, Potential rating, Diamond level potential. Description, this is a mosquito that has inherited ancient bloodlines, possessing the ability to transform early, capable of secretly entering any place. Human martial artists know very little about it. Got it. Looking at the property panel before him, Fang Yuan was almost certain that the mysterious deaths of martial artists occurring here were caused by this diamond-level potential demon beast. A mosquito-type demon beast, how rare. Fang Yuan was also somewhat surprised. For hundreds of years, the demon beasts people had encountered were mostly large in size. Such demon beasts had strong destructive power and clear targets. Records of mosquito-type demon beasts were, in fact, pitifully scarce. On one hand, there had never been a large-scale incident like this before. On the other hand, mosquito-type demon beasts were quite rare. Fang Yuan did not expect to encounter a powerful mosquito-type demon beast here, one that had already gained the ability to transform. Its vitality exceeded 3,000 points, which was beyond what an ordinary martial artist could handle. With the strength of this mosquito demon beast, silently killing a second-tier martial artist would be incredibly easy. Lord Demon Slayer, there was also a death case this morning. Wei Yiming was still recounting the case details but was directly interrupted by Fang Yuan. Was it at the corner of Victory Road? Upon hearing this, Wei Yiming was taken aback. He hadn't even gotten to that part yet. How did he know? Fang Yuan ignored the strange expression on Wei Yiming's face and said, "That demon beast is still nearby. I'm going over now." As soon as he said this, everyone present was astonished. Although Fang Yuan had only spoken 2 sentences, the amount of information was immense. Not only did he pinpoint the location of the recent incident, but he also stated that the demon beast was still in the vicinity. They had spent so many days without figuring out whether the culprit was human or demon. This Lord Demon Slayer had understood everything just from their brief account. This was absurd. Wei Yiming's gaze was somewhat skeptical, and he couldn't help but say, "Lord Demon Slayer, let me take you there. We have staff specifically responsible for this matter, and they are quite familiar with the details." Fang Yuan glanced at Wei Yiming, non-committal. He knew that the city lord before him probably still didn't fully trust his abilities, even though he was wearing the Demon Slayer's attire. Soon, the group arrived near the site of the most recent death case. This way, the scene is at the end of the street. The leading squad leader thought nervously, unsure why the Demon Slayer division would send a child to handle such a tricky case. Nevertheless, he moved without hesitation. Once this Lord Demon Slayer realizes the complexity of the situation, the Demon Slayer division should quickly send a more powerful Demon Slayer over, he thought. However, Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. His gaze fell on an outdoor cafe by the street. The cafe was bustling with business, filled with many handsome men and beautiful women enjoying their coffee. Fang Yuan's attention was drawn to a very alluring young woman. She was dressed glamorously, her figure exceptionally perfect. Adorned with jewelry and heavy makeup, her clothing was quite revealing, exposing large areas of skin and showcasing her flawless figure just right. Almost all the men's gazes in the cafe were fixed on this young woman. Not only that, but passers-by on the street couldn't help but steal a few more glances as they walked by. "What's wrong, Lord Demon Slayer?" Wei Yiming and the others, who were anxiously rushing to the crime scene, were momentarily stunned by Fang Yuan's sudden halt. They followed his gaze and immediately saw the seductive young woman. Wei Yiming. His expression turned somewhat unpleasant. He sighed inwardly. This Lord Demon Slayer was still too young. A woman like this had already left him at a standstill. She was just a flaunting young woman, How could that be more important than quickly solving the case? Not just Wei Yiming, but the other staff members also felt a bit irritated seeing Fang Yuan's dazed gaze. They were all in a hurry, and this young demon slayer was still here staring at women. There's still a few hundred meters to go. Why don't we head to the scene first and take a look? Someone said with a hint of dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan turned around and glanced at a few people. No need to go, that beast is right here. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. They almost immediately entered a state of alert, their auras surging as they observed everything around them. But they didn't see any trace of the beast. A few of them looked at Fang Yuan with suspicion, their heads filled with question marks. Seeing this, Fang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. These people had no problem dealing with first or second tier small beasts, but when it came to stronger beast incidents, they were completely out of their depth. Their strength was too weak. They were completely toyed with by the beasts. From now on, follow my orders. Fang Yuan spoke. His voice had an irresistible firmness. Evacuate all nearby people to a slightly farther place. That beast is already one that can take form. As soon as these words were spoken, the hairs on Wei Yiming and the others stood on end. Take form. A shape-shifting beast was actually in their city. At that moment, their heads buzzed as if struck by lightning. A shape-shifting beast had the ability to slaughter an entire city. When did a shape-shifting beast enter the city? It seemed to validate Fang Yuan's words, as a delicate laugh rang out. Little brother's eyes are really sharp. No wonder you're a beast slayer. I haven't even had enough fun yet, and you've already exposed me. Everyone turned to look at the source of the laughter. They were shocked to see the seductive woman Fang Yuan had just been staring at, standing up from her chair with a playful glint in her eyes. At the same time, a terrifying aura emanated from her. In that moment, Wei Yiming and the others felt their scalps tingle. Under the pressure of this aura, they even felt their limbs go weak, making it difficult to move. Lord Beast Slayer, should we call for help from the Beast Slayer division? Wei Yiming's voice trembled slightly. He didn't believe Fang Yuan could handle this beast. This was a shape-shifting beast. It had the power to destroy a city. If they called for help from the Beast Slayer division now, there might still be a glimmer of hope. No need, we can just kill it directly, right? Fang Yuan's response left Wei Yiming feeling somewhat desperate. This was the situation he least wanted to see. The fact that Fang Yuan could become a beast slayer at such a young age already spoke volumes about his genius. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a winner in life. However, such people often have a common flaw. That is, an overflowing confidence. The beast in front of them was a shape-shifting one. It was not something an ordinary martial artist could deal with. No matter how talented Fang Yuan was, how terrifying his gifts, he was still too young. How could he possibly defeat a shape-shifting beast? Yet, the woman across from them had already begun to walk towards them. A beast slayer, how troublesome. Looks like I have to kill you first before I can have some real fun. If a special grade beast slayer really came, I might just run. I have to say, little brother, you smell really good. I can't help but want to eat you. The woman licked her lips, the playful look in her eyes growing more intense. Wei Yiming's face turned pale. This beast not only showed no fear of the beast slayer but seemed even more excited. At that moment, Wei Yiming could already envision Fang Yuan meeting a tragic end at her hands. He looked at Fang Yuan in fear. After seeing Fang Yuan's expression and gaze, Wei Yiming was stunned. What kind of gaze was that? Contempt, disdain, and even a hint of boredom. This, Wei Yiming found it hard to believe. Given the situation, how could Fang Yuan still have such a gaze? At this moment, Fang Yuan looked at the shape-shifting young woman not far away and felt a bit bored. Although her appearance was attractive, the thought that she was a giant mosquito immediately extinguished any interest he had. Ice Age. Fang Yuan extended his hand and directly used the talent of the Ice Kingdom. In that instant, a thick layer of ice appeared, sealing the beautiful young woman in place. What the hell? Wei Yiming's eyes widened in shock. So powerful. Not just him, but the others, who had already fallen into despair, were also left with their jaws dropped at this scene. What a terrifying talent. An S-class talent. It had instantly frozen this shape-shifting beast. Incredible. At that moment, everyone's faces showed expressions of surprise. However, just then, a buzzing sound like thousands of mosquitoes flying by echoed through the street. Cracks began to appear on the massive ice block encasing the beautiful young woman. The look of joy on Wei Yiming's face instantly froze. However, Fang Yuan's expression showed no surprise. As a shape-shifting great demon with ancient bloodlines, if she could be dealt with so easily, it would be too insulting to the term ancient bloodline. He hadn't even warmed up yet. Star, crack, crack, crack. Accompanied by the buzzing sound reminiscent of swarming insects, the ice layer continued to crack. The expression of the young woman encased in ice became twisted and terrifying. Boom! With a loud bang, the ice block that Fang Yuan had previously condensed exploded. The young woman's figure emerged from the dust. However, her form was undergoing a terrifying transformation. Her clothes were torn, and her figure twisted. When she stepped out of the dust, she was already in a half-human, half-demon form. Still possessing a voluptuous and sexy figure, she had grown a pair of wings on her back, her mouth transformed into a needle-like beak, and her critical areas were covered in a layer of blood mist, both alluring and horrifying. The terrifying aura emanating from her caused Wei Yiming and the others to collapse to the ground, lacking even the strength to escape. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Are all demon beasts with ancient bloodlines this sexy? Fang Yuan looked at the blood mosquito, which had now revealed another form, and a strange feeling arose from the depths of his heart. He had to admit, this form of the blood mosquito was quite intriguing. I really underestimated you, but I'm not done playing yet. Once I kill you, I'll drain the blood of everyone here one by one. The blood mosquito's voice became high-pitched and sharp. I'd love to play with you, but I'm in a hurry. Fang Yuan said with a half-smile, you must have expended quite a bit of energy to escape from the Void Gate. I remember many of my colleagues are at the Void Gate. You came here, not because you were scared, right? As soon as these words were spoken, a flicker of anger flashed in the blood mosquito's eyes. Kid, this queen simply doesn't want to engage in a full-scale war with the Demon Slayer division for now. Otherwise, they would all die. Fang Yuan chuckled softly. She had revealed herself. This shape-shifting blood mosquito had escaped from the newly born Void Gate near Liang City. He had long suspected that the sudden appearance of a demon beast of this power level in the city was abnormal, just as he had guessed. In that case, I really need to interrogate you thoroughly. I'm quite curious about what's going on in that Void Gate. Fang Yuan knew he had made the right call with this task. With that thought, he stopped wasting words. A deep black glimmer flashed in his pupils. In the next moment, black flames ignited on the body of the blood mosquito. It was the Sss-Level talent, Eternal Black Flame, capable of burning everything to ashes. What? The blood mosquito immediately erupted into a piercing scream. The black flames rapidly spread across her body, consuming everything. Fang Yuan watched coldly, showing no surprise. Insect-like creatures inherently feared flames. Even a great demon that could transform was no exception. Moreover, his flames were anything but ordinary. They were akin to the black flames of Amaterasu. Even a mountain could be reduced to nothing, let alone this little demon beast that had only managed to transform early due to its ancient bloodline? Ah! The screams continued to erupt from the blood mosquito's mouth. As the black flames engulfed her entirely, the charred scent wafting through the street, instilling immense terror. Wei Yiming, standing nearby, was left dumbfounded. What he thought was a certain death situation had turned into a dramatic reversal in just a few seconds. Moments ago, this transformed demon beast had been incredibly arrogant. Seconds later, it was on the verge of being burned to death. What kind of flame is this? Such terrifying power. At that moment, Wei Yiming looked at Fang Yuan's back, his shock beyond words. He admitted he had doubted Fang Yuan's strength multiple times, simply because the other looked too young. But he knew he was wrong, and absurdly so. The strength of this young demon slayer had reached an unimaginable level of terror. Just the previous instant of freezing was beyond what an ordinary martial artist could achieve. And now, this terrifying black flame. Could it be that this boy possessed two types of S-level talents? The shock in Wei Yiming's heart was indescribable. Fang Yuan's image had become immensely towering. Spare me, I'll do anything. Under the black flames, the blood mosquito had begun to plead for mercy. Fang Yuan's eyes shifted, and he retracted all the black flames. He had no interest in the blood mosquito itself. Its diamond-level potential was simply unworthy of being his pet. He was only interested in the situation regarding the Void Gate where the blood mosquito resided. No matter how detailed the Demon Slayer Division's exploration of the Void Gate was, it could not compare to the understanding of this native demon beast. However, at the moment Fang Yuan retracted the black flames, the blood mosquito suddenly transformed into countless tiny mosquitoes, swarming in all directions to escape. The number was likely in the hundreds of millions. Seeking death, Fang Yuan's gaze turned cold. In the next moment, a black flame appeared out of thin air. The moment the flame appeared, Fang Yuan had already reset its gravitational pull. Instantly, the mosquitoes fleeing in all directions were caught in a terrifying suction, involuntarily being drawn into the black flames. The sound of popping filled the air. It was the sound of countless mosquitoes being incinerated. In just a few seconds, the number of mosquitoes in the sky had been reduced by more than half. Many more were being sucked into the black flames. However, the remaining mosquitoes quickly gathered together, and that enchanting figure reappeared. Thud! She directly knelt before Fang Yuan, desperately bowing her head. There was no escape. Fang Yuan said nothing more and summoned the little tray ant. The little tray ant, which had been diligently cultivating energy crystal fruit in the flower pot, seemed to sense something and slowly opened its eyes. Upon seeing the blood mosquito, it immediately extended numerous branches as if it had spotted a delicious meal. Gurgle, gurgle. The blood mosquito's face visibly turned pale, letting out a mournful howl. She could feel the energy within her body being stripped away at a terrifying speed. More importantly, the way it was being taken from her felt so familiar. Wasn't this the talent of the Spirit Tree Demon King? She couldn't help but lift her head to look at the flower plate in Fong Yuan's hand. Her heart trembled. Lord Spirit Tree. No, it's not Lord Spirit Tree. How could this be? How could it possess the talent of Lord Spirit Tree? The blood mosquito, with a ghastly pale face, seemed to have witnessed something incredible, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant. Upon hearing this, Fong Yuan's eyes flickered. Spirit Tree? Could it be that tree demon with the devouring talent he encountered in the wilderness on the night the Void Gate of Liang was born? The one that grew its vitality rapidly, able to devour even stones, but was smashed to pieces by Sikong Luiying with a single punch? They really do know each other. Fong Yuan's thoughts raced. As beasts of the same Void Gate, these relatively powerful beings were all connected to one another. With this in mind, Fong Yuan patted the little tree man's head. The little tree man burped and retracted all its branches. Clearly, it was already full. Xiaobai, this blood mosquito is up to you. I want to know everything about that Void Gate, Fong Yuan said lightly. The blood mosquito before him had become incredibly weak, her form somewhat disheveled. No matter what was done to her, she no longer had the strength to resist. And Xiaobai, with her innate charm skill, was just right to extract the information Fong Yuan wanted from her. Xiaobai jumped down from Fong Yuan's shoulder and dragged the blood mosquito into the coffee shop, which had long been emptied of people. Fong Yuan turned around to look at Wei Yiming and the others, who were still paralyzed on the ground, revealing a helpless expression. Uncle, you have to believe in the Demon Slayer division. Although that demon beast isn't weak, I am a demon slayer. With us demon slayers on the job, is there anything we can't solve? Fong Yuan helped Wei Yiming up from the ground. Wei Yiming's head was buzzing, feeling as if he had just woken from a dream. Fortunately, it was all over. My lord. Wei Yiming grabbed Fong Yuan's hand, his excitement nearly overflowing. I apologize for my previous doubts about you. You saved the lives of everyone in our city. You must stay a few more days so we can properly show our hospitality. Wei Yiming could not possibly be unaware. The young man before him was undoubtedly a great asset. He had never heard of anyone who could easily crush a shape-shifting demon beast at such a young age, let alone adults. Even some seasoned demon slayers found it difficult to achieve this. And Fong Yuan, even among demon slayers, was probably a formidable presence. A person like this would likely rise to a high position in just 2 or 3 years. The talent was terrifying, and he, like a frog at the bottom of a well, had been doubting the other's strength. It was simply blind ignorance. Fong Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly. The contrast of Wei Yiming as the city lord was too great. Just then, Xiaobai emerged from the coffee shop, quickly climbing back onto Fong Yuan's shoulder. The blood mosquito's alluring figure also walked out of the coffee shop. However, at this moment, the blood mosquito's eyes were vacant, like a walking corpse, clearly having been completely charmed by Xiaobai. Fong Yuan knew that in her current state, no matter what she was asked to do, she would obediently comply. So that's how it is. After interrogating the blood mosquito, a thoughtful expression appeared on Fong Yuan's face. He had obtained a wealth of information about the situation inside the Void Gate. The blood mosquito before him was not particularly powerful within that gate. She was merely relying on a trace of ancient bloodline to take form early. In the Void Gate, she was hardly noteworthy. The tree demon that Fong Yuan encountered in the wilderness, which was smashed by Sikong Luiying with a single punch, was one of the 3 great demon kings in the Void Gate referred to as Miaoyu Mountain by the blood mosquito, the Spirit Tree Demon King, the Blood Mosquito Queen, the Mountain-Penetrating Demon King. These were the 3 great demon kings of Miaoyu Mountain, and she was just a minor general under the True Blood Mosquito Queen. As for the Peking Opera facial masks that Fong Yuan was concerned about, when this matter was mentioned, the blood mosquito's mental fluctuations were intense, her mind a mess, and she could only babble incoherently, unable to articulate anything meaningful. All she could say was that the existence of the forbidden objects was even more terrifying than Fong Yuan had imagined. With a snap, Fong Yuan broke the blood mosquito's neck. Such a beast, even though it could already take form, held no significance for him. The Demon Slayer division would not detain beasts of this level. Lord Fong Yuan, please stay a few more days. Let us show you some proper hospitality. Wei Yiming clung to Fong Yuan's leg, unwilling to let go for a long time. Fong Yuan had no choice but to let the 9-tailed fox reveal its ferocity, staring Wei Yiming into retreating repeatedly. I have other matters to attend to, and with demon beasts appearing in the streets, you have plenty of work to do. Fang Yuan said little more, directly mounting the flame tiger and leaving Lake City with Yumoing. After Fang Yuan left, Wei Yiming felt somewhat dejected. Slap! He gave himself a hard slap across the face. This sudden action startled several other staff members. City Lord Wei, what's wrong with you? They hurriedly stopped Wei Yiming from slapping himself again, their expressions filled with shock. I'm such a fool, such a great opportunity, and I didn't leave a good impression on this lord. I might have even made this lord feel disgusted. If Lake City could be remembered by this lord, we wouldn't have to fear greater difficulties in the future. This lord has boundless potential. Wei Yiming was filled with regret, wanting to slap himself hard again. As a mere city lord, what right did he have to doubt the demon slayer? No matter how young, he was still a lord of the demon slayer. With this departure, given Lord Fang Yuan's talent, it was likely that there would never be another chance to meet again in his lifetime. Wilderness. It should have been an endless forest, but above this area, there was a massive spatial rift, exuding a terrifying aura. This was the Void Gate. After nearly half a month, this Void Gate had stabilized. Whether entering or exiting the Void Gate, there was no longer much danger. In the wilderness beneath the Void Gate, squads of soldiers were stationed. These soldiers were there to prevent any demon beasts from suddenly bursting forth from the Void Gate. Damn it, is the battle inside that fierce? This is already the third wave of demon beasts running out today. In the camp, several soldiers in camouflage were gathered together chatting. Each of them exuded a fierce aura. Such an aura could only be developed through years of combat. Even while chatting, it was clear that each person's gaze was vigilant, ready to enter a combat state at any moment. That's true, there are more brothers who went in. How could such a situation arise? There are also many demon slayers inside. Could it be that the demon beasts inside the Void Gate are very strong? The ones that have run out aren't that powerful either. Wait, what is that? As a few people were talking, one suddenly squinted and looked towards the distant sky. It looks like a demon beast. Following that person's gaze, they immediately saw a ball of fire flying in the air. Within that fire, it seemed to be a tiger-like demon beast, prepared to be on guard. Wait, it looks like there's a person on the demon beast. A soldier pressed down on his companion's hand, which was ready to fire, and carefully looked up at the sky. Hearing this, everyone was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, it indeed seemed that there were two figures riding on the back of the demon beast in the air. It's coming towards us. There really is someone. 2 minutes later, the figures in the sky landed in front of them. It was Fang Yuan and Yumoing. Watching the two descend from the flame tiger, the soldiers' expressions were filled with surprise. They were actually riding a demon beast, and this demon beast was engulfed in flames. Could an ordinary person do that? However, upon seeing the demon-slaying attire worn by Fang Yuan and Yumoing, the soldiers immediately became serious, standing straight and saluting the two. 3rd Defense Army, we greet the demon slayer. The leader of the group had a respectful look in his eyes. As soldiers of the War Department, they understood better than ordinary people the power of the demon slayers. On the battlefield, each demon slayer could take on 10 foes. Some powerful demon beasts were handled by the demon slayers. Without them, the casualties would be terrifying. Fang Yuan returned the salute crisply. He knew that these soldiers from the War Department had all been through countless battles. If they weren't guarding the front lines, a large number of 1st and 2nd tier demon beasts would rush into the city, and with the number of demon slayers, it would be impossible to handle. Although these soldiers were not strong individually, together they were the main force in defending their homeland. What is the situation inside the Void Gate? Fang Yuan asked directly without any small talk. We are only responsible for guarding outside. We are not clear about the situation inside, the leading soldier replied. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, which aligned with the characteristics of the War Department. They strictly followed orders and would not interfere with matters that were not their concern. I want to enter the Void Gate, Fang Yuan stated. The leading soldier showed a hint of difficulty. We have received orders that only those who are 2-star demon slayers or above are allowed to enter this Void Gate. The situation inside is quite chaotic. A 1-star demon slayer might be in danger. Although he couldn't see Fang Yuan's star level, he assumed Fang Yuan was only a 1-star demon slayer based on his young appearance. It was already quite rare to become a formal demon slayer at this age, and he hadn't considered any other possibilities. Hearing this, Fang Yuan took out a badge. The leading soldier's eyes widened. He could see clearly that the badge Fang Yuan had taken out represented a 2-star demon slayer. Demon slayer, please enter. He no longer obstructed them, but his gaze remained fixed on Fang Yuan, even somewhat incredulous that Fang Yuan was actually a 2-star demon slayer. Fang Yuan nodded, saying no more, and directly rode the flame tiger towards the massive spatial rift. After a dizzying sensation, Fong Yuan officially entered the Void Gate. This was his second time entering a Void Gate. The first time, he had directly teleported into a Void Gate called Flame Hell. That was a Void Gate already occupied by humans, where a spatial teleportation station had been established. This time, it was Fong Yuan's first time entering here through a spatial rift. Upon seeing the scene before him, Fong Yuan fell silent. The ground was covered in corpses. There were both demon beasts and human warriors. From the clothing of these human warriors' corpses, Fong Yuan could tell that the vast majority of the deceased human warriors belonged to the War Department. There were also a few individuals dressed in the attire of demon slayers. Behind Fong Yuan, Yumoing couldn't help but cover her mouth. The reality of the battlefield was far more brutal than they had imagined. The birth of each Void Gate was often accompanied by such cruel sacrifices. Just as Fong Yuan and Yumoing were shocked by the brutal scene before them, one of the corpses belonging to a human warrior suddenly sat up. Covered in blood, he sat up from a pile of corpses and stared blankly at Fong Yuan and Yumoing. Yumoing was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back. In her panic, she felt as if she had stepped on something. "Ah! You stepped on my leg." A scream rang out behind Yumoing. She turned around in a fluster and saw that her foot was indeed on someone's thigh. The person she was stepping on looked innocent, still alive. Yumoing was a bit dazed. Fong Yuan also looked back and forth, surprised to find that the person who had just sat up, though covered in blood, had very bright eyes. It wasn't a case of rising from the dead. That person was indeed alive. Moreover, the guy whom Yumoing had stepped on also got up. He looked a bit aggrieved. He had been sleeping soundly when suddenly someone stepped on his thigh, just a few centimeters away from his precious source. Even if he was a warrior, he couldn't be stepped on like that. As if hearing the commotion, more and more people rubbed their eyes and sat up, all looking dazed at Fong Yuan and Yumoing. Yumoing was stunned. How could all the human corpses sit up? Only Fong Yuan had a few black lines appear on his forehead. Every human warrior lying here was alive. They were just resting. They had instinctively assumed they were corpses when they suddenly entered this place. They had even silently mourned for a while. "Why are you all lying in a pile of corpses?" Fong Yuan couldn't help but ask. Ambushing demon beasts, the first person to sit up said to Fong Yuan, "With so many demon beast corpses here, the living demon beasts will come to eat these corpses. Lying here allows us to launch a surprise attack. Moreover, lying among so many demon beast corpses is also very beneficial for enhancing one's vitality. Brother, do you want to give it a try?" After Fong Yuan decisively refused, the person continued, "Are you the reinforcements from the Demon Slayer division? Just the 2 of you? Reinforcements?" Fong Yuan narrowed his eyes. Had the Demon Slayers encountered some major trouble? It seemed the leading soldier noticed Fong Yuan's confusion and spoke up. 20 minutes ago, we discovered that the Demon Slayers who entered deeper have lost contact, so we requested support from the Demon Slayer division. Aren't you?" The soldier's expression was a bit strange. He had thought that the efficiency of the Demon Slayer division was so high that reinforcements would arrive in just a few minutes. Fong Yuan gently shook his head. Entering this Void Gate was his personal action. It was not the support they had requested. However, the situation here was clearly beyond his expectations. Even Yu Feifei had encountered difficulties. With Yu Feifei's strength, perhaps what could make her feel challenged in the Void Gate is the forbidden object, the Peking Opera Mask. Fong Yuan's thoughts raced. Every forbidden object had extremely special functions. Moreover, they were very powerful. Without a full understanding, recklessly coming into contact with forbidden objects could very likely lead to inexplicable consequences. The fact that warriors die at the hands of forbidden objects was something Fong Yuan had seen plenty of in the archives. At this moment, a burly man, much more robust than the others and dressed slightly differently, walked towards Fong Yuan. Upon seeing his arrival, all the soldiers in the battle department immediately saluted. The burly man was named Ling Zhan. He was stationed at the Demon Slayer? Ling Zhan looked Fong Yuan up and down, unable to suppress a frown. Why did the Demon Slayer send a little kid in here? His tone was somewhat dissatisfied. The battles within the Void Gate were exceedingly brutal. The 2 people before him looked delicate and young. He didn't believe Fong Yuan could adapt to the warfare here. At a glance, it was clear they had little experience. Just not being a liability would be quite good. Just then, a terrifying roar echoed from afar. It was approaching them at an alarming speed. The thunderous footsteps made the ground tremble beneath them. Another charge? Ha! Ling Zhan's expression grew even grimmer. The last attack from the demon beasts had been less than 2 hours ago. Time was too tight. Many people hadn't even had a chance to rest. Not just him, but all the soldiers present had serious expressions. They had dealt with demon beasts too many times, especially in large-scale close combat, which was their most familiar fighting style. Just from the roars and footsteps, they could gauge the scale of this demon beast assault. And this time, the scale was unprecedentedly huge. Prepare to engage. Everyone, enter level 1 alert status. Ling Zhan shouted loudly. A large number of soldiers rose from the demon beast corpses. They had been taking advantage of the brief time to rest, and even Fang Yuan's arrival hadn't prompted them to stand. However, when the call to attack sounded, not a single person remained lying down. Even those who had lost an arm or a leg still clutched their weapons and stood up. Soon, at the end of their line of sight, a terrifying black line appeared. Fang Yuan looked at this black line, feeling a shock in his heart. This black line was entirely composed of demon beasts. Countless demon beasts gathered together, charging towards them, forming this black line. The number was likely 10 times that of the soldiers in the battle department before them. Yet, facing such a terrifying number of demon beasts, none of the soldiers beside Fang Yuan flinched. I suggest you leave here immediately, Ling Zhan said coldly to Fang Yuan. A battle of this scale is not something you demon slayers are good at. There have been demon slayers who lost their lives on the battlefield. Once the fighting starts, I won't be able to look after you. In Ling Zhan's view, the two young people before him probably hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation. They might have come out of curiosity or a desire to prove themselves, but they were in the wrong place. Ling Zhan sighed lightly. The brutality of the warfare here far exceeded everyone's imagination. Even the demon slayers who had entered together at the beginning had lost contact. They indeed needed new demon slayers to assist in combat, but not someone as young and inexperienced as Fang Yuan. However, at this moment, Fang Yuan's mind was focused on checking the system's prompt. Ding! Diamond potential level demon beast detected. Do you wish to locate it? Locate! Fang Yuan seemed to have thought of something and decisively chose to locate it. Although he had never truly been on the battlefield, the archives of the demon slayers contained a wealth of records of large-scale battles with demon beasts. Behind every large-scale battle, there was inevitably a commander leading the demon beast army. As the commander of the demon beasts, they usually hide among the army of demon beasts, making them difficult to identify. However, Fang Yuan had a feeling. The demon beast discovered by the system, with diamond potential level, was very likely the leader of this army of demon beasts. At that moment, a semi-illusory map appeared in Fang Yuan's field of vision. It displayed the location of the identified diamond-level potential demon beast, right in the army. Fang Yuan raised an eyebrow, almost certain that this was the commander of the demon beast army. Located at the rear of the front line, that's a bit troublesome. Fang Yuan looked up at the horde of demon beasts charging towards them, his expression serious. Dee-dee-da-da-di-doo-doo. The sharp and loud charge signal sounded. At the moment they heard the charge signal, every soldier began to charge. A frenzied charge. Even the soldiers with broken legs leaned on their weapons, desperately moving forward, fearing they would be left behind. At that moment, Fang Yuan looked at the scene before him, and goosebumps rose all over his body. These soldiers from the battle department, although not strong martial artists, gathered together, exuding an indescribable momentum. This momentum united all the battle department soldiers, something the demon beasts lacked. Boom! The black line in the distance finally collided with the charging soldiers of the battle department. Although the number of battle department soldiers was small, they acted like a sharp knife, tearing through the formation of the demon beasts and striking at their heart. Dee-dee-da-da-di-doo-doo. Dee-dee-da-da-di-doo-doo. At that moment, in addition to the front battlefield where Fang Yuan was, the sound of the charge signal rang out in several other directions as well. Countless battle department soldiers appeared from other directions, charging towards the horde of demon beasts. A bloody and brutal slaughter began. Looking at the brutal battlefield, Fang Yuan seemed to have made a decision, gently exhaling a breath. Yumoing, do you dare to charge alongside these soldiers? Fang Yuan asked. I dare. Yumoing's response was straightforward. At this moment, Yumoing's heart was shaken. Seeing such a scene for the first time, especially the sight of millions of human martial artists charging at demon beasts that outnumbered them several times, made her blood boil. Her talent was better than theirs. Her strength was also higher. She even noticed that some of the soldiers were younger than her. They dared to charge fearlessly, so what reason did she have to retreat? Then, let's go. Fang Yuan's tone was calm. What he was about to do was too dangerous. Rather than having Yumoing stay by his side, it was better for her to charge with these soldiers. It would not only be safer but might also lead to greater growth. As soon as Yumoing appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. Snowflakes spun rapidly around her, and she landed directly in the midst of the demon beasts, instantly killing a dozen of them. With the cold crystal sword in hand, the heads of the demon beasts flew into the air. Although Yumoing's strength was not impressive under Fang Yuan on the battlefield, she could still easily kill these low-level demon beasts. It's the demon slayer. The demon slayer is so strong. Is it an S-level talent? The soldiers of the battle department watched in awe. Every strike from the demon slayer filled them with confidence. This seemingly young demon slayer was surprisingly powerful. At that moment, the momentum of the battle department's soldiers grew even fiercer. Even Lingzhan, who had previously underestimated Fang Yuan and Yumoing, was somewhat surprised when he noticed the situation here. Yumoing's performance exceeded his expectations. It seemed she was not as weak as he had imagined. Why can't I see that boy? Lingzhan glanced around the battlefield and finally found Fang Yuan's figure in the same spot as before. He frowned. The place where Fang Yuan stood was quite safe, almost at the rear of the camp. Moreover, he showed no intention of joining the battle. Lingzhan couldn't help but feel a bit of disdain for Fang Yuan. Even the female intern demon slayer had already entered the fray, yet he was still standing there, looking foolish. If he was going to leave, he should hurry up. If he was going to fight, he shouldn't just stand there watching. Staying in such a safe place without any action probably meant he was completely scared stiff. Route confirmed, 10 minutes is enough. After a few minutes of observation, Fang Yuan had already constructed a three-dimensional battlefield situation map in his mind. He had completely grasped every detail of the battlefield. He knew where the demon beasts were stronger, where they were weaker, and how to reach the demon beast commander while conserving his strength. With a clap, Fang Yuan leaped into the air, directly jumping onto the battlefield. At the same time, the little white fox on his shoulder instantly transformed into a giant fox demon beast, its two tails waving in the wind. The flame tiger and the little treant were also summoned by Fang Yuan. One person, 3 demon beasts. They crashed down onto the battlefield where the demon beasts were most numerous. After confirming the route, Fang Yuan leaped into the air and summoned his pets, the little white fox, the flame tiger, and the little treant. At this moment, the little treant had also entered its battle form. It was no longer the palm-sized mini treant but had grown to a size similar to that of an average adult, complete with limbs and a wooden head. Thus, Fang Yuan, accompanied by 3 demon beasts, crashed down onto the area of the battlefield with the most demon beasts, Kingdom of Ice. Before he even landed, he had already used his talent, the Kingdom of Ice. Centered around him, 100-meter radius instantly transformed into a world of ice. All the demon beasts were covered by the ice layer. They had no strength to resist. As the 3 fierce beasts of the flame tiger landed, the violent tremors alone shattered all the demon beasts that had been frozen in ice. With just his appearance, Fang Yuan had created a vacuum zone of demon beasts on the densely packed battlefield. This was simply unimaginable. Silence. The battlefield, which had been filled with roars and howls, became incredibly quiet at that moment. Whether it was the soldiers of the battle department or the demon beasts, they all looked at Fang Yuan, who had entered the battlefield, their eyes filled with shock. So strong. With one move, over 100 demon beasts turned to ashes. This was a scene that the battle department's soldiers could hardly imagine. Even Lingzhan, who had looked down on Fang Yuan just a second ago, widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched Fang Yuan's figure. So fierce. It was completely inconsistent with his young and frail appearance. Lingzhan realized that his impression of Fang Yuan might have been fundamentally wrong from the start. Is this what a demon slayer looks like? What terrifying power! What are those 3 fearsome demon beasts? I remember now, he's a beastmaster. I saw him on the news a few days ago. Has he already become a demon slayer? Kill all these demon beasts. Fang Yuan's entrance immediately filled the previously suppressed battle department soldiers with a tremendous sense of exhilaration. So what if there were too many demon beasts? As long as they hadn't died to the last person, the demon beasts couldn't be considered the winners. At this moment, the blood-red aura that the battle department's soldiers had gathered seemed to undergo some change. It became even more fearless. At this moment, after landing, Fang Yuan immediately began to lead his 3 pets along the pre-planned route. Wherever he passed, all the demon beasts perished, because, whether it was the little white fox, the flame tiger, or the little treant, their strength far exceeded that of the demon beasts on the battlefield. Moreover, Fang Yuan's 3 pets were all fighting with full effort. In battle mode, the little white fox could sweep through a group of demon beasts with a single claw. It even used its charm ability to continuously bewitch the nearby demon beasts, causing them to kill each other. As for the flame tiger, the flames on its body were no longer red, but black. This was its talent, Black Flame. It was even more terrifying than normal flames. Any demon beast that touched it would quickly be burned to death. Furthermore, the demon beasts ignited by the black flame would spread the fire to others while trying to escape. One would turn into 10 into 100. Soon, it formed a vast area of destruction. As for the little treant, it was the most exhilarated. The little treant seemed to have entered paradise. Countless roots plunged into the ground, then emerged to precisely pierce the hearts of the demon beasts, absorbing all the energy from their bodies. The size of the little tray ant was visibly increasing. For it, this was undoubtedly the best buffet. Aside from humans, which it could not absorb, any demon beast within its reach could be consumed. No one could resist. The three terrifying pets surrounded Fong Yuan, and although the battlefield was chaotic, no demon beast could come within 10 meters of him. In just a few minutes, Fong Yuan had already penetrated over 2,000 meters into the depths of the battlefield. Wherever he went, not a single demon beast survived. Why has the pressure suddenly decreased? Ling Zhan, who was fighting fiercely, suddenly frowned. He felt that the number of demon beasts around seemed to have diminished. This was abnormal. The war had just started for less than half an hour, and the number of demon beasts was supposed to be much greater than theirs. It should be the most stressful time now. How could it feel easier? Captain, what's going on? It seems these demon beasts are retreating. Other soldiers also noticed something was off. The pressure had decreased too much. These demon beasts were actually pulling back. This was not normal. Over there. Those demon beasts are all gathering over there. A soldier ran to a higher spot and immediately discovered the truth. The demon beasts in their area seemed to have heard some command and began to converge towards one place, disregarding casualties. Let me see. Ling Zhan jumped up to the high ground. The next moment, his pupils constricted sharply, because he saw, a little further away on the battlefield, a person and three demon beasts were gathered together, moving at a terrifying speed towards the rear of the demon beast army. Wherever they passed, only piles of demon beast corpses were left behind. It's him! Ling Zhan recognized at a glance that this was the demon slayer he had initially looked down upon but who had forcefully joined the battle. At this moment, the other party displayed an incredibly terrifying killing power. With three demon beasts, he moved through the battlefield as if it were uninhabited. It was precisely because of his actions that all the demon beasts on the nearby battlefield began to converge towards Fong Yuan. Ling Zhan was stunned. When Fong Yuan first entered the battlefield, he knew he had underestimated him. However, he never expected Fong Yuan to have such terrifying dominance on the battlefield. Is this the terror of a beast master? Ling Zhan finally understood why Fong Yuan could become a demon slayer at such a young age. One person could form an army. This statement was not an exaggeration at all. Fong Yuan only had 3 beast pets, yet he could already move freely on the battlefield. If he grew for another 2 years, it was simply unimaginable. Has he gone mad? Even with 3 beast guards, charging alone into the rear of the beast army is too risky. Other soldiers exclaimed in shock. They, as veterans who had crawled and fought their way through the battlefield, understood one principle. On the battlefield, never let yourself fall into a situation of isolation and helplessness. Otherwise, no matter how strong you are, you will eventually exhaust your strength and die. However, that Lord Slayer of Beasts had committed this taboo. Even with the protection of 3 pets, going so deep alone, with no support to catch up, when his strength was exhausted, he would fall into a desperate situation. At that moment, the soldiers who noticed this all wore worried expressions. After all, the beasts had already begun to converge towards Fong Yuan, and soon, even if they wanted to rendezvous with him, it would no longer be realistic. They couldn't break through the encirclement of the beasts. No, wait. Ling Zhan suddenly spoke up. He looked far at Fong Yuan's figure, his eyes already filled with bloodshot. He wouldn't make such a mistake. He must have something he needs to do. Ling Zhan didn't believe Fong Yuan would be unaware of this. He had initially underestimated Fong Yuan, but now, all that remained in his heart for Fong Yuan was admiration. Not angered when underestimated, maintaining calm during the onset of war, and achieving such good results once entering the battlefield. Such a person, no matter how young or inexperienced, would not make such a mistake. There must be a reason for his deep incursion. Standing on the high ground, Ling Zhan observed the entire battlefield situation. He saw countless beasts surging towards Fong Yuan, seemingly wanting to trap him among the beast horde. Even some second-tier and third-tier beasts began to rush from various parts of the battlefield towards Fong Yuan. Yet Fong Yuan had only one direction. No matter how many beasts gathered towards him, he showed no signs of change. At that moment, Ling Zhan's mind recalled the path Fong Yuan had taken on the battlefield. This path was straight. If extended, Fong Yuan would cut into the rear of the beast camp in the shortest distance. Crack! A thunderclap seemed to flash through Ling Zhan's mind. He understood. He knew what Fong Yuan was planning. Fong Yuan must have found the position of the beast commander. He was going for a decapitation strike. Once the commander was killed, all those beasts would become a pile of loose sand. No matter how many there were, they would be nothing to fear. In an instant, Ling Zhan felt goosebumps all over his body, and the shock in his heart surged like a raging tide. In this great battle, the number of beasts was several times that of the human warriors. Although they did not retreat, if there was no support, as the battle progressed, none of the soldiers present would likely survive. It was a certain death situation. But now, Fang Yuan had found that one light in this darkness. Everyone! Ling Zhan couldn't afford to lament too much and immediately shouted loudly, "All soldiers on the west front, at all costs, block the retreat of the beasts." At all costs. Ling Zhan's voice broke, but he didn't care about that at all. After issuing the order, he immediately charged onto the battlefield to start blocking the retreat of the beasts. With the order given, the entire western front began to move. From passive defense, they started to take the initiative to attack, blocking the retreat of the beasts. Soon, the battle lines in other directions also reacted, beginning to change strategies, shifting from defense to a sharper offense. Everything had only one purpose: to share the pressure for Fang Yuan, who had ventured deep alone. At this moment, the Western Front, Southern Front, and Northern Front all began to assist Fang Yuan at any cost. The commanders of the battle lines in every direction had already seen through Fang Yuan's intentions. Decapitation. When the number of demon beasts was 10 times that of the soldiers in the battle department, the only way for people to survive was through a decapitation operation. Among the thousands of demon beasts, killing the demon beast commander. The remaining demon beasts, no matter how many, could not possibly compete with the organized soldiers of the battle department. This was an iron law even on ancient battlefields. However, finding the demon beast commander was not easy. With a sea of demon beasts, the commander hid among them, making it impossible to be discovered. But Fang Yuan did it. He brought something called hope to the battle department soldiers who had already resigned themselves to death. How on earth did he do it? On the southern front, the human commander had retreated from the front lines, holding a communicator, connecting with the other two frontline commanders. His expression was a mix of excitement and disbelief. They had already launched a suicidal charge, but the momentum of the demon beasts had weakened. Looking up, he saw a fierce warrior had already penetrated 2,000 meters into the battlefield, charging straight for the enemy's abdomen like a sharp knife. The demon beast army had to retract their strength. This was beyond his imagination. He couldn't understand how that guy had discovered the demon race commander. Don't ask me, I don't get it either. It looks like a demon-slaying master, just coordinating and that's it. Whether he really found the commander's position or is just charging in blindly, I'm following him. Otherwise, we all have no way out. The voice of the Northern Front commander came through the phone. His voice was rough, but one could hear the excitement he couldn't hide. I believe he must have found the position of the demon race commander. This demon-slaying master is extraordinary. Ling Zhan's voice also came from the phone. Hey, Ling Zhan, you guy, didn't you always look down on demon-slaying masters? How come you're changing your tune now? You're even calling him master. Hearing this, Ling Zhan chuckled. This demon-slaying master is a young beast master. I don't know about other demon-slaying masters, but this one, I respect. Hiss. A sound of gasping came from the phone. Beast master. The two were already puzzled as to why this demon-slaying master, who charged deep into the battlefield, was accompanied by several powerful demon beasts protecting him. It turned out he was a beast master. Wait, you said he is a young beast master. How young? Ling Zhan chuckled lightly and said, looks like he's under 18. Hiss. Another gasp came from the phone, accompanied by the sound of the phone dropping to the ground. A commotion ensued. Ling Zhan shook his head. He didn't need to look to guess the shocked expressions on the faces of the two commanders. A beast master under 18, this statement wouldn't cause such a terrifying effect in other circumstances. However, they had all witnessed Fang Yuan slaughtering his way deep into the battlefield, and it only took him a little over 10 minutes. This indicated he was still in a state of ease. Such a thing was impossible for them as commanders to achieve. Too fierce. After witnessing Fang Yuan's strength, reflecting on his age and talent, they could deeply realize how terrifying this young man was. Damn, it seems a high-level demon beast is heading towards him. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the phone. Ling Zhan was taken aback, dropped the phone, and rushed to a high ground. He immediately saw a massive black bull demon beast, standing on its hind legs, walking towards Fang Yuan while wielding a huge wolf-tooth club. The strength of this black bull demon is conservatively estimated to be at least a 4th-tier demon beast. Ling Zhan's brows furrowed instantly, and endless worries surged in his heart. A 4th-tier demon beast on such a battlefield is already considered a formidable weapon. At this moment, Fang Yuan also noticed the presence of this black bull demon. The two sides were still 700 or 800 meters apart. Starting to get anxious, are we? Seeing this black bull demon, Fang Yuan once again confirmed that the demon beast he had discovered was indeed the commander of the demon army. It had already been established when the demon beasts began trying to surround him. Now, with the appearance of this black bull demon, it could only mean that the demon commander was getting desperate. It was afraid. From its aura, it seems to be a fourth-tier demon beast. Do you think something like this can stop me? Fang Yuan snorted coldly and took out a sniper rifle. It was the Starry Sky Sniper. At a distance of 700 or 800 meters, the opponent could not possibly appear before him in an instant, and the power of the sniper rifle would reach an unimaginable level. You must know that sniper rifles are designed for targets several kilometers away. The shorter the distance, the greater the power. Clatter, clatter, clatter. One by one, energy crystals were loaded into the sniper rifle's magazine, worth at least 2 years' salary of other demon slayers. Right now, Fang Yuan was completely unbothered by the lack of energy crystals. His spatial ring was almost full of them, thanks to the fruits produced by the little tree ant, which were all pure energy crystals. Goodbye. Fang Yuan rested the Starry Sky Sniper in front of him with one hand. He didn't even use the scope. With the distance of 700 or 800 meters and the enormous size of the Black Bull Demon, Fang Yuan no longer needed to aim. Boom! A resonating sound like cannon fire erupted at the center of the battlefield. A wave of air surged from Fang Yuan's position, even knocking out the weaker demon beasts around him. The head of the Black Bull Demon exploded in response. After the gunshot, the battlefield fell into silence once again. Whether it was human soldiers or demon beasts, they all stared blankly at Fang Yuan. The enormous headless corpse of the Black Bull Demon filled everyone's hearts with horror. A fourth-tier demon beast. Just like that, Fang Yuan blew its head off. At this moment, even those human warriors who had been extremely worried about Fang Yuan were dumbfounded. They didn't even have time to feel joy. Shock had filled their hearts. Just a second ago, they were still worried about Fang Yuan's safety. The next second, that fourth-tier demon beast had its head blown off. The emotional transition couldn't keep up with Fang Yuan's actions. This was a fourth-tier demon beast. The resolution was too effortless and clean. Is this what it means to be a demon slayer? Truly impressive. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Division. In the office, Sikong Luing, with her legs crossed, finally received a distress signal. Slap! Sikong Luing suddenly stood up. What did you say? Those demon slayers can't be contacted? Even Yufei has gone missing. Sikong Luing's beautiful brows furrowed. Although Yufei was young, she was well aware of how strong her abilities were. The art of explosion was even more terrifying than the firearms before the revival of spiritual energy. And now, she had also gone missing. Contact a few other special-grade demon slayers, whoever is closest to that area, and have them go there immediately. Sikong Luing instructed. Yes, Director. The secretary, Song Wenxian, nodded gravely. However, upon seeing the last line of the document, she spoke again. According to reports from the soldiers stationed outside the Void Gate, it seems Fang Yuan also entered that Void Gate. Just an hour ago. Song Wenxian's expression was somewhat puzzled. Fang Yuan, as a newly appointed demon-slaying envoy, was not counted among the gatherers for this Void Gate incident, so how could he have gone there? Hearing this, Sikong Luing, who was just about to sit down, stumbled slightly. Are you talking about that beast master who just joined a few days ago? Sikong Luing asked, her eyes wide. Yes, he even rode over on a flame tiger, so it should be him, Song Wenxian replied, glancing at the documents. Sikong Luing immediately felt her blood pressure rise. Even someone as high-ranking as Yufei, a special demon-slaying envoy, had gone missing in that Void Gate. If Fang Yuan went in now, what was the difference between that and seeking death? She still had an active contract with Fang Yuan. She could sense that if Fang Yuan really died out there, she might suddenly drop dead in her office as well. Besides that, a wave of inexplicable worry surged from the depths of her heart. Forget it. Since even Yufei has lost contact, this matter might escalate to an A-level incident. I'll go personally. Sikong Luing had no time to explain further. In her urgency, she didn't even bother with the elevator, directly pushing open the window and flying out. Watching Sikong Luing's rapidly receding figure, Song Wenxian was momentarily stunned. When did she become so concerned about the newcomer? Song Wenxian had a strange expression. Although Sikong Luing had found an excuse for herself, having been close friends with her for many years, Song Wenxian could naturally see that Sikong Luing was worried about that newcomer. Before mentioning Fang Yuan, Sikong Luing had only sent the special demon-slaying envoy to handle the matter. But after mentioning the newly joined beast master Fang Yuan, Sikong Luing's anxious expression was clear as day. she even went out through the window. The old Sikon Luiying was not like this. However, she didn't think much of it. After closing the window, she turned and left the office. Outside the office stood 3 young people, all of whom had become official demon-slaying envoys through the previous selection. Song Wenxian had originally brought them to meet Sikon Luiying, but now, Sikon Luiying had run off. "Sorry, everyone," Song Wenxian said, "due to some unexpected events, the director has left the office today. I'll arrange for the meeting in a couple of days." Upon hearing this, the 3 young people showed puzzled expressions. The director had clearly just been in the office. How could she leave so suddenly? Song Wenxian also felt a bit of a headache. It was a bit unreasonable for such a mix-up to occur on a newcomer's report. However, she thought about it and felt that this could also be an opportunity to shape a good image for Sikon Luiying. So she spoke up. A newcomer who joined the demon-slaying office a few days earlier encountered some danger, and coincidentally, all the other demon-slaying envoys are busy. The director had no choice but to go rescue them. The director is very caring towards newcomers. Hearing this, the 3 of them immediately felt a surge of excitement. The director is very caring towards newcomers. Upon hearing this, the 3 newly appointed demon-slaying envoys became filled with enthusiasm. In their minds, they couldn't help but imagine a scene where, when they encountered danger, the stunningly beautiful director descended from the sky to rescue them from peril. Perhaps, in such circumstances, there would be a different kind of sentiment brewing between them and the director. After all, it was said that the director was still single. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the 3, Song Wenxian immediately understood their thoughts and couldn't help but feel a hint of disdain. This was simply a dream. From what she knew of Sikon Luiying, the kind of person who could move this woman's heart probably hadn't even been born yet. Sikon Luiying was very proud. Isn't it already impressive enough to become a demon slayer? Sikon Luiying is a woman who, in just a few short years, has risen to the position of director of the Demon Slayer department. She can confidently say that in nearly 100 years, no man has been more outstanding than Sikon Luiying. Want to have something happen with Sikon Luiying? Impossible. Even for a newcomer as exceptional as Fang Yuan, the director's concern for him is merely that of a mentor to a new recruit. Void Gate. Fang Yuan has already fought his way to the rear of the demon beast army. All around, there isn't a single human warrior in sight. Surrounding him are demon beasts of 2nd rank and above. These demon beasts are desperately trying to block Fang Yuan. However, no matter how hard they try, they cannot stop Fang Yuan's advance. Useless. Do you think these weak demon beasts can hinder my steps? Fang Yuan's gaze is icy. He can already see the commander of the demon beast army. It is a small monkey demon beast, riding on the back of a pig demon, hidden among the ranks of the demon beasts. However, as Fang Yuan approaches, the monkey demon beast begins to show signs of fear. Its expression is frantic, constantly urging the pig demon beneath it to move away from Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, Fang Yuan leaps into the air. When his figure lands again, he is already standing in front of the monkey demon. He directly condenses a cold ice spear in his hand and throws it towards the monkey demon. The speed is incredibly fast. The ice spear cuts through the air with a chilling gleam, instantly reaching the monkey demon. At that moment, the panic on the monkey demon's face completely disappears. A hint of mockery flashes in its eyes. Boom! A loud explosion. A large cloud of dust erupts where Fang Yuan and the monkey demon are located. Did he kill it? On the other side of the battlefield, many people are watching the situation on Fang Yuan's side. This is crucial to the direction of the battle and their lives. When Fang Yuan began to attack the monkey demon, everyone realized that this monkey demon was the commander of the demon beast army. This made many people excited. The monkey demon looked unremarkable, and with the strength Fang Yuan had just displayed, it could be easily dealt with. Victorious smiles began to appear on people's faces. So, is that monkey demon dead? Can't see clearly, the dust is too thick. Is Fang Yuan okay? At this moment, many soldiers are straining their eyes, wishing they had the ability to see through the dust just to catch a glimpse of what is happening. The dust is clearing. What the hell is that? As the dust settles, people widen their eyes in disbelief at the sight before them. A massive figure, nearly 2 stories tall, appears in the dust. Its black fur reflects a metallic sheen. 2 long tusks are incredibly terrifying. Its eyes are filled with excitement and mockery. This is. People stare blankly at the enormous figure in the distance, their hearts sinking. The seemingly small monkey demon has transformed into this colossal creature. The aura emanating from it likely reaches that of a 6th-rank demon beast. At this moment, the soldiers of the War Department realized that the monkey demon had been disguising its true strength all along. Oh no, a 6th-rank demon beast, at such a close distance, Fang Yuan's long-range attack won't be effective. This is dangerous. This demon beast is so clever. The commanders on the 3 battle lines see the current scene and become as anxious as ants on a hot pan. No one expected that the commander of this demon beast army would actually be a 6th-ranked demon beast. This is illogical. The commanders of demon beasts are usually those with strong mental powers and a certain level of intelligence. But for demon beasts, powerful mental strength represents weak vitality. Such demon beasts, once approached, can even be killed by opponents of a higher level. Among demon beasts, unless there are some exceptionally gifted individuals, it is rare to find one with both high vitality and mental strength. However, this rare situation has occurred. Quick, gather all 2nd tier and above warriors, and immediately go to support Fang Yuan. Ling Zhan immediately issued the order. Even within the entire team, there were only a few 2nd tier warriors. Even if these 2nd tier warriors gathered together, they might not be able to reach Fang Yuan in time. But in this situation, Ling Zhan felt he could not just stand by. Follow me. The Special Forces team quickly assembled, with Ling Zhan leading the charge towards Fang Yuan's location. It wasn't just him, similar actions were taking place on the other 2 fronts as well. Fang Yuan had already found the commander of the demon beast. Even if this commander was powerful beyond everyone's imagination, they could not just sit idly by. Name: Black Iron Monkey Demon. Talent: Frenzy, Vitality, 5000, Mental, 5000, Potential Rating, Diamond Level. Description: this is a very powerful monkey demon, with high mental strength, making its intelligence not inferior to that of humans. Looking at the attribute panel before him, Fang Yuan was not surprised. After all, the strength of this demon beast was already laid out before him. Quite something. Fang Yuan closed the attribute panel and looked at the massive figure before him. The monkey demon had completely shed its previous timid demeanor, now wearing a mocking expression. Clearly, it had taken Fang Yuan as its toy. It had not only sensed Fang Yuan's intentions but had even lured him to its presence. Demon beasts with both high mental and vitality are indeed quite rare. Fang Yuan was not flustered. Instead, he felt a surge of excitement. This demon beast was the strongest opponent he had ever encountered. Its vitality was over 1,000 points higher than his. If it weren't for the low talent level of this monkey demon, it would make for a rather excellent pet. I really haven't felt this blood-pumping excitement in a long time. Fang Yuan chuckled as he took off his jacket. Seeing the smile on Fang Yuan's face, a flicker of anger flashed in the monkey demon's eyes. It was displeased that it did not see the expression of fear it had hoped for on the little human's face. Roar! The monkey demon let out a furious roar, swinging its fist directly at Fang Yuan. The terrifying force, combined with its metal-like hard fur, meant that any nearby demon beasts that were brushed against would be crushed to pieces. Yet, Fang Yuan showed no intention of dodging. He calmly watched the demon beast's attack, waiting for it to land. Boom! A massive rumbling sound erupted. The monkey demon's fist struck firmly where Fang Yuan stood. However, a look of astonishment appeared in the monkey demon's eyes. It could clearly sense that something was blocking its attack. How could this be? A tiny human, how could he possibly have the strength to block its attack? However, the next moment, its expression changed to one of shock, because its descending fist was being lifted little by little. In just a few breaths, its fist was raised to above its head. Beneath the fist was a massive human skeleton, slowly stretching out. Skull, spine, ribcage, hand bones, all complete, and wisps of cold air were emanating from this gigantic skeleton. This was actually shaped from ice. With a rattling sound, the scene unfolded. The enormous skeletal figure stood up completely, even larger than the monkey demon, and Fang Yuan's silhouette was at the center of that icy skeleton, protected from all sides by its ribs. Ice Susanoo. This massive icy skeletal structure was inspired by the Susanoo from the previous life of the Hokage manga, a skill perfectly suited for dealing with large beasts. For Fang Yuan, who possessed an SS-level talent in the realm of ice, constructing such an ice giant was not a difficult task. His vitality and spirit were more than sufficient to support it. Is your power only good for scratching an itch? If that's all it is, then I'll take your head. With Fang Yuan's words, a long sword made of condensed ice appeared in the hands of the gigantic skeletal giant. Whoosh! The sound of flames igniting rang out. A layer of black flames enveloped the long sword. It was the eternal black flame. Under Fang Yuan's control, these two talents did not conflict with each other, but when combined, they produced even better results. The long sword, burning with black flames, was raised and swung fiercely towards the monkey demon's head. At that moment, the monkey demon's fur stood on end. It felt an overwhelming sense of crisis. Roar! With a tremendous roar, the monkey demon's body swelled once more, its eyes turning a furious red. Frenzy! It was the talent of frenzy. Under this talent, its combat power had nearly increased by 30%. The monkey demon felt its strength was unprecedentedly powerful. Overflowing with confidence, it reached out with its hand to grab the icy long sword engulfed in black flames. Thud! A light sound echoed. Half of the enormous hand was severed. The monkey demon stared in shock at its remaining half hand, disbelief filling its eyes. However, Fang Yuan's attack had not yet ceased. The long sword that had sliced through the hand continued on, directly beheading it. Gulyolu, a head larger than a house flew up, rolling 100 meters away on the battlefield. At that moment, the entire area fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Once again, the battlefield became quiet, the sound of a pin dropping audible. All the human soldiers were dumbfounded. After seeing the enormous size of the monkey beast and its terrifying sixth-tier aura, they had been extremely worried for Fang Yuan. But then, Fang Yuan had summoned an even larger skeletal giant, and with a single sword strike, he had decapitated the monkey demon. This turn of events had completely shattered their imagination. Did we win? Lord Demon Slayer won. Many looked at the enormous headless corpse in the distance, some unable to comprehend the situation. We won. Lord Demon Slayer found the beast commander and even took its head. One soldier shouted excitedly. At that moment, the excitement radiated from this soldier, pulling all the others out of their shock. Yes, Lord Demon Slayer had won. The situation that had seemed fatal for everyone had undergone a fundamental turnaround. Like a dream. What the hell are you still dawdling for? Go kill them. Ling Zhan's voice broke again, but the expression on his face revealed his excited heart. His hands were even trembling. This was extremely rare for a battle-hardened commander. No matter the situation, he would never allow himself to tremble, unless he couldn't help it. Ling Zhan felt goosebumps all over his body, every drop of blood in his veins igniting with fervor. Fang Yuan had created a miracle. Now, what he needed to do was protect that miracle. The demon beasts no longer had a commander, so it was time for the human soldiers to shine. Everyone, form groups of 3 and kill all these demon beasts, Ling Zhan shouted. At this moment, the soldiers of the battle department no longer needed Ling Zhan's orders. Each person was crazily attacking the demon beasts around them. Fang Yuan took the head of the enemy commander from the midst of the thousands, giving them a tremendous boost. This battle was bound to be a victory. Soon, all the human soldiers on the battlefield began to move. They formed groups of 3, fiercely attacking the demon beasts. The situation on the battlefield quickly turned around. Without a commander, the demon beast army was like a pile of loose sand, continuously slaughtered by humans. There was no longer any suspense in this battle. Fang Yuan also retracted his Susanoo, landing in a corner of the battlefield. Fighting against a 6th-tier demon beast was easier than I expected. Fang Yuan walked over to the corpse of the monkey demon. He then placed his hand on the monkey demon's body. Instantly, a massive amount of blood energy was absorbed into his body. It was the Sss-Level talent, Devour Evolution. This was the first time Fang Yuan deliberately used this ability. Although he had just killed this 6th-tier demon beast, his stamina had also been significantly depleted. He needed to replenish his stamina. After all, he was not here to participate in this battle. His goal was the Peking Opera facial mask. Even Lian Yufei had gone missing here, and there must be more fierce battles waiting for him ahead. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As Fang Yuan devoured, he felt his stamina rapidly recovering. Moreover, he sensed that his physique was undergoing some changes. The strength of his muscles was becoming more powerful, and the hardness of his bones was also increasing. Even the defense of his skin was different from before. Fang Yuan knew that this was the effect of the Sss-Level talent, Devour Evolution. By devouring various energies, he was evolving. Soon, the massive corpse of the monkey demon was reduced to a mere skin and bone state. The pure energy within it had all been absorbed by Fang Yuan. However, it was not a complete absorption. He had selected only the most useful and refined parts for himself. Now, Fang Yuan's eyes were incredibly bright. As expected of the Sss-Level talent, I feel my body becoming lighter. A smile appeared on Fang Yuan's face. Not only had his blood energy and spirit significantly improved, but through introspection, he even saw that the color of his bones had changed. A faint golden glow was shining on his bones. If I have the chance in the future, I should use this talent more often. I wonder what kind of evolution it will lead me to. Fang Yuan felt a bit of anticipation. Devour Evolution would surely change his body for the better and make it stronger. Once a certain evolution was fully completed, he might possess an entirely new ability. This ability would be different from a talent, but even stronger. The battle situation here has stabilized, so I should go look for the Peking Opera facial mask. Fang Yuan recalled several of his pets into the pet space. He also conveyed instructions to Yumoing through mental power, asking her to stay here and help the soldiers of the battle department. What he was about to do was still too dangerous and involved the matter of the Peking Opera facial mask, and he did not want Yumoing to participate. At this stage, Yumoing should stay here to gain more growth. Suddenly, Yumoing on the battlefield heard Fong Yuan's transmission and felt a bit wronged. She was left here alone again. Yumoing snorted coldly and began to vent all her little emotions on the demon beasts in front of her. She could not disobey her master's orders. Deep within this void gate, there stands a massive peak. Outside the peak, nothing seems unusual. But inside the peak, it has been completely hollowed out. Long corridors and spacious halls. It has clearly been constructed into a palace. And within this palace are the demon slayers, including Yufei, who have lost contact with everyone else. Their condition is not good. Each of them bears horrific injuries. Yufei's abdomen is nearly split open, and she is on the verge of death. She is surrounded by several demon slayers, one of whom possesses healing abilities and is by her side, trying to save her life. The faces of these individuals all show a sense of helplessness. It's stabilized. Yufei's life is saved. The demon slayer with healing abilities is a girl with green hair, her complexion somewhat pale, possibly due to overexerting her healing powers. But we must leave here quickly. I can't maintain this for long. Her tone is extremely anxious. Yufei's injuries are too severe. With her abilities, she can only sustain Yufei's life for a few hours. In that time, they must escape. Upon hearing this, the other demon slayers furrowed their brows. Leave? It's too difficult. Even Yufei was beaten to this state by a great demon that had entered the extraordinary realm. With their strength, it was already a struggle to reach this point. We can only hope for reinforcements. One of them said, "We've been here for 2 or 3 hours. They can't contact us, so they must realize something is wrong. With the efficiency of the Demon Slayer division, they will arrive in at most 2 hours." But, someone added, "What if they don't realize there's an extraordinary great demon here?" As soon as this was said, the expressions of the group turned worried. They had not anticipated that within this small void gate lurked a great demon that had reached the extraordinary realm. Extraordinary. That is a level beyond ordinary warriors, capable of resonating with heaven and earth. Otherwise, how could they have fallen into such a dire situation? Thud, thud, thud. At that moment, a tremendous sound of footsteps echoed from afar. A figure as large as a small mountain emerged from the darkness. Upon seeing this figure, the group immediately tensed up. The few demon slayers still able to stand picked up their weapons, preparing for the final battle. For that massive figure was the extraordinary great demon they spoke of, a terrifying creature that had surpassed the Demon King realm and entered the extraordinary. Soon, the enormous body approached them. However, it did not stop but instead stepped over them, heading deeper into the palace. It sat down on a gigantic stone chair. Tap tap tap. One by one, torches lit up. Only then did the demon slayers realize that they were in the very center of a palace. For the first time, they clearly saw the appearance of this extraordinary great demon. Its body resembled that of a human, but it was covered in golden fur, with a powerful tail coiled around its waist. This was actually a great demon of the ape species. Strangely, its face was colorful, adorned with bizarre lines. One could vaguely make out a monkey's face. "That forbidden object is in your hands," one demon slayer exclaimed. They had entered here specifically to capture that strange mask, only to encounter this extraordinary demon king. They were beaten to the point of not recognizing their own mother. "You call it a forbidden object? That's a good name." A booming voice, like thunder, resonated in the hall. The Monkey King actually spoke. However, the expressions of the several demon slayers showed no surprise. They had long known that beings entering the extraordinary realm possessed various supernatural abilities. Naturally, extraordinary demon beasts could have the ability to speak. As they spoke, the Ape King reached up and grabbed at its face, pulling off a mask adorned with strange patterns. Upon closer inspection, the patterns on the mask bore a resemblance to the Ape King's features. It was a monkey's face. The mask that the Ape King had pulled from its face was precisely the Peking opera mask that Fong Yuan was searching for. It was also a forbidden object within this void gate. Seeing this scene, the demon slayers fell silent. He had already sensed something was amiss. At first, this forbidden object appeared in the void gate as if it were an unclaimed item, but now, the Ape King had clearly mastered the use of this forbidden object. The weakened Yufei also frowned, feeling a sense of foreboding. "You guessed correctly," the Ape King's thunderous voice echoed in the palace. "The forbidden object is merely bait. Unfortunately, that woman Sikon Luiying did not come, but I believe she will come sooner or later." A hint of mockery appeared in the Ape King's eyes. "Aren't you humans just like that? She won't abandon you. I need to settle matters with her." As he said this, a look of reminiscence crossed the Ape King's face. The scene of his last battle with Sikon Luiying resurfaced in his mind. It had been a massive war. He had only been a small commander then. Sikon Luiying had nearly passed by him and severely injured him. If it weren't for his somewhat special constitution, he might have died in that battle. Now, he had advanced to the extraordinary. Yet he still could not forget Sikon Luiying's terrifying figure. He had to kill Sikon Luiying. Just then, a terrifying old tiger demon emerged from the corridor. It respectfully prostrated itself on the ground, emitting low growls. The Ape King raised an eyebrow. Then he turned his gaze to Yu Feifei and the others. Reinforcements for the demon slayers have arrived. But it's not Sikon Luiying. The Ape King spoke, his voice laced with disdain. It seemed that apart from Sikon Luiying, he regarded no one else with any importance. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the demon slayers brightened. Reinforcements had arrived. Even if it wasn't the director herself, at least it should be a special grade demon slayer. After all, even someone as high-ranking as Yu Feifei was trapped with them. The Demon Slayer division must have realized the seriousness of the situation. At that moment, the Ape King waved his hand, and a mirror-like image appeared in the palace. The image displayed the scene of Fang Yuan beheading the commander of the Demon Beast Army. A giant skeletal figure made of ice, wielding a long sword engulfed in black flames, struck down the head of a 6th-tier demon beast with unstoppable force. Seeing this scene, the Demon Slayers, including Yu Feifei, frowned. Who was this? Was this one of their Demon Slayers? They had never heard of such methods before. Their expressions were somewhat bewildered. Staring at the frost skeletal giant in the image, Yu Feifei's expression suddenly became strange. The giant, emanating cold, felt very familiar to her. She remembered that Fang Yuan, who had just joined a few days ago, seemed to possess an SS-level ice attribute talent. Could it be that Fang Yuan has come? Yu Feifei's heart skipped a beat. Soon, the image created by the Ape King changed. The frost skeletal giant disappeared, and a human figure appeared in the image. With clear features, he was dressed in the attire of a demon slayer. Seeing this figure, Yu Feifei's heart plummeted to the depths. This figure was Fang Yuan. She had personally guided Fang Yuan through all the onboarding processes, so how could she possibly be mistaken? But, how could Fang Yuan be here? And he was all alone. Even though that ice giant he had just summoned displayed power far beyond Yu Feifei's expectations, coming alone was no different from seeking death. After all, there was a powerful demon here that possessed forbidden items. Who is that colleague? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Is he a special grade demon slayer? I don't remember such a person among the special grade demon slayers. He looks so young. Is he a trump card of the demon slayer division? Are we saved? The other demon slayers had yet to realize the seriousness of the situation and were in a state of excitement. Upon hearing this, Yu Feifei spat out a mouthful of blood. She was getting anxious. Fang Yuan had already proven his talent by slaying a 6th-tier demon beast, which was far more terrifying than anyone had realized. Given a few more years, he could easily grow to the same height as Sikon Luiying, becoming a being that all demon beasts feared. But right now, he was definitely not an extraordinary opponent. It would be a futile death. Just thinking about the future human extraordinary powerhouse dying here made Yu Feifei's heart ache unbearably, and she spat out another mouthful of fresh blood. Her face had turned pale. The other demon slayers finally sensed something was off. Yu Feifei showed no signs of joy. Instead, upon seeing the reinforcements, she immediately spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. That guy, Yu Feifei weakly said, that guy is just a rookie demon slayer. He has been with the demon slayer division for less than a month. He's only a 2-star, and he isn't even 18 yet. As soon as these words were spoken, the palace fell into a terrifying silence. The several demon slayers were stunned, some unable to believe their ears. When they had seen Fang Yuan's figure in the mirror just now, they indeed thought he looked excessively young. However, while techniques to maintain youth were rare in this world, they did exist. No one thought much of it. After all, if he were really that young, how could he possibly kill a 6th-tier demon beast? That was a demon they found quite troublesome. But, Yu Feifei said this person was really not even 18. He was just a rookie demon slayer. The terrifying talent was shocking to them, but what was more concerning was that this reinforcement seemed off. Could he really save them? He might even end up costing them their lives. How could the Demon Slayer division send a rookie demon slayer over? At that moment, the heads of these demon slayers buzzed, feeling as if the entire world had turned dark. The glimmer of hope that had just risen was shattered in an instant. Even the great Ape King, sitting on the throne, showed a hint of interest as he observed the changing expressions of the demon slayers. A human with talent comparable to Sikon Luiying? I would very much like to see if he can make it here. The great Ape King spoke. Just then, a tremendous rumbling sound echoed from the end of the corridor. The entire palace trembled. Everyone instinctively looked over. At the end of the corridor, a hole had been blasted open in the mountain wall, and light from outside poured into the dim underground palace. A figure riding a flame tiger emerged from the light, holding a massive demon beast's head in his hand. Behind this figure, a white fox with 2 tails roared, and a terrifying tree ant waved its branches. Thud! Fang Yuan, walking out from the light, tossed the enormous demon beast's head onto the corridor floor. Gulu gulu. That round head slowly rolled down the corridor and then fell off into the endless abyss on either side. It took a good few seconds before the sound of a heavy object hitting the ground was heard. Seeing Fong Yuan's figure, the Monkey King squinted his eyes. He seemed surprised that this seemingly weak human could make it all the way into the underground palace, even killing the guard and breaking open the grand door. At this moment, Fong Yuan was also surveying everything before him. Being able to find this place was certainly thanks to the system's positioning system. However, the journey here was not easy. From the battlefield to this mountain, Fong Yuan had killed 4 6th-tier great demons to successfully arrive here. Fortunately, the hardships along the way were not in vain. At least Yu Feifei and the other demon slayers were right inside this underground palace. Fong Yuan, you should leave quickly. The weak Yu Feifei called out to Fong Yuan after a few seconds of daze. Hearing this, Fong Yuan smiled at Feifei but did not leave. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the throne at the end of the underground palace. The Monkey King, like a small mountain, sat on that throne, squinting at Fong Yuan. Across the 100-meter-long corridor, their gazes intertwined in the air. Fong Yuan's eyes were filled with curiosity, while the Monkey King's eyes were full of mockery. Fong Yuan's arrival seemed to have given it a new toy, and it felt somewhat impatient. So that mask is on your face. Fong Yuan's eyes lit up. A smile appeared on his face. As a descendant of Yin and Huan, the Peking opera facial masks, a representative cultural item, had deeply integrated into Fong Yuan's soul. How could he not recognize that the patterns on the Monkey King's face were indeed Peking opera masks? In his line of sight, the system displayed the attribute panel: name, Little Monkey King, talent, clone, A-class, health, spirit, description. This is a being that has reached the extraordinary realm, possessing terrifying power, having transcended the category of ordinary beings, but its power seems to come from the outside and does not belong to itself. Name, Peking Opera Mask, Sun Wukong, category, forbidden item, description. This is an object contaminated by mysterious power, possessing extraordinary strength, but whether it is the mysterious power or this item, it seems to not belong to this world. Usage, its usage method is currently unknown, but it reveals a nostalgia for the past. Looking at the attribute panel before him, the smile on Fong Yuan's lips became more pronounced. At this moment, the expressions of the several demon slayers became extremely strange. This newly appointed demon slayer, has he lost his mind? Facing the extraordinary demon king, he was still smiling. Does he not understand the meaning of extraordinary? Even if he didn't know, just looking at the size of this great demon, one could tell its strength was extraordinary. It was definitely not something he could handle. The several demon slayers were going crazy. What kind of person was this, so confident in himself? Running away now might still be possible. If he could escape, perhaps he could bring the news out. If he ended up trapped here like them, it would all be over. You actually didn't run away. The Monkey King spoke, his thunderous voice echoing through the underground palace. I am very curious. What exactly do you want to do? The mockery in the Monkey King's eyes grew even stronger, as if it were a cat watching a mouse, or a hunter toying with its prey. I just want to take them all back alive. And take that thing off your face as well. Fong Yuan spoke, simultaneously beginning to walk down the corridor into the underground palace. The corridor was long, about 300 meters, with endless abysses on both sides. At the end of the corridor was the underground palace where the Monkey King resided. Fong Yuan's pace was not fast. He walked step by step, as if taking a leisurely stroll. The sound of his footsteps echoed in the underground palace. From the surrounding darkness, various laughter began to emerge. Some of the laughter was eerie, some charming, and some rough, but all were filled with mockery. Bang! A large number of bonfires were ignited at that moment. The entire underground palace was illuminated. Only then did people realize that various demon beasts were standing in the darkness of the palace. Some had even transformed into human forms. Although these shapeshifted demons still retained many characteristics of beasts, they were truly powerful demons that had reached the transformation stage. The laughter came from these demon beasts that had originally been hidden in the dark. They laughed uncontrollably, unabashedly expressing their derision. I admire your courage, the Monkey King said, but you can't even pass through this corridor. As the Monkey King spoke, a demon beast that had been concealed in the darkness leaped onto the corridor. It was a wolf demon, large in size, with gleaming fangs. Although it had not transformed, its aura indicated that it was a 6th-tier demon beast. It landed about 10 meters in front of Fong Yuan. To pass through the corridor, Fong Yuan had to kill it. However, upon seeing the wolf demon, Fong Yuan showed no sign of stopping his pace, maintaining his rhythm. The demon slayers in the Great Hall were on the verge of collapse. What on earth is this guy doing? Where does he get his confidence? He can't really think he can pass through the corridor and take us with him. In their view, the wisest course of action for Fang Yuan would be to turn around and flee immediately. Yu Feifei also stopped speaking. She propped up her weak body, trying hard to see Fang Yuan clearly. For some reason, she had an inexplicable feeling. It seemed that today, Fang Yuan could really create a miracle. As this thought emerged, Yu Feifei couldn't help but shake her head. It was too fantastical. No matter how talented Fang Yuan was, how could he possibly be a match for an extraordinary demon? The extraordinary was no longer something ordinary beings could contend with. If there was hope to defeat a foe of a higher level below the extraordinary, once one entered the realm of the extraordinary, such occurrences would be impossible. The extraordinary was an entirely new domain. Yu Feifei dared not think further. She saw that Fang Yuan had already reached the wolf demon blocking his path. Looking at the fierce wolf demon, Fang Yuan raised his hand and directly slapped it. Watching the wolf demon baring its teeth at him, Fang Yuan raised his hand and delivered a slap. The slap landed precisely on the wolf demon's face. The terrifying force, combined with Fang Yuan's use of the talent gravitational reset, caused the wolf demon to lose its balance and fall off the corridor. On both sides of the corridor was an abyss that seemed bottomless. The falling process lasted a full minute. During the fall, the wolf demon's cries went from roaring to wailing to fear, and then with a splash, there was no more sound. It was likely that even it had not anticipated such a humiliating defeat. At that moment, the various laughter around abruptly ceased. The demon beasts surrounding them looked at Fang Yuan with increasingly fierce gazes. The human before them was stronger than they had imagined. Next, Fang Yuan continued to walk forward. By now, he had walked over 20 meters down the corridor, but he was still far from reaching the hall where the demon slayers were trapped. At that moment, another large demon leaped in and landed on the long corridor. This is a demon beast that has taken on a preliminary human form. It possesses a human body, but its fur remains intact. With the head of a rabbit and a pair of bloodthirsty red eyes, it has already set its sights on Fang Yuan. Upon seeing the appearance of this demon beast, the several demon slayers trapped nearby felt their hearts race. A transformed demon beast. Although Fang Yuan had just killed the wolf demon, the one before him had already crossed the threshold of transformation. Its strength far surpassed that of the previous wolf demon. Moreover, rabbit-type demon beasts are characterized by their sensitivity and agility. In this narrow corridor, it clearly had the advantage. Fang Yuan's previous attack methods would be ineffective now. In the corridor, the half-transformed rabbit demon beast had already launched an attack on Fang Yuan. Its speed was incredibly fast, its figure almost turning into an afterimage, making it hard to catch. The rabbit demon beast circled around Fang Yuan, seemingly gathering strength, wanting to strike him down in one blow. Fang Yuan's expression remained calm as usual. It seemed he didn't regard this rabbit demon at all. However, an unexpected scene unfolded before everyone. Centered around Fang Yuan, the nearby corridor suddenly ignited with black flames. It was the eternal black flame. In an instant, the rabbit demon beast had to stop. It had no place to land. The black flames, even for it, felt like they could not be touched at all. Damn human! The half-transformed rabbit demon beast looked up at Fang Yuan, who was not far away, only to find him suddenly appearing right in front of it. In his hand, he held a long sniper rifle. The muzzle of the sniper rifle was almost pressed against its face. Not good. The rabbit demon beast's heart sank. It then realized that the black flames were not Fang Yuan's killing move. They were merely meant to make it stop. The long gun pressed against its mouth was the real danger. However, even though it had understood everything in its heart, Fang Yuan would not give it a chance to live. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed through the palace. The half-transformed rabbit demon's head was directly blown into a mist of blood. This situation of firing a gun pressed against its mouth had maximized the power of the sniper rifle. Perhaps only a transcendent-level demon beast could survive such an attack. Trash! With a casual kick, Fang Yuan sent the rabbit demon's corpse tumbling down the corridor. Then he continued forward. Having killed 2 major demons in quick succession, the atmosphere in the palace had become somewhat tense. The demon beasts around had anger etched on their faces. Even the Monkey King's eyes showed a hint of dissatisfaction. To have such a weak human continuously kill 2 of his subordinates on his own territory was simply a disgrace. In stark contrast to the feelings of these demon beasts were the several trapped demon slayers. None of them had expected that in such a situation, Fang Yuan would effortlessly kill 2 major demons. It completely exceeded their expectations. The wolf demon was 6th tier. The half-transformed rabbit demon was 7th tier. Although Fang Yuan had mostly used clever tactics to defeat them, it was still quite remarkable. At under 18 years of age, he was able to achieve such feats. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was a joke. Even a prodigy like Sikong Luiying couldn't accomplish such things at Fang Yuan's age. What a pity. Sigh, if he can survive today, he will surely grow to a transcendent level, right? One of the demon slayers lamented. If they had known earlier that Fang Yuan possessed such strength, they would have rather committed suicide here than let him enter the palace. But now, Fang Yuan could no longer leave. Having killed 2 of their major generals, how could he possibly escape? Every demon beast here probably wants to eliminate him at once. At this moment, Fang Yuan had already walked 50 meters down the corridor, reaching a quarter of its length. This time, standing in front of him was an extremely enchanting figure. Unlike the rabbit demon from before, this demon beast had snow-white skin, seductive eyes, and aside from retaining some characteristics of demon beasts, looked almost indistinguishable from a human. Utterly alluring, utterly captivating. You look a bit familiar, Fang Yuan said. The enchanting figure blocking his path gave him a very familiar feeling. The same devilish figure, the same blood-red hair, the same exquisite face, the same enchanting aura. Although he was sure he had never seen this demon beast before, this feeling was very familiar. Fang Yuan frowned and suddenly showed a look of realization. Right, that blood mosquito. The feeling you give me is exactly the same as that blood mosquito I encountered before. Fang Yuan spoke. Upon hearing this, the enchanting demoness, who had been wearing a charming smile, suddenly turned cold. The anger in her eyes ignited in an instant. So it was you who killed my daughter. The enchanting demoness was heartbroken. Earlier, she had sensed that her only child capable of transformation had suddenly lost contact. It seemed something unfortunate had happened. Initially, she was uncertain, but hearing Fang Yuan say this, how could she not understand? The man before her looked somewhat frail, but when it came to a fight, he was full of tricks. How could her poor daughter survive after encountering him? She was her most outstanding daughter. I will kill you. A thick blood mist rose from the enchanting demoness, enveloping Fang Yuan within it. However, this did not affect Fang Yuan's voice, which echoed throughout the entire underground palace. Oh, so that was your daughter. Just a little demon who could only transform thanks to an ancient bloodline, daring to cause trouble in front of me. Death is her only outcome. Yu Feifei was stunned. The other severely injured demon slayers were also stunned. The group of great demons around them fell silent. Even the Monkey King on the throne widened his eyes slightly. What did he say? I must have misheard. A transforming little demon? What a bold claim. In an instant, gazes from all directions converged on the corridor. These looks were filled with confusion and disbelief, as if they wanted to re-evaluate Fang Yuan. Just then, a scream came from the blood mist, the voice of the blood mosquito queen. It seemed something terrible was happening to her. The demon beasts immediately looked towards the blood mist, growing anxious. But their sight was blocked by the blood mist emitted by the blood mosquito. This human is so perverse. At the edge of the underground palace, a half-transformed tiger demon whispered to its companion, its eyes showing a complex expression as if it had thought of something. What has happened to the blood mosquito queen? It's so terrifying. One demon beast hugged its arms, shivering. Mom, I'm scared. I don't want to transform anymore. A little deer demon cried as it burrowed into its mother's embrace. Is this human a devil? I've heard humans are terrifying, but I didn't expect them to be this terrifying. A buzzing sound arose among the demon beasts, all feeling a strong sense of discomfort. On the other side, several demon slayers lowered their heads in shame. They didn't know what kind of expression to show, only feeling a burning sensation on their faces. Yu Feifei spat out a few mouthfuls of blood, feeling her life slipping away faster. At this moment, strange sounds echoed again in the corridor shrouded in blood mist. That was the sound of the blood mosquito. The group of immediately shivered in unison, looking at the blood mist in disbelief. This human had such audacity. At that moment, they felt insulted. Absurd! Damn human! How dare you in the underground palace? The shouts echoed throughout the palace. Yet, as they scolded, each stretched their necks, eager to see what was happening in the blood mist. Even the little deer, which had just been scared, stood on its mother's back, eyes wide open. At that moment, the blood mist dissipated. Fang Yuan and the blood mosquito's figure became visible. It was seen that Fang Yuan had one hand around the blood mosquito's throat, holding it high. The blood mosquito's body had already become extremely withered, as if all its energy had vanished. Both of them were dressed very neatly. But collectively let out a somewhat regretful sigh. After seeing the situation in the corridor clearly, they all sighed in unison with a hint of regret. How was the development of events so different from what they had imagined? It was just energy being devoured. Why make such a sound? Wait, oh my, they finally reacted. This human had actually killed the infamous blood mosquito queen. Moreover, he had devoured all the blood mosquito queen's energy. They were somewhat angry, embarrassed and furious, and several, including Yu Feifei, breathed a sigh of relief and raised their proud heads when they saw that Fang Yuan did not do what they thought he would do. Fang Yuan paid no attention to others' reactions and casually tossed the Blood Mosquito Queen's corpse into the abyss on either side of the corridor. After devouring the Blood Mosquito Queen's energy, he felt refreshed. The golden hue on his bones became even more intense. This was a genuine shapeshifting. In terms of vitality and spirit, he was far inferior to her. If it weren't for his numerous Sss-Level talents, especially the talents of Gravity Reset and Devouring Evolution, he really wouldn't have been able to defeat the Blood Mosquito Queen. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Yuan's footsteps sounded again. He continued to advance down the corridor. This time, no rushed out to stop him for a long time. Even the Blood Mosquito Queen had been defeated. Who among the present would dare to claim they were stronger than the Blood Mosquito Queen? She was already one of the strongest beings present, second only to the Ape King. Tap, tap, tap. Fang Yuan walked all the way from the corridor to the hall of the underground palace. Yu Feifei and the others were trapped here. At the end of the hall sat the Ape King on the throne. At that moment, Yu Feifei's heart was shocked. She had never thought that Fang Yuan could really come before them through that long corridor. It should be known that Fang Yuan was just a boy under 18. If one were to say it, he was still a child. Yet, such a person, from the moment he entered the Void Gate and participated in the battlefield, had killed several powerful and appeared before them. This was something even the former Seikon Luiying could not achieve. Not just Yu Feifei. All the present were stunned by Fang Yuan. They stared blankly at Fang Yuan in front of them, doubting whether they were dreaming. This boy, even if he ultimately did not save them, reaching this point was already a miracle. Give this to Yu Feifei, it might help a bit. Fang Yuan glanced at Yu Feifei's injuries and took out an energy crystal. These energy crystals were condensed by the little Treyant, containing pure energy. They were just right for Yu Feifei at this moment. Yu Feifei's injuries were so severe that even Fang Yuan found it hard to look at her. Her abdomen was almost split open, and if it weren't for the healing-type warrior beside her, she would likely have already died. This is such a pure energy crystal. The green-haired healing warrior took the crystal and immediately felt the surging energy within it. A crystal of this quality could fetch an astronomical price on the market. Fang Yuan actually just gave it away. The green-haired warrior was moved. At that moment, Yu Feifei's vision of Fang Yuan suddenly became a bit blurry for some reason. A layer of mist had attached itself to her eyes without her noticing. An emotion called gratitude rose from her heart. A young man like this, who had crossed mountains and rivers, fought against numerous great demons, though a bit foolish, still appeared before her and saved her life. How could she not be moved? Yu Feifei suddenly felt that her life had been worth it. Before dying, she could meet someone who touched her heart and even die together with him. It was worth it. Fang Yuan. Yu Feifei weakly spoke, if we all die here today, my life has been worth it. Fang Yuan? Looking at Yu Feifei, who was overwhelmed with emotion, Fang Yuan was filled with questions. If you don't want to live anymore, give the crystal back to me. I haven't thought about dying yet. Fang Yuan scratched his head and said. He only felt a bit reluctant because this leader, who had brought him into the Demon Slayer division, was too severely injured. Moreover, those few crystals were nothing to him. A mere drizzle. His spatial ring was almost full. Upon hearing this, Yu Feifei's face flushed red. She stared blankly at Fang Yuan, seemingly wanting to read something from his eyes. But she failed. All she saw in Fang Yuan's eyes was calmness and tranquility. This completely exceeded her expectations. Yu Feifei didn't understand why Fang Yuan could remain so calm in such an environment. In front of them were extraordinary great demons. Behind them were a bunch of terrifying beasts. They still had to carry a few burdens. With Fang Yuan's strength, it was impossible to fight their way out of here. Why was he so calm? A huge doubt arose in Yu Feifei's heart. At this moment, Fang Yuan was already walking towards the throne at the end of the Great Hall. Tap, tap, tap. When he reached the throne and looked up to meet the gaze of the Monkey King, all the creatures in the underground palace focused their attention on them. The Demon Slayer and those beasts. Everyone slowed their breathing. The vast underground palace became exceptionally quiet. Fang Yuan's gaze collided with the Monkey King's once more. I'm very curious. The Monkey King looked at Fang Yuan as if watching a splendid performance. You walked up to me, and then what? What do you want? What else can you do? A human warrior like you, I only need a finger to crush you. The Monkey King's voice echoed through the hall. Fang Yuan tilted his head, dug at his ear, and chuckled as he spoke. If I'm not mistaken, your ability to become extraordinary isn't based on your own strength. You became extraordinary because of that mask. Fang Yuan's voice wasn't loud, but it suddenly changed the Monkey King's expression. The mockery in its eyes faded, and its face turned gloomy. The Monkey King didn't expect that a weak human warrior like Fong Yuan could see through this. Although it had defeated many beasts, it couldn't stir up any waves in front of its extraordinary power. So what? The Monkey King spoke again. Even if you guessed it, the outcome is still the same. The corners of Fong Yuan's mouth widened in a smile. He didn't say anything more. Instead, he took a deep breath. The next moment, a strange tone emerged from his mouth. Defend Wagwashan, cross the sea and enter Longten, borrow the magic sword from the Dragon Palace. May the great king leave in high spirits and return with pride. The bizarre yet resonant tune was sung by Fong Yuan. It was a traditional cultural treasure from his previous life, the Peking opera, The Havoc in Heaven. It tells the story of the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, going to the East Sea to retrieve the magic staff. Fong Yuan sang this piece with great enthusiasm. On the day he arrived in this world, he never imagined he would witness such a scene. Peking opera would resonate in this world. As he sang, Fong Yuan couldn't help but imitate Sun Wukong's movements. This image was etched in the bones of every descendant of Yan and Huang from his previous life. It was impossible to forget. At this moment, the Monkey King felt as if struck by lightning. It could clearly sense that the strange mask, which had elevated it to extraordinary power, was beginning to struggle. The mask wanted to detach itself from its face. No! The Monkey King roared, trying to interrupt Fong Yuan's singing, but the pain from the mask tearing away from its face made it almost impossible to move. It even felt a significant amount of power draining from its body. In just a few seconds, it had already fallen from the extraordinary realm. The mask had reclaimed its power. Rip! A light tearing sound. The mask, adorned with a bizarre face, fell directly from the Monkey King's face. Seeing this scene, Yu Feifei and the others, who were already shocked, widened their eyes. The forbidden object. The forbidden object they were searching for, the strange mask that had been fused with the Monkey King, had actually broken free from its face. However, an even more shocking scene unfolded. The forbidden object they spoke of seemed to be guided by something, flying straight towards Fong Yuan. It appeared as if it had a life of its own, swirling around Fong Yuan, dancing up and down. Even an observer like Yu Feifei could feel the joy emanating from the mask. It was only at this moment that Fong Yuan stopped his Peking opera singing. The song ended. Seeing the Peking opera mask swirling around him, a look of melancholy appeared on Fong Yuan's face. He reached out his hand, hesitating to touch it. His purpose for coming to this void gate was precisely the Peking opera mask before him. But when this item from the same world as himself truly appeared before him, he felt a sense of homesickness. At this moment, everyone in the underground palace held their breath. No one had ever witnessed such a scene. Just then, the Peking opera mask flashed and voluntarily landed in Fong Yuan's hand. How is this possible? Looking at the forbidden object that had voluntarily landed in Fong Yuan's hand, the severely injured Yu Feifei almost jumped up in shock. How could this be? The forbidden object actually jumped into Fong Yuan's hand. This completely overturned Yu Feifei's worldview. It should be known that forbidden objects, although only seen through the void gate, each possess a unique personality. They seem to have a life of their own. Each forbidden object has its own unique abilities. Every appearance of a forbidden object would cost the Demon Slayer Bureau a great price, especially their bizarre abilities, which were hard to guard against. They were untouchable, and one could not stay with forbidden objects for long. Some forbidden objects could not even be looked at directly, but Yu Feifei rubbed her eyes hard, finally confirming that what she had just seen was indeed real. At this moment, the moment Fong Yuan touched the Peking opera mask, he felt its emotions, a sense of closeness. It was a surging feeling of intimacy, a wonder and familiarity of meeting an old friend in a foreign land. No other emotion could replace it. Fong Yuan's fingers brushed against the patterns on the mask. You must be very lonely too, Fong Yuan said softly. He could imagine that throughout the long ages, the Peking opera mask had been alone in this small world, with no one around to truly communicate with. Everything once familiar was no longer mentioned. The mask trembled slightly, as if responding to Fong Yuan. No, this is impossible. That is my treasure. I have already refined it. The Monkey King erupted in a roar. Its face had become a bloody mess, and the forceful removal of the mask caused its face to fall off completely. But it could no longer care about that. The aura of the Monkey King was rapidly diminishing. From extraordinary to falling from grace. It was something it could not accept. Clearly, it had refined that treasure. Why was it taken away by someone else? Hearing this, Fong Yuan raised his head, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. You are merely a plaything for the Peking opera mask when it is bored, Fong Yuan said. The Peking opera mask in his hand, with its lines and patterns, depicted none other than Sun Myokang. It was precisely because of this that Fong Yuan could resonate with the mask through the Peking opera piece The Havoc in Heaven. This cultural treasure from his past life, in this world, could only be known by him, Fong Yuan. The Monkey King could not understand why Fong Yuan could take away the forbidden object just by singing a strange tune. What if you took my forbidden object? The Monkey King's furious voice rang out. I can still easily turn you into a puddle of mud. At this moment, the Monkey King's momentum had stopped declining. Its strength remained unmatched beneath the extraordinary. It was still a terrifying demon king. At this moment, expressions of shock appeared on the faces of Yu Feifei and the others. Indeed, even though the Monkey King's aura had fallen from the extraordinary realm, its strength was still fearsome. Yu Feifei felt that it was comparable to her peak state. With Fong Yuan's current strength, it was impossible for him to defeat the opponent. Ha! A light laugh sounded. You still haven't realized your fate, have you? Amidst the laughter, Fong Yuan raised his hand and placed the Peking opera mask on his face. In an instant, the mask seemed to melt, covering Fong Yuan's face. It fused with his features. Fong Yuan's facial features remained clear, but the strange patterns of the mask also appeared simultaneously. Incredibly vivid. It looked as if those patterns and colors had grown on Fong Yuan's face. His face looked like a monkey. Whoosh! Two golden beams of light erupted from Fong Yuan's eyes, illuminating the entire underground palace as if it were daylight. Fong Yuan raised his hand and tousled his hair. His black hair had turned golden. Unbeknownst to him, he was already holding a golden staff. This staff was purely composed of energy. Although it had no physical form, everyone present felt a clear sense of its presence. If this staff were to strike them, it would likely result in a splatter of brain matter. Hee. A strange laugh escaped Fong Yuan's lips. At this moment, Fong Yuan felt completely different. An endless power surged within him, as if he had truly become the great sage equal to heaven, capable of piercing through the heavens. This was the power of the Peking opera mask. Faith creates gods. On the face of the Peking opera mask, the reverence and longing for the Monkey King, the great sage equal to heaven, are condensed, embodying generations of admiration for him. Fong Yuan does not know whether the great sage truly exists, but with the mask, at this moment, he is the great sage. He can briefly transform into that legendary figure, gaining the corresponding abilities and powers. Demon, take this from me, Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan leaped into the air, his golden staff raised high. The Monkey King widened his eyes, shocked at the sight of Fong Yuan, but found himself locked in by a terrifying energy, unable to dodge. He could only raise his arm to block. Boom! A terrifying wave of energy erupted in the underground palace, a circle of golden light radiating from the point of impact, causing all the demon beasts to spit out blood. These demon beasts looked utterly horrified. Just the energy wave was enough to shatter their bones and injure their organs. How terrifying was this power? How could that human possess such strength? This was an extraordinary realm. The mountain that had been hollowed out began to shake, and large rocks fell from above. The underground palace was about to collapse. The demon beasts no longer cared about their leader, desperately fleeing outside. A few demon slayers, after the initial shock, grabbed Yu Feifei and flew towards the exit. I'm not leaving. Fong Yuan hasn't left yet. Severely injured, Yu Feifei unleashed her last bit of strength, breaking free from their grasp and running towards the throne. Are you crazy? Fong Yuan will be fine. The demon slayer's eyes were bloodshot. The throne had just unleashed an incredibly terrifying wave of energy. Even the entire underground palace couldn't withstand it. Although they couldn't see the current situation there, they knew that in Yu Feifei's current state, even a slight overflow of energy could cost her life. Crazy! Gritting their teeth, the demon slayers turned back and ran towards the throne. Leaving their companions behind was not their style. They weren't abandoning Fong Yuan. It was clear that Fong Yuan was in a much better state than they were. This terrifying energy wave was created by Fong Yuan. How could he possibly be in danger? But Yu Feifei was different. If the Monkey King didn't die from this strike and fought Fong Yuan again, even a slight energy fluctuation would mean Yu Feifei was done for. At that moment, all the demon slayers began to reverse course, trying to catch Yu Feifei. However, despite being severely injured, Yu Feifei displayed terrifying speed, almost reaching the cloud of dust. They couldn't catch up. In an instant, all the demon slayers were anxious. However, just then, a white cloud flew out from the dust. Whoosh! Before the demon slayers could react, they found themselves on top of the white cloud. This cloud was dragging them outward. Fong Yuan's figure also flew out from the dust, embracing Yu Feifei and following the cloud as they flew away together. In Fong Yuan's arms, Yu Feifei stared blankly at Fong Yuan's somewhat strange face, seemingly trying to engrave his features into her mind. Whoosh! Light enveloped everyone. They had emerged from the underground palace into the outside world. Sunshine, white clouds, blue sky. They greedily breathed in the fresh air, each face revealing expressions of having survived a disaster. At that moment, one of the demon slayers suddenly remembered something and asked, "What about the Monkey King? He's already dead." Fang Yuan's voice was sharp but carried a sense of dominance. Upon hearing this, the demon slayer let out a long breath and slumped down on the cloud. The Monkey King was dead. They had survived. Not just him. The several demon-slaying envoys present seemed to have lost their strength, sprawled out on the clouds. This day was too surreal. They looked towards Fang Yuan not far behind them, with his golden pupils and hair, his peculiar features, and the golden staff in his hand. Everything felt too fantastical, making them question whether these events were truly real. He must still be Fang Yuan, right? One of the demon-slaying envoys asked cautiously. For some reason, whenever he looked at Fang Yuan, he felt a sense of dread in his heart. This should be the case. I always feel that he is the one controlling that mask, rather than the mask controlling him, someone said. The others nodded in agreement. Reflecting on how Fang Yuan had obtained the forbidden object and used it, it was clear that he had always taken the initiative. They even had a strange feeling that the forbidden object had an odd yearning for Fang Yuan, like a dog that hadn't seen its master for days, longing for its master's touch, or like parched earth finally meeting rain. And Fang Yuan was that rain. Incredible, I've never seen a forbidden object behave like a lovesick dog. One demon-slaying envoy voiced his inner thoughts. He clearly remembered that after Fang Yuan sang that strange song, the feeling the forbidden object gave off had changed. It was like a lovesick dog, eager to stick to Fang Yuan. Yeah, is this really a forbidden object? The image of forbidden objects in my mind has shattered. Several demon-slaying envoys expressed their sentiments. As seasoned demon-slaying envoys, they had all participated in capturing forbidden objects to varying degrees. It was quite difficult. One wrong move, and they could be attacked by the forbidden object's bizarre abilities. They acted as if they had life and thought, playing tricks on anyone who approached them. Yet, in front of Fang Yuan, this strange forbidden object had turned into a lovesick dog. Was the gap between people really this vast? Have you looked enough? In the air, Fang Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable under the unwavering gaze of Yu Feifei in his arms. Her eyes hadn't moved at all. Since coming out of the underground palace, she had been staring at him. Yu Feifei shook her head, her eyes still locked on the Fang Yuan. What the heck? Fang Yuan couldn't help but complain. This was his esteemed superior. Why was she staring at him with such a chilling gaze? Thud. Fang Yuan gently landed. The clouds carrying the other demon-slaying envoys also descended to the ground, disappearing from sight. You guys should still have some ability to move, right? Fang Yuan asked. The demon-slaying envoys nodded vigorously. Although they were all injured, they still had some mobility. Everyone present, except for Yu Feifei, could still move. Hearing this, Fang Yuan nodded. Then he rolled his eyes and lay down flat. His hair instantly returned to black. His strange features also quickly returned to normal. He was exhausted, so tired that he could barely keep his eyes open. Although the Peking opera mask had granted him terrifying power, allowing him to briefly recreate the might of the Monkey King, it had also taken a tremendous toll on his physical and mental state. Given his current physical condition, it was already a miracle that he had managed to hold on until now. From an ordinary martial artist to directly stepping into the extraordinary realm, and still being able to last this long, if it were someone else, they could boast about it for a lifetime. What the hell is going on? The demon-slaying envoys were startled and rushed forward to prevent Fang Yuan from falling to the ground. The healing-type demon-slaying envoy immediately began to check Fang Yuan's condition. A few minutes later, she let out a gentle sigh of relief. He's consumed too much energy. He's fainted from exhaustion. Hearing this, several people finally put their stomachs back in their hearts. If anything happened to Fang Yuan, they might as well not live. It could be said that Fang Yuan had become the treasure of the entire human race. At not even 18 years of age, he could continuously slay 6th and 7th tier great demons. Moreover, he could control forbidden objects. With such talent and ability, they could no longer find any words to describe Fang Yuan's potential. The demon slayers looked at Fang Yuan and for the first time saw hope, a hope that humanity could officially defeat the demon beasts. It was embodied in this young man. Quick, make 2 stretchers and put Yu Feifei and Fang Yuan on them. We need to leave here quickly. These 2 need to be treated immediately, one of the demon slayers said. However, the others scratched their heads and did not move. Why aren't you moving? Fang Yuan is not in much trouble, but Yu Feifei is dying. He was a bit angry. One of the demon slayers finally spoke up. Where are we right now? Hearing this, the first person to speak was taken aback for a moment, then began to survey the surroundings for the first time. Towering trees blocked out almost all the sunlight. As far as the eye could see, it was endless. Damn! Where is this? Sikong Luiying finally arrived at this void gate. Upon entering, she saw demon beasts sprawled across the mountains. However, these demon beasts had all turned into corpses. Piled together, they looked like small hills. Meanwhile, the soldiers of the War Department were still cleaning the battlefield. Every soldier's expression was filled with excitement. War Department Commander, come out. Sikong Luiying was filled with thoughts of Fang Yuan and called out loudly for someone who knew the situation. Ling Zhan rolled and crawled over. He certainly recognized the woman in front of him. Sikong Luiying, director of the Demon Slayer Department. Although he was not particularly interested in ordinary demon slayers, he was aware of this big shot's achievements. He did not dare to show any negligence. I have seen the director. Ling Zhan gave a standard salute. Have you seen a young man, black hair, with a small white fox on his shoulder, looking like he is under 18? About 1.85 meters tall. Sikong Luiying's tone was somewhat anxious. Even Yufei had gone missing in this void gate. It was too dangerous for Fang Yuan to come alone. She had to find this guy as soon as possible. Hearing Sikong Luiying's words, Ling Zhan was taken aback. Wasn't she talking about Fang Yuan? Are you referring to Lord Fang Yuan? Ling Zhan's face revealed a fervent expression. Sikong Luiying frowned, somewhat surprised by Ling Zhan's reaction. Have you seen him? Of course I have. Ling Zhan became excited. Lord Fang Yuan directly found the commander of the Demon Beast Army among the thousands of troops and beheaded him. If it weren't for Lord Fang Yuan, the soldiers of the War Department here would probably have become corpses. Thinking of what Fang Yuan had done here, Ling Zhan was so excited that he trembled all over. Lord Fang Yuan, the eternal god. Sikong Luiying's brows were tightly knitted. Fang Yuan? He beheaded the commander of the Demon Beast Army? When did he gain such strength? Sikong Luiying looked into Ling Zhan's eyes, seemingly trying to find some flaw, but only saw endless fervor. This was somewhat beyond her expectations. In her view, although Fang Yuan's strength was not bad, in a battle of this scale, he could at most kill a few more demon beasts than others. But the facts told her that Fang Yuan had completed a beheading operation among thousands of troops. Sikong Luiying had truly been on the battlefield. She knew very well how difficult it was to accomplish such a feat. Not only is there a need for terrifying strength, judgment, and wisdom, but all aspects are indispensable. This seems somewhat different from the way she perceives Fang Yuan. Where are the others? Bring them to me, Sikong Luiying said. Ling Zhan scratched his head. We can't find Lord Fang Yuan either. After killing the commander of that monster, he seemed to have left and gone deeper in. Ling Zhan said. Upon hearing this, a hint of anxiety flashed in Sikong Luiying's eyes. With such a large void gate, where was she supposed to start looking? Moreover, Yufei was still uncontactable. However, at that moment, Sikong Luiying seemed to sense something and looked in a certain direction. It was a dense forest. Every tree was tall and thick, densely packed, resembling a primeval forest. It was impossible to see the end at a glance. Now, it seemed that some sounds were coming from there. Sikong Luiying looked towards the dense primeval forest. Ling Zhan also became alert. The primeval forest was not far from their battlefield. Perhaps some fleeing monsters had entered it. In the void gate, anything could happen. The sounds from the forest became increasingly distinct. It seemed to be footsteps. Sikong Luiying frowned. The next moment, several extremely disheveled figures ran out of the forest. These people were all dressed in demon-slaying attire, but each one was covered in dirt, their clothes torn, and they bore various injuries, looking as if they had been fleeing for their lives. They had completely lost the demeanor of demon slayers. Moreover, these people were carrying 2 stretchers. On the stretchers lay Yufei and Fang Yuan. Seeing this scene, Sikong Luiying's pupils constricted, and her heart trembled. She recognized at a glance that these demon slayers were the ones who had gone missing in this void gate. Except for Fang Yuan, the newcomer, the others led by Yufei were all experienced and powerful individuals. How could they end up in such a sorry state? And how did they reappear? Sikong Luiying looked at Fang Yuan's sleeping figure on the stretcher, her heart sinking while a multitude of questions arose. Something was off. The situation here was too strange. These demon slayers had lost contact, which must mean they encountered some irresistible predicament. The wounds on their bodies already spoke volumes. But after Fang Yuan arrived, in less than an hour, they all came out. At this moment, even with Sikong Luiying's rich experience, she could not imagine what they had gone through. At that time, one of the disheveled demon slayers, who was at the front, walked out of the forest and, upon seeing Sikong Luiying and the soldiers not far away, his eyes turned red. They had made it out. With tears streaming down, this demon slayer suddenly knelt on the ground. Heaven knows what they had all experienced. First, they were half dead from being toyed with by a powerful monster, then they were brought out by Fang Yuan in an unimaginable, twisty manner. Just this process had seen their emotions plummet to the depths, then rise to heaven, only to be plunged back into the abyss, and then lifted again. If it were anyone else, they would have long since collapsed. After finally being brought out by Fong Yuan, they found themselves in a primeval forest, besieged by various monsters attacking them. These monsters, at other times, they could easily kill. But now, everyone was severely injured, their bodies nearly at their limits, while also carrying Yu Feifei and Fong Yuan, who were both unconscious on stretchers. The journey through the primeval forest was fraught with danger. Several times, they even thought they would die there. If it weren't for the powerful will to ensure Fong Yuan reached a safe place, they would have probably given up struggling long ago. Everyone was on the brink of collapse. Now, they had finally emerged. They found the soldiers of the Demon Slayer division and even saw the great director. Emotions completely broke down. Wow! The leading Demon Slayer began to cry loudly, hugging Sikon Luiying's feet, snot and tears streaming down, chaotically recounting their suffering. Such a huge extraordinary demon, Fong Yuan killed several of them. The forbidden object was a licking dog with a crack of a stick. We flew out on white clouds. I fainted, and no one knew the way. So many demon beasts attacked us. Whoa, director, I finally see you. I safely brought Fong Yuan here. Looking at the collapsed Demon Slayer on the ground, Sikon Luiying furrowed her brows and then sighed softly. Things seemed to be much more complicated than she had imagined. Even the battle-hardened Demon Slayer had been tortured to this extent. What exactly had they gone through? Sikon Luiying looked at Fong Yuan on the stretcher. The boy had no visible injuries, seemingly just exhausted and asleep, with a hint of a smile on his face even in his dreams. Sikon Luiying felt a strange sensation in her heart. Everyone else had collapsed like this, and Yu Feifei was even gravely injured. Yet Fong Yuan was sleeping soundly. I think I underestimated this little rascal. She didn't know what she was thinking, but her expression was somewhat subtle. You all have worked hard. Sikon Luiying squatted down, patted the wailing Demon Slayer, and turned to leave. At the same time, a large number of Demon Slayers entered the Void Gate, organized into teams, delving into the small world where the Void Gate was located from various directions. The official reinforcements of the Demon Slayer division had finally arrived. The order, kill all demon beasts in sight. Headquarters of the Demon Slayer division. A high-level meeting was taking place in the office on the top floor. Attendees Sikon Luiying and all the special Demon Slayers except for Yu Feifei. Special Demon Slayers were a unique existence within the Demon Slayer division. Aside from the 5 regional leaders, there were a total of 8 special Demon Slayers. Each special Demon Slayer possessed irreplaceable powerful combat strength and special abilities. No restrictions on age, talent, or background. Even no restrictions on race. Among several distinctive humans, there was also a massive war god mech. Due to its enormous size, it could only curl up in the corner of the office, its face adorned with a pair of electronic eyes emitting a red glow, carefully staring at the documents in its hands. Each person had a copy of this document. It recorded the accounts of the few demon slayers who had come out with Fong Yuan. Forbidden objects, extraordinary demons, underground palaces, and everything Fong Yuan had done. The text on this document was not extensive, but each sentence was enough to shake the entire world. The special demon slayers looked at the documents in their hands, their brows twisted in confusion. They had never heard of such a thing. From the discovery of the first forbidden object to now, over 200 years had passed, and there had never been a report of someone being able to control forbidden objects so easily. It was known that even with their strength as special demon slayers, it required a significant amount of effort to drive a forbidden object. It was akin to begging for help just to get a forbidden object to move lazily. But this boy, the atmosphere in the office became somewhat strange. At this moment, Sikon Luiying took out another document and placed it on the table. This document records all the traces discovered by the demon-slaying agents during the cleanup of this void gate. The collapsed underground palace, as well as some corpses of demon beasts, have all been found. Sikon Luiying changed the subject, however. The corpse of that extraordinary demon, along with the forbidden item, has gone missing. The corpse of that extraordinary demon and that forbidden item have vanished without a trace. Sikon Luiying's tone was somewhat strange. The whereabouts of the forbidden item might be known once Fong Yuan wakes up. However, I am more curious about where the corpse of the Monkey King has gone. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room became somewhat oppressive. Extraordinary. Without seeing the corpse of the extraordinary demon beast for a day, one cannot easily draw conclusions. Although the few demon-slaying agents present at the time claimed that the extraordinary demon beast had been killed by Fong Yuan, they had not seen it with their own eyes. Given the nature of the extraordinary, resurrection was not out of the question. We can only wait for Fong Yuan to wake up and ask him. Someone said. They could not arrive at any conclusions by speculating here. Sikon Luiying nodded. She had too many doubts about this matter. Could it be That the Monkey King was subdued by Fong Yuan? A thought suddenly popped into her mind. As Fong Yuan's pet, Sikon Luiying was well aware of Fong Yuan's peculiar beast-taming talent. However, she quickly shook her head. Sikon Luiying did not believe that Fong Yuan had the strength to subdue the Monkey King. If Fong Yuan truly had such ability, this rebellious pet of his would have long been pinned down on the table. On the 6th floor of the Demon Slaying Division headquarters building. This floor housed a hospital exclusive to the Demon Slaying Division. Unlike ordinary hospitals, this hospital was established purely for the treatment of martial artists. In battles against demon beasts, human martial artists encounter all sorts of strange abilities. The injuries caused by those strange abilities are difficult for ordinary doctors to handle. Thus, this hospital located on the 6th floor of the Demon Slaying Division headquarters was created. In a clean and bright patient room, Fong Yuan opened his eyes. This is the hospital of the Demon Slaying Division? Fong Yuan saw the standard of the Demon Slaying Division on the wall and sensed the situation outside the patient room. Some medical staff were tending to a group of injured demon slaying agents. I remember now, I exhausted all my mental energy using the Peking opera mask and fainted. Have I already been sent to the hospital? Fong Yuan lay back down on the bed, letting out a gentle sigh of relief. At the headquarters of the Demon Slaying Division, he did not have to worry about his safety at all. After lying down, Fong Yuan seemed to remember something and raised his hand to touch his face. Although there was nothing unusual, Fong Yuan was well aware that the Peking opera mask was still in a state of fusion with him. There was no abnormality. He did not feel any discomfort either. Through the inner vision of his mental energy, Fong Yuan could see a miniature version of the Peking opera mask in his mind. However, the current Peking opera mask looked somewhat wilted. It had a feeling of being drained of its essence. What a monster that devours mental energy. The entire time I transformed into the great sage equal to heaven was probably less than a minute. It completely exhausted my mental energy. Now I still feel weak. Thinking about what had happened earlier, Fong Yuan was somewhat astonished. His mental energy, through the feedback from pet growth and the effects of devouring evolution, had already reached over 6,000. Even so, under the influence of the Peking opera mask, it was quickly depleted. This was without even unleashing the full power of the mask. After this incident, I can be certain that this Peking opera mask comes from the world of my previous life. Fong Yuan's gaze was somewhat melancholic, filled with too many questions. If he had not seen anything related to his past life in this world, he would not have thought too much about it. He could have considered it a wonderful journey or a unique dream. However, an item representing the unique culture of his previous life had appeared right before him. He could not help but ponder and explore. Although Fong Yuan lived in this high martial world, his soul would always be that of a descendant of Yan and Huang. He was eager to know what had happened in the world of his previous life. Why had the Peking opera mask and the arrow scene in the photo become powerful taboo items? How had they appeared in this world? What had they experienced? One question after another swirled in his mind, making it impossible for him to ignore. Mask? Fong Yuan tried to use his mental power to touch the Peking opera mask in his mind. However, he received no response. The hollowed-out Peking opera mask seemed to have fallen into a deep slumber. Forget it, there's plenty of time, no need to rush this moment. Fong Yuan did not forcefully awaken the mask. After all, he had just woken up himself. It was better for both of them, who had been hollowed out, to rest a bit first. Fong Yuan lay on the bed and closed his eyes. However, he did not fall asleep immediately. Instead, he called upon the system. In the next moment, his consciousness entered a dark space. He could vaguely see a huge figure standing not far away. In the darkness, the sound of iron chains echoed continuously. Fong Yuan looked down at his body. This body made of mental power looked no different from his original body. The consciousness space is even more magical than I imagined. Fong Yuan looked around the darkness and gently snapped his fingers. Snap! The surroundings instantly brightened. The enormous figure hidden in the darkness became clear. It was the Monkey King, the terrifying great demon who had attained an extraordinary realm through the Peking opera mask but had fallen from that realm after the mask left. It could be said that this was the most powerful beast Fong Yuan had ever seen. However, this beast now looked somewhat disheveled. It was locked in place by huge iron chains, almost unable to move. A large dent had formed in its head, as if something had struck it hard, causing its skull to cave in. It was hard to imagine that the Monkey King, who had vanished into the Void Gate, was now trapped in Fong Yuan's consciousness space. Is this the cage? Fong Yuan murmured to himself. In the Void Gate, when he donned the Peking opera mask and transformed into Sun Wukong, gaining extraordinary power, he suddenly heard the system's prompt. The system informed him that the cage function had been activated. At that time, Fang Yuan had no time to carefully examine the function's effects. The underground palace was about to collapse, and his time was tight. Without killing the Monkey King with a single blow, he could only attempt to place the Monkey King into the cage. He succeeded immediately. At this moment, upon seeing Fang Yuan's appearance, the Monkey King let out a reluctant roar and began to struggle desperately. It was unwilling. Clearly, it was an extraordinary great demon possessing a taboo item, yet a weak human had snatched the taboo item away and reversed the situation. It had even imprisoned it here. The Monkey King's proud self-esteem could not accept this at all. However, its struggles were utterly futile. The chains binding it were entirely composed of Fang Yuan's will. There was no way to break free. In fact, the more it struggled, the stronger the power of the chains would become. In this cage, Fang Yuan is the absolute ruler.